Chapter 1. The Beautiful Youth in the Forest. Lu Xiaoxiao used to be quite fond of wilderness survival shows. She had always believed that she possessed a heart inclined towards solitude, ready to brave the wild alone at any moment, or to traverse primitive forests and confront nature heathen. She felt confident in facing various challenges. However, when she shared this notion with a roommate, the response was merely a blunt remark. "It's weird that Grandpa Yuan fed you too while you were just bored. After watching a few episodes, you really think you're a survival expert? If I were to toss you into a ravine and leave you to find your way out, you'd be crying for help. Wake up." At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao felt her dignity as a wilderness survival expert had been provoked, and she exchanged a few retorts with her roommate. Now, however, she comprehends that her roommate's words were entirely accurate. Even if she religiously watched every episode of Wilderness Survival, what did it matter? Believing that watching these programs would equip her with the skills to survive was akin to claiming expertise in various methods of murder, simply because one had watched 1,000 episodes of Detective Conan. Utter nonsense. Before she had even set foot in the wilderness, she was already surrounded by a lush expanse of forest, yet she began to grasp the true essence of being in the wild. The wilderness. Although her eyes beheld a sea of green, not a single edible fruit was in sight. The wild. This forest was teeming with biting insects, strange creatures, and carnivorous plants. She hadn't even encountered any wild beasts yet, and this forest was already quite wild. Lu Xiaoxiao had merely tripped while heading to the restroom in the middle of the night, slipping into the toilet and losing consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself in a desolate primeval forest, devoid of any signs of civilization. Without a phone and wandering in this forsaken place for 2 days, she not only failed to find a way out, but also felt her stomach pressing against her back from hunger. Her feet were covered in blisters. While others tread upon the 7 stars, she felt as though she were traversing the entire solar system. This forest was vast and filled with many exotic flowers and plants, all of which were unfamiliar to her, making her hesitant to experiment with them. Although there were survival tips suggesting observing which fruits animals consumed, the majority could be safely ingested in emergencies. Witnessing a small bird attempting to peck at a peach on a tree branch only to be ensnared by suddenly emerging tentacles had left her numb. What kind of bizarre place was this? Had she come across a man-eating peach tree? After enduring a day of hunger pangs, Lu Xiaoxiao discovered several fruits resembling apples hanging from a tree. After observing for a while, and noting that the surrounding birds could successfully pluck the fruits without succumbing to poison, she decided to take 2 for herself. Hungry as she was, she knew that just because birds could eat something didn't mean it was safe for her, so she cautiously nibbled on a couple to stave off hunger. These fruits looked like apples and had a similar texture, though they leaned more towards sour than sweet, hardly delectable, but sufficient to replenish some energy and hydration. Yet, this was already yesterday's fare. It was the only food she had consumed in 2 days while she hadn't been poisoned. It merely placated her stomach for just over an hour. For the rest of the time, the sensation of hunger lingered like a shadow. If she were to claim she had learned anything from her wilderness survival shows, it would be the experience of hunger. Misfortunes rarely come singly, and just as Lu Xiaoxiao lamented her inexplicable predicament, a furious roar echoed from a distance, sending a flock of birds scattering. It was a powerful sound, unmistakably not that of a cute creature. The forest birds took flight in fright, and from their trajectories, it became evident that whatever was making that noise was approaching her. Realizing this, Lu Xiaoxiao had no time to indulge in her melancholic musings. She took off running. If a monstrous creature were to appear, her life would be forfeit. She was no martial hero capable of slaying tigers with a few strikes. Facing a wild beast meant she would likely meet a grim fate, possibly becoming a mere snack. As she sprinted, the roar of the beast echoed relentlessly behind her, seemingly growing ever closer. Her flip-flops nearly flew off her feet, and despite her frantic pace, the growling only drew nearer. At a critical moment, a voice, cool and commanding, pierced through the chaos. "Get down." Wouldn't that just mean being eaten? The voice had a somewhat youthful tone. Instinctively, Lu Xiaoxiao dismissed it. However, the voice disrupted her thoughts, and in her panic, she failed to pay attention to the ground beneath her. As she ran, she tripped over a rotten log and, rather fortuitously, fell into a prone position. Fortunately, she did not graze her face against the ground. Moments later, the beast pursuing her leaped forward, ready to pounce. With no time left to escape, Lu Xiaozhao turned to face her impending doom, her mindset resigned to at least see what was about to devour her. But before she could raise her head, a resounding crash echoed as the beast that had leapt at her was suddenly flung away, as if struck by an invisible force, crashing against a massive tree before sliding down to the ground, motionless. Was it dead? Lu Xiaozhao stared in disbelief. Looking at the tree, which was nearly as thick as a person's embrace, it was nearly broken in half on the impact of the bear. The tree swayed gently in the breeze, and Lu Xiaozhao felt an inexplicable tremor in her own heart. What mysterious force had just dispatched the bear? Was this world truly one of celestial cultivation? At that moment, footsteps echoed behind her, prompting Lu Xiaozhao to turn around quickly. The owner of the footsteps, the one who had commanded her to get down and who had dispatched the bear, was approaching. Considering the tree's fate, she felt a mix of gratitude and caution. After all, if this person intended to harm her, there would have been no need to save her. As she observed the approaching figure, she was taken aback. It was a youthful boy, appearing around 15 or 16 years of age, with an extraordinarily striking visage and half-long, seaweed-like deep blue hair that lent him an androgynous allure. If not for the fact that he was bare-chested, Lu Xiaozhao might have mistaken him for a girl. This remarkably beautiful boy had a slender frame and a somewhat pallid complexion, with his upper body exposed, revealing a not overly muscular torso, while his lower half was wrapped in animal skin, exuding a primitive charm. His eyes were strikingly beautiful, a captivating shade of gold that sparkled like flowing gold. Lu Xiaozhao's eyelids twitched. What kind of primitive society had she stumbled into? Was this person's attire imbued with such wild beauty? The boy's initially aloof expression transformed into one of astonishment upon seeing Lu Xiaozhao, quickly masked by a hint of admiration. Female? How did you end up here? What the heck? Lu Xiaozhao did not miss his choice of words to address her. Her expression froze as her mind raced, recalling the novels she had read. In Beastman literature, females were often referred to as females. Coupled with the boy's attire, she understood that she had genuinely traversed into a primal beast realm. She wondered whether this world had the trope of scarce females, allowing for multiple partners. Gazing at the stunning youth before her, she found herself lost in thought. This boy's beauty was such that even Lu Xiaozhao, who was typically engrossed in her own anime fantasies, could not help but be awed. If all partners were like him, perhaps she could indeed enjoy a slice of reality. Not receiving a response from Lu Xiaozhao, the boy's brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized her, worry flickering across his face before he quickly concealed it. Are you injured? Why aren't you speaking? Lu Xiaozhao snapped back to reality, pushing aside her fanciful thoughts. She feigned modesty, brushing off the dust and leaves from her pajamas, and smiled politely at the boy. Thank you for saving me. My name is Lu Xiaozhao. At her smile, the boy appeared momentarily entranced. Lu Xiaozhao was exceptionally beautiful, possessing a dreamlike and enchanting innocence rarely seen among beastmen. However, the boy quickly shook off his moment of distraction, his furrowed brow remaining tense as he dismissed himself for momentarily losing focus due to the presence of an underage female. What is a female doing in the Origin Land? That's far too dangerous. His tone was not particularly gentle, even bordering on brusque, with an awkward pretense of indifference, yet did not detract from the concern evident in his eyes. It was no surprise that he perceived Lu Xiaozhao as a minor. Her height of 168 centimeters was indeed below the average height of 180 centimeters for females in this interstellar realm. I don't know, I can't quite remember. Lu Xiaozhao, bewildered, lightly tapped her forehead. I opened my eyes and found myself in this forest. I have no idea where I am. This only deepened the boy's concern. Such a beautiful young female had gone missing. Her family must be frantic with worry. He looked at Lu Xiaozhao and asked, "Where do you live?" Of course, it's China, but unfortunately, Lu Xiaozhao could not say that. When faced with such an unanswerable question, she resorted to the classic trope of amnesia for time travelers. "I'm sorry." The girl's expression turned apologetic, appearing utterly lost and helpless. "I've forgotten." Then she theatrically covered her head. "Apart from this name, I can't remember anything else for now. My head hurts a bit." The tone was gentle, the voice soft and tender, and her eyes shimmered with a watery glimmer, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. The girl's gaze was moist, her innocent almond-shaped eyes radiating purity, complemented by her pristine and exquisite beauty, making it difficult for anyone to suspect her of deceit. In truth, had another beast man stood before Lu Xiaozhao, he would have been unable to resist pulling her into his embrace by now. Unfortunately, Lantis did not share this inclination. At least, not at this moment. He merely observed Lu Xiaozhao, noting the delicate softness of her nightgown, which enveloped her in an aura of innocence and simplicity. Confusion brewed within him, yet considering that she was an amnesiac female, he refrained from probing further. "I'm Lantis. Please follow me. I will contact someone to escort you." He paused, glancing at Lu Xiaozhao. "Would you prefer to go to the Empire or the Federation? You do not appear to be a water tribe female." "Empire? Federation?" Lu Xiaozhao was somewhat bewildered. Was society in this primitive world so advanced? Observing Lantis dressed like a savage, she found it hard to believe that feudal and federal systems had developed in this realm. Noticing her expression of shock, Lantis felt a flicker of annoyance. He did not deem his current state suitable for being in the company of an underage female. Yet with Lu Xiaozhao silent about her destination, he could only stand there and wait. He soon regretted his inquiry, realizing that asking an amnesiac female whether she wished to go to the Federation or the Empire was akin to speaking to a wall. She likely remembered nothing at all. Were it not for the exceptional circumstances, he might have taken her away from this planet, submitting her information to the female alliances of both nations, who would assist in reuniting her with her family. It wouldn't take long after all. Any family that lost a young female would be frantic with worry. Forget it. Observing Lu Xiaozhao's bewildered expression, Lantis spoke, "I will help you send a distress signal to contact the nearest official vessel. However, this star system is quite remote, so I cannot guarantee whether it will be people from the Empire or the Federation who come." Lu Xiaozhao's confusion deepened as she glanced at the youth, who was clad in animal hides. Vessel? Star system? Wasn't this a primitive society? Lantis nodded. "This is the land of origin. The land of origin belongs to a very remote star system, rarely visited by outsiders. I will take care of you until Starship arrives." Though it was somewhat embarrassing for an adult to be cared for by a minor, the pseudo-survival expert Lu Xiaozhao, having endured enough hardships in the wilderness, had come to terms with reality. She smiled and nodded obediently. "Thank you. Follow me." Lantis gazed at the innocent and bright smile of the young female, his heart racing, a wave of heat washing over him, igniting a strange stir within. He quickly turned away, pinching himself forcefully, internally cursing himself as he hurriedly set off. With the presence of a familiar local, Lu Xiaozhao felt significantly more at ease. She did not notice Lantis' unusual demeanor and happily jogged to catch up with him. At first, Lu Xiaozhao could keep pace with Lantis, but fatigue and hunger soon set in, coupled with pain in her feet. Her earlier sprint had been purely fueled by adrenaline, and now that she felt safe, all her ailments resurfaced, making it increasingly difficult to keep up with the youth. "Lantis, could you slow down a bit?" The embarrassed adult had no choice but to call out to the boy, informing him of her struggle to keep up. Lantis paused, stopping in his tracks. He did not turn around, his voice low, understood. Seeing the youth halt, Lu Xiaozhao breathed a sigh of relief and approached him, feeling quite embarrassed as she said, "I'm sorry, I'm just so hungry, and my feet hurt quite a bit, so I would appreciate it if you could walk a little slower." Fearing that Lantis might think poorly of her for lagging behind, she hurried to explain that she was not intentionally falling behind. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Lantis remained silent. The boy kept his head down, showing no signs of movement, as if he had not heard Lu Xiaozhao at all. This demeanor sent a pang of worry through Lu Xiaozhao's heart. What if Lantis was angry and decided to leave her behind? She had no desire to continue living like a savage. In a flurry, the girl quickened her pace and caught up to Lantis' side, hurriedly apologizing. "I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to slow you down, I truly." Lu Xiao's voice trailed off abruptly. Before her, the youth was sweating profusely, his hair sticking to his forehead in a disheveled manner. Despite the distance they had covered, Lu Xiao had not broken a sweat, whereas Lantis' perspiration flowed relentlessly, dripping down his rosy cheeks and pooling at his chest. His eyes were bloodshot, the brightness that once sparkled within now overshadowed. Golden scaled patches had begun to sprout along the sides of his ears, glimmering like jewels in the sunlight, reflecting a chilling light. "What's wrong? Are you sick?" Lu Xiao swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back. Lantis' state was undeniably unusual, yet he continued to remain silent, his gaze shifting slightly, a flicker of dark light passing through his eyes before he forcefully closed them and shouted, "Stay back." His voice was hoarse, and though he knew Lu Xiao had already retreated a little, the intoxicating fragrance she carried lingered in the air, enveloping him and intensifying the heat coursing through his body. He had no choice but to raise his voice, hoping she would distance herself further. Startled by his outburst, the girl stumbled backward, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Although Lantis urged her to keep her distance, he did not immediately walk away. Lu Xiao found this puzzling. His demeanor did not seem to indicate anger toward her, but rather a struggle with something deeper. Chapter 2. The Mermaid and the Rogue. Suddenly, sharp claws sprouted from Lantis' fingertips, and golden scales emerged along his elbows and waist, shimmering with a luminous glow akin to jade. The beautiful girl before him appeared both enchanting and mysterious, a vision of otherworldly beauty. He cast a glance at Lu Xiao, fighting to restrain himself, his nails digging painfully into his palm, blood spilling forth. Lu Xiao was taken aback, watching in alarm as the youth inflicted harm upon himself, her heart racing with panic. She felt a tightness in her throat and hesitantly inquired, "What is happening to you?" The once melodious tone of the young female had turned raspy with fear and confusion, yet to Lantis' ears, it sounded like a hauntingly beautiful melody, especially with the faint scent of femininity wafting through the air. It felt as if a fragile string in his mind was about to snap, his eyes reddening as he gazed at Lu Xiao, desperately clinging to his sanity while digging his nails into his palm. The searing pain jolted him back to reality, and Lantis turned on his heel, sprinting away into the distance. Lu Xiao was left in shock, watching as the very person who had promised to care for her vanished from sight, as if civilization itself was slipping away. She could almost envision herself transforming into a savage, swinging on vines in the forest. Shaking her head, she dashed after the direction in which the youth had disappeared. Lantis ran swiftly, already out of sight, but fortunately, the trail of blood he had left behind was a clear guide for Lu Xiao to follow. She chased after the bloodstains, eventually arriving at the bank of a small river. This river was one she had not encountered during her 2 days of survival in the wilderness, successfully unlocking a new scene. The blood trail vanished at the river's edge, where traces of blood and watermarks on the grass and stones suggested that Lantis had likely jumped into the river. Crouching by the riverbank, Lu Xiao anxiously peered into the water, cupping her hands around her mouth. "Lantis?" Silence was her only response. A gust of wind swept through, adding to the desolation of the moment. There was a sense of regret, as if she had arrived too late to prevent a tragedy. Of course, Lu Xiao was no fool. The scales that had suddenly appeared on Lantis' body had already hinted to her that he was either a fish or a serpent, creatures that could not drown. Most likely, he was a fish. Her reason for crouching at the riverbank was purely out of curiosity, having read too many fairy tales and eagerly anticipating an encounter with a legendary mermaid. Mermaids and dragons were irresistible temptations for humanity, exotic beings that sparked desire. Had she not remembered Lantis' peculiar behavior, Lu Xiao might have impulsively leaped into the water. To ensure her own safety, she merely crouched at the water's edge, gazing into the depths. The river was remarkably clear, revealing the bottom for about 10 meters, yet there were no signs of any mermaid-like creatures. Not even a large fish could be seen. Lantis had seemingly vanished like a droplet absorbed by the river. Or perhaps he had crossed to the other side, where he had already made his escape. Lu Zhaozhao could not say for certain. Just as the girl was scanning the waters, a shadow darted through the depths, moving with incredible speed, its long, luminous tail fins slicing through the water in a brilliant golden arc. Lu Zhaozhao noticed the disturbance in the water and quickly stood up, preparing to step back. However, the golden figure suddenly leaped high, its cold and slippery tail wrapping around her, pulling her into the river. The unexpected ambush muffled the girl's scream beneath the surface of the water. Caught off guard, Lu Zhaozhao was yanked into the depths, the abrupt attack causing her to instinctively gasp in shock, leading her to choke on several mouthfuls of river water. The water was deeper than she had anticipated, but thankfully it was not cold. As Lu Zhaozhao sputtered and flailed, disoriented by the sudden submersion, she struggled to regain her bearings. The instigator who had dragged her into the water seemed to have noticed her distress. A pair of icy lips pressed against hers, and his agile tongue pried open Lu Zhaozhao's lips. His tongue bore soft barbs that tingled against hers while simultaneously delivering oxygen. He entwined Lu Zhaozhao and sank to the riverbed. Gradually, oxygen filled her lungs, causing the young girl to cease her struggles and slowly regain her composure. Lu Zhaozhao opened her eyes to behold a sunlit, shimmering water surface above, rippling incessantly due to their movements. Before her was an enlarged, handsome visage, reminiscent of Lantis, yet evidently aged a bit in just over 10 minutes. He had transformed from a youth into a figure straddling the line between adolescence and young adulthood. His countenance, already striking, now bore additional refinement. However, his gaze remained somewhat dazed, imbued with a perplexing stubbornness and an undeniable yearning. He grasped Lu Zhaozhao's hand, guiding her to touch the soft, dense scales adorning his tail. A wave of panic washed over her, and she instinctively pushed him away with force. Perhaps taken aback by such a passionate moment being interrupted, Lantis was propelled 2 meters away, caught off guard by her unexpected strength. His expression mirrored confusion and astonishment. Disregarding his look, Lu Zhaozhao hastily resurfaced in mere minutes. Lantis had pulled her far from the riverbank, where a shallow area with fine sand lay. She quickly swam to the shallows, scrambling her way onto the shore. The merman pursued her relentlessly, gazing at her with a forlorn expression. At that moment, Lu Zhaozhao took in his complete form. A striking face with elongated golden eyes, adorned at the corners with a few platinum scales that resembled natural eyeshadow, exuding an otherworldly allure. His semi-transparent, fin-like ears appeared exquisitely delicate. The upper half of his body was nothing short of perfection: broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a physique that was both lithe and powerful. His lower half culminated in a magnificent, shimmering platinum tail, resplendent in the sunlight, with a wide, elegant fin that added to his grandeur. "Is that you, Lantis?" Lu Zhaozhao inquired, swallowing hard. The merman did not answer, but emitted a brief, melodic sound from his throat, akin to a graceful serenade, as if singing in response to her. He still appeared somewhat disoriented. Being a youth, recalling his previous actions, Lu Zhaozhao was reluctant to bear any blame and promptly turned to flee the riverbank. Yet, unexpectedly, his large tail coiled around her once more. "No way, not again," she lamented as she was pulled back into the water. A few moments later, Lantis brought her back to the surface and gently set her down on the shore. Satisfied, yet seemingly devoid of rationality and coherent speech, he leaned closer to the petite female. Enraged and embarrassed, Lu Zhaozhao slapped him. "You lecherous fish!" The merman fell back in response. Lu Zhaozhao was momentarily stunned. Just then, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted on the riverbank. When Lantis awakened, he found himself in a most awkward predicament filled not only with embarrassment, but also profound guilt. In a world where males outnumber females, he was a prime example of the rarity of eligible bachelors. Despite being the son of the aquatic king, possessing wealth, beauty, and status, he could easily secure a partner if he applied himself. However, none of this prevented him from wishing to maintain his status as a rare commodity. Though he had reached adulthood, he had persistently delayed undergoing the transition into full maturity. The obligation to inherit his family's throne did not deter him from his lackadaisical approach to finding a mate. Unfortunately, circumstances no longer allowed him to remain idle. According to his father's insistence, the aquatic race needed him. In recent years, interstellar beasts had wreaked havoc, and the prophecy of the temple foretold the re-emergence of a long-lost saintess. Soon, once the selection of a saintess was finalized, exceptional males would be chosen to accompany her, a matter of great significance for their race. Thus, he was dispatched to the origin point to fulfill his commingafage ceremony, awaiting the results of the saintess selection, with the hope of becoming her partner. As the son of a king, this was his duty. The aquatic race inhabited the Hades star system, comprised of 7 planets with water covering over 75% of their surface area. In comparison to the hundreds of planets governed by the Federation and the Empire, it was rather insignificant. Yet, since the Beastmen embarked on their journey from the origin point to the stars, the aquatic race had never faded from the historical stage. Their unity and unique characteristics allowed them to accomplish feats that only they could achieve, granting them a prominent position in the Beastmen's world, despite their smaller population and land area. However, this did not absolve them of the need to strive for improvement. Thus, as the most outstanding offspring of the king, Lantis needed to align himself with the saintess. Despite his reluctance, having been born into the privileges of a prince, he felt obligated to contribute to his people. More than once, he wished his unfortunate brother were still alive, and now, that longing grew stronger, leaving him at a loss on how to face Lu Xiaozhao. Completing the commingafage ceremony at the origin point, his genetic stability had been commendable. However, the sudden appearance of the petite female, coupled with his transition from youth to adulthood, had stirred feelings within him that he struggled to control. He had recklessly kissed an amnesiac female and had even attempted to act inappropriately. Such behavior could easily be deemed irresponsible, deserving of punishment. As Lu Xiaozhao regained consciousness, Lantis sat awkwardly beside her, flushed with embarrassment and shame, as if his youthful demeanor had returned, hormones in disarray. "Could you wait for me for a while?" Lantis asked, his expression awkward as he turned to Lu Xiaozhao. "Wait for you on this planet?" She replied, momentarily stunned. "No, of course not. I've contacted an Imperial starship, a military one, and they will take you to the central star. Once I reach adulthood, I will return home to settle some matters and then come and find you." "Find me?" "I will take responsibility for what happened earlier," he said, his ears turning red as he shyly averted his gaze from Lu Xiaozhao. She fell silent, observing the youthful figure before her. She was not Xiao Yaxuan. This was not a joyful encounter, it was a crime. Consequently, Lu Xiaozhao repeatedly waved her hands. No, we can act as if nothing happened, it was merely an accident." Lantis' expression darkened. Did that mean he was being deemed irresponsible? Seeing his face fall, Lu Xiaozhao quickly added, "I don't remember anything right now. You mentioning responsibility feels too abrupt. How about we discuss the current societal structure, the Federation, the Empire, and the like? Once I recall my home, we can talk about responsibility later." Lantis' expression softened, realizing the validity of her words. He could return home to clarify matters with his father before seeking Lu Xiaozhao again. He nodded. "All right then, listen to me." Chapter 3. The Introduction of the Mature Abstinent General. Lantis, as Lu Xiaozhao felt darkness envelop her vision, she was reminded of her current predicament. At the tender age of 20, she embodied the quintessential image of contemporary university life, strikingly beautiful yet burdened with a solitary mindset. She regarded every male who dared to express affection towards her with a scoff, not out of arrogance stemming from her beauty, but rather from her utter lack of romantic understanding. Immersed in her fantasy world, she often uttered amusing remarks typical of a comical persona, lamenting, "Who in the real world can compare to my beloved fictional characters?" Her roommate, exasperated by this lack of ambition, would often retort, "What a waste of such exquisite beauty. If I had your looks, I would juggle multiple suitors effortlessly." Her roommate would assert that Lu Xiaozhao's innocent allure made it inconceivable for anyone to suspect her of any wrongdoing. With her natural advantages in appearance, All she needed to do was manage her time wisely and engage in light-hearted gossip. Her boyfriends would surely never doubt her fidelity. To this, Lu Zhao would quip. With so many fictional husbands, how is that not akin to juggling multiple partners? Thus, her roommate concluded that she did not require a romantic relationship. What Lu Zhao truly needed was a state-mandated partner. With a face full of frustration, her roommate would muse, perhaps one day, you will remain on this planet and inadvertently contribute to alleviating the aging population crisis, only to choke on a sip of water and find yourself traversing into another realm. Such prophetic words rang true. Although she did not choke on water, the notion of falling into a toilet during a bathroom visit and crossing into another world was hardly a dignified transition. The silver lining was that she had not been transported to a remote and backward society. She was indeed in a place where partners were distributed by the state. Remarkably, she was still on Earth. The unfortunate reality was that she was the sole remaining human. That it was akin to the classic scenario of being the last human in a galactic setting, awaiting her own dissection for study. Lu Zhao. The following is omitted for brevity. The planet where Lu Zhao now found herself was, in fact, the very origin of Earth. Millennia ago, intense solar flares altered the biological fabric of life on Earth, resulting in mutations that led to the emergence of the first beastmen. Meanwhile, humanity faced catastrophic consequences as insurmountable diseases swept across the globe. In a bid to preserve the flame of civilization, humans collaborated with the more robust beastmen, advancing technology and actively seeking solutions. Finally, in the year 1026 of the star calendar, a spaceship carrying the remnants of Earth's legacy ventured into the cosmos. Centuries later, it discovered a new habitable planet, flourishing and expanding, creating more worlds suitable for life. 3 centuries ago, in a fit of nostalgia, humanity extricated Earth from the solar system, achieving the dream of a wandering Earth. Now, Earth resided in the Venus star system, referred to as the origin place. After centuries of recuperation, it gradually regained vitality, and a civilization co-created by beastmen and humans endured. However, while beastmen thrived, humanity had perished. Presently, beastman society was structured into a triangular autonomous relationship among 3 factions: the Empire, the Federation, and the Aquatic Tribe. While not exactly a familial bond, the common threat posed by the insectoid species fostered a harmonious relationship among the 3 factions. The insectoid species, hailing from another star system, had long been in conflict with the beastmen over resources. Why could they not coexist peacefully? Those not of my kind must possess a different heart. On another front, the beastmen faced their own internal issues. Their robust physiques, a result of mutation from solar flares, were further enhanced through genetic fusion with humans, giving rise to a form of psychic ability that a being with both formidable physical prowess and remarkable mental strength could be deemed a perfect creation. Yet, in this world, true perfection was an unattainable ideal. The potent combination of physical attributes and psychic abilities resulted in heightened combat prowess, but it also carried significant drawbacks. The more fervent the desire for battle, and the stronger the individual, the greater the likelihood of genetic collapse. Once this collapse occurred, the being would lose their psychic abilities and rationality, devolving into a mindless beast. Such genetic collapse was exclusively a male phenomenon. Females, from the moment of their birth, remained in human form, never transforming into beast form, and thus were immune to genetic collapse. There was a prevailing belief that the individual who initially facilitated the genetic fusion of beastmen and humans was a woman. Revered in later generations as the saintess, regarded as a messenger of the gods, both the saintess and the females possessed the XX chromosome, which aligned more closely with one another compared to the XY of males, resulting in lower degrees of beastification and a more refined genetic composition. Moreover, females held the unique ability to mitigate genetic collapse, akin to the divine creation of Adam and Eve in the realm of beastmen. Females and males were inherently complementary. However, over the course of extensive evolution, the number of females dwindled, perhaps due to interstellar magnetic field and gravitational factors, since the beastmen departed Earth to colonize the cosmos. The proportion of females among newborns had been steadily declining. Consequently, the status of females rose dramatically. Their rarity naturally garnered immense admiration. This world, much like the beast-themed novels Lu Zhao Zhao had perused, mirrored a distinctly skewed gender ratio, with an astounding disparity of 1 female to 5,000 males. Polyandry became the societal norm, and females enjoyed numerous privileges, albeit not to the extent of a complete reversal of gender hierarchy. At most, females would never face the death penalty. Serious offenses would merely result in their placement in a nurturing institution, where they would spend their lives comforting males and bearing offspring. Liu Zhao found the very thought of such a reality utterly terrifying. It was reminiscent of ancient practices where female relatives of offenders were relegated to servitude that it was difficult to ascertain which was more deplorable: being forced into servitude in ancient times or being condemned to a life of perpetual childbirth in this realm. Yet, given the nature of crime, Lu Zhao felt no sympathy for wrongdoers. Her focus lay solely on her own predicament. Is there truly no other human in the galaxy? Lu Zhao ventured cautiously. At that moment, she sat upon a stone adjacent to the crime scene, gazing at Lantis, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Lantis replied that if any humans were still alive, through genetic research, it might be possible to alter the current state of genetic collapse among beastmen. Though Lantis spoke with an air of calm, the reality of humanity's extinction rendered any notions of change mere fanciful dreams. Yet, Lu Zhao's mind was consumed with thoughts of genetic research, and she envisioned herself being sliced into thin sections for examination. The mere idea was enough to extinguish her appetite and desire for warmth. She would prefer to embrace a life of savagery in this place. In her current state, she wished to flee immediately. Subconsciously scratching her cheek, Lu Zhao, unable to restrain her anxious hands, hesitantly remarked, "Actually, I don't feel as desperate to leave this planet as I initially thought. As the birthplace of Beastman civilization, I feel an inexplicable sense of affinity for this place. It's almost like coming home in a certain sense. Could it not be considered a return home?" Lantis, initially surprised by her words, soon shook his head, asserting that the origin place was unsuitable for habitation. No, he insisted, his expression revealing a hint of pleading. This was the first time Lantis had witnessed such a look on her beautiful face, which seemed to possess an enchanting quality that made it difficult to refuse her, especially after their recent close encounter. Yet he could not disregard the health implications for the young female. The unique magnetic field of the origin place can adversely affect your body if you remain here too long. Adversely affect? Lu Zhao's eyelids fluttered. Yes, it could potentially lead to mutation. Lantis opted to exaggerate the severity of the situation to deter her obstinacy. In a galaxy where females were scarce, he had witnessed too many headstrong and reckless females. So he aimed to cut off any avenues for Lu Zhao to throw a tantrum. Liu Zhao regarded Lantis' face, searching for signs of deceit. The idea that Earth could induce mutations was utterly absurd. After all, it was her only connection to this alternate realm. Moreover, if mutations were indeed a possibility, why was Lantis present, seemingly unaffected? Who was he trying to deceive? Perhaps her skepticism was too evident, for Lantis cleared his throat awkwardly and offered an explanation. "I came to the origin place to prepare for my coming-of-age ceremony. My species is unique, and the special magnetic field here aids in my rapid maturation." Thus, his primitive appearance made sense. Liu Zhao found herself somewhat convinced, yet her doubts lingered. After all, she preferred the prospect of mutation over dissection. There was a saying, "The wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation." The reality was stark. She was destitute and perilously vulnerable. If she were to develop an extraordinary ability through mutation, she would have little to fear. Given her current circumstances, could anything worse truly occur? However, observing Lantis' expression, Lu Zhao understood that her words held little weight. He would never agree to let her remain there. Yet, that did not deter her from making one last attempt. "When will you leave?" "I could wait until you depart to leave with you." Liu Zhao, with pure intentions, merely wished to buy herself more time to contemplate her future. Lantis, however, had a different perspective. As he regarded Lu Zhao's innocent and beautiful face, he found himself increasingly drawn to her. A faint blush crept onto his ears as he shook his head. "I will remain for a few more days," he replied, his demeanor suddenly bashful. "That I will take care of matters quickly and come and find you at Lu Zhao Zhao. It is done. Treat her as if she were Xiao Yashuan." Lu Zhao Zhao could only remain silent, feigning ignorance. The information disseminated by the Lantis fleet indicated that it belonged to the Imperial Morning Star Special Operations Corps, a temporary small-scale task force established for purposes unrelated to Lu Zhao Zhao, and her inclusion was merely coincidental. After all, females in the interstellar realm are exceedingly precious. The Morning Star system consists of a group of small planets orbiting a singular star, resembling a miniature solar system. The star, known as Qiming, bears structural, mass, and compositional similarities to the Sun and was discovered several centuries ago, prompting the Orc civilization to initiate the Wandering Earth project, relocating Earth to the outermost orbit of the Morning Star system. The Orcs once contemplated the revival of Earth, hence they named the central celestial body of the yet-to-be-named Morning Star system Qiming, symbolizing the restart of civilization. However, they soon discovered that, whether due to Earth's status as a newcomer from hundreds of thousands of light years away or some other reason, upon Earth's entry into orbit and commencement of rotation, the radiation, gravity, and magnetic field of the Morning Star were all altered. This transformation affected Earth's magnetic field, causing prolonged habitation by the Orcs to stimulate their mental powers and accelerate their growth, while simultaneously precipitating a more rapid and severe genetic collapse. Despite their immense efforts to extricate Earth from the solar system, this cradle of Orc civilization ultimately remained devoid of Orc inhabitants. Earth became a pilgrimage site for the Orcs. The planets surrounding the Morning Star system are resource poor, and their ecological structures are inhospitable for survival, coupled with the unique radiation and magnetic fields of the Morning Star. These factors resulted in a lack of habitation and minimal interstellar traffic. In stark contrast, the Merfolk are an entirely primitive species, having existed long before Earth was affected by solar flares. The ancient Atlantis carries the legacy of the Merfolk, and as a member of the royal bloodline of the Merfolk, Lantis stands as the most legitimate heir, which is precisely why he has come. His father, wishing for this youngest son to mature properly, abandoned him on a starship with the ultimatum that Lantis would remain there for eternity if he did not undergo his transformation. The Imperial warship nearby is present due to a recent incident involving a geologist professor whose ship encountered troubles while traversing a wormhole, forcing an emergency landing on a desolate planet within the Morning Star system. However, while landing may be straightforward, taking off is quite another matter. It is widely acknowledged that those engaged in geology tend to be financially constrained, a fact that remains true even in the interstellar age. Upon his arrival, the geologist professor utilized his own vessel, but unable to effect repairs, he sent out a distress signal. Yet the Morning Star system is a desolate expanse, with the interstellar rescue team responding that he would have to await his turn for assistance, indicating that the supplies aboard his ship would suffice for a wait of 10 days to half a month. With time on his hands, the geologist professor decided to take his students on an expedition across the planet to search for usable materials. To his astonishment, this exploration led to the discovery of an entirely new energy source. He quickly contacted a colleague from the Imperial Central Star University's Higher Academy of Sciences, who specializes in energy akin to oil tycoons possessing vast reserves of gold. This professor, too, was affluent and arrived aboard his starship with students to collect samples and escort the geologist professor back. Upon their return and subsequent research, both professors were elated. They had discovered a type of energy stone that emitted a bluish glow, with a resource efficiency far surpassing that of atomic and neutron energy. Additionally, they found that this energy appeared to mitigate the immunosuppressive effects caused by excessive use of genetic collapse inhibitors. It is crucial to note that the Orc population has a gender ratio of 1:5,000, resulting in many males potentially living their lives without the comfort of a female companion, relying solely on genetic collapse inhibitors. The ability to alleviate the immunosuppressive effects of these inhibitors represents a monumental breakthrough for the entire interstellar community. After much discussion, the two professors, in a straightforward manner, named this newfound energy source Bihuang, and its discovery was undoubtedly exhilarating news. This special operations unit was dispatched specifically for the exploration of Bihuang energy. It is led by the youngest general of the Empire, Eldrick Santos. While Bi Huang is of utmost importance, is not going anywhere, and the safety of a female is paramount for the entire interstellar society. A responsibility that every male must shoulder, for females are fragile and can perish. Thus, upon receiving a message from Lantis, Eldrick made the impromptu decision to first rescue the unfortunate female, Lu Xiaozhao, who had been left stranded in her place of origin. Had Lu Xiaozhao been privy to his intentions, she would have undoubtedly exclaimed that it was entirely unnecessary. She could very well fend for herself on Earth. Truly, she had watched over 100 episodes of various wilderness survival shows. Of course, these were merely fleeting thoughts. T present. Lu Xiaozhao found herself staring blankly at the young man before her. His hair was a strikingly pale silver gray, nearly white, and this cool hue exuded an air of aloofness. He bore a serious demeanor, appearing as solitary and frosty as a pine. He was undeniably handsome. Yet his beauty was in stark contrast to Lantis. Where Lantis possessed an ethereal beauty that blurred gender lines, this young man exuded a refined elegance, a commanding presence. Were it not for the meticulously tailored black uniform that gleamed with a cold luster and the piercing eyes hardened by prolonged exposure to battle, he would nearly embody the essence of nobility and gentility. If Lu Xiaozhao were to describe him, she would liken him to a figure from ancient times, akin to a jade-like gentleman. The young general of the Empire inclined slightly, maintaining a polite yet detached demeanor. I am Eldrick Santos, and I will be temporarily overseeing your journey until you are returned to the central star of the Empire. Wanxiang. Behind him, two aides also bowed in greeting. Lu Xiaozhao glanced at the two equally handsome young men behind him, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Could it be that this orc world truly had an abundance of beauties? Turning her attention back to the self-proclaimed general, she noted his meticulous attire, flawless and devoid of wrinkles, adorned with epaulettes on his shoulders and various medals on his chest, while white gloves adorned his hands. His gaze was cold yet tranquil, a stark contrast to the boys who had previously pursued her with declarations of love. Mature and abstinent, Lu Xiaozhao felt her eyes welling with tears. While Lantis was indeed handsome, the cold and reserved type had always been her preference. In that moment, she nearly forgot her current awkward identity, which placed her in danger of being dissected. After all, the allure of the unattainable has remained a timeless fascination for humanity. Chapter 4. The uniformed male model squad. After bidding farewell to Lantis, Lu Xiaozhao followed Eldrick back to the starship. Eldrick walked ahead, with Lu Xiaozhao in the center, flanked by the two aides, forming a triangular formation that enclosed her. This inadvertently reminded Lu Xiaozhao of the formation seen in the animal kingdom, where herd animals protect their young. She felt like the vulnerable newborn amidst them. The starship landed gracefully on a small patch of grass beside a forest, a truly magnificent sight. The military starships of the Empire share a standardized design, their sleek black exteriors resembling that of a massive manta ray. The starship did not fully descend, but hovered in a semi-suspended state. To Lu Xiao's embarrassment and inexplicable delight, a red carpet had been unfurled down the specially lowered staircase, lined with an array of flowers, creating a floral pathway reminiscent of a wedding ceremony. Standing neatly at attention alongside the pathway were male orcs, all clad in matching military uniforms, each one a strikingly handsome figure capable of gracing the stage in her world. It was an entire squadron of uniformed male models. These uniformed gentlemen bowed in unison as she approached, unabashedly exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed female, to our presence." In that moment, Lu Xiao's embarrassment peaked, nearly triggering her social anxiety. Yet the sight of their handsome faces ignited an uncontrollable joy within her. Was it any wonder everyone yearned to inhabit the orc world? This was simply exhilarating. Lu Xiao felt as if she were a goddess, surrounded by earnest and fervent gazes. However, aside from the aloof flower of the high peak, Eldrick's gaze towards Lu Xiao bore no trace of warmth, even as his soldiers, and notably the two usually composed aides, were astonished by Lu Xiao's beauty, their attention lingering on her due to the rarity of females. Eldrick remained steadfast, calmly warning his subordinates to attend to their duties and not to trouble the female, all while maintaining a tone devoid of gentleness. steeped in officialdom. Upon boarding the starship, Eldrick first led Lu Zhao to the medical bay, given the unique magnetic field of the origin site. It was imperative to check whether there had been any adverse effects on the young female. A straightforward examination. Inside the medical bay, Eldrick gestured towards the medical pod, calmly instructing Lu Zhao to lie down. Unwilling to comply, she politely inquired, "May I ask what the purpose of lying down is?" "For a physical examination," Eldrick explained patiently, anticipating her cooperation. Yet upon hearing the word examination, Lu Zhao's body radiated an unmistakable refusal. "I am perfectly fine. I truly do not require an examination." Lu Zhao took a few steps back, her fingers clutching the doorframe, embodying a posture that suggested she was poised to flee. Eldrick was perplexed by her resistance, momentarily recalling how his younger brother, when visiting the doctor, would cling desperately to the door, ready to escape at any moment, much like a young cub prepared to erupt. Considering the enthusiastic informant Lantis had mentioned her amnesia, Eldrick surmised that Lu Zhao's current state resembled that of his brother at that time, reflecting a level of intellect akin to that of a small child. Dealing with youngsters and females was not his forte. He glanced at his aide, Sack, conveying a look that suggested it was time for him to step up. Sack, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, is he really adept at handling youngsters and females? If anyone excelled in that regard, it would be Eldrick's other aide, Eamon, yet he was currently preoccupied with the final touches for the little female's room. This medical chamber housed only the two males. With a steely resolve, Sack addressed the wary young female. "Miss Lu, please do not be alarmed. This is merely a routine examination, a simple scan to assess your bodily data and check for any magnetic interference." "I'm perfectly fine and not affected," Lu Zhao retorted firmly, impervious to his reassurances. "It won't hurt you. It's akin to an X-ray, Miss Lu," Sack replied, bending down to observe the defiant young girl clinging to the door. Unable to resist, he ruffled her hair. Despite her disheveled appearance and lack of cooperation, her timid defiance evoked a sense of pity, reminiscent of a small animal-esque bravado. This demeanor was unlike that of other females, and coupled with her beauty, it stirred a yearning within Sack, prompting him to stroke her head affectionately. Caught off guard by his gesture, Lu Zhao looked up at Sack, whose gentle smile softened her resolve, causing her to hesitantly release her grip on the doorframe. Surely, an X-ray wouldn't reveal her humanity. Observing the young female's newfound compliance, Sack breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Zhao obediently reclined in the medical pod, and the test results soon emerged, indicating she was a completely healthy young female. Sack finally felt at ease. Subsequently, Eldrick and Sack guided Lu Zhao to her room, which had been arranged by Eamon, one of Eldrick's subordinates. The charming yet slightly embarrassing flower-lined path was also crafted by Eamon's hand. Upon learning of a female abandoned at the origin site, Eldrick had decided to retrieve her before completing the reconnaissance. Eamon had volunteered to utilize the existing resources aboard the starship and those from the origin site to prepare a room for the anticipated arrival of the female. His proposal was reasonable. Eamon had a younger sister, making him the only one among the group with a close relationship with young females, and the others trusted him implicitly. After all, interstellar females were delicate and accustomed to pampering. If they felt neglected, complaints would surely follow. While the penalties for such complaints were not excessively severe, ranging from written reprimands to mandatory courses on female care, the most serious consequence involved public shaming on the Star Network, which would tarnish their reputations and deter future female interest. Given the already scarce number of interstellar females, being labeled as negligent would likely condemn them to a lifetime of solitude. Thus, Eamon exerted every effort to ensure the well-being of the entire crew. In fact, the starship had touched down at the origin site half an hour prior. He had dispatched the entire team, excluding Eldrick, to gather useful items, flowers, fruits, and beautiful plants, to adorn the soon-to-be-occupied room of the young female. He even embraced a retro aesthetic, capturing various edible creatures from the origin site. The crew, composed of rugged men, could sustain themselves on nutrient liquids, but the females required careful nurturing. This little female might desire actual food. Fortunately, the origin site was abundant in flora and fauna, making such endeavors effortless, Given ample time, he would have loved to dye the white sheets and bedding in Lu Zhao's room a vibrant pink, as his sister adored that color, assuming all young females would share her preferences. If Lu Zhao were privy to these thoughts, she would undoubtedly decry such stereotypes. Young individuals like her favored black, white, and gray, reserving bright colors for later in life. Eldra calmly opened the door to Lu Zhao's designated room, while Eamon stood nervously by. The room was clean and bright. Military expeditions prioritized efficiency, and the facilities aboard the starship were designed for practicality rather than luxury. While not harsh, the accommodations were far from sufficient for a pampered female, originally a standard single room with basic amenities. Eamon had exerted considerable effort to transform it. The furniture had been replaced with wooden stumps, and two massive tree roots that Lu Zhao could barely wrap her arms around had been excavated and quickly prepared. Paired with smaller tree-like stools, the room now bore a whimsical, fairy tale quality. The table displayed vibrant flowers and delectable wild fruits. Housed in a bamboo vase crafted with exquisite artistry, a fragrant wreath of interwoven pink and white blossoms adorned the wall. While the corners of the room showcased delightful potted plants and large leafy greens, fashioned from stones Eamon had quarried on-site, exuding a raw, natural charm, it was a room filled with wilderness and fairy tale magic. Lu Zhao felt as though she had stepped into a child's playroom. Eamon watched her intently, anxious that their modest resources might not meet her expectations. Yet, Lu Zhao had no intention of expressing dissatisfaction. The room was a stark contrast to the overall aesthetic of the starship, imbued with the fragrance of flowers and fresh greenery. She gazed at the damp-cut bamboo vase, realizing that everything had been prepared on short notice. And she felt genuinely astonished by their enthusiasm, grateful for their efforts. She mused that this must be what a queen's life entailed. Noticing Eamon's apprehension, Lu Zhao smiled, her bright eyes sparkling with clarity and warmth. "The room is lovely. I truly appreciate it." Upon hearing her words, Eamon's eyes widened in shock and excitement as he looked at her, his golden hair gleaming and his brown eyes radiating innocence. He appeared vibrant and sunny, and despite Lu Zhao expressing gratitude, he reacted as if she had bestowed something upon him, his face filled with joy and emotion. "Really? I'm so glad you like it." Lu Zhao couldn't help but liken him to an exuberant golden retriever wagging its tail. Eldrick remained silent, maintaining his aloof demeanor, while Sack, unable to bear the scene, doubted Eamon's ability to restrain his exuberance. Eldrick interjected, halting his aide from losing composure. "Miss Lu needs to rest." This statement not only kept Eamon from acting foolishly, but also relieved Lu Zhao, who had been contemplating how to politely urge them to leave. Feeling a bit guilty about it. "Yes, Commander," Eamon responded instinctively, standing at attention and saluting. Lu Zhao stifled a laugh, while Sax silently facepalmed. Eldrick regarded Eamon with mild disdain. He resembled a fresh recruit just out of military school. He could find none of the reliability he usually associated with Eamon in this moment. He considered this. Eldrick cast another glance at Lu Zhao. Petite, beautiful, yet disheveled, she radiated an aura of innocence and purity. Unlike other females he had encountered, Lu Zhao exhibited neither arrogance nor entitlement. Instead, her laughter was imbued with a childlike innocence, reminiscent of a fawn in the woods. The fawn's eyes sparkled with sincerity and joy, making her seem exceptionally special. Eldrick suppressed his myriad thoughts and nodded toward Lu Zhao. "Miss Lu, please rest well. We will need to take some time on the road before we return to Wanxiang Star. I trust you won't mind." Though phrased as a question, his tone carried no hint of inquiry. It was merely a straightforward statement of a decision already made. Lu Zhao had no objections. She could only marvel at how effortlessly he embodied the essence of an aloof flower. "Not at all," she replied. Lu Zhao even wished she could avoid returning to the Central Star, as it would grant her more time to contemplate the matters ahead. As a counterfeit orc female, she could not afford to follow them back with a clear conscience. Lu Zhao had even begun to fantasize about the possibility of stealthily pilfering a small spacecraft to escape on her own. When she boarded the starship, she noticed small vessels entering from the launch bay, realizing that this starship indeed housed convenient small transport options. Although she could not pilot a spacecraft, surely there would be autopilot capabilities in this age of interstellar travel. After bidding farewell to the three individuals, Lu Zhao closed the hatch, her previously uplifted smile fading. Her stomach had long been grumbling, and she rubbed it in distress. She picked up a fruit from the table and began to munch on it. Her hunger overwhelming. Upon entering the room, the first thing that caught her eye was the enticing array of fruits, bright red and glossy, resembling large cherries. Heaven knows how much effort she had exerted to refrain from salivating. After finishing the fruit, Lu Zhao glanced at her attire. Following her 2-day escapade in the forest, she was now quite filthy, and her entire being was in dire need of a hot shower. The bathroom was modest, equipped with a toilet, wash basin, and shower head, alongside a small washing machine. Initially, Lu Zhao had worried about potential language barriers in this interstellar era, but the machine was adorned with simplified characters. It was then that she belatedly realized that both Landis and Edric, among others, all spoke Chinese. The familiarity had rendered her momentarily forgetful. Indeed, in this future, there was but one China on Earth, with a triumphant tone. The entire world was conversing in Chinese. Unable to contain herself, Lu Zhao first applauded her motherland. Upon examining the washing machine's function introduction, she discovered that it was a combined washer and dryer, capable of completing an entire washing and drying cycle in mere minutes. Hence, Lu Zhao need not fret over a lack of clean clothes. She stripped off her garments, tossed them in, set the mode, and stood beneath the showerhead. The interstellar era boasted remarkably advanced cleansing modes. Indeed, one could shower without water. Beneath the showerhead in the bathroom were 3 buttons: shower, bath, and waterless. Without needing to experiment, Lu Zhao surmised that the waterless option likely offered a dry cleaning-like experience. Akin to hair dry shampoo, a shower without water felt incomplete, and Lu Zhao decisively opted for the bathing mode, even though she had yet to locate the bathtub. After pressing the bath button, the floor adjacent to the toilet and washing machine flipped over, revealing a large rectangular bathtub that was spacious enough for 2 Lu Zhaos to recline comfortably. Of course, what appeared ample for her was merely adequate for the male orcs aboard the military vessel, considering their average height exceeded 190 cm, while even the females were no shorter than 180 centimeters, standing at 168 cm. Lu Zhao was either regarded as malnourished or treated as underage. As the bathtub flipped up, it was already filled with water, which was a light pink hue and bore a delightful peach fragrance, exactly to Lu Zhao's liking. This aroma was undoubtedly from the bath ball prepared by Eamon, reflecting his sister's taste and fortuitously aligned with Lu Zhao's preference for peach scents. Enjoying a relaxing soak, Lu Zhao's weary body from the past 2 days found solace. The bath ball was a hot-selling item in the interstellar market. After bathing, she felt as though her skin had absorbed an abundance of moisture. Standing on the automatic drying platform, it took merely a few minutes for the alternating warm air to dry the beads of water from her skin and hair. The drying station was particularly intelligent. Once her body was dry, it focused solely on her hair, avoiding other areas. With another touch of the bath button, the bathtub flipped back, returning the washing machine and toilet to their original positions. Lu Zhao's clothes had transformed into a clean, dry, and pleasantly fragrant attire. Once she donned her garments, she felt entirely refreshed, exhaling in contentment. Having satisfied her hunger and cleaned up, Lu Zhao eagerly rolled into bed. The single bed, designed for male orcs, was spacious enough for 2 Lu Zhaos. Eamon had already activated the bed's temperature control, and as she nestled in, she felt a warm embrace that was both inviting and fragrant. It was not long before she succumbed to slumber, cocooned in warmth. Chapter 5. The chef and the male bodhisattva, Lu Zhao, awoke to the pangs of hunger. She had slept for over 5 hours, just enough to recuperate from the restless nights spent in the forest. Her stomach was now empty, the 2 fruits she had consumed long depleted, and it rumbled audibly. Sliding off the bed, she settled at the rustic wooden table and picked up the remaining fruits to munch on. The previous fruits had been devoured in haste, but now, upon tasting, she found that the fruit resembling large cherries had the texture and flavor of plums, sweet and tangy, quite appetizing. Just then, the indicator light at the door flickered, and a virtual screen illuminated in front of Lu Zhao. The image displayed Eamon, who stood at the entrance, holding a plate in his right hand and making a mock cough with his left fist to his mouth. "Miss Liu, are you awake?" Thanks to advanced technology, the projection was remarkably clear. Liu Zhao's attention was immediately drawn to the plate he held, which was covered, but the rich aroma of meat wafted toward her, igniting her appetite. The enticing scent of meat emanating from the screen made her stomach growl, and she swallowed hard before hastily opening the door. Eamon greeted her with a bright smile, somewhat surprised by her quick response. Standing at the hatch, he beheld the freshly cleaned and lovely young female before him. He swallowed, captivated by the faint floral fragrance that enveloped her, a scent distinct from any flower in the room. Even overpowering the peach fragrance of the bath ball he had prepared, he had noticed it even while following her. It was now more pronounced and gentle. The girl's hair was slightly tousled, with a few rebellious strands sticking out, giving her a charmingly disheveled appearance that starkly contrasted with the meticulously polished females he had encountered before. She exuded an unburdened, unique charm, unaware of Eamon's thoughts. Liu Zhao merely glanced at the plate in his hand, her smile radiant and sincere. Commander S. Eamon served as Edric's aide and held the rank of Major General. It was entirely fitting for Liu Zhao to address him as such. Eamon was struck by her sweet smile, nearly rendering him tongue-tied. "No, Miss Liu, I prepared steak. Would you like to try it?" With that, he lifted the lid from the plate. On the plate lay a sizable piece of meat accompanied by a few cherry tomatoes. The meat was about the size of an adult male's palm and approximately 2 fingers thick, drizzled with a light brown sauce, with the edges slightly charred, making it look utterly delectable. "Thank you so much. I would love to eat it." Liu Zhao struggled to divert her gaze from the steak, wholeheartedly agreeing with Eamon's offer. The steak's exterior bore a slight char, a hallmark of culinary mastery, and she eagerly cut off a small piece, popping it in her mouth without hesitation. The mildly charred surface enhanced the meat's aroma, while the interior was tender and juicy. As she bit down, the savory flavor of the meat and the subtle spiciness of the black pepper sauce exploded in her mouth. This was a level of culinary skill that Liu Zhao had never encountered. "Delicious." After swallowing the first bite, Liu Zhao wholeheartedly praised Eamon, expressing her appreciation. "This is the best steak I have ever tasted." Eamon beamed, his expression slightly silly with joy. "I'm glad you like it." Miss Liu was no exaggeration to say that Eamon was undoubtedly the finest cook aboard the military vessel. Even if he were to retire and pursue a culinary career, he would surely thrive. While nutritional liquids were common in the interstellar realm and their flavors were passable, affluent individuals, especially females, still preferred to indulge in authentic delicacies. Typically, females did not cook for themselves, delegating the task to robots or their partners. Eamon's father had once remarked that to capture a female's heart, one must first win her stomach. Eamon had absorbed this wisdom, and it was evident that he had applied it effectively. All Orc universities offered culinary courses, reflecting the same sentiment as Eamon's father. However, it was an elective, and not all males chose to attend, unlike Edric. Yet, there were those like Eamon who earnestly embraced the idea of winning over females through gastronomy. Clearly, his efforts had not been in vain. Watching Liu Zhao munching on the meat, her cheeks puffed up, Eamon felt a profound sense of happiness. The steak was larger than Liu Zhao's face. Yet she generously consumed half of it and showered him with unsolicited praise and gratitude. Eamon reluctantly took away the plate, leaving with an air of wistfulness. Liu Zhao, feeling utterly satisfied, patted her belly and rolled back onto the bed with a certain roundness. Who would have thought that this journey through time and space would allow her to experience a laid-back life ahead of schedule? Of course, Liu Zhao did not forget the potential dangers tied to her identity. It was merely that she could not find a solution at that moment. Having spent 2 days aboard the starship, during which Eamon took charge of her meals, Liu Zhao found herself thoroughly enchanted by his culinary skills, which had indeed conquered her palate. In these 2 days, she managed to glean quite a bit of information from Eamon. The reason why Edric had delayed their return to the Central Star was due to their mission to explore a planet that had recently been discovered to possess new energy resources. This was a significant matter that would benefit the entire Orc society, and thus they had no choice but to inconvenience Liu Zhao for a few days. As Eamon spoke, his tone was imbued with deep regret, as if he had committed a grave injustice against Lu Zhao. Yet, she felt no sense of grievance. Rather, she was filled with a sense of fortunate evasion. She feared that going to the Central Star would expose her identity. And for now, every day she could delay was a victory. After all, in her mind, it was a matter of survival, whether sooner or later. The planet rich in the new energy, known as Chiming X7, was located in the 7th position of the Morningstar system. Initially, it had been hastily named Chiming X7 due to the lack of perceived value. This planet bore no resemblance to one that could support life. However, with the advanced technology of the interstellar era, transforming an inhospitable planet was a trivial task. This special military team had come to survey the terrain for future modifications. What no one anticipated was that it was not only the orcs who had uncovered the secrets of this planet. Their long-standing adversaries, the insectoids, were also coveting the energy resources found there. Both factions found themselves in similar predicaments, engaged in a perpetual competition across the stars. The insectoids were akin to a parallel version of the orcs. Their origins were similar, having migrated from another distant galaxy due to harsh environments. They also possessed mental powers and faced the same pressures of dwindling female populations. The resources sought by both sides largely overlapped, leading to fierce competition over these unclaimed resources. Generally, the principle of resource ownership dictated that the first to discover it had the right to utilize it. However, determining who had discovered it first was often contentious. In earlier years, disputes over resource claims between the orcs and insectoids were settled through brute force. Whoever won claimed the prize. Yet, 2 years ago, a significant event occurred on a mineral-rich planet at the fringes of the Empire, which temporarily fostered a semblance of harmony between the two factions. The minerals on this planet were essential for starship construction and had just been acquired following a conflict with the insectoids. It was a relatively new mining planet with abundant resources yet to be tapped. Although the insectoids had lost that battle, the two sides were in a survival competition where fairness was a concept long abandoned. A small insectoid team sought to create chaos by burying ultrasonic bombs during mining operations, leading to explosions and cave-ins. Their intention was to hinder the Empire's mining efforts, but the explosion inadvertently awakened a monstrous entity from deep within the planet. This creature, colossal in size and encased in impenetrable armor, rampaged across the planet, inflicting significant turmoil on the Imperial mining team. Seeing the chaos they had unleashed, the insectoids prepared to escape, satisfied with the trouble they had caused. However, among the orc miners dispatched to the site was the partner of a commanding officer, who happened to be nearby on a personal visit and was drawn into the crisis in the interstellar realm. Whether orc or insectoid, females were a rare commodity, and regardless of their original forms, they all manifested as humanoid beings, indistinguishable at first glance. For reasons unknown, the insectoid team saved the female who was nearly slain by the beast and joined forces with the orcs to combat the monstrous threat. This marked the first collaboration between the two historically adversarial factions in centuries. The insectoid team faced near annihilation, while the orc miners, who were not professional soldiers, also suffered heavy casualties. Ultimately, through great sacrifice, they succeeded in slaying the beast. Following this, reports of monstrous appearances began to surface from various resource planets, some controlled by orcs and others by insectoids, as if someone had awakened these creatures overnight. Consequently, a peace agreement was reached between the orcs and insectoids, pledging to refrain from causing trouble for each other and, when necessary, to unite against the beasts. Now, on Chiming X7, Edric's regiment encountered a team from the insectoid side, led by his old rival, the son of the insect king and queen, the promising Hale Austin. Edric and Hale were of similar age and circumstances. Edric hailed from a long-established noble family within the Empire, while Hale was born into insectoid royalty, with a vastly different heritage. Edric had seen battle from a young age, engaging in numerous skirmishes with the insectoids and earning a reputation as a formidable general until he met Hale. Hale was equally talented in military strategy, and their encounters typically ended in a stalemate, with neither side managing to claim definitive victory. They were true arch-rivals, each harboring a desire to prove their superiority. However, with the recent declaration of peace between the orcs and insectoids, they found themselves in a state of frustration, yearning for an outlet for their pent-up energy. This crucial planet remained unclaimed. They resolved to revert to their old ways, a battle to determine ownership, with the victor claiming the spoils. You may wonder why, despite the orcs naming the entire Morningstar system, it still remained unclaimed. The answer lies in the fact that in an inconspicuous corner, the Morningstar subtly manipulated its unique magnetic field, rendering it the only habitable planet in the system, while the others offered nothing but discomfort and no usable resources. Thus, it became a no-man's land, where only a few orcs occasionally ventured for training. It was Hale who instigated the conflict. Edric, reserved by nature, approached Hale with a calm demeanor, his expression neutral, intending to clarify that this planet had been discovered by the Empire first and that the insectoids should respectfully withdraw, per their agreement. However, upon seeing Edric's expression, Hale was infuriated and dismissed his claims. The same old argument echoed between the two factions. You say you discovered it first, but where's the evidence? None. Fine. Then let us fight. Thus, the two teams erupted into a battle not aimed at inflicting casualties, but rather at claiming ownership of the planet, employing a range of tactics including close combat, weaponry, and gunfire. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao remained in her quarters, leisurely enjoying the pastries Eamon had prepared. They were flaky treats with multiple layers, rich and crisp, filled with sweetened mung bean or lotus seed paste, perfectly balanced in sweetness, moist and dense. That Eamon's culinary lessons had not been in vain. Left behind on the starship to care for Lu Zhao, Eamon and several soldiers were oblivious to the fierce battle occurring below between Edric and the insectoid prince. Lu Zhao was engrossed in an outdated mobile terminal Eamon had unearthed from a forgotten corner. Savoring his confections, even in the vastness of space, entertainment methods remained unchanged, lacking innovation and form, but benefiting from advanced VR technology that provided a sense of immersion. For instance, Lu Zhao tuned into a live stream where a male orc was demonstrating culinary skills. Not only could she smell the aromas of the food, but she could also taste a simulated sample, albeit without the sensation of fullness. Nevertheless, the experience was delightful, indulging without the concern of weight gain. However, the cake baked by the host was excessively sweet, prompting Lu Zhao to exit the stream quietly. She then stumbled upon another live stream with an unclear theme, and upon entering, her eyes widened in surprise. It featured a male host engaging in suggestive behavior at a gym, causing Lu Zhao to blush with embarrassment. The host was so close that his chiseled abs seemed almost within reach. She wondered if others in the stream had the same impulse to touch them. Feeling flushed, Lu Zhao was torn between wanting to stay and the urge to flee in shame. Yet, before she could exit, the live stream abruptly vanished, plunging her into darkness, and the mobile terminal flickered off. Could it be that there was a power outage in the stars? Before Lu Zhao could comprehend the situation, the starship suddenly tilted violently, losing power and plummeting downwards. As it tilted, Lu Zhao lost her balance and collided against the wall. Chapter 6. Emergency landing and escape. The starship crash-landed as if it had been struck by something, landing heavily on the ground. The entire hull lost its energy supply, and the emergency alarm system blared a piercing warning. Fortunately, the materials used in constructing military starships were robust and durable, despite the forceful landing. The vessel sustained minimal damage. Aside from slight pain in her waist from the initial jolt, Lu Zhao was otherwise unharmed. Uncertain of what had transpired, she instinctively glanced out the window. The starship, which had previously hovered in midair, had now settled on the ground, surrounded by an array of oddly shaped stones. Taking a moment to gather herself, she resolved to exit the room to investigate further. However, the hatch door was electrically operated, and with the energy system compromised from the crash, Lu Zhao found it impossible to open. Despite her efforts, the door remained obstinately shut. Had the designers of the starship not considered how to open the door in the event of a power failure? Feeling utterly disheartened, Lu Zhao returned to the window, peering outside. The view revealed a chaotic, stony landscape, dotted with red rocks of various sizes, forming a peculiar arrangement around a massive central stone. As if paying homage to it, an unsettling sense of anxiety washed over her. Why had no one come to check on her? Wasn't it said that interstellar females were precious? As she vacillated between concern and restlessness, she paced the room. Suddenly, the starship shuddered, and without warning, it began to ascend. This ascent felt less like a restart of the ship and more akin to being seized and hoisted into the air. Tilted awkwardly, the vessel was lifted, with its nose pointing downwards. The abrupt elevation caused Lu Xiao to lose her balance once more, crashing against the wall. As she leaned against it, she caught sight of a colossal eye through the window. The enormous eye nearly filled the entire pane, with its sclera shimmering silver and its pupil a horizontally elongated rectangle with slightly rounded edges. The IT lifted the starship, bringing its eye closer to the window for a better look. The rectangular pupil curved slightly, reminiscent of a simplistic drawing depicting a smiling eye. However, from this curved gaze, Lu Xiao detected no hint of joy. It merely squinted to enhance its clarity of vision. Feeling the creature's gaze lock onto her, an icy shiver ran down her spine. She wished to flee, but found herself pinned against the wall by the inverted starship. The vessel was suddenly raised level, producing a harsh, creaking sound of metal under strain, followed by a series of dull, cracking noises akin to rubber bands snapping one by one. The starship was forcefully bent in half under the creature's immense strength, transforming Lu Xiao's room into a scene of ruin. With a violent shake, the creature dislodged Lu Xiao from the starship. The Chiming X-7 lacked oxygen as she fell from the room. It felt as though she had plunged into the depths of the ocean. She gasped for air, yet no oxygen filled her lungs. The vacuum placed her body under immense pressure, causing her skin to swell uncontrollably. Strange noises echoed in her ears, and she felt as though she could hear the blood coursing through her veins. In mere seconds, her body protested with intense pain. The agony stretched time, making mere moments feel like an eternity. The gravity of the Chiming X-7 was insufficient, though her descent was not rapid. Any further fall would undoubtedly result in injury. Fortunately, before she could land, someone leaped forward and caught her in their arms. Lu Xiao, not being an orc but rather possessing a frail physique, appeared pale and slightly swollen after just a few seconds. Idrik, cradling her, evaded a flailing tentacle that seemed displeased with his act of seizing its plaything. Hey, according to the agreement, I now request your temporary cooperation to defeat the beast, Idrik declared, swiftly fastening a space isolation device to Lu Xiao's wrist while deftly maneuvering away from the creature's vicinity. Also finding time to make his request to Hailey. Although Hailey and Idrik were adversaries, their conflict was limited to the battlefield, and with the creature now posing a common threat to both orcs and the insectoid race. There was no room for dissent that he and his subordinates unleashed a barrage of lasers and ion weaponry upon the beast. Meanwhile, Idrik carried Lu Xiao away from the epicenter of chaos. In the current state of interstellar technology, space exploration no longer required cumbersome space suits. A sleek isolation device resembling a wristwatch was sufficient. When worn, it erected an invisible membrane around her body, providing oxygen while shielding her from cosmic radiation and frigid temperatures. Once behind a rock, Lu Xiao's eyes filled with tears. Although she had regained some composure, she still felt lingering pain throughout her body and instinctively clung tightly to Idrik. Idrik furrowed his brow. In his 20-some years of life, aside from his mother during childhood, he had never experienced such intimate contact with any other female. The girl exuded a peculiar fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. Causing his heart to race slightly, he suppressed the strange sensation and awkwardly patted Lu Xiao's back, using a low, gentle tone to reassure her, "Do not be afraid," mimicking his mother's comforting gestures towards his rambunctious younger siblings. He also stroked her hair. "We will protect you. Stay here, and we will return shortly." With his words of comfort, Lu Xiao belatedly realized that she had received solace from this aloof figure. Clinging to him was hardly an act of decorum, and given the uncertain circumstances, this was not the time to act coy with a stranger. She quickly released her grip, wiped her tears, and nodded earnestly. "Okay, I'll wait for you." The warm, gentle presence withdrew from her embrace. Idrik glanced back at Lu Xiao. Her skin had already begun to return to its normal hue, though her eyes glistened with tears. Resembling a helpless little rabbit, the rabbit wiped away her tears, her gaze directed at him with utmost reliance. Adric, twirling his fingers, turned to rejoin the fray. Once Adric had departed, Lu Zhao cautiously peered out from behind the rock, finally catching a glimpse of the creature responsible for the destruction of the starship. It was an enormous beast, its body of vivid red and irregularly semicircular in shape, adorned with jagged stones that made it appear rough and unrefined. It lacked limbs, instead extending numerous tentacles beneath it, akin to an octopus's arms, flexible and powerful, lined with 2 rows of neatly arranged suckers. That moment, one of its tentacles swung down violently towards an insectoid creature. Haile, in a desperate attempt, yanked his subordinate away just in time. The tentacle slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater and sending debris and dust flying, revealing the deep azure depths beneath. The creature's tentacles thrashed about, rapidly turning the ground into a pockmarked wasteland, leaving no intact surface in its vicinity. Lu Zhao could distinctly feel the tremors beneath her feet with each strike. This creature was akin to a seismic machine, wreaking havoc on the earth. Terrified, Lu Zhao withdrew her head, realizing the creature's immense strength. Her heart raced, and she felt increasingly unsafe, contemplating the need to escape further away. With that thought, she scanned her surroundings for a suitable refuge and spotted the severed starship, one half carelessly discarded by the beast. Lu Zhao's position was fortuitously close to that segment, which contained the escape pod. Earlier, while playing with the old terminal that Eamon had given her, she had researched and discovered that all interstellar ships were equipped with autopilot functions. She recalled the design of a specific spacecraft she had seen when boarding the starship, and, although she found a similar model online, military vessels kept their internal structures and operation manuals confidential. However, she had gleaned some valuable information. While the internal functions and layouts of military starships were not accessible online, all escape pods, military or civilian, were designed for ease of use. They were intended to be straightforward enough for even novices to operate. That Lu Zhao's excitement surged. This was an extraordinary opportunity. She could commandeer the escape pod from the starship, thus departing this perilous planet without exposing herself on the central star. Although slipping away alone felt somewhat disloyal, she quickly reassured herself that her presence would not contribute to the situation, and Adric and the others would likely be burdened with the need to protect her. "I'm merely alleviating their burden," she consoled herself. That Lu Zhao decisively put her plans into action as she sprang to her feet and dashed towards the starship. Indeed, several spacecraft were stationed in the launch bay at the rear of the starship. And with a single glance, Lu Zhao spotted the escape pod. Its striking silver paint, reputed to reflect various light sources, made the entire vessel conspicuously visible, facilitating search and rescue operations. The starship's shape was rounded, reminiscent of a balloon. Without delay, Lu Zhao boarded the spacecraft. The interior layout mirrored what she had observed online, with straightforward operational prompts for each step, unless one possessed a substantial deficiency in intelligence. It was nearly impossible to err. Lu Zhao successfully initiated the spacecraft, selecting the autopilot mode. She watched as the large screen displayed that it had entered automatic control mode, allowing her to relax in the pilot's seat and await takeoff. Regrettably, after a few moments, the spacecraft remained motionless, and a glaring red warning appeared on the screen. Subsequently, the artificial intelligence began to issue error messages, detecting that the launch bay had not been opened and that the spacecraft could not depart. It repeated this 3 times. Feeling utterly unfortunate, Lu Zhao sighed. The starship had lost power, and she pondered how she could possibly open the launch as these thoughts swirled in her mind. She vacated the pilot's seat, murmuring her grievances. The starship is in shambles and has lost power. Where am I supposed to go to open the launch bay? Fortunately, the starship's AI was not merely decorative. It promptly responded to Lu Zhao's complaints. The launch bay is equipped with emergency power. If the master activates the emergency power, the launch bay will open. I have detected that the starship has sustained severe damage from external forces. Please act immediately to ensure your safety and escape the planet. Instantly, Lu Xiaozhao felt a surge of hope. Following the AI's instructions, she located the backup power source and activated it. The launch bay door opened automatically after a brief moment of charging, prompting her to hastily return to the spacecraft. This time, the screen no longer displayed alarming warnings. Instead, the AI projected a simple, cheerful face with curved eyes and a smile, greeting Lu Xiaozhao. "Hello, Master. Welcome aboard the R-39 escape pod. I am Amy, and I am delighted to serve you." "Hello, hello. I am Lu Xiaozhao," she replied perfunctorily, eager to leave the premises. "Let us depart quickly." Due to the detection of Lu Xiaozhao as a rare female, the AI exhibited no objections to her decision to abandon others and escape alone, remaining diligently attentive. "Certainly, Master. Please select our destination. Here are the nearest habitable planets for your consideration." With that, Amy's simplistic, smiling face vanished, replaced by several images showcasing various planets along with brief descriptions of their environments. "Is this an escape or a vacation?" Lu Xiaozhao mused, somewhat bemused. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Are there any planets with a sparse population among these options?" She reasoned that, in order to safeguard her identity, the likelihood of exposure would be significantly reduced in a less populated area. "Indeed, Master," as Amy's voice faded, one of the planetary images was enlarged, revealing a breathtaking landscape of blooming flowers swaying in the breeze, creating waves of pink that appeared dreamlike. Following that, numerous stunning sceneries of mountains, waterfalls, and caves were displayed. Amy enthusiastically began to describe the destination. Marnon Star is renowned for its beautiful natural scenery and enchanting flower fields, making it an ideal location to await rescue while enjoying life. "All right, we'll go there," Lu Xiaozhao interrupted Amy. "Understood, Master. Please fasten your seatbelt." The AI exhibited no signs of displeasure at Lu Xiaozhao's interruption, maintaining a courteous demeanor as it reminded her to prioritize safety. Lu Xiaozhao complied, settling into the pilot's seat and anticipating the spacecraft's launch. The vessel gradually powered up, exiting the launch bay. A glance towards the nearby monstrous tentacled creature revealed that it had lost its previous ferocity. Several of its tentacles lay severed, and its vigor had noticeably waned. Lu Xiaozhao exhaled in relief, reassured that Emin and the others would likely be safe as well. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired at that very moment. The previously defeated tentacled beast seemed unable to accept its demise. It erupted in a fit of rage, its body beginning to emit a crimson glow, swiftly expanding like an inflated balloon. "That's not good. We must leave." Lu Xiaozhao sensed impending doom as she commanded Amy to take off. But it was already too late. The tentacled monster exploded into countless fragments of varying sizes, sending shockwaves that flung everyone, including Lu Xiaozhao's spacecraft, into disarray. "Warning! The spacecraft's energy chamber has been compromised." "Warning! The spacecraft's energy chamber has been compromised." "Warning! The spacecraft's energy chamber has been compromised." Lu Xiaozhao's mind buzzed. The inertia from the explosion caused the fire extinguisher, previously secured in its compartment, to crash down upon her head with a resounding thud. A sharp pain surged through her skull, plunging her into a state of confusion as darkness enveloped her vision. Only Amy remained, dutifully reporting, "Insufficient remaining energy to reach Marnon Star. Destination has been altered to the nearest target planet. DC 26.2 carbon-based life forms detected colliding with the spacecraft's rear lift chamber. Capture is in progress." Chapter 7. The unfortunate cub and his pet. The spacecraft exhausted its final reserves of energy, making an emergency landing on the fringes of a desert on planet DC 27. Its hastily assigned name hinted at its lack of value. Much like the Chiming X7, it was merely an insignificant wasteland, unworthy of a formal designation. Yet soon, Lu Xiaozhao would learn of another unofficial name for this desolate place. At that moment, Lu Xiaozhao lay within the medical chamber during the explosion caused by the monstrous creature. She had been unfortunate enough to be knocked unconscious by the fire extinguisher. Amy promptly maneuvered the mechanical arm to extricate her from the seat and place her into the medical chamber. However, it was a struggle for the spacecraft to reach planet DC 27, and after exhausting its last energy reserves to heal Lu Xiaozhao, it succumbed to complete power failure, leaving even Amy offline. Lu Xiaozhao awoke in the medical chamber, dismayed to realize that after being trapped in a room due to a power outage, she was now confined within the medical chamber. Did she have some sort of vendetta against automatic doors? As she grumbled, she began to search her surroundings in the starry expanse. Whether among beastmen or insectoids, humanoid forms were typically tall and robust. In contrast, Lu Xiaozhao felt diminutive within the medical chamber, able to roll around or perform squats with ease. The medical chamber was quite spacious, devoid of any inaccessible corners. Since the launch bay possessed a backup power source, it was illogical for the life-preserving medical chamber to lack one as well. Lu Xiaozhao continued her search and easily found a button above her head. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed it, feeling the air grow thin and a sense of suffocation creeping in. If this continued, she might very well suffocate. The medical chamber opened, allowing fresh air to flood in, and Lu Xiaozhao felt a significant improvement in her ability to breathe. Once she regained her composure, Lu Xiaozhao crawled out of the medical chamber and, belatedly realizing her head had been struck, touched her scalp. The fire extinguisher had caused her a concussion and left a sizable bump. But now her head had healed completely. She felt invigorated, brimming with energy. The medical technology in the starry realm was astonishing. The operating room was enveloped in darkness, with all instruments powered down, save for a few flickering indicator lights. Lu Xiaozhao doubted she could summon Amy in such a clearly depleted state, so she followed the illuminated safety exit signs, preparing to leave the spacecraft. Among the two most familiar elements of the interstellar era for Lu Xiaozhao, one was the Chinese language, and the other was the familiar safety exit sign. After all these years, the design had remained nearly identical to that of Earth, and it was still in Chinese. The interior of the spacecraft felt somewhat warm. Lu Xiaozhao thought little of it, having just experienced a stuffy environment in the medical chamber. She made her way to the rear of the spacecraft. And whether it was her imagination or not, she felt the heat intensifying as she approached the tail section. Upon opening the hatch, she was greeted by brilliant sunlight, with 3 suns hanging in the sky above a desolate desert. The air shimmered in the distance, a clear indication of its extraordinary temperature. A mere glance made her throat dry, and her skin felt as though it might ignite, having lost consciousness before Amy reported the energy loss. Lu Xiaozhao was unaware that they had crash-landed on another planet and now felt utterly deceived. Where was the promised picturesque scenery and habitable planet? Did this desolate wasteland have any relation to the term habitable? Were the interstellar beastmen legendary heat-resistant beings? Did they thrive in extreme temperatures? As a mere mortal incapable of withstanding such conditions, Lu Xiaozhao felt her scalp tingle with unease. She thought that at least the interior of the spacecraft was not as sweltering, and she considered retreating back inside. Of course, the opening of the hatch had already begun to allow the hot air to seep in. Yet she could wait until nightfall to leave. There were still supplies on the spacecraft, and even if she felt trapped for a few days, it would not be a problem. With a heavy sigh, she turned around and caught a glimpse of something furry beneath the hatch. It appeared to be a tail of some creature, seemingly inviting to touch. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaozhao decided to leap down and investigate, reasoning that something fluffy could hardly harbor malicious intent. As long as there is no unfortunate or crushed to death by the spaceship, it will suffice. Lu Xiaozhao anxiously approached the hatch, and coincidentally, in the shadow of the vessel, lay a small creature, a pure white kitten adorned with silver stripes. The kitten's fur appeared somewhat dirty, with patches of baldness on its back and tail, rendering it both pitiable and comical. WC, there's a tiger, Lu Xiaozhao thought, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, under the assumption that the tiger's behavior had not changed. The desert was not its natural habitat. Thus, the creature lying on the ground could only be a local legendary king of endurance. In essence, she had knocked over a child, a blatant criminal act. Although the true culprit should be Amy, the artificial intelligence that could not be held accountable, it was her life that could be demanded. Lu Xiaozhao shivered and cautiously extended her hand to stroke the kitten's belly. Its heartbeat was slow and faint, yet it was still alive, temporarily shifting from a charge of involuntary manslaughter to one of involuntary injury. She exhaled in relief, not daring to leave it unattended, and gently cradled the kitten in her arms. Goodness, it must weigh at least 20 pounds. Congratulations, it's a remarkably plump little one. As she lifted the kitten, Lu Xiaozhao noticed something else on the ground, a bluish-black mass, glistening under the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was an insect, a giant one, likely obscured from view by the small white tiger. It was only a few centimeters shorter than the cub. This was a species of orchid mantis Lu Xiaozhao had never encountered before. This mantis boasted a royal blue body, adorned with glossy black blades, the transition between the black and blue hues incredibly seamless, exuding an air of opulence. However, it appeared that one of its wings was damaged, hanging at an odd angle. It seemed that the interstellar youth also kept insects as pets, and quite sizable ones at that. Lu Xiaozhao did not dwell on the matter for long, deciding to pick it up, reasoning that even if it were dead, it would provide some explanation. After all, what if its owner wished to preserve its body as a specimen for remembrance? Throughout this time, Lu Xiaozhao had never considered that the insect before her could belong to the insectoid race. She had browsed the internet with pride, aware that the insectoid species in the cosmos were not mere small bugs. Their true forms could be similar in size to these orcs, with certain specific qualities even longer, while the mantis before her might be considered a giant bug compared to Earth's insects. In the interstellar realm, it would only be classified as a small calamari, undoubtedly a pet. With one hand holding the small white tiger and the other reaching for the insect, she initially struggled to grasp it. Surprisingly, although the calamari was small, its density was substantial. It was far from light, easily weighing over 10 pounds. Lu Xiaozhao, a university student unaccustomed to physical labor, found herself unable to lift over 30 pounds in one go. She could only conclude that such a feat was beyond her capabilities. After 2 trips, she managed to bring both the master and pet aboard the spaceship, sealing the hatch behind her, effectively cutting off the heat. Though she had already exchanged quite a bit of warmth, Lu Xiaozhao was drenched in sweat. In the escape pod storage compartment, she discovered an entire box of nutritional liquid. The box contained 24 packets of nutrient solution, all uniformly white without any ostentatious decorations. However, upon picking up one packet, she frowned, realizing the situation was not as simple as it seemed. It was flavored like braised pork. How quintessentially Chinese. How endearing. Just kidding. Shaking the packet, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her, reminiscent of sour braised pork. Was there really any difference between drinking a braised pork-flavored beverage and consuming the actual dish? She could eat braised pork, but had absolutely no desire to drink a braised pork beverage. Glancing at the box labeled assorted flavor nutrient liquid, Lu Xiaozhao decisively switched to another packet. Spicy crayfish flavor? Carrot braised lamb flavor? Tomahawk steak flavor? Lu Xiaozhao thought to herself. She lifted the box to inspect it closely, confirming whether she had overlooked a label indicating X brand. What a familiar mess of flavor marketing strategies. Although Lu Xiaozhao ultimately did not find the X brand trademark, she did discover a cucumber flavor. The cucumber flavor was refreshing and delightful. The nutrient liquid had a smooth texture, unlike the sticky, sour taste described in the novel she had read, truly palatable. And they claimed it wasn't produced by X brand. With so many flavors to choose from, it was the unassuming cucumber flavor that remained a classic for the ages. Lu Xiaozhao drank a little more than half the packet before feeling full, belching as she did. The orc's large physique required an energy intake that was on an entirely different level compared to her. A pure human. The caloric needs for a single meal of theirs would equate to her needing 3.8 T that moment. She had only managed to drink half a packet of nutrient liquid due to her ravenous hunger. After burping, she recalled the little white cat and took the remaining half packet back to the tail of the ship. The little white cat and its pet remained in the same position, showing no signs of movement. Lu Xiaozhao crouched down and stroked its soft fur. It felt incredibly plush, comparable to her own rotund orange cat, except for the patches of fur that had been burned away on its back and tail, which slightly affected the tactile experience. It was nearly a perfect little kitten. Remembering that the creature was still an injured one, Lu Xiaozhao withdrew her hand, pouring a little of the nutrient liquid into the kitten's mouth. Although the cat was unconscious, its instinct to swallow remained, and before long, It had consumed most of the liquid. Knowing that it still had the appetite to eat was a sign of its vital signs being quite robust. And Lu Xiaozhao breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling reassured, Lu Xiaozhao's worries dissipated, and her longing for feline companionship began to surface. She reached out to touch its soft belly, and rather inappropriately, she kneaded the pouch. As she did, she emitted strange sounds reminiscent of the goddess Shurji. She also petted the little white tiger from head to tail, taking particular delight in tugging at the fluffy tip of its tail. Feeling satisfied as she lifted it, it was a boy. Considering that the other was a young orc, Lu Xiaozhao abandoned her perverse inclination to play with its male parts to don't be a creepy ant. Lu Xiaozhao, she silently warned herself, retracting her hand and forcing her gaze onto the nearby pet. The pet remained sprawled out, yet Lu Xiaozhao noticed the antennae on its head twitching. Wonderful, no lives were lost, and no treasures were stolen. She sighed in relief, her hand involuntarily reaching out to touch the mantis's glossy black, sharp blades. It felt remarkably metallic, cold and smooth, akin to a finely polished steel blade. Lu Xiaozhao was not foolish enough to touch the sharp edge. She rummaged through the storage compartment for a metal box, unsure of its original contents, but now repurposed. She poured some nutrient liquid into the box, placing the mantis's head beside it, hoping it would be enticed by the scent to eat. After completing these tasks, she glanced at the two small creatures and clapped her hands. They both must survive. Chapter 8. The general and the prince having experienced this ordeal, Lu Xiaozhao was in no rush to leave the desert that night. Even if she intended to depart, she would at least wait for the little white tiger and its pet to awaken that it would be irresponsible to abandon them aboard the spaceship. After all, what if they starved to death? Lu Xiaozhao could only muster the patience to wait, knowing that there were provisions aboard the vessel. Though the spaceship's energy system had failed and the temperature regulation system was long inoperative. The materials utilized were special enough to insulate against most temperature extremes that it was merely slightly stuffy inside, not nearly akin to a steamer. Even without moving, she would not break a sweat. With nothing else to occupy her time, she reclined the chair in the cockpit and dozed off. Having frequently endured early morning classes and late nights, Lu Xiaozhao seized the opportunity for a quality nap. She did not dream, maintaining a rather coarse but restful slumber until a sudden chill jolted her awake. She had been lying flat in the chair, but as the cold enveloped her, she instinctively curled up. Unable to withstand the sudden drop in temperature, she was roused from her slumber. For a moment, she thought the spaceship's energy system had been restored, but instead, it was the external temperature that had plummeted, transforming her experience from roasting by a volcano to enjoying ice cream in a cold storage room. Lu Xiaozhao found herself taken aback by the bewildering climate. She even noticed frost forming on the surface of the spaceship as she hastily closed the hatch, sniffling as she re-entered the vessel. By day, it was a legendary king of endurance, and by night, a legendary king of frost. The small planet could experience both extreme heat and extreme cold within a single day. How remarkable it was that the orcs residing here were so exceptionally gifted. What depths of hardship must the orcs endure? Lu Xiaozhao lamented the difficulties of orc life and searched the storage area for a blanket. Perhaps the temperature-controlled chamber had not considered the need for warmth. Or maybe the orcs had great confidence in their physiques. Lu Xiaozhao could not find anything suitable for warmth. Her body required additional heat to fend off the cold, so she consumed more than nutrient liquid, spicy crayfish flavor. Although it felt like drinking the broth of spicy crayfish, this particular packet was genuinely hot. The chili brought some warmth, providing Lu Xiaozhao with slight relief. After finishing the spicy broth, she returned to the tail of the spaceship. Lacking genuine blankets, she resorted to using the bodies of the orc and the pet as makeshift coverings. Lu Xiaozhao picked up the little white tiger, unsure if it had a fever or if it was simply warmer than during the day. But she felt it radiating warmth, akin to a small furnace. She felt guilty for establishing her comfort at the expense of another's suffering. Feigning repentance, Lu Xiaozhao cheerfully embraced the small heater as she returned to the cockpit, draping it over herself like a blanket. The fluffy little tiger's head nestled against her chest, its warm body covering her abdomen, and Lu Xiaozhao felt a wave of warmth envelop her. As for her legs, they were a lost cause. She would simply forego their comfort. This stubbornness, unique to the Chinese, of needing to cover one's belly, was evident in her demeanor as she gradually drifted back to sleep. Not long after, the little white tiger stirred. Aldrich had been in a state of semi-consciousness, having sustained considerable injuries while traversing the atmosphere. His gene collapse value had become alarmingly unstable, causing his body to instinctively revert to its juvenile form. During this stupor, it seemed someone had fed him a cucumber-flavored nutrient solution, which he greedily swallowed before losing consciousness entirely. That it was not until a faint yet alluring scent wafted to his nostrils that clarity began to seep into his thoughts, prompting him to open his eyes. However, in that fleeting moment, the entire situation took a turn for the worse. Before him lay the exquisitely beautiful face of a small female, her breath steady, the faint fragrance of her essence mingling with the air. Brushing against him, his head was resting upon her chest, and even without the need to touch, he could sense its softness. Though not particularly large, it was undeniably supple, and perky Aldrich's furry face blushed quietly. Had his fur the capacity to change hue, he would surely resemble a small red tiger at that moment. It was well known that this imperial general had never been associated with any romantic entanglements. His private life was as pristine as Lu Zhao's pocket. Since the tender age of 6, he had refrained from any intimate contact with females, including his own mother, due to the interstellar gender composition. Most offspring were primarily raised by their fathers. Yet, Aldrich's mother was an exception, a cheerful and lively woman. She relished the opportunity to rear her children, particularly as Aldrich was her firstborn in his early years. She often took care of him personally. However, with the demands of raising offspring consuming much of their time, the females tended to invest less energy in their partners, leaving little inclination for procreation at night. This was decidedly detrimental to the resolution of the interstellar population crisis. Aldrich's father would often lament. Aldrich, steadfast in his beliefs, was greatly influenced by his father's teachings. From a young age, he aspired to become a soldier. Devoted to protecting his homeland, he adopted a serious demeanor, resolutely declaring that he had matured and could no longer cling to his mother, lest he become a figure reliant on others. His mother felt a bittersweet pride in this. Reflecting on the commendable values instilled within her son, who had displayed such earnest awareness from an early age, while he was destined for greatness, he had grown increasingly stoic over the years. To this day, his mother often reminisced about how adorable he had been in his youth, fluffy and chirping for her when he could not yet speak, following her around closely wherever she went. Had Lu Zhao been present, she might have commented on the notion of following closely, a phrase she was all too familiar with, as her own mother often used it to describe their large orange cat. Rescued from the streets as a stray kitten, it had clung to them for fear of abandonment. This episode had naturally become a part of Aldrich's lifelong embarrassment. Furthermore, it was inconceivable for a tiger to chirp in such a manner. Returning to the present, Aldrich felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his mind swelling with the scent of the young female. He found himself in a state of disarray, but quickly shook off the sensation, realizing it was unbecoming of a general, and far from gentlemanly. Struggling to rise from Lu Zhao's embrace, his claws inadvertently pressed against her chest, causing him to tremble slightly and almost lose his footing. Steadying himself, he flicked his fluffy tail and leapt away. Now distanced from a young female, Aldrich's nose regained its functionality, detecting the unmistakable scent of a Zerg within the confines of the spacecraft, his formidable rival. Heller. Following the scent, he soon discovered Heller, who was still unconscious and had reverted to his original form. Heller, like Aldrich, had sustained serious injuries and had also transformed back into his juvenile state, though the reasons for their presence in this location remained a mystery. Aldrich cast a worried glance toward Lu Zhao before. In a fit of frustration, he swatted at Heller, but did not rouse him. Time rewound to the moment of the beast's explosion. The creature had likely inhabited that planet for an extended period, consuming a significant amount of energy-rich food. Upon self-detonation, it unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, resulting in a shockwave that hurled Aldrich away, causing him to collide with the rear section of the escape vessel. As for Heller, his competitive spirit had led him to stand too close to Aldrich during the battle with the beast. Whenever Aldrich struck, Heller would feel compelled to deliver 2 strikes in return, never allowing himself to fall behind. Thus, when the beast exploded, he too was propelled into the air. Landing near Aldrich.it was the ship's artificial intelligence, Amy, that had caught them with its external mechanical arms and safely guided them down to this desolate planet. Fortunately, their considerable strength meant that, despite being flung from the ship and traversing the atmosphere, they had only lost their clothing and equipment, sustaining minor injuries overall as long as they were alive. One could hardly deem it a significant setback. However, the loss of their gear meant that the isolation devices they had worn had also disintegrated, leaving Lu Zhao unaware that they had arrived with her from the Qiming X7, believing instead that they were local beasts and their pets. Now, one was a locally raised beast cub that had been rendered bald by the impact, while the other was a locally raised cub with a broken wing, appearing as a rather luxurious pet. Clearly, the bald one fared much better than the one with a broken wing. The cub was, in fact, a step above mere pets. In a neglected corner, Aldrich had made a strategic advance. The true reason Aldrich could not revert to his human form was the internal injuries inflicted by the shockwave from the beast's explosion, which seemed to exacerbate the collapse of his genes. His body instinctively chose juvenile form as a means to mitigate this deterioration. Heller likely faced a similar predicament. The social structure and challenges faced by the Zerd bore striking similarities to those of the Beastmen. Yet their long-standing rivalries had created a sense of mutual disdain. Aldrich felt a complex mix of emotions regarding the fragile peace between their races. However, he did not harbor any feelings of aversion or hatred. He was no longer the 6-year-old child who viewed the world in stark black and white. Having endured prolonged warfare, he had witnessed the heart-wrenching cycle of life and death, involving comrades, companions, adversaries, and foes. War was a means of safeguarding one's homeland, but it was not the ultimate solution. Aldrich withdrew his paw from Heller to that moment. A series of metallic clinks echoed from outside the spacecraft's hull. The rear section had sustained damage from Aldrich and Heller's collision, and although the artificial intelligence had promptly patched it with liquid metal, this was merely a temporary fix. The quality, soundproofing, and thermal insulation of the emergency material were significantly inferior to that of the ship's proper construction. Thus, Lu Zhao had been subjected to extreme temperatures. Now, it was evident that someone had discovered this vulnerability and was attempting to infiltrate the ship through its weakened points that Aldrich's feline visage turned serious. He had no idea how many individuals were outside or what their capabilities might be. Given his current state, he had to consider many variables, primarily the safety of Lu Zhao. The rare and precious female could easily become a target for nefarious individuals. Aldrich found himself unexpectedly lacking in confidence. Amidst his worries, Heller, who had been in a near-lifeless state, suddenly stirred, his sapphire-like eyes focusing on Aldrich. Aldrich sharpened his claws, thinking, "You have awakened just in time." Chapter 9. Come here, sister, and embrace me. DC 27 is situated at the border between the Empire and the Federation, a place where boundaries are nebulous, surrounded by barren planets devoid of resources. Consequently, neither the Empire nor the Federation shows much interest in exerting control over these celestial bodies. If one were to insist on claiming it for either side, there would be no tangible evidence to support such assertions, rendering it a veritable no-man's land, naturally evolving into an unspeakable locale. During the day, DC 27 experiences scorching temperatures, only to plummet to extreme lows at night. Aside from those who are compelled to inhabit this forsaken realm, scarcely any respectable orc would choose to reside here. The so-called inhabitants are primarily individuals who have run afoul of the laws of both the Empire and the Federation, fugitives evading justice, criminals, or those in dire financial straits engaging in unscrupulous dealings. A select few from the upper echelons venture here to multiply their wealth. Due to its harsh environment and lack of mineral resources, this desolate planet is devoid of economic value, rendering a site deemed useless in the conventional sense. However, its strategic position at the fringes of both nations lends it a unique geographical significance, transforming it into an ideal sanctuary for outlaws, a tacitly acknowledged gray area. With the gathering of these lawless rogues, the area has gradually developed, thriving on illicit enterprises. There exists a saying on Earth that the means to make money are inscribed in the penal code, a notion equally applicable in the realm of the stars. In this lawless zone, an increasing number of individuals, driven by forbidden ambitions for profit, have flocked to this planet, establishing a burgeoning gray market. Activities involving arms smuggling, weapon trafficking, drug dealing, and even human trafficking have taken root. Prior to reaching an accord with the insectoids, the outlaws on this planet had already dared to engage in trade with them, embodying a stark brand of self-interest that prioritizes personal gain over the welfare of their race. The planet is nearly overrun with outlaws, opportunists, and various nefarious businessmen. Benefiting from the immense profits generated by these gray industries, DC-29 boasts a remarkably developed infrastructure, so much so that its central city, Hot Sands, rivals the extravagance of Dubai on Earth. Yet this opulence bears no relation to the impoverished existence of Marcus and his companions, who dwell in the squalid outskirts, in places devoid of law. The chasm between the affluent and the destitute is often vast, and DC-29 is no exception. Marcus, a black bear orc, had coerced a female into intimate contact to alleviate his genetic collapse, and once she succumbed to unconsciousness, he absconded, making his way to the lawless territory of DC-27 now. In the slums, he has gathered a few underlings, subsisting on robbery and theft. Upon witnessing a spacecraft plummet from the sky, Marcus concocted a plan to raid it under the cover of night. Why not by day? The heat was unbearable, and orcs possess a far greater tolerance for cold than for heat, thus favoring nocturnal excursions. Moreover, the oppressive daytime temperatures assured him that the ship's owner would not venture out. For even the locals would not dare to leave without specialized heat-resistant gear. This planet is subject to unique thermal radiation during the day, impervious to ordinary protective measures. As such, those who have crash-landed here are unlikely to possess such specialized equipment. As it is truly a local specialty, standard isolation devices cannot withstand this intense heat. Hence Marcus felt assured that the ship's owner would not depart during daylight. Patiently, he awaited the arrival of night. Leading his underlings into the desert beneath the cold moonlight, the escape pod had crashed on the periphery of the desert, and it wasn't long before Marcus and his gang discovered it. Presently, he and two of his subordinates wielding specialized vibrating hammers were striking the ship's rear compartment. Vibrating gold, a unique material, reacts with the liquid metal of emergency repair substances, rendering it brittle and thus easier to dismantle. Originally designed for ship maintenance, these tools have become indispensable weapons in the hands of criminals. The hyena orc struck rhythmically at the fractured section of the tail, having performed this act several times before. Previous spacecraft that had crash-landed in this desert had fallen victim to their tactics, with the crew and wreckage disposed of accordingly. Those deserving death met their fate, while anything sellable was taken. Yet today was destined to mark the end of their misdeeds. Eldrick and Heller stood at either side of the rear compartment, both in juvenile forms. The three orcs outside, though undoubtedly notorious, were mere petty thieves compared to warriors who had faced the trials of battle. Furthermore, in terms of mental fortitude, the pair with double S rankings stood in stark contrast to the trio, whose highest ranking was a mere B, that the strength of mental prowess is directly proportional to physical capability. In simple terms, they may appear juvenile, yet they are far beyond the ordinary. A general of the Empire, the insectoid prince. The hyena orc's hammer continued its rhythmic assault until, gradually, a small crack appeared in the liquid metal barrier. Following this fissure, the damage swiftly spread outward like a spider's web, but he paused, glancing at his leader, Marcus, signaling him to prepare. Marcus understood the cue, raising his laser pistol, a costly acquisition. The lizard orc stepped back slightly, brandishing a simple, unadorned cleaver. Once the two were in position, the hyena orc exerted force, delivering a decisive blow. The protective shell of liquid metal shattered with a sound that defied imagination, reminiscent of glass breaking rather than metal. The hyena orc retreated the moment the barrier ruptured, yet he was merely a common D-class male, ubiquitous across the stars, and failed to comprehend the rapid turn of events. All he witnessed was a flash of royal blue, a sharp, gleaming object, and the next instant, blood erupted from his neck in a crimson fountain. Blood sprayed onto the white sands before him, staining his garments and seeping into his windpipe. A chilling sensation enveloped his body, suffocating him as he gasped for breath. Wheezing helplessly, unable to alleviate the oxygen deprivation, in mere seconds, the hyena Orc's eyes widened in disbelief as he succumbed to the void. He never felt the pain of his throat being slit. The abruptness of the turn of events was stunning. In less than a minute, Marcus bore witness to his subordinate's demise in a pool of blood, leaving him almost paralyzed, but he glanced at the fallen comrade. Then at the source of their calamity. Marcus raised his laser pistol, his lips trembling. "You are," but the words never escaped his lips as a silver flash surged before him. In an instant, a searing pain coursed through Marcus's body, and in the next moment he beheld his legs. The laser gun slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as his body crumpled. He stared at his fallen form, bewildered by the distance separating him from his body. Terror filled Marcus's wide eyes as he drew his last breath. Once a minor tyrant of the slums, he was slain in an instant, leaving no room for resistance. The remaining lizard orc, terrified, discarded his cleaver and scrambled to flee. But he could not escape Heller's scythe. With a leap, Heller severed the lizard orc's head from his shoulders. Upon landing, he flicked the blood from his scythe, displaying a hint of provocation on his mantis-like visage. 2. 1. I have emerged victorious. Childish, Eldrick remarked, cleaning his claws, now stained with blood, as he scoffed at Heller's antics. Heller spread his wings, assuming an aggressive stance. Were he an orc, he would have flared up in indignation before Eldrick. Tension hung in the air until a frigid gust swept through the gaping hole in the ship, shattering the silence with a resounding sneeze. Liu Zhao Zhao awakened from her slumber. The previously charged atmosphere dissipated instantly. The tiger and the insectoid rushed back into the cabin, Eldrick driven by concern for Liu Zhao Zhao, while Heller, ever the mischief maker, was drawn by curiosity upon discovering a female on Eldrick's ship, a vessel renowned for its cold-blooded, unfeeling general. Heller could not resist the urge to investigate further. Hearing the female sneeze, Eldrick anxiously returned, and Heller, ever the provocateur, followed closely behind, eager to witness if even the most steadfast of trees could indeed bear fruit. While contemplating this, Heller's mind was far from considering that he, too, was akin to an ancient iron tree, epitomizing a double standard. Liu Zhao Zhao was roused by the cold wind. The warm little heater she had cradled was already nowhere to be found. She let out a loud sneeze, feeling the chill intensify suddenly. The little white tiger had vanished, presumably having awakened. Liu Zhao Zhao descended from her chair to search for him. Regardless of the circumstances, she had made up her mind to claim that little heater for the night. As she stepped out of the cockpit, Liu Zhao Zhao spotted the little white tiger scampering towards her with its short legs, reminiscent of how her family's big orange cat used to cling to her mother in its younger days. Although the big orange cat had been attached to her mother, it did not hinder Liu Zhao Zhao from being struck by a wave of nostalgia. After all, the little creature was merely a cub. With a cheerful smile, she squatted down, arms wide open, and without a hint of hesitation, exclaimed, "Baby, come here for an embrace from your sister." The little tiger nearly stumbled, its paws slipping as it froze in place, while the orchid mantis almost met its demise on the cabin floor. What had it heard? "Baby." Haler's laughter erupted. Believing he had triumphed once more, he collapsed on the ground, stifling his laughter, his gaze fixed on Liu Zhao Zhao. Suddenly, Haler's amusement dissipated. Chapter 10. A complete defeat. What a face it was! A palm-sized visage with crescent-shaped eyes shimmering like rippling waters, a delicate nose, and lips as rosy as the most tender rose in his mother's meticulously tended garden. She exuded an air of exquisite beauty, her expression imbued with innocent joy and anticipation, captivating enough to instill a quiver in one's heart, appearing both innocent and pure. Her face radiated with simple delight and hope. Haler's thoughts drifted to the angels of ancient Earth mythology. "Mother, I have encountered an angel," he mused, momentarily frozen in place, his body rigid with disbelief that it was then that Liu Zhao Zhao noticed the orchid mantis behind the little tiger, which had briefly twitched before becoming still upon locking eyes with her. The duo, a tiger and an insect, stood there as if paralyzed. "What's the matter?" Liu Zhao Zhao hurried over, squatting beside the little white tiger, hastily explaining, "Sister is not a bad person. I found you unconscious outside the spaceship and brought you in. Please do not be afraid." With a benign smile, she endeavored to appear amiable and trustworthy. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoxiao extended her hand, placing it 2 centimeters before the little tiger's nose, grinning as she introduced herself. I am Lu Xiaoxiao, and you, according to the first rule of greeting unfamiliar cats. One must allow the other to sniff first, refraining from immediate contact. After all, even if it were a tiger beast man, it was still just a large cat. Edric gazed at the outstretched hand, lost in silence. The girl before him was undeniably beautiful and innocuous that a fragrant scent enveloped him. Flooding his senses, he recalled the moment he had awakened. Nestled in Lu Xiaoxiao's embrace, his thoughts momentarily distracted, failing to promptly clarify the misunderstanding. Noticing that the little white tiger remained silent, Lu Xiaoxiao was not perturbed. At least the creature had not assumed an aggressive stance. She smiled patiently at the little tiger, awaiting his familiarity with her scent. Her gaze drifting to the mantis sprawled on the floor, and casually complimented, "Your pet is an orchid mantis. ISNT it. How lovely." Caught off guard by Lu Xiaoxiao's beauty, Haler stiffened, disbelief etched on his face. He is a pet, compared to being affectionately called baby. Being labeled as a pet seemed an even greater defeat. He longed to express his anger, yet the sight of Lu Xiaoxiao's beautiful face dissuaded him from doing so. Even if she pointed an accusatory finger at him, Haler would only feel that she had a valid point, convinced he had erred somewhere. After much contemplation, Haler decided to vent his frustrations on Edric, leaping up to kick him. Fortunately, Edric remained lost in thought and did not notice Lu Xiaoxiao's remark about your pet. Consequently, he was caught off guard and sent tumbling into Lu Xiaoxiao's embrace. Lu Xiaoxiao eagerly caught the little white tiger. This is what we call professionalism, an expert assist for a rival. She wrapped her arms around the fluffy little creature, relishing the warmth and softness of its fur, her heart soaring with delight. Internally, she gave a thumbs up to the orchid mantis. While outwardly feigning indignation, she remarked, "Oh dear, your pet has quite the temper. I'll teach him a lesson for you, don't be scared. Baby, your sister will protect you." Edric finally snapped back to reality, his small round ears betraying his current emotional state, turning an alarming shade of crimson. Soon, he regained his composure, struggling to extricate himself from Lu Xiaoxiao's embrace. "Miss Lu, little female, do not let the shameless beast man take advantage of you. He is no baby," Haler interjected, responding before Edric could finish his sentence that Lu Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words. Her cheeks heating up, the little white tiger's voice sounded rather embarrassed yet familiar. It was unmistakably Edric's voice, her high and mighty general. But why could the orchid mantis also speak? Lu Xiaoxiao released her hold, her expression one of bewilderment. She glanced at the little white tiger. "General Edric?" The little white tiger nodded. "And so, he is not a pet, but an insectoid?" Haler perked up at that, originally intending to flaunt his prowess. But upon recalling the broken wing, he refrained, proudly yet modestly declaring, "I'm the prince of the insectoid realm, the youngest general among them. Edric is my lifelong rival, and now my defeated foe." With a head count of 2-1, how could it not be considered a victory? Edric felt a flicker of annoyance, unwilling to appear inferior before the young female. He retorted coldly, "I have never been decisively defeated by him. Slaying a few minor pests proves nothing." Haler bristled. "Just wait. One day, I shall achieve a resounding victory and defeat you thoroughly." Lu Xiaoxiao observed the two, her mind wandering. Rivals, she mused, recalling the moment she had found them. With Edric shielding Haler beneath him, a gross misunderstanding, and she couldn't help but smile mysteriously. Rivals, she understood, could never become spouses. Feeling as if she had stumbled upon a monumental revelation, she was, in truth, entirely off the mark. The two men failed to grasp the meaning behind Lu Xiaoxiao's enigmatic smile and had no time to ponder it further as she sneezed once more. Haler grew anxious. "The spaceship has a hole. Do not linger here. You might fall ill. Quickly, return to the cockpit and shut the door to in such a desolate world. How could the fragile little female withstand an illness?" Edric also regained his focus, ushering Lu Xiaoxiao back to the cockpit. "But the spaceship's energy is depleted and the cockpit door won't close," Lu Xiaoxiao remarked as she walked. "Tea can be done manually." Edric replied succinctly. The three soon returned to the cockpit. Indeed, the spaceship's door could be operated manually. However, Lu Xiaozhao harbored severe doubts about whether manual referred to anything other than the strength of giants. Certainly not her own, for she exerted all her might, yet found the door immovable, as if mocking her audacity. Ultimately, it was the less agile Edric and Haler who managed to pull it shut, one gripping the left door, the other using his scythe to hold the right door, both heaving towards the center. Lu Xiaozhao could only shout 666 and placed to avoid the door remaining ajar, leaving a small gap, just enough for Edric to extend his claw and pry it open. They finally secured the door. Lu Xiaozhao gazed at the door, her heart racing. The left door bore 2 small holes, marked by Edric's tiger teeth, while the right door displayed several deep scratches, likely from Haler's scythe. As if the door was on the verge of being breached, the door, which she had found immovable, had been easily manipulated by the two, leaving her feeling utterly outmatched. The girl shrank back, standing obediently to the side. "What shall we do now?" Lu Xiaozhao instinctively inquired. "Rest," came the synchronized reply from both in. Lu Xiaozhao had no objections, nor dared to express any. She settled into the reclining pilot's seat. Lying back with her eyes closed, dazed, it was far too cold for her to sleep. Lu Xiaozhao tossed and turned in her seat, scratching her head before rising again. The little tiger and the mantis had retreated to opposite ends of the cockpit. Yet as Lu Xiaozhao they both looked her way in unison. "I'm so cold. I can't sleep at all." Lu Xiaozhao gazed at the little white tiger, contemplating whether to ask him for a hug. But feeling it might be too forward, she merely looked at him with a pitiful expression, hoping he would take the initiative to come over and provide warmth. Edric's small round ears flushed crimson once more. He undoubtedly understood Lu Xiaozhao's unspoken request. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, "All right." With that, he strode towards her, his approach met with the eager gaze of the young girl. Hylar, filled with resentment, scratched the floor. Reminiscent of his cousin, the fire beetle, whom he often scorned for his elevated body temperature that made Hylar feel uncomfortably warm in his presence, this moment, he would have gladly traded places to be a fire beetle himself. Just to draw near the little female and offer her warmth, that Lu Xiaozhao sat comfortably in her chair, and after a brief hesitation, Edric leapt up beside her. Fortunately, the chair, designed for the tall and robust orc, was ample enough for the petite Lu Xiaozhao, thus avoiding any awkwardness of Edric having to drape himself over her. Edric curled up beside Lu Xiaozhao, though not as warm as a blanket. She felt quite content. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she softly inquired, "General Edric, may I hold you? It's so cold otherwise." It was not that Lu Xiaozhao harbored any ulterior motives. She simply sought warmth and a chance to stroke the soft fur of the small cat. What ill intent could a cat lover possess? Edric nodded, shifting slightly to adopt a more comfortable position, albeit somewhat stiffly. Lu Xiaozhao beamed, gathering the small cat into her embrace, holding it tightly. "How warm!" she exclaimed, lovingly stroking its fur and showering it with compliments. "General, your fur is so soft. It's the finest tiger fur I've ever touched." Of course, she had never touched any other tigers, but the softness of a cat's fur was indeed commendable, and her praises held great value. Edric nodded stiffly, feeling Lu Xiaozhao's gentle warmth against his back, a sensation that sent delightful shivers through him. He did not mind the contact. In fact, he found her delicate hands, as they caressed his fur, to be exquisitely tender, causing his heart to race. The little white tiger turned its head awkwardly, only to catch sight of a beautifully delicate neck, as pristine as freshly fallen snow, and a hint of exquisite collarbone peeking from beneath her nightgown, that if he could bond with such a female, it hardly seemed a misfortune. Edric mused, recalling the taste of the nutrient solution lingering in his mouth upon awakening. His heart softened further. She had even offered her assistance to a stranger among the orcs, displaying her nurturing nature. Lu Xiaozhao was a good female, her beauty merely a trivial attribute. Chapter 11. The Sleeping Kitten and the Lemon Bug. Lu Xiaozhao, cradling the warm little white tiger, slumbered soundly, while Edric, enveloped by the fragrant and soft female, found himself succumbing to sleep after a prolonged period of stiffness. Meanwhile, Hylar lingered nearby, consumed by dark thoughts, He watched jealously as Edric and the little female rested together, his heart brimming with agitation as he unconsciously scratched the ship's floor. The sound grating on the nerves, Liu Zhaozhao furrowed her brow in her sleep, clearly disturbed but not yet awake. Edric opened his eyes and shot a glare at Hylar, who, feeling guilty, promptly ceased his actions. He could not rouse the little female. Frustrated, he shot several piercing glares at Edric, receiving no response, and ultimately slumped against the wall like a defeated dog, his gaze lingering on Liu Zhaozhao in a daze. Her porcelain-like face, butterfly-like long lashes, pert nose, full rosy lips, and softly curled black hair sprawled across the chair. She slept deeply, exuding an aura of innocence and softness. Akin to a tender cub, unlike any female he had encountered before, that a pang of sadness struck Hylar, seemingly without reason. But after staring at her face for an extended period, he finally recognized its source: unattainable desire. She was an orc, while he belonged to the insect race. Though the insect and orc factions had reconciled, signing treaties to combat the monstrous beasts together, centuries of conflict had entrenched deep-seated prejudices and animosities. How could a mere treaty, established in the span of 2 years, mend such wounds? What would the little female think of him? She appeared to favor the furry Edric, hardly sparing him a glance. Surely, she despised the insect race as well. The prospect of developing feelings that transcended their species seemed hopeless. As he pondered this, Hylar felt a deeper sorrow. It seemed his love had withered before it even began. While Hylar wallowed in self-pity, Liu Zhaozhao slept soundly, blissfully unaware of his turmoil, that if she knew, she might very well utter a curse against the heavens. She was not of the same kind as anyone in the galaxy. After all, regardless of whom she pursued, it would be a relationship that crossed species lines. More than romance, she was preoccupied with the fear of her identity being discovered as the sole human. She wished to avoid being treated as a rare specimen in a zoo or subjected to dissection in a laboratory. In contrast to Liu Zhaozhao and Hylar, Edric's concerns were relatively minor, limited to contemplating whether the little female would consider becoming his mate. The following day, the three gathered to discuss their next course of action. Hylar, having previously visited this planet, recalled how the audacious inhabitants dared to engage in trade with the insect race amidst tense relations. Out of curiosity, he had once accompanied an insect trade caravan here. This planet was characterized by expansive stretches of yellow sand and desolate terrain, with only a few scattered oases. The largest of these lay at the heart, known as the central city of Russia, which housed a notorious gambling den called the Sinful Carnival, notorious for its gambling, contraband, and various forms of smuggling, including human trafficking. Even females could be found in the auction houses, treated as mere commodities. Space pirates often frequented this place to peddle their wares, exchanging money for indulgence, making it the most notorious den of vice in the galaxy, that Liu Zhaozhao remarked. No matter how advanced technology becomes, it seems we cannot escape the vices of gambling and drugs. Edric responded gravely. I am aware of this place. I once proposed that the Empire eradicate it, but the message was met with silence. Hylar scoffed. The Empire, it's already infested with parasites. The true mastermind behind this wretched planet are the noble class of the Empire, with connections to the federal elite. IT is a place where neither nation dares to intervene. Who would allow you to eradicate it? He rapped his forearm against the floor. Your past wars with my kind were mere struggles for survival, but the machinations between your people are truly vile and repugnant. Recalling an incident from his previous visit, Hylar continued his derision. It seems the gender ratio among orcs has further declined. Your females are even fewer in number than ours. The last time I visited, do you know what I saw? 3 females being sold as commodities, and 2 working in the casino, appearing utterly dazed and confused. A chilling smile crept across Hylar's face as he recounted the words of the person who had greeted them. Those females had their frontal lobes removed. They do not resist, only complied. Liu Zhaozhao was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Edric, sensing that he would be particularly pained to hear of their precious females suffering such treatment. She felt a detached sense of clarity, mistakenly distinguishing herself from the 2 men before her, her first reaction to Hylar's words being one of shock, followed by a glance at Edric's expression. But she forgot that being in the middle of the situation meant she was a part of it. Whether she was human or orc, it mattered not. Setting her thoughts aside, Lu Xiaozhao observed Edric's silence, reasoning that while he appeared cold, his upbringing indicated he should be a man who respects and cares for females. Thus, she instinctively desired to comfort him, only to hear Edric's voice, still as frigid as ever. Seemingly unaffected. One day, these parasites will be purged. His words resonated with a firm conviction. Yet Hylar laughed once more. Edric, your family belongs to the Empire's old nobility, does it not? How can you be so certain that among those profiting from this sinful planet, there are none of your kin, relatives, or even uncles and brothers? Lu Xiaozhao thought Hylar was quite articulate, deliberately striking at the heart of the matter. She interjected suddenly, is the insect race governed by hive mentality? Hylar paused, shaking his head. Not anymore, in the past. When the insect race was ruled by the queen, it was indeed the case, where males served merely as mates and potential mates, while female insects were relegated to labor, existing at the bottom of society, akin to ants and bees, all devoted to the queen as their sole deity. However, the divine allowed the insect race to evolve from humble creatures into beings of higher stature, leading to a rebellion that toppled the queens and established their own empire. At that time, every male could have his own female partner. Though as evolution progressed, they began to experience the same scarcity of females as the orcs. Upon receiving Hylar's affirmative response, Lu Xiaozhao nodded. I had thought you operated under a hive mentality, where everyone shared a singular purpose. But human beings, once capable of thought, will naturally form differing opinions and aspirations. Some may act out of greed, becoming outlaws for their own desires. What can one do about that? Is it Edric's fault? She placed her hands on her hips. And you insect folk, are you truly united? I refuse to believe you do not engage in scheming. Hylar found himself at a loss for words, unable to refute the situation he was in, for it was indeed true that they had conspired against him. His cousin had previously attempted to ensnare him, wishing for him to perish on the battlefield. Although he had emerged unscathed, he ultimately took the life of that very cousin with his own hands. Lu Xiaozhao observed his silence and continued to enlighten him. Do not revel in schadenfreude. Both your kind and the Zerg engage in treachery. Perhaps there are even those among you who are involved in illicit dealings that may harm your people. You must not deride Edric. Instead, you should commend his determination to alter the status quo. He understands the arduous nature of this path, yet he wishes to tread it, and that is a commendable first step. Is it not? Along this journey, he may encounter obstacles posed by acquaintances, even family or friends, but I believe he will restore clarity to the Empire. As Lu Xiaozhao dispensed her motivational words, she seized the opportunity to stroke the little fluffy tiger. Hylar felt a pang of jealousy. Her unwavering faith in Edric was palpable. You truly believe in him? Indeed, Lu Xiaozhao affirmed with a nod. How could a flower on a lofty peak be tainted by darkness? They are all inherently virtuous. After all, suddenly, the little white tiger nuzzled against Lu Xiaozhao's calf. Thank you, it seemed to convey. As Lu Xiaozhao's passionate speech sent Edric's heart racing, he gazed up at the radiant young woman before him, his eyes fixed upon her, yearning to embrace her at that very moment. Yet he knew he could not recklessly revert to his human form. The heightened collapse value could only be suppressed in his juvenile beast form. Thus, he restrained himself, though his tone brimmed with anticipation as he spoke. May I call you Xiao Xiao? Of course, she replied, her smile illuminating her features, her eyes sparkling with starlight. Xiao Xiao. Hylar felt a surge of envy. Within a mere span of hours, he had experienced all the bitterness of his former years to interrupt their gaze. Hylar feigned composure and suggested, Xiao Xiao, there's a liaison from the Zerg residing in Central City. We could seek him out, and he could arrange for a starship to take us away. After speaking, he glanced at Lu Xiaozhao, feeling a hint of nervousness, though he had followed her lead by calling her Xiao Xiao. He was uncertain if she would find it distasteful, prompting his instinctive caution. However, Lu Xiaozhao harbored no discontent towards him calling her Xiao Xiao. It was merely a name. After all, so, shall we head to Central City? She inquired, her demeanor seemingly blissfully ignorant of the dangers. It is far too perilous. Xiao Xiao. Edric interjected. You absolutely cannot go. I shall go alone, and you must await my return. Hylar immediately dismissed Lu Xiaoxiao's suggestion. She felt a twinge of concern and skepticism, though she did not express it overtly, only regarding him with worry. You appear to have sustained quite serious injuries. She gestured towards Hyler's wings. Will you be all right going alone? These are merely minor wounds, Hyler replied, shaking his head. Noticing Lu Xiaoxiao's worried expression, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Once he returned to his own starship and administered the suppressants to diminish his gene collapse, he would revert to his true form, allowing new wings to sprout. This current state was nothing of consequence. Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at Edric, who nodded in affirmation, and she felt reassured. Very well, but do take care. Wait for me a moment. With that, she rose and ventured to the storage room, returning with a box of nutrient solution, smiling. Let us eat well before we set off, shall we? There is no rush. Hyler replied, elated by Lu Xiaoxiao's concern. Were it not for his inability to express emotions due to his mantis-like visage, his smile would have been broader than ever. We shall depart tonight. The temperature is far too high at present. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded, realizing the truth in his words. His blue and black form absorbed heat excessively. However, none among the three anticipated that Lu Xiaoxiao would ultimately venture into Central City amidst the sweltering sands. Chapter 12. An uncertain future. The cold moon hung high, and the frigid air made Lu Xiaoxiao's nose itch. She stifled the urge to scratch it, rubbing her nose instead as she stood at the aft of the cabin with Edric, bidding farewell to Hyler. Edric stood close to her, yet the biting cold still seeped in, prompting Lu Xiaoxiao to wave her hand at Hyler, eager to conclude the farewell swiftly. Be careful on your journey. We shall await your return. That Hyler's cerulean carapace shimmered under the moonlight as he waved his forelimb. I shall return promptly, Xiaoxiao. After exchanging tender farewells with Lu Xiaoxiao, he turned to Edric with a fierce expression. Warning, Edric, you must take good care of Xiaoxiao. Do not let her succumb to the cold, as your sole purpose now is to serve as her warm shelter. Edric did not take offense at the remark. In truth, he was more than willing to be embraced by Lu Xiaoxiao as her source of warmth. I understand. As Hyler turned to leave, Lu Xiaoxiao exhaled a sigh of relief, eagerly anticipating a return to the cockpit to snuggle with the fluffy, little white tiger. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen event transpired. A shadow darted forth like a bolt of lightning, charging directly towards Lu Xiaoxiao, clutching an object that glimmered with silver light, aiming for her neck. Everything unfolded too swiftly for Edric and Hyler to comprehend from whence the assailant had emerged. Although both had experienced a decline in strength, this shadow must have been at least an A-grade beastman. Otherwise, how could it have moved swiftly enough for Edric to only leap into action to intercept the blow rather than disarm the weapon? Yet as Edric was struck, he finally discerned the nature of the object. It was not a weapon at all, but rather a miniature syringe, its sharp needle glinting ominously. The syringe had not been intended for Lu Xiaoxiao. The beastman had calculated that Edric, being the closest, would intervene. The syringe contained a potent anesthetic, and within moments of its insertion into Edric's body, he lay motionless on the ground. Lu Xiaoxiao had yet to utter a scream before the beastman seized her by the throat. Staring wide-eyed in terror, Lu Xiaoxiao struggled desperately against her captor. Before her stood a beastman with a feline visage, his exposed skin covered in short, coarse black fur that shimmered like silk. His fingers were sharp, and he held Lu Xiaoxiao tightly, applying pressure to her carotid artery, taunting Hyler, "Little prince, if you wish for her to live, you ought to surrender without resistance." Hyler was compelled to remain still, cursing Edric's ineptitude while worrying for Lu Xiaoxiao's safety. In a moment of calculated indifference, he retorted, "If she must die, then so be it. She is a female of her kind, not one of my Zerg. What concern is it of mine?" Lu Xiaoxiao understood Hyler's intent to distance himself. Should he also fall, they would truly be ensnared. Thus, she hastened to cooperate. Who would want this wretched insect to save me? Let me go. I am a female. I will report you. I will sue you. Is that so? The feline-faced beastman smirked, his fierce visage becoming somewhat unsettling. He disregarded Lu Xiaoxiao's protests and tightened his grip, lamenting to Hyler, "I thought you cared for her." "Why should I care?" Hyler maintained his defiance. "Females are scarce among your kind. Not among us, Zerg. I dare say you lack the capability to kill her." The beastman remained calm, his tone laced with mockery. "Little prince, while females may be rare, a male such as I, afflicted with gene collapse, will never require one in this lifetime. Tell me, what value does she hold? Since you, little prince, do not care for her, then I shall simply eliminate her." He lowered his gaze, casting a pitying glance at Lu Zhao, his voice soft yet ominous. What a shame it would be to waste such a pretty face. With that, he tightened his grip, constricting Lu Zhao's throat. Speaking as he did so, "Do not blame me, little angel. Your beauty, should it fall into the wrong hands, could lead to untold horrors. Death is preferable. You shall thank me for it. Divine gold. Thank you, my lord." Lu Zhao thought bitterly as the pressure on her throat intensified, her vision blurring and her throat ablaze with pain. She frantically clawed at his hand, but the disparity in strength rendered her efforts futile. Even as she scratched, her nails failed to breach his armor, and she felt herself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. "Let go." Hyler realized that the feline-faced beastman was not merely bluffing. If he remained silent, Lu Zhao would be choked to death. "I surrender. Do not harm her." Only then did the beastman release his grip on Lu Zhao's throat. The moment she was freed, she collapsed, but he caught her waist. Drawing her into his embrace, from a spatial terminal, he produced a syringe and tossed it to the ground. "Administer a dose to yourself. Little prince, divine gold. How could he possibly inject himself without hands?" Lu Zhao, her throat still throbbing painfully, glared at the beastman, seething with resentment. Yet before she could voice her anger, he struck her on the back of the neck, and darkness enveloped her vision. The feline-faced beastman glanced at Hyler, urging, "Little prince, hurry." Hyler gritted his teeth and administered a dose of anesthetic to himself. Satisfied, the feline-faced orc awaited the effect to take hold, and once Hyler succumbed to unconsciousness, he retrieved a length of rope. Binding Edric and Hyler together in a chain and dragging them across the ground, he hoisted Lu Zhao onto his shoulder and, with all three in tow, departed with a swift gait. Beneath the luminous moonlight, his pace was remarkably rapid, suggesting he was adept at traversing the desert terrain. Even while carrying the slightly over 100 pounds of Lu Zhao and dragging two additional burdens of over 30 pounds. His movements remained light and quick as he swiftly reached the outskirts of the desert and boarded the small airship he had parked there. He carelessly tossed Lu Zhao onto the ground, set the airship to autopilot, and took a moment to capture a photograph of the trio with his terminal, sending it off before settling down to rest with an air of calm. The terminal chimed, and a response came swiftly. Casting a glance at Lu Zhao, the feline-faced orc let out a regretful sigh. Such a pity. The airship surged through the night like a streak of light, racing towards the central city. Meanwhile, in the central city, Rick sat uneasily in the Lord's reception room, in this realm of darkness. Where the law of the jungle prevailed on the DC-27 planet, a D-class orc like him had no rightful place in the Lord's audience chamber, let alone the privilege to sit here as a guest. Rick was a blackbird orc, one of Marcus's underlings who had been slain by Edric the previous night. During the heist, he had managed to escape due to his ability to fly and keep watch. Witnessing firsthand the demise of his leader and comrades at the hands of two younglings, a peculiar combination of an orc and a bug species, a D-class orc, Rick was oblivious to the fact that higher-class orcs and bug species could activate a self-preservation mechanism, reverting to juvenile forms when their genetic integrity was excessively compromised to him. They were merely two prodigious younglings that in this realm of criminal revelry, where gladiatorial arenas thrived and human trafficking was rampant. Such extraordinary yet youthful creatures were highly coveted by the Lord and the affluent individuals seeking slaves, whether consigned to the gladiatorial arena for lethal entertainment or sold to wealthy patrons. They represented a lucrative opportunity. The ability to effortlessly eliminate a B-class orc at such a tender age promised a future of at least S-class potential, and one of them being a bug only heightened their appeal to those with peculiar tastes among the orcs. Such commodities were exceedingly valuable. Realizing he could not avenge his leader, Rick concluded that reporting the two younglings to the Lord would not only serve as retribution, but also earn him a bounty for the intelligence. It was a perfect opportunity, a twofold gain. Thus, he hastily brought the recorded footage of the two younglings slaying Marcus to the central city, though the Lord was not someone of his lowly status who could be seen at will. He received prompt feedback after submitting the footage. Although Rick did not meet the Lord, he was granted an audience with Heinrich, the Lord's most trusted aide. Heinrich appeared utterly unremarkable in contrast to the depravity of this treacherous planet and its hellish city. Elegantly dressed, with a demeanor that exuded politeness, he managed to smile even at someone of Rick's lowly standing, radiating warmth reminiscent of a kind teacher from his law-abiding imperial school days. Heinrich informed him that the Lord had dispatched assassins to capture the two younglings and assured Rick that should he prove truthful, he would receive his reward, advising him to wait patiently. After several anxious hours of waiting, Rick was overwhelmed with excitement, despite his threadbare clothing starkly contrasting the luxurious reception room. Yet, he envisioned a brighter future ahead. Soon, he would be wealthy. Observing Heinrich's amiable demeanor, he hoped to plead for a position under his command. As Rick entertained these thoughts, the doorknob suddenly turned, and Heinrich entered. Anticipating a promising development, Rick donned a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Heinrich, have you captured them?" Heinrich smiled back, his handsome features framed by long, silky black hair tied neatly at the back, the ends cascading down to his waist. His emerald green eyes sparkled like a jade lake. He regarded Rick with a semblance of courtesy. In truth, he treated everyone similarly, and any first-time observer would perceive him as a gentleman of refined grace. "We have indeed captured them." He produced a terminal and swiped across the screen, revealing not only the two younglings, but also a female. The image displayed two younglings alongside a diminutive female with her back turned to the camera. "Your intelligence is indeed valuable." The mention of a female. Rick momentarily froze, but soon could no longer suppress the elation spreading across his face. "A female? That's splendid. How much can I earn?" Females were a precious resource in the interstellar realm, and only in lawless territories would one dare to engage in their trade. Rick recalled previous auctions where females had fetched exorbitant prices. With this thought, he felt his future brighten. Although he had lost Wendy and Marcus, he could now lead a comfortable life. Heinrich's smile, however, bore it deeper. Mocking undertone. "Compensation? Certainly." He then donned a pair of gloves from his pocket. Seeing Heinrich put on gloves, Rick's expression shifted from surprise to wide-eyed terror. Minutes later, Heinrich exited the reception room, his gloves cast aside, and his attire slightly wrinkled. Frowning, he smoothed out the creases before restoring his calm and gentle demeanor, instructing the staff to tidy the room before departing with graceful, measured steps. Soon after, a cleaning crew arrived, rolling out a carpet soaked in dark red liquid, the scent of iron and decay wafting through the air. The private soldiers stationed in the mansion were accustomed to such scenes. Chapter 13. Tom and Jerry. Interstellar Edition, when Lu Zhao next opened her eyes. She found herself confined within a large cage, an imposing metal structure, square and 2 meters on each side, with exceedingly thin bars that resembled oversized drinking straws, appearing as though they could be bent with minimal effort. However, Lu Zhao refrained from recklessness. The fact that her captors felt secure enough to employ such slender bars suggested they might be electrically charged. Acting impulsively could lead to dire consequences. She began to survey her surroundings. The room was dimly lit, its gray walls amplifying the gloom, evoking the essence of a typical black box. Lu Zhao noticed that besides her cage, there were several other cages of varying sizes, each with bars of different thicknesses, the thickest resembling an infant's arm, while hers were the finest. All the other cages were empty. Females were a rare treasure in the interstellar realm. Even those who had committed crimes would not be confined in such a diminutive cage. The fact that the feline-faced orc had captured her and imprisoned her in such a cage led Lu Zhao to deduce her unfortunate predicament, while others traversed the beastly interstellar realm as favored guests. She found herself relegated to the status of a cage commodity. Was there truly a hierarchy among those who crossed into this world? Lu Zhao sighed, pondering the fates of Hylier and Edric. Were they awake? Could they come to her rescue? What could she do, being relegated to a cage by lawless marauders, soon to be sold? She awaited assistance, feeling a sense of urgency as Lu Zhao spiraled in her thoughts. The door suddenly swung open, revealing 2 burly men. The only two male orcs she had encountered aside from the feline-faced one, up between these two unremarkable men, was a young man with deep blue hair. Shackled and pushed forward by the pair, the youth was clad in shorts, adorned with a collar around his neck. Tall and leanly muscular, it was evident that his strength was not merely a product of gym training, but rather a well-honed power. Yet, he appeared in dire straits, covered in bruises, his eyelids drooping, exuding an aura of defeat. One of the orange-haired men opened the cage closest to the door, intending to toss the youth inside. However, the brown-haired man stopped him. Clearly wary of the blue-haired youth, no, the bars are too thin to contain him. If he wakes up and escapes, it will be troublesome. Use the thickest instead. With that, they continue to haul the young man deeper into the room until they reach the cage adjacent to Lu Zhao's, where they unceremoniously deposited him into a cage with bars as thick as an infant's arm. Lu Zhao glanced between the youth's cage and her own, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her cage had the thinnest bars in the entire room. Connecting the dots from the men's conversation, she felt a pang of discrimination. Clearly, they believed that the frail bars of her cage were sufficient to contain her. One of the burly men locked the youth's cage, then approached Lu Zhao's cage, rapping on the bars. When he caught sight of her indignant expression, he flashed a toothy grin. His once unremarkable visage underwent a sudden transformation. The skin on his face shrank, taut against the bones, sprouting short, dark brown hairs. His mouth split into 3 segments, revealing 2 prominent incisors. This was unmistakably a large rodent. Lu Zhao harbored a profound fear of mice, instinctively recoiling at the sight, which elicited hearty laughter from him. If I had wealth, even if I couldn't remedy this genetic collapse, it would be delightful to sample such a beautiful female. Alas, how unfortunate for those perverts. He mused. The burly man with orange hair approached. I heard Mr. C has returned. It seems the female he purchased last time was played to death. Wasn't it just 3 months ago? His tone bore no hint of regret. Instead, he chuckled with a touch of vindictiveness. After all, for people like us, females are a luxury we shall never experience. If they perish, so be it, as long as there's money to be made. He tapped the cage and addressed Lu Zhao. Poor thing. Your future will be even more miserable than the most degenerate male suffering from genetic collapse. But then again, without your frontal lobe, you likely won't even feel it. Lu Zhao remained silent. Although she was unaware of who this Mr. C was, the malicious glee in their voices indicated he was certainly no benevolent figure. She needed to devise a means of escape. With a fearful expression, she cautiously spoke, I would like some water. The 2 hulking men exchanged astonished glances. When had they ever seen such an expression on a female's face? The captured females usually strutted about with arrogance, even while confined, defiantly proclaiming their status and threatening insults. Before the frontal lobe removal techniques were implemented, those females would only plead for mercy after enduring considerable torment. Yet here was one who was meek from the outset, not making a fuss at all. May I have some water? I am truly parched, Lu Zhao implored, suppressing her physiological aversion to rodents as she grasped the bars eagerly. The rodent-faced brute nodded, eager to witness the female's compliant demeanor, and instructed his companion to fetch some water. Lu Zhao adopted an innocent, endearing expression, waiting patiently for her drink while engaging the rodent-faced man in conversation. Big brother, what is your name? I am Lu Zhao. You would happen to have a friend named Jerry, would you? How did you know? He replied, surprised. The one who just left is my companion. Jerry, yes, a cat person. Tom showed no reluctance to converse with Lu Zhao, for she appeared charming, adorable, and harmless. Most importantly, she was the first female to initiate a conversation with him, even as he harbored a cynical disposition. He relished the attention from a female who regarded him favorably. That I guessed, she replied. Thank you for the invitation. The tale of cats and mice has traversed into the stars, suppressing her desire to mock. Lu Zhao continued to feign a pitiable and anxious expression, having discerned that Tom was quite taken by it. She gazed at him with a mix of vulnerability and helplessness. Tom, I was brought here with 2 friends, and I am very worried about them. Do you know where they have gone? Tom, noticing the genuine concern in the young female's eyes, realized her companions were likely not females themselves, for if they were, They would be confined alongside her. Males who ended up in such a predicament faced grim fates. Either they were thrown into the arena to fight to the death or were used until their worth was depleted, bought by wealthy patrons, much like the beast man who had just been discarded. Alternatively, they could be sold or killed outright if they proved untrainable, contemplating the inevitable fate that awaited her, becoming a mindless shell devoid of identity. Tom uttered his first benevolent lie. They should be kept below at the casino, assisting with menial tasks. Recently, a number of workers perished, so they are in need of help. Liu Zhao felt no comfort from his reassurance. Could they truly be of any assistance in their current state? No matter how desperate the need for labor, they would not employ a child incapable of transforming. Unaware of Tom's intentions, she feigned gratitude. "Thank you. That puts my mind at ease." Tom, having experienced a female speaking to him for the first time, found himself floating in a euphoric haze. Thus, when the little female shyly proposed, "I need to use the restroom," he agreed without hesitation. How could he resist her adorably bashful demeanor? Liu Zhao calmly awaited his release, fully aware of the disparity in strength between her and the beast man. She understood that even if he opened the cage, she would likely be recaptured. All she could do was wait, bide her time, and lower his guard before making her move. The room in which Liu Zhao was confined was in close proximity to the restroom, passing 3 numbered rooms along the way, -8 to 1 and -8 to 3. It appeared they were underground, and escaping through a window would be nearly impossible. Tom escorted Liu Zhao to the restroom door and opened it, saying, "Go ahead, I'll wait right here." Feeling a sense of embarrassment, Liu Zhao instructed Tom to guard the door and playfully requested him not to peek before she shut the restroom door with a resounding thud. That on their way, Tom informed her, "In a couple of days, there will be an auction, and you'll be the star attraction. That if there's anything you desire in the meantime, feel free to tell me, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you." His words insinuated that her days were numbered. Liu Zhao seethed with frustration, but felt utterly powerless. She splashed water on her face and wiped away the droplets, deep in thought about how to escape. The architecture of interstellar dwellings was vastly different from that of Earth. Her room lacked windows, and there were no ventilation ducts in the ceiling, providing no opportunity for her to climb out. As Liu Zhao grew increasingly anxious, Tom began to urge her. Zhao, are you finished? Zhao, dare you call me that?" Liu Zhao wanted to slap him, but held back, responding in a high-pitched voice. "I am coming out now." She pressed the toilet handle, washed her hands at the sink, and feigned shyness as she opened the door. "Let us head back," perhaps due to her overly compliant nature. Tom did not immediately confine her back in the cage, but instead allowed her to move about the room while they awaited Jerry to bring water. After drinking, Liu Zhao was to return to the cage. Before they departed, she employed her previous tactic, clinging to the bars and singing sweetly, "Tom, could you help me find my 2 companions?" Tom hesitated, torn by her appearance, but the young female's demeanor swayed him. Never had he felt as joyous as he did today, conversing with such a polite and delightful creature. A rare gem among her kind, it was exceedingly difficult for him to refuse. Liu Zhao, sensing his wavering resolve, squeezed out a few tears. "Please, I beg you." "All right." Chapter 14. "Do not smile at them again," Tom acquiesced, and Liu Zhao described Edric's appearance, carefully omitting Hale's identity and fabricating a casual image, emphasizing that finding Edric was of utmost importance. "He's actually my brother," she added with a shy smile. Rest assured, Tom felt a surge of compassion for her, though he could not rescue the young female. He would do his utmost to help her locate her brother. This was his promise, a commitment to fulfill the young female's request. This was not merely a polite gesture. It stemmed from Tom's newfound sense of benevolence, a spark of kindness emerging from years of complicity in the trafficking of others. As Liu Zhao watched Tom and Jerry depart, she sat in the cage, contemplating her next move. Unbeknownst to her, the young man with deep blue hair in the adjacent cage had stirred, his eyes opened to reveal striking golden irises, shining like crystal, clear and sharp, completely at odds with his battered and weakened appearance. When the young man awoke, Liu Zhao was obliviously tugging at the bars of her cage, her delicate hands gripping the rods as she exerted herself, only to redden her face in frustration. Despite being thin, the bars refused to yield, starkly illustrating her helplessness. Defeated, she sat down and cast a casual glance at the blue-haired youth's cage, unaware that he had already awakened. Their gazes unexpectedly met. Both confined in a small, dark room, occupying different cells, Lu Xiaozhao felt an immediate sense of camaraderie in their shared plight. She leaned toward the young man, gripping the bars, and inquired, "Hello. Are you all right?" "My name is Lu Xiaozhao. What is yours?" Upon seeing him awake, Lu Xiaozhao's mind began to race with possibilities. The robust bar suggested that he possessed formidable strength, as indicated by Tom's cautious demeanor when discussing him. The next time Tom came to release her, she could seize the opportunity to snatch his keys and toss them to this blue-haired individual, allowing him to unlock her cage. It would be an act of mutual assistance. The youth, however, paid no heed to Lu Xiaozhao's words, displaying an air of indifference. Not even lifting his eyelids, Lu Xiaozhao, undeterred, persistently engaged him in conversation. "Why are you silent? How long have you been here? Why do you have so many injuries? Are you all right?" Yet, her incessant inquiries seemed to irk him, as the blue-haired beast man turned over, presenting his back to her while leaning against the bars of the cage. Lu Xiaozhao mused. This is the first time a beautiful woman has encountered setback in her attempts at flirtation. She was not one to enjoy the role of a masochist, seeking warmth from a cold shoulder. Yet she perceived him as a potential target worth pursuing. She had no desire to lose her faculties and become a mindless fool, ultimately toyed with and led to her demise by some inexplicable pervert. Yesterday, Edric had organized the supplies aboard the spaceship and discovered a portable wound treatment dressing. This item was about the size of a certain brand of eye cream, beginning with the letters N, required only a thin layer to be applied to a wound, effectively stopping bleeding and combating infection. Previously, she had applied it to Edric's wounds and had conveniently stashed it in her pocket, where it remained even after her capture, perhaps deemed too insignificant to confiscate. Lu Xiaozhao retrieved the dressing and tapped it against the metal bars. "I have some ointment for your wounds. Would you apply a little?" The blue-haired beast man remained silent. "Then I'm going to toss it." "You better catch it." With that, Lu Xiaozhao swung her arm and flung the small container. Due to the obstruction of the bars, her throw was less than precise, and the container merely ricocheted off the bars, landing just outside the cage. However, it rested close enough for the youth to retrieve it if he chose to extend his hand. "Hey, it fell outside. Could you grab it?" Lu Xiaozhao called out, but the blue-haired beast man remained unresponsive. Maintaining his position with his back turned, as still as a statue, she repeated his name several times, but each attempt was in vain. He offered no response, appearing deaf. Yet, his prior demeanor had clearly indicated a refusal to engage, leading Lu Xiaozhao to conclude that he was certainly not hard of hearing. Frustration welled up within her. Not only had she failed to establish rapport, but she had also lost the container of medicine. What a loss! "I've sacrificed so much for nothing," that Lu Xiaozhao surrendered, sinking into silence within the cage. Fortunately, her optimism remained unwavering. If this path proved futile, there would always be another to pursue. With her eyes closed, she feigned sleep, deciding to bide her time. Tom's softer demeanor towards her that day suggested her efforts had not been in vain, and she was confident an opportunity would arise. She would not resign herself to despair. As she pretended to doze, her eyes gradually closed, and she succumbed to slumber. Galfar quietly opened his eyes and turned to observe Lu Xiaozhao. She leaned against the bars, hugging her knees, appearing diminutive and pitiable. The fact that she could find solace in sleep in such a dire place amused Galfar. After 3 years in this environment, he had witnessed the fates of several females brought here. He knew the grim outcomes that awaited them, having seen 5 or 6 females abducted during his time, all meeting tragic ends. Those females, upon their arrival, would weep and wail, but after undergoing lobotomies, they became vacuous shells, obedient to any command given. Even if it meant undressing in public to mate with a group of males, they possessed no dignity, no thoughts of their own, merely existing as disposable commodities. Yet, this girl before him could still sleep soundly, leaving him perplexed. Was it ignorance of the gravity of her situation? Galfar scoffed inwardly, picking up the container of ointment, which seemed to carry a peculiar fragrance, having been tucked away in the little female's pocket. He brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply. It truly smelled delightful. Meanwhile, the fragrant Lu Xiaoxiao was lost in a bizarre, distressing dream. She was not one to indulge in romantic films, unable to endure tales of youthful heartache or adult entanglements. If she were to watch anything, it would be the most melodramatic fare, inherently disconnected from art films, finding her delight in commercial blockbusters. After her college entrance exams, she had watched a movie by a director from 2011, whimsically titled Supergirl Strike Force, which had been panned online as a terrible film. Yet just the title, hinting at science fiction and action with beautiful women, enticed her. To her dismay, the film was not only unsatisfying, but also left her bewildered, culminating in the disheartening revelation that all the adventures were mere figments of the protagonist's imagination, while she languished in a mental hospital. Her companions also patients, ultimately leading to her own lobotomy and transformation into a puppet. The shock of the lobotomy lingered in Lu Xiaoxiao's mind, causing her to recall that film. In her dream, she too was fleeing, much like the doll-like protagonist, gathering companions to combat the malevolent feline-faced fiend, collecting tools to escape the depraved revelry. After all her allies had sacrificed themselves for her, Lu Xiaoxiao finally glimpsed the door to freedom. Yet it remained just beyond her reach, tantalizingly visible but unattainable. A black cat's paw dragged her back, and in the end, she too, like the doll, underwent a lobotomy, rendered as mindless as though she had fought alongside. Lu Xiaoxiao woke, her forehead clammy with sweat, her entire body dampened. Even in dreams, she had exerted herself to escape. Unbeknownst to her, the youth in the adjacent cage had turned around, eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Perhaps due to his injuries, his brow was furrowed tightly, and a container of ointment rested in his hand, not only unused but gripped with an intensity that suggested a deep-seated animosity, veins protruding along his arms, as if he were suppressing some overwhelming emotion. "Please don't crush that. What grievance do you harbor?" Lu Xiaoxiao thought, feeling utterly disheartened. Surely, his expression couldn't be due to pain from the ointment. Instinctively, she recoiled, shifting slightly away, despite the limited space, feeling compelled to maintain distance. In doing so, she became acutely aware of an unpleasant sensation. Her backside felt damp, that a wave of suspicion washed over her as she discreetly touched the moist fabric, withdrawing her hand to find it stained crimson. "Well, it seems my suspicions were correct. My period has arrived." Lu Xiaoxiao possessed the enviable trait of experiencing little discomfort during her menstrual cycle, occasionally feeling mild cramps, but nothing beyond bearable. It was often said that prolonged cohabitation led to synchronized cycles, and Lu Xiaoxiao was the one who could endure her period while fetching food for her dormmates suffering from menstrual pains. Judging by the degree of dampness, she knew her pants were now reminiscent of a flag proclaiming her condition. In the presence of a battle-scarred youth, she found herself in an excruciatingly embarrassing predicament, stained with blood. Even though he did not glance her way, she felt a profound urge to vanish into the ground. Moreover, with both of them confined, escape was not an option. She could only remain there, bracing herself for the impending arrival of the cat-and-mouse duo bringing food and drink. Lu Xiaoxiao's face paled at the thought of such a mortifying situation. "Don't move." The blue-haired youth, who had previously remained silent, spoke up, his brow still tightly knit. His eyes, resembling shimmering gems, bore into her with disapproval, his voice hoarse, akin to a traveler parched in a desert, tinged with a hint of restraint and longing for relief. "Do not show any kindness to those two lowly beast-men. Do not smile at them. Indulgence breeds ambition, leading them to covet what is not theirs." Lu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Excuse me, what peculiar possessiveness are you expressing?" "I'm merely attempting to cultivate a rapport. One ought not to strike a smiling face," Lu Xiaoxiao murmured. Yet her words fell clearly upon Galfer's ears. The knot in his brow tightened further, as he regarded her as one would a simpleton. "This is a city of vice. In this place, even females are mere commodities, awaiting the highest bidder. Your status as a female renders your experiences here even more harrowing than those of the average male." Lu Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of confusion, as his tone seemed to convey a lesson on how young women should protect themselves while out in the world, a combination of farcical and awkward. Yet, She too was striving to safeguard herself, was she not? Wasn't her charming demeanor an attempt to shield herself? She had always believed that those who understood the situation were the wise ones. But if I treat them kindly, their attitude toward me improves, doesn't it? Their wariness would diminish, and perhaps I'd find an opportunity to escape. Escape? Jaffer, as if he had just heard an absurd joke, scoffed disdainfully. Fixing a serious gaze upon Lu Xiaozhao. You are mistaken, he asserted. Do you truly believe you can escape from a male? What gives you such confidence? They would capture you without even needing two hands. The young man paused. As if realizing his tone was overly harsh, his voice softened slightly. You smile at them, speak to them in gentle tones. No female would treat these low-ranking males in such a manner. Your gentle demeanor only serves to nurture the desires that dwell within them, inciting their inappropriate thoughts and covetous hearts. Liu Xiaozhao, at this point, finally grasped the implication of Jaffer's words, namely, that Tom and Jerry would betray her trust. But wasn't she, in essence, a commodity here? Were the cat and mouse brothers truly willing to risk their lives? Observing her apparent lack of understanding, Jaffer began to question if she was perhaps uneducated or simply inexperienced. Entirely oblivious to the formidable power of high-ranking psychic females in estrus. After all, Lu Xiaozhao appeared significantly shorter than the adult females in this place. You are in heat, he said through clenched teeth, pressing a hand to his forehead. This room is saturated with your scent. Low-ranking males driven mad by the aroma of a high-ranking female in estrus will lose control. You have previously treated them with kindness. What do you think these two, who may never even touch a low-ranking female in their lives, would do under such circumstances? The information was sparse, yet abstract enough to momentarily confuse Lu Xiaozhao. Her thoughts spiraling into disbelief. In no way. Are you serious? In the past, while perusing Beast World novels, she had often felt compelled to critique the narratives that claimed the female protagonist's scent during her menstruation was delightful. Describing it as reminiscent of crushed flowers. What flowers were those? Surely they had been steeped in blood. How could menstruation possibly smell sweet? What could there be aside from the scent of blood? Were they all transformed vampires? Yet now, this battle-scarred, striking figure before her maintained a demeanor of indignation as he remarked on her alluring fragrance, as if accusing her of flaunting her scent with no regard for the consequences. Unjust. If the circumstances had been different, she might have laughed. It seemed the novels had not deceived her. The authors must have had first-hand experience, for the characters of the Beast World were indeed so unabashedly bold. In a moment of bizarre curiosity, Lu Xiaozhao turned to Jaffer and asked, You think I smell good? What is that fragrance? As expected, Jaffer regarded her with the expression reserved for someone lacking in intellect. Yet perhaps considering her youthful appearance, he displayed a rare kindness and replied, You smell like a certain flower. Liu Xiaozhao gazed into the distance, pondering the resemblance, as it was indeed strikingly similar, even in description. However, Jaffer ultimately refrained from identifying the flower, simply stating it resembled one, thus concluding the topic. But the inquisitive Lu Xiaozhao had more questions. Why do you consider me a high-ranking female? Jaffer's countenance shifted to one of discomfort. He subtly adjusted his position, and Lu Xiaozhao noticed one of his legs straightened while the other curled, as if concealing something. Curiosity piqued, she leaned in to observe. Jaffer instinctively recoiled, but it was futile. The cage was spacious for Lu Xiaozhao, but not for him. Thus, she discerned the truth and felt her cheeks flush. Heavens! This man could undoubtedly incite tears from the female protagonist in a steamy narrative. She understood. Jaffer's ears tinged with a faint hue of pink as his voice took on a huskier timbre, inexplicably exuding a sensuality that hung in the air like alluring pheromones. I am an S-class. Only the pheromones of an S-class female in heat can attract me. He opted for a more discreet expression. Yet having witnessed such a scene, Lu Xiaozhao comprehended immediately. Initially, she had feared he would utter something inappropriate, but now she felt a sense of relief. She curled up, hugging her knees. The stronger the psychic energy of a female in heat, the more likely it is to drive a male to madness. Jaffer continued, but Lu Xiaozhao found herself reminiscing about a joke regarding equal pay in the ABO context. Humans do not go into heat merely from the scent of the opposite sex. It seemed perfectly suited for capitalist exploitation. Previously, while surfing the net aboard the starship, she had felt discontented for lacking even a single golden opportunity and had researched psychic energy, discovering simple self-assessment methods. Unfortunately, she had failed, thus confirming her lack of psychic energy. She longed to reassure Jaffer that his worries were unwarranted, but she swallowed the words that ate tea this moment. Discussing her status as a high-ranking female or a purebred human seemed equally perilous. Glancing at Jaffer, she now understood his earlier warnings stemmed from genuine concern. Her eyes curved into a smile. "Thank you. What is your name?" "Jaffer." "Hello, Jaffer. I am Lu Zhao Zhao." Jaffer pressed his lips together, and the girl's laughter seemed rather carefree. As if she were entirely ignorant of the chaos a high-ranking female in heat could incite. She appeared youthful, yet treated the males with kindness, leaving him to ponder what sort of environment she had been raised in. That such a female could exist in this world was astonishing that he scoffed quietly. What did her existence matter to him? Jaffer turned away. Lu Zhao Zhao was baffled. She hadn't said anything objectionable, so why did he seem displeased? She contemplated asking him, but just then, the door swung open, revealing the cat and mouse brothers standing at the threshold, clutching nutrient solution, and more importantly, Tom bore the keys that Lu Zhao Zhao had been yearning for. Her heart leaped with joy, and she opened her mouth to speak, but the nutrient solution fell abruptly to the ground. Tom's dark fur bristled uncontrollably, his eyes reddening as he gazed fixedly at Lu Zhao Zhao. Jerry was no better. Orange fur sprouted on his face, a few whiskers framing his wide, round eyes, which were gradually widening in excitement. Lu Zhao Zhao comprehended that this was the manifestation of feline excitement. Realizing the situation, she understood that Jaffer's warnings were not unfounded. Something had gone awry, and these two low-ranking males were losing control over themselves because of her. Yet she possessed no psychic energy. Before she could react, Jaffer suddenly lifted his head and barked at the two at the door. "Get out!" In an instant, Tom and Jerry seemed to be struck by an invisible force, their bodies flung outward as if propelled by a mighty gust. They crashed heavily against the wall, creating two sizable dents, before sliding down limply, motionless. The scene felt eerily familiar, just like the bear that had chased Lu Zhao Zhao in the forest, hurled away by Landis. Just as Lu Zhao Zhao was about to express her gratitude, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. The control device around Jaffer's neck emitted a series of alarming beeps the moment he commanded them to leave. And the room's lights flickered violently, accompanied by a piercing alarm echoing down the corridor, evoking a ghostly ambience. Everything transpired too swiftly. Lu Zhao Zhao turned to Jaffer. Her words caught at her throat as she noted his distressed expression. The ring around his neck seemed to have constricted, previously fitting snugly against the skin, but now it appeared to sink into the flesh, causing the surrounding skin to flush red. Jaffer's veins throbbed visibly, his palm hovering near his neck, as if he wished to grasp the collar yet feared doing so. His complexion turned a shade of deep crimson, yet he dared not move. Lu Zhao Zhao could almost see the flickering electric sparks on that thin collar, and she even detected the acrid scent of charred flesh. "What is wrong?" she murmured, her lips trembling, pale and powerless. An inkling of understanding surged within her, accompanied by overwhelming guilt and sorrow. Jaffer did not respond. Instead, he soon convulsed and collapsed within the cage. Motionless, his eyes were shut, exuding an air of exhaustion and pain. Lu Zhao Zhao found herself at a loss for words, her heart aching with fear. She grasped the bars, calling out desperately, "Jaffer! Jaffer! Jaffer!" The room was filled solely with her frantic cries, as the flickering lights cast a chilling glow upon the young man lying unconscious on the floor. The only response was the cold, piercing warning emitted from the collar around Jaffer's neck, as if mocking her. What more could Lu Zhao Zhao fail to comprehend? The realization that Jaffer, who had always been so aloof, had gone to such lengths for her stirred a profound sense of gratitude and despair within her. Even the King of Joy could no longer find mirth in the situation, as tears streamed down Lu Zhao Zhao's face. She pressed her face between the bars, desperately seeking help, her fingers pounding against the bars, yearning for anyone to hear her cries. "Please don't die. Jaffer! Someone help! Save him! Is there anyone who can save him? Chapter 16. It is his duty to in this realm of depravity. Lives are extinguished daily. It is a den of iniquity, a breeding ground for vice, a playground for the deranged. The arena stands as the second most popular venue after the gambling halls. This Colosseum, reminiscent of the ancient Roman amphitheater, is designed in a semicircular fashion, with regular seating arranged in trapezoidal tiers, while VIP sections consist of a few elevated private boxes, each equipped with independent power systems, granting a steady vantage point over the entire arena. Those seeking entertainment gather to witness blood-soaked battles, with a hopeful wager on the victors in hopes of overnight riches. You might wonder, in a galaxy where power levels are distinctly defined, what is there to gamble on? Isn't it clear who will triumph and who will falter? Not at all. That an S-level fighter could easily outmatch 10 A-level opponents, while hundreds of B-level fighters might not even graze his cloak. Yet, what if he were compelled to fight relentlessly from dawn until dusk? Not merely 10 A-level foes, but potentially dozens or even hundreds would swarm him, desperately devising strategies to vanquish him, recklessly striving for his defeat. After all, the arena is filled with desperate souls. Their lives are expendable, mere fodder for the slaughter as the sun sets. Even an S-level champion cannot guarantee his survival. Yet, Jaffer is different. He was once the star of this arena, an undefeated legend, drawing crowds whenever he entered the fray. He holds the record of surviving a day-long onslaught against over 40 A-level males and one S-level male, emerging victorious each time. Regardless of the perilous battles he faced, he invariably claimed victory, as if exhaustion and death were foreign concepts to him. He is the undisputed god of the arena. The orcs pay to witness every one of his matches, placing bets on his triumph without hesitation. They yearn to see him maintain his undefeated legacy, while simultaneously harboring a conflicting desire to witness his downfall. However, as today's grand tournament commences, the electronic scoreboard that once prominently displayed Jaffer's name has vanished. Replaced by the name of the ubiquitous Greg, the audience erupts in uproar. They crave the god of battle, not mere foot soldiers toying with their fates. The stands are a cacophony of voices, clamoring Jaffer, Jaffer. Enthusiastic spectators call out the name of their champion. The originally scheduled competitor finds himself at a loss, unable to step forward amid such fervor. Noticing the electric atmosphere, the host quickly ascends to the center of the arena on a small platform to clarify. Jaffer has achieved 100 victories in the arena. According to the rules, he may now depart. Jaffer is a slave of the arena, and the rules dictate that a slave must secure 100 victories to earn their freedom. The host's proclamation ignites a wave of cheers. After all, in all the years of this den of depravity, no orc has ever achieved such a feat. Jaffer is the first, and possibly the only one to ever do so. The host further stirs the crowd's excitement, declaring Jaffer the arena's most valiant warrior, yet also a wild wolf who defied authority, attempting to assassinate the lord of the city. The host exclaims with exhilaration, "The great lord remains unscathed. But for this ungrateful traitor, the Lord has stripped him of his freedom. That our god of battle will be auctioned in 3 days. Guests interested in acquiring him may bid to make him their own slave." A veritable cash cow. The arena's participants fall into 3 categories. 1, like Jaffer and Greg, are slaves of the den, constituting the majority. Another category consists of free individuals who voluntarily join the battles, a rarity. Lastly, there are slaves owned by others, most of whom were purchased and subsequently thrust into the arena to fight, treated like mere animals in a pit fight. The host's words incite even greater fervor among the audience. Envisioning the profits to be gained from owning Jaffer as their personal slave, reaping greater rewards from each battle, even orchestrating a shocking defeat to place reverse bets and fill their coffers. The crowd no longer minds that their champion will not fight today, and cheers of excitement resound once more. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves, for today a spectacle is about to begin. The host wipes his brow, maneuvering the small platform away from the stage and into the backstage area. Jaffer, typically subdued, chose to assassinate the Lord just as he was on the cusp of achieving his freedom after 100 victories. No one could fathom as he awaited Greg's entrance. The audience's energy surged, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief and sip water to refresh himself for the upcoming commentary. However, before he could swallow, the alarm system for the slave collars blared a jarring sound from the control room, momentarily freezing him in place as he glanced at the information on the screen that a thought crossed his mind. It was indeed Jaffer again. The collars restrict the use of mental power, and should a slave violate the rules, the collar tightens, sending feedback errors and delivering shocks and sedation. Jaffar's collar is a specially designed new version. As he had recently damaged the old model after attempting to assassinate the Lord, the memory of that incident left everyone feeling uneasy. Now, with the system reporting another error, it indicated that Jaffer was once again restless. This was beyond what a mere host could resolve. He called for his subordinates to inform Heinrich of the situation, then donned his usual smile to commentate on Greg's battle. Soon, the information reached Heinrich, who promptly arrived at the underground holding area. This was not Heinrich's first visit to the storage basement. The dim lighting and quiet atmosphere were conducive to eroding one's will, even without any action. The oppressive environment instilled a fear of collapse, leading to surrender. Today, however, the dim basement felt different, but a faint yet tantalizing aroma hung in the air, subtly stimulating the senses, the scent of a high-ranking female in heat. Heinrich recalled the female that Wei had brought back. He had only glimpsed her in a photograph, facing away as she was carelessly tossed onto the ground, clad in a conservative nightgown that no female would typically wear. Yet the small glimpse of her alabaster neck and slender wrists shone like jade. Though she lay there, small and fragile like a young beast, two large dents marred the corridor walls, beneath which lay two orcs, half revealed in their beastly forms, driven mad by the female's scent, two guards. Heinrich paid them no mind as he approached the door, inputting the control code to unlock the storage room. The fragrance within the room was far more potent than that in the hallway, where the flickering lights danced ominously. The source of the aroma, a young girl, appeared to be the sole beacon of light in the dimness. Beautiful, pure, and pitiable. Her voice was soft and clear, tinged with a hint of trepidation. What stirred him deeply were the tears glistening in her eyes, poised to fall. Save him, Heinrich's pupils constricted, his emerald gaze transforming into two vertical slits, narrowing like a serpent fixating on its prey. He will not die. The serpent flicked its tongue, savoring the sweet scent wafting through the air. Heinrich's gaze remained locked on the girl. Liu Zhao Zhao was startled by the unexpected voice. She lifted her face to the shadowy figure speaking. The room flickered with light, enveloped in silence, and her thoughts were solely on Jaffer, leaving her little room to focus on anything else. Only then did she notice that the door had been opened, revealing a tall figure standing in the shadows of the light. The man, with black hair and green eyes, had his long hair meticulously tied back, dressed in an elegant suit, resembling a nobleman who had just wandered into this place after a ball. Yet his face flickered in the light, obscuring his expression, which bore an air of enigma. Liu Zhao Zhao paused, then quickly realized the implication of he will not die. That meant he would eventually die. Right? She rushed to the cage's front, instinctively asking, "Can you save him?" Heinrich raised an eyebrow, his green eyes assessing the anxious young female. His voice was warm, and his demeanor consistently polite, yet the words he uttered were far from friendly. "Little female, you cannot even ensure your own safety, yet you concern yourself with him?" Liu Zhao Zhao was taken aback, realizing her mistake. In such a place, one who could move freely was certainly a madman. How could she have sought his help? She lifted her gaze but found no malice on Heinrich's face. In her moment of desperation, she could hardly muster any hostility. Lowering her head, she softly replied, "He has become this way for my sake. Of course, I care for him. It is a natural duty for males to risk their lives for females. It is their honor." Heinrich interrupted Liu Zhao Zhao, his gaze revealing a hint of intrigue as he probed. "Little female, you fail to grasp my meaning. No one in this world bears the obligation to sacrifice themselves for another. Extending a hand to the weak in need of assistance is a matter of kindness, not duty." Liu Zhao Zhao was reluctant to engage him in a discussion about the morality of dying for a female. She gazed at Jafar in the cage and said, "Tom once remarked that both he and I are commodities. One cannot allow a product to perish before its value is realized, can one? That would render the transaction a loss, wouldn't it?" Lu Xiaozhao understood that reasoning with a fanatic was futile, but she could appeal to their self-interest. Observing the girl's serious demeanor as she attempted to persuade him from a standpoint of benefit, a hint of hollow bravado was discernible on her delicate face. Heinrich chuckled. Lu Xiaozhao certainly impressed him. Compared to other females, she was not only gentler, but also more astute, shedding tears for an inconsequential male simply because he had protected her. Heinrich smiled again, acknowledging her point. Jaifar was indeed a valuable asset, one that could not be allowed to perish. Besides, he was much more than a mere commodity. Chapter 17. The oppressive secret. Heinrich nodded. You are indeed correct. Liu Xiaozhao exhaled in relief. The youth with dark hair and green eyes showed no inclination to check on Jaifar, but instead strode directly toward Lu Xiaozhao. What do you wish for me to do here? Go see him. I am not injured, she retorted, her urgency palpable. Heinrich replied with an unsettling calm. It seems you have yet to grasp that the true danger in this room is you. Little female. His expression was gentle, yet his words sent a chill down Lu Xiaozhao's spine. What do you mean? She inquired, her wariness mounting as she recalled Jaifar's mention of how females in heat could be highly enticing to males, causing her to instinctively retreat to the farthest corner of the cage. No, I'm perfectly fine. You should go save him. Heinrich found her reaction amusing, casually breaking the bars of the cage with a simple twist of his hand. Then extending it toward Lu Xiaozhao. In a moment, I will summon the guards to carry him to the medical room. Those guards are of a similar caliber to the two at the door. His smile was somewhat sly. Are you certain you wish to remain here? Recalling the terrifying visage of the cat-and-mouse brothers, Lu Xiaozhao shivered but remained vigilant, hesitating to take his hand. I am merely safeguarding the commodity. I shall not engage in any unnecessary actions. Rest assured, little female. With that assurance, Lu Xiaozhao felt persuaded. After all, she could not discern any malice in Heinrich's demeanor. Considering Jaifar's previous misfortune, she discreetly glanced at Heinrich's lower body. Finding no mysterious protrusion, which eased her mind, it appeared he truly was unaffected. Liu Xiaozhao refrained from taking his hand. The cage felt spacious enough for her, and she stood up to exit on her own. Heinrich noticed her furtive glances, and though she declined to reach for him, he remained unperturbed, standing beside the cage with an upright posture and a serene expression. Seemingly absorbed in his thoughts, he cast a glance at Lu Xiaozhao and said, "Let us depart." Liu Xiaozhao responded softly. Heinrich led her out of the room. The basement was confined, and his act of bringing Lu Xiaozhao out merely shifted the source of the enticing scent from one end to the other, intensifying its dispersion. Yet, he wore an expression of calm. Entirely unaffected, Liu Xiaozhao followed closely behind Jaifar, though her demeanor betrayed a hint of discomfort. How careless! Who could feel at ease with a flag of the Little Sun Nation painted on their backside? Even knowing they were alone, Heinrich walked ahead without glancing back, leaving Lu Xiaozhao with an overwhelming sense of helpless embarrassment, her rear feeling uncomfortably cool as she braced herself for the next encounter. Before long, Heinrich entered a code at the elevator, activating it, and they ascended swiftly. The elevator seemed to glide upwards, yet Lu Xiaozhao felt no discomfort, leaning against the corner to shield her exposed rear while maintaining a semblance of personal space. The elevator directly led to the foyer of the residence. Standing at the threshold, Lu Xiaozhao peered inside. That it was broad daylight outside, yet the indoor temperature was remarkably stable and cool. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed a glaring sun alongside the diminutive buildings huddled beneath the towering structure. Sunlight streamed in, blindingly bright, causing Lu Xiaozhao to blink. Suddenly, the windows darkened, shielding the harsh rays from entering. It adjusts automatically. How remarkably intelligent, she mused, surveying the room. Lu Xiaozhao noted that despite the passage of time, aesthetics and trends had remained relatively unchanged. The minimalist decor bore hints of Mediterranean influence, though some furnishings had evolved to a state she could scarcely recognize. Outside, the world basked in heat, while indoors, she felt a sense of relief. Gazing through the tinted windows, the towering buildings seemed to elevate her above the city, which lay beneath her like a vast expanse, in the center of DC-27's few oases. A mirrored lake shimmered in the southwestern direction, glinting under the blazing sun, While it was deemed an oasis, the level of development left little trace of greenery in the city. Nearby, structures reminiscent of circus tents sprawled across the landscape, embodying the essence of vice and revelry, while beyond the lake lay an endless expanse of yellow sand. Looking out the window, the cityscape appeared pristine and beautiful, akin to an interstellar Dubai. Who would have thought it was such a wretched place? Lu Xiaozhao sighed inwardly. Heinrich, observing her expression, urged her to sit and rest while he proceeded to the bathroom to run water. Once he left, Lu Xiaozhao's thoughts began to race. Was this not an opportune moment for escape? She tiptoed toward the door, counting her steps, 5, 4, 3, only to deflate at the threshold. She had forgotten that this was an elevator that led directly into the residence. Her first obstacle was the access code. No wonder Heinrich felt completely at ease leaving her alone here. She was utterly trapped. Returning to the living room in frustration, Lu Xiaozhao plopped down on the sofa, squirming in defiance. How dare I soil this fanatic's sofa? When Heinrich emerged from the bathroom, he found the little female sulking on the couch, her movements betraying a sense of discontent, and the unmistakable scent of her heat lingered heavily in the air. Sweet yet overwhelming. His dark green pupils narrowed to slits. He detested such sweet scents. Yet at that moment, Heinrich felt his throat tighten and a burn of thirst sear through him. He realized he needed to drink copiously, perhaps even submerging himself entirely in water to quench his thirst like go take a bath. After a moment, Heinrich's eyes regained their composure, observing Lu Xiaozhao calmly, though his fingers tightened slightly, unaware of any deviation in his demeanor. Lu Xiaozhao hopped off the sofa and made her way into the bathroom, albeit in an oddly awkward manner. Covering her rear, Heinrich's gaze remained fixed on the silhouette of the girl until she disappeared behind the bathroom door. He inhaled the lingering scent with a hint of nostalgia before turning to the kitchen. He filled a glass with water, but the inner thirst remained insatiable. He downed an entire bottle, still unsatisfied, feeling as if he was swallowing molten lava that scorched both his skin and psyche. His eyes transformed into green slits again as he drunkenly stumbled into the living room, settling beside the now tainted sofa. Where the scent was even more potent, he felt a long-buried impulse and desire surge within him, a pale flush creeping onto his once ivory face. Soon, his suppressed voice reverberated softly through the living room. Lu Xiaozhao dared not use the bathtub. Who bathes with their period? Is she preparing for a red water bath? She hurriedly finished her quick shower, but the bathroom provided no clothes, only a towel. Wrapping herself in it, she clung tightly to one corner as she exited the bathroom. Lu Xiaozhao had hoped to wash her clothes like on a spaceship, waiting for them to dry before putting them back on. But Heinrich's bathroom lacked a washing machine, forcing her to emerge wrapped in the towel. She intended to ask about the location of the washing machine, but found the living room empty. However, an elusive fragrance permeated the otherwise vacant space, one that had not been present when she first entered. The bloodstains on the sofa cushions had vanished without a trace, which was to be expected. After all, in the interstellar age, washing and drying clothes could take mere minutes. As she sought someone to inquire about the washing machine, Lu Xiaozhao hesitated, realizing she didn't even know Heinrich's name, and promptly abandoned the thought. Surely, it would be absurd to call out, "Where are you?" Fanatic? That would only earn her a slap and a retort of "How dare you?" Just as Lu Xiaozhao prepared to search room by room for the washing machine, a door opened. Heinrich emerged, having changed into a different outfit, his collar undone in an uncharacteristically unrefined manner, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone and pallid skin. His hair was damp, still dripping, clearly having just washed. His gaze flickered with a moment of inscrutable ambiguity as he looked at Lu Xiaozhao. But it quickly returned to silence. To be fair, this was undoubtedly a depiction of a handsome man emerging from a bath. However, Lu Xiaozhao was not so infatuated as to be oblivious to her own predicament. She clutched the corner of her bath towel and took a small step back, stating, "I'm looking for the washing machine." "No need. Clothes will be delivered shortly," Heinrich replied, shaking his head, his gaze drifting over her form before he turned to enter the kitchen. At that moment, the doorbell rang. It chimed once, and the door slid open automatically, revealing a robot holding a large box. The RGB lights on the robot's face flickered, announcing, "Dear customer, the clothing you requested has arrived." There was no need for Heinrich to emerge, as a butler robot had already come out to receive the package, and the door closed once more. Liu Xiaoxiao belatedly realized that she seemed to have missed an opportunity to escape. Heinrich emerged from the kitchen just in time to catch her expression. Understanding her thoughts, he gently cautioned, "If you were to run out like this, those lower-tier males would devour you without a trace. Please do not wander off." What a paradox it was to utter the most terrifying words in the gentlest of tones. Liu Xiaoxiao felt a chill of fear. "That I dare not," she replied. "Come and see the clothes. Tell me if you like them." The garments delivered by the robot were all dresses. Sundresses, slip dresses, umbrella skirts, mermaid skirts, high-slit cheongsams, and backless gowns. Moreover, these dresses were either bright red, rose red, burgundy, or red-black. Liu Xiaoxiao fell silent. "Thank you for the invitation, but we young people prefer black, white, and gray. I it that you cannot survive without red." She pondered whether it was illegal for interstellar females not to wear dresses. Faced with this box of dresses, she longed to suggest wearing her pajamas instead, yet she lacked the courage to voice it and remained silent. Chapter 18. The virtuous madwoman noticing Liu Xiaoxiao's silence. Heinrich's probing gaze landed on her. The clothing delivered seemed ill-suited for the petite female before him. He did not consider this beforehand. There were very few females in the sinful revelry. Those sold did not count, and those remaining here, limited by the Lord's taste, were always of a mature and sensual style. From a physical standpoint, interstellar females were all tall and healthy, and such styles could certainly be supported. However, Liu Xiaoxiao, at this moment, caught Heinrich's eye, delicate and petite. One would hardly believe she had reached adulthood, if not for her estrus. Her figure could hardly be termed voluptuous or sensual. Rather, she was slender and harmonious. Her delicate frame, unable to bear the oversized dresses meant for her. It was a miscalculation. These dresses seemed quite unsuitable. Liu Xiaoxiao obediently sifted through the garments, feigning to pick out a few, only to discover they were all a size too large for her. Secretly relieved, she held up a wine-red slip dress, awkwardly smiling at Heinrich. "That's all right." Heinrich nodded, his gaze persistently drawn to her. The girl, wrapped in a bath towel, revealed her snow-white shoulders, smooth and rounded like jade. The towel extended below her knees, exposing her slender and fair calves, with graceful lines and delicate ankles that invited a playful touch. The arch of her foot resembled a small bridge. Its curve perfectly formed. The hint of nervousness caused her toes to curl slightly, her two alabaster feet resting on the gray floor, like a handful of white flowers in a muddy mire. The exposed skin gleamed with a pristine radiance reminiscent of fresh snow, as if it could emit light. Heinrich swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a lump in his throat, before Liu Xiaoxiao could look his way again. He quickly regained his composure and instructed the robot to have her discarded clothing washed and dried for delivery. The robot received the order and promptly took away the discarded dresses, then hurried off to wash the pajamas Liu Xiaoxiao had just removed. It is not so difficult to communicate, Liu Xiaoxiao thought, casting a glance at Heinrich, who met her gaze briefly before nonchalantly averting his eyes. He elegantly rolled up his sleeves to the elbows, revealing a pale yet strong forearm, and said, "Once you have changed, you can rest for a while. I'll prepare dinner." With that, he rose and entered the kitchen, leaving Liu Xiaoxiao sitting in the living room, feeling somewhat surreal. Was the treatment of a prisoner so lavish? It shouldn't be. Surely they were preparing to lobotomize her. A prelude to a storm? The more she thought about it, the more eerie it felt. The living room was utterly silent, with only the sound of water from the kitchen breaking the stillness, growing increasingly reminiscent of meat on a chopping block, ready for slaughter. Interrupting Liu Xiaoxiao's spiraling thoughts was a robot that had come to fetch her, freshly laundered clothes in hand. This robot, shaped like a small, silver-gray trash can and standing at her shoulder height, bent its metallic arm in a gesture of invitation. "Dear, beautiful miss, your clothes are ready. Please follow me to change." The robot's voice, programmed with an overly syrupy tone, was oddly endearing, resembling that of a youthful boy, which might delight a peculiar aunt. Liu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, not expecting Heinrich to prefer such robots. One cannot judge a book by its cover. The robot led Liu Xiaoxiao to the room Heinrich had just exited. The room was a study in extreme minimalism, dominated by the colors black, white, and gray. A thick, gray wool carpet covered the floor, and stepping barefoot upon it felt like sinking into a cloud. That Liu Xiaoxiao experienced a peculiar sensation. The robot had not only cleaned her clothes, but had also thoughtfully prepared essential items for her menstrual period, placing them beside her clothing. Next to her garments sat a small box labeled Wu Bao, accompanied by an advertisement proclaiming, "Use Wu Bao during estrus. Comfortable and leak-proof, no disturbances." How disheartening it was that, even in the interstellar age, the creativity of advertising seemed to have reached a dead end. Liu Xiaoxiao opened the box to find 2 sheets of capsules, one red and one green, nestled side by side. Had interstellar society progressed to the point of eliminating sanitary pads in favor of medication to suppress menstruation? Feeling somewhat dazed, she decided to consult the knowledgeable robot. Swiftly, she donned a top while wrapping the towel around her lower half and turned to call for the robot butler. Just as she was about to seek help, she noticed that the robot was oddly obedient, standing with its back to her at the door, seemingly too occupied to notice her plea. Its round little hands were placed on the door frame, diligently guarding against any prying eyes, yet it rather resembled a small trash can blocking the entrance. Clearing her throat, Liu Xiaoxiao softly inquired, "How does one use this?" The round-headed little trash can turned to face her, projecting a guilty expression on its electronic screen. "That I should have applied it for you. I apologize, that's not necessary," Liu Xiaoxiao replied. "Just teach me how to use it." Upon saying this, she glanced back at the robot and was momentarily taken aback. Suspecting this contraption had been mistreated, how could a simple request evoke such an emotional response? Tears streamed down the simulated face on the electronic screen as it earnestly began to explain. Its voice quivered with a hint of sorrow, and, as an artificial intelligence, it was rather too anthropomorphic. After the robot butler's explanation, Liu Xiaoxiao finally grasped how to use the items. "Dear sisters, it is with great regret that even in the interstellar era, women, or females, cannot escape the visit of Aunt Flo. The red capsule is meant to be ingested. It boosts nutrition and enhances immunity during the menstrual period, also shortening its duration by a day or two. The green capsule is a compressed form, which, when opened, reveals the actual sanitary pad, convenient for storage and transport. The interstellar sanitary pads resemble thin underwear, disposable after use. They can entirely replace traditional underwear without any risk of leakage. And it is said they can completely mask any odors associated with estrus. Thin and unnoticeable, it strangely feels as if one is wearing nothing at all. Having sorted herself out, the robot butler eagerly whisked away her discarded towel to the laundry. Liu Xiaoxiao returned to the living room, where Heinrich was just emerging from the kitchen, carrying a plate. "First, have some fruit." That on the plate were strawberries, cherries, and blueberries, all plump and juicy, appearing utterly delectable. Heinrich set down the fruit and smiled warmly at Liu Xiaoxiao. His demeanor gentle and polite. "They're not cold. Please enjoy a tea." First glance. With his humble and courteous demeanor, no one would suspect that he could be a tyrant in such a place. Liu Xiaoxiao felt increasingly perplexed. Yet that did not deter her from indulging in some fruit. Even if it were a last meal, she believed it prudent to fill her stomach first, so she would have the strength to contemplate her escape. The interstellar strawberries appeared to belong to no variety Liu Xiaoxiao had ever encountered on Earth. Each was nearly the size of a tennis ball, vibrant red and crisp, exuding the fragrance of strawberries and roses. With a single bite, they released a sweet, tender pulp, and even the green tops were soft and sweet. The cherries were uniformly the size of ping-pong balls, juicy and sweet, bursting with an intense fruity aroma. And almost entirely seedless or containing only minuscule pits, making them a personal favorite of Liu Xiaoxiao. Blueberries had never been among Liu Xiaoxiao as preferred fruits, due to their seeds affecting the texture. Yet the interstellar blueberries were seedless, each as large as an almond, with a rich, fragrant taste. These fruits were delectably sweet without losing their inherent aromas, and as Heinrich had stated, they were not cold but rather slightly warm. This temperature was just right. Neither too icy to be off-putting, nor too hot to compromise the fruit's flavors. Unable to restrain herself, Liu Xiaoxiao indulged like an unsophisticated bumpkin. The kitchen, connected to the living room, soon filled with the sounds of water. While savoring the fruits, she stole a glance at Heinrich, who stood tall and slender in a white shirt, an apron tied neatly around his waist. His long black hair was secured with a ribbon, cascading smoothly down his back like silk. From his silhouette alone, Heinrich emanated an air of devoted homemaker. Setting aside the fact that he was an outlaw, such a handsome and attentive individual should surely evoke admiration. However, Lu Xiaoxiao's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of her impending doom. When the last meal was presented, she was taken aback. The lunch consisted of tender stewed beef brisket with tomatoes, crisp blanched lettuce, and sweet and sour pork. Tears nearly escaped the corners of her eyes. During her time aboard Edric's starship, her meals had been prepared by Eamon. Although Eamon was an excellent cook, his Western cuisine left her longing for the flavors of home. Casting aside thoughts of her last meal, Lu Xiaoxiao eagerly took her seat at the dining table and picked up her chopsticks. The tomatoes were tangy and flavorful, the beef tender and aromatic. The lettuce was crisp, enhanced by a hint of oyster sauce and garlic. The sweet and sour pork was perfectly balanced, with a crispy exterior and tender interior, accompanied by a bowl of perfectly cooked, fluffy rice that was both chewy and sweet. Lu Xiaoxiao relished the meal, which suited her palate splendidly. Delicious! Another bowl, please! After 2 bowls of her last meal, Lu Xiaoxiao felt somewhat stuffed. As she sat at the table, rubbing her belly, she watched the robot clear away the dishes, pondering the surprisingly warm treatment of her last meal. With little sincerity, she muttered her thanks and, like a lethargic fish, leaned back against the sofa, closing her eyes. The food had filled her to the brim, and the blood rushing to her stomach made her drowsy. She decided to feign sleep while contemplating her escape plan. Having satisfied her hunger, it was time to strategize her escape. Heinrich remained silent, allowing the robotic butler to clear the plates while he observed Lu Xiaoxiao from the side. The gentle smile that had adorned his face faded, replaced by an inscrutable expression, his gaze fixated on Lu Xiaoxiao's face. Heavy and intense. The girl, blissfully unaware, fluttered her eyelashes sleepily. Heinrich's attention remained unwavering, but a brief respite would be beneficial. There was much to attend to later. With that thought, he gently lifted Lu Xiaoxiao into his arms, disregarding her wishes and making the decision unilaterally. Let us retire to the room. Heinrich's body was icy, causing Lu Xiaoxiao to shiver involuntarily. As soon as she was lifted, her heart raced, and she forced herself to keep her eyes shut and breathe slowly, pretending to be asleep. Just then, the doorbell rang, and the artificial intelligence announced the arrival of a visitor. Lu Xiaoxiao secretly sighed with relief, hoping Heinrich would set her down. Unfortunately, he was not privy to her thoughts and instead commanded, "Open the door and let him in." Heinrich continued to carry Lu Xiaoxiao without pause, giving the newcomer a cold instruction to wait. Chapter 19. Embrace the glorious evolution. Even though the temperature in DC 26 plummeted to an absurd low at night, it did not diminish the fervent and raucous atmosphere of the sinful revelry. The Colosseum was particularly lively, as the last rays of sunlight faded. The final gladiator standing in the arena collapsed, marking the day as one without victors. That a cacophony of boos erupted from the audience. The loudest came from the gamblers who had wagered substantial sums. The arena was filled with uproar, and only a few orcs who had bet on the outcome of the day emerged victorious, their pockets overflowing. One orc, unable to contain his frustration as he prepared to ascend the platform, struck out angrily, causing a nosebleed to the offender. However, the injured orc was accompanied by companions who relied on him for a share of the winnings, so they quickly rallied to his defense, resulting in a flurry of retaliatory strikes. Despite the sun having set, the atmosphere of the gladiatorial arena successfully spilled into the streets. The flames of conflict reignited, transforming the audience's verbal altercations into physical confrontations. Only then did the host make his tardy appearance. Clad in a flamboyant red suit, he floated down to the center of the arena on a small platform, regrettably announcing that it seemed there would be no victor today, which was indeed unfortunate. However, the city lord had prepared an entertaining program that everyone would enjoy, urging guests to remain patient and refrain from fighting in the stands. He feigned a playful smile, jesting, "If today's battles have ignited your fighting spirit, why not sign up to participate in our gladiatorial contest and experience the thrill of becoming a warrior firsthand?" Though his words seemed lighthearted, the brawlers halted abruptly, exchanging wary glances, sensing an underlying warning. The host's jest was no mere joke. It served as a subtle admonition that if they continued their brawl, they might find themselves volunteering for the arena. In an instant, the previously combative orcs ceased their hostilities, their faces bruised, but obediently returning to their seats like quail. Satisfied, the host nodded and clapped his hands, causing the floor of the arena to give way, revealing a large semicircular stage that rose higher than the Colosseum, adorned with red velvet curtains that a drone flew overhead, projecting an illuminated screen in the center of the stage. While the audience's seating transformed from circular arrangement to orderly rows, resembling a hall devoid of the previous bloodshed and corpses, replaced instead by music and flowers scattered by drones. Lu Xiaoxiao arrived just in time to witness the last gladiator fall, unable to discern his face, not due to poor vision, but because he was covered in blood and bruises, rendering his features unrecognizable. The arena was strewn with blood, severed limbs, and corpses. The solitary victor, who had once stood proudly, collapsed after the bell signaled the end of the day's contest, his heartbeat monitor flatlining as he fell. The audience erupted into chaos once more. The sounds resonating around her were not cries for help, nor any pleas for assistance. Rather, they were a cacophony of derisive jeers, imbued with contempt, resentment, and disdain. They resented his failure to persevere and scorned his lack of prowess. Lu Xiaoxiao felt an icy chill envelop her as she listened. The technological advancements of the interstellar era far surpassed those of her native Earth, yet these beastmen instilled in her a profound sense that civilization had regressed, rather than progressed, by millennia, entirely unanchored from the fruits of technological evolution. They observed their compatriots treated as mere commodities, playthings for amusement, yet each individual regarded this as a natural state of affairs, even going so far as to condemn one another for not deriving sufficient entertainment from IT. It was no wonder that Heil had warned her of the dangers inherent in this place. Indeed, coexisting with those who had forsaken their humanity was perilous. With this thought in mind, she subtly distanced herself from Heinrich. After finishing her lunch, Lu Xiaoxiao had intended to feign tiredness and retreat into quietude. However, once Heinrich cradled her and carried her back to their quarters, she found herself ensconced in the soft embrace of the blankets and, almost instantly, succumbed to a profound fatigue, drifting off to sleep before long. Upon awakening, she discovered a row of petite dresses adorning the bedside, each one a vibrant testament to youthful exuberance. Pink puff skirts, ruffled dresses, and doll-collar tops paired with cake-like skirts, all evoking a sense of whimsical delight. Although a plethora of dresses had been prepared for her, Heinrich had not afforded her the liberty to choose. Instead, he presented her with a regal gown that featured both ruffles and lace, elegant yet playfully charming. Once Lu Xiaoxiao had donned her attire, Heinrich led her outside. Renowned within Central City, Heinrich's residence boasted a custom-designed elevator, Lu Xiaoxiao observed as he tapped a few commands on his wrist-mounted personal terminal. And moments later, the elevator opened, whisking them directly to the arena of debauchery and bloodshed. Upon exiting, they were escorted to a pre-reserved VIP suite. The spacious room, furnished with sofas and tables, featured a glass wall that allowed them to gaze down at the stage while also looking up at the luminous screen above. A platter of cherries, her favorite fruit, sat enticingly on the coffee table. Lu Xiaoxiao was utterly taken aback to discover that Heinrich had brought her to witness the brutal spectacle of combat. Instinctively, fear gripped her. Heinrich, however, paid little heed to her hesitant movements, his focus remaining on the host, even as his thoughts quietly drifted toward Lu Xiaoxiao. Females, timid and spoiled, would not comply unless the stakes were genuinely at play. The host commanded the small platform to descend onto the stage, flamboyantly bowing to the audience. Esteemed guests, the evening's entertainment is about to commence. Are you prepared? A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Throughout history, regardless of the world's transformations, even in the days when humanity claimed dominion over its origins while espousing ideals of democracy and fairness, an unspoken rule persisted. Might makes right. This was a truth understood by all. The host spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, his expression one of resignation. I am a B-class beast man, lacking in mental fortitude. A Upon graduating high school, I aspired to enroll in a military academy. Having met the minimum standards for mental capacity, yet my physical condition failed to meet the requirements, forcing me to bid farewell to my dreams. In university, I harbored affection for a female, but her standards for a mate were A-class and above. Unsurprisingly, I had no opportunity. Veins bulged on the hostess' forehead as he continued. Why should I suffer such indignities? Is it because I am not strong enough? Yet she is merely a C-class female. Even if granted an S-class partner, what benefit would she confer? Are we to be discriminated against simply for being lower-tier beastmen? Dear guests, have any of you experienced similar injustices due to your mental capacity? Looked down upon by females for your rank? His words were incendiary, yet the crowd's response was sparse. After all, recognizing one's own weakness is one thing, but boldly admitting it in public is quite another. The host pressed on. If my plight were solely due to my lack of strength, I could accept living in such contempt. But what are the aristocrats? Thanks to their ancestral privileges, even a C-class beastman, inferior to me, can command my respect and obedience? I refuse to accept this. His declaration rang out with a fervor that echoed through the venue. I killed him and fled to this paradise, fearing to leave, for I am neither strong enough, nor do I possess a family legacy. I believe many of you share my plight. His words struck a chord with the audience, and the atmosphere grew charged. Some spectators shouted in righteous indignation, affirming his sentiments. The crowd was aflame with fury. Liu Zhaozhao furrowed her brow at the hostess' rhetoric, sensing a revolutionary fervor in his speech. Would his next words echo? Do nobles not possess the same vigor? Or perhaps the heavens have died. Let the yellow sky rise? She covertly glanced at Heinrich, questioning his intentions. Was he orchestrating a witness to the interstellar uprising that began on planet DC? 27. The host swiftly dispelled her uncertainty, declaring, but now, our moment has arrived. He pivoted his discourse, announcing that the City Lord scientists had developed methods for postnatal evolution of mental capacity, proclaiming that it was time for us weaklings to assert ourselves. The venue fell silent, anticipation palpable. The strength of a beastman's mental capacity is determined at birth, and by adulthood, it is essentially fixed that a beastman with an A-class mental capacity would remain unchanged throughout his life, with only a rare few achieving a second evolution, elevating their capacity by a level. Throughout the millennia of beastman history, the number of those who have undergone such a transformation could be counted on one hand. Currently, one notable example was General Shen Qing of the neighboring Federation. Shen Qing's evolution stemmed from a crisis. He and his combat team found themselves ensnared on a toxic wasteland populated by monstrous creatures. Those unfortunate enough to crash land there never returned. Yet, after 2 months, Shen Qing salvaged parts from wrecked spaceships, repaired a backup vessel, and escaped with his vice-captain, while his small team of 20 managed to survive. Only he and his loyal brother returned. Shen Qing's vice-captain suffered severe mental damage and remains in a vegetative state, while Shen Qing emerged with an upgraded mental capacity, ascending from S to SS. When queried about the events on the wasteland, he simply attributes his evolution to coincidence, revealing nothing further. The public discourse surrounding Shen Qing's evolution is rife with speculation, yet one thing is certain. It was no easy feat, nor one easily replicated. The accepted reality among beastmen is that mental capacity cannot be altered. Now, however, the host claimed the potential for postnatal evolution. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The audience was intrigued yet apprehensive. They were wary of becoming test subject for mad scientists who had previously failed in their experiments. Seemingly aware of their concerns, the host clapped his hands, summoning a male beastman carried by a robot, who was unceremoniously dropped onto the stage. A gaunt, sickly beastman lay sprawled on the maroon carpet, appearing on the verge of death. The host effortlessly seized him by the neck, lifting him with ease, and scanned him with a device, projecting his details onto the screen. D-class mental capacity. Today I invite you, esteemed guests, to witness a monumental moment in history. With that, the host retrieved a syringe from the robot and plunged it into the beastman's neck. After administering the injection, he carelessly discarded the beastman back onto the ground. Liu Zhaozhao gasped. How unhygienic. The beast-man soon convulsed, his body trembling uncontrollably, and then, without warning, he transformed into a spotted deer, collapsing and twitching on the ground. The audience erupted in a chorus of shock. Liu Zhao's heart raced. This was no different from conducting human experiments in public. However, mere moments later, the audience's doubts faded away. The spotted deer suddenly stood up. Invigorated. Chapter 20. I want you to be my female. Before you discuss the topic of human trafficking, please read this chapter and the next. I spent money on JJ to criticize the author. And only after seeing the toxic points will I continue to read 5 or 6 more chapters to see if the comments truly indicate no plot twist before I start to scold. The spotted deer stood up, stamping its hooves, raising its head. The once rounded tips of its antlers became sharp and glimmered ominously. In the next moment, the spotted deer transformed into a young male. He was originally quite slender, but now his body was adorned with bulging muscles, as if he had grown 10 centimeters taller. He gazed blankly at the host, and then at himself. When measured again with the scanner, it indicated that his mental power had reached grade B, a leap of 2 levels, and his physique had also strengthened. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. No low-level beastman could remain displeased in the face of such a miracle, as it signified that they too might soon ascend to the pinnacle of beastly existence. That Liu Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. What a medical miracle! Heinrich, seated nearby, observed Liu Zhao's shocked expression with a slight smirk, then glanced around the venue, casting a disdainful look at the beastman. After this live demonstration, no beastman would doubt the so-called secondary evolution. The host, sensing the atmosphere was charged, quickly revealed the true purpose. He produced a new syringe, an unopened evolution serum that the City Lord had named Glorious Evolution. The City Lord, sympathetic to us weaklings, hoped to enable more beastmen to achieve a leap in social class, and specifically instructed that one be auctioned off for interested guests. He rapped his small hammer, setting the starting bid at 1 billion interstellar currency. Liu Zhao, having never spent money, was unsure whether this was a large sum or not. After all, she had read novels where some authors casually mentioned hundreds of billions, leading her to believe there was severe interstellar inflation. With the 1 billion bid, the venue fell silent once more. Today's duel lacked star players, so those truly wealthy individuals were not in attendance, rendering the starting price of 1 billion unattainable among the beastmen present. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. The host, noticing the silence after the bid, exaggeratedly furrowed his brows and scanned the room, lamenting, "It seems this treasure is destined to go unsold today." At that moment, a voice emerged from the audience. "A price of 1 billion is simply unaffordable. Are you toying with us? And what is this nonsense about the City Lord's sympathy for us? Urging us to achieve social mobility? Who truly believes that this so-called City Lord cares for the weak?" The host's earlier heartfelt testimony, combined with the City Lord's purported compassion, seemed nothing more than sales tactics. Liu Zhao could not help but glance at the individual who appeared to be easily deceived, likely to fall for health product scams in their later years. The speaker, a young man with orange hair, looked youthful yet foolish, exuding an impulsive demeanor. Liu Zhao found him somewhat familiar. Upon seeing his orange locks, she recalled that he resembled Jerry from the Cat Uncle Brothers, albeit younger. Could they be siblings? The orange-haired youth's remarks resonated with the audience, prompting them to murmur that the City Lord was indeed mocking them, rather than genuinely pursuing collective evolution. The host wore a troubled expression, contemplating for a moment before resolutely stating, "Everyone, please wait. I will consult the City Lord. It is imperative that we convey your sentiments to ensure everyone's satisfaction." He then hurried off the stage, leaving the audience fervently discussing and anticipating that Liu Zhao thought. What a familiar routine. Is this a live shopping segment? Soon he will return to say he consulted the City Lord, and the serum will not cost 10 billion, nor 9,999, nor 998, but a mere 90, limited to 100 units. Even in the interstellar era, sales techniques remain utterly uninspired. That a few minutes later, the host emerged, wiping sweat from his brow as he operated his small circular device. "I consulted the City Lord, who has decided, considering the serum's exorbitant price, to offer a new initiative. The city lord will provide the serum for free to 10 beastmen, who will then collaborate with scientists to contribute to ongoing research. Lu Xiaoxiao thought, what a miscalculation. This isn't a sales event, but rather a search for guinea pigs. Yet the guinea pigs showed no signs of awareness regarding their impending roles, and upon hearing free, excitement surged among them. How will they be selected? Who will be chosen? Surely there can't be any insider dealings. The host gestured for silence, stating that to maintain fairness, the selection process would be conducted through a lottery. Please remain seated and do not leave your places. Following this, the thrilling lottery commenced, and the seat numbers of 10 fortunate winners were projected onto a screen. They quickly followed the robots offstage to claim their serums. However, the evening's program was far from over. Soon, 2 scantily clad females were led onto the stage by robots, dressed in red gowns and possessing commendable beauty. Though not surpassing Lu Xiaoxiao, they exuded a seductive allure, with tall and curvaceous figures that Lu Xiaoxiao found quite captivating. However, they wore collars with the leashes held by the robots, their expressions somewhat vacuous as they were guided onto the stage, moving awkwardly like marionettes with rusted joints. This was Lu Xiaoxiao's first encounter with interstellar females, treated as mere pets, a stark contrast to her expectations. She instinctively clutched her skirt, feeling increasingly uneasy, a tinge of sorrow creeping in as she empathized with their plight. Heinrich observed Lu Xiaoxiao's reaction closely, a smile playing on his lips, seemingly oblivious to her distress, his gaze fixed on the stage. The host took the leashes from the robots, introducing the 2 females, esteemed guests. Meet our stars, Lily and Ruth. He described Lily as a red-haired female with a beauty spot on her lip, exuding sensuality, while Ruth, with her chestnut locks, was stunningly beautiful and voluptuous. The host lifted Lily's chin, playfully pinching her cheek, and with a flirtatious grin declared, Lily is a grade B female. Esteemed guests in need of alleviating genetic collapse should not miss this opportunity. The audience erupted in lewd jeers, some even discussing Lily's physique in a crude manner. Seizing the moment, the host pressed on. It seems our esteemed guests are quite taken with Lily. Therefore, the starting bid is 300,000 interstellar currency. Lu Xiaoxiao's spine tingled as she listened to the host. She was well aware that alleviating genetic collapse typically involved physical contact or the exchange of bodily fluids, with the latter being more effective. The host's brazen mention of alleviating genetic collapse felt akin to running a brothel. She glanced at the female named Lily, who, regardless of the host's lewd insinuations and the audience's boorish cheers and whistles, displayed no reaction. Having had her frontal lobe severed, she was merely a compliant and silent puppet. Lu Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. What was Heinrich's intention in bringing her here to witness these 2 females? Was it a warning? Ultimately, she had no interest in the fates of Lily and Ruth. She felt overwhelmed, like a drowning person seeking help, only to find herself surrounded by a sea of darkness. Heinrich had been observing Lu Xiaoxiao's demeanor in silence. Upon witnessing her dazed and fearful expression, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Knowing his objective had been achieved, suddenly, he extended his hand toward the bewildered Lu Xiaoxiao, his voice remaining gentle and devoid of any abnormality. Shall we return? Are you hungry? Upon hearing his words, Lu Xiaoxiao nearly jumped up. She did not take Heinrich's hand but stood up from the sofa, taking a reluctant step back. What exactly do you want? The girl's expression was wary as she retreated a step, casting a defiant and vigilant gaze at him. Heinrich sighed internally, retracting his hand. He patted his own lapel, smiled faintly, and settled back onto the single sofa. I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Heinrich. His expression remained gentle, yet there was an inexplicable chill in his demeanor. Lu Xiaoxiao regarded him with suspicion. Remaining silent, the city lord paused, his smile widening slightly, resembling a venomous snake, his gaze laden with meaning that I will take a long break. In this city, I make the rules. With that, he adjusted his posture, his arm casually draped over the sofa, the once warm aura dissipating, revealing a hint of disdainful authority that I want you to be my female. Do you agree? Chapter 21. Of course. I am willing. Willing? What nonsense! Lu Xiaoxiao's head buzzed, rendered speechless for half a minute, her mind filled with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Was this not a blatant warning? This was nothing short of an explicit threat. Although not explicitly stated, first show her the consequences of rejection before presenting the terms, leaving her with no choice but to comply. Refusal, is it? Take her out, extract her brain, and display it on the stage for sale. Lu Xiaozhao, filled with rage yet unable to voice it, could only speak with immense frustration. I lack mental power. That's of no concern to me, he replied. When Lu Xiaozhao was captured, it was not Heinrich who handed her over. He had always shown little interest in females and cared not for their fates. However, after the incident with Jaffer spiraled out of control, he took it upon himself to handle the situation and fortuitously encountered Lu Xiaozhao, which led him to whimsically bring her home. Later, after she had fallen asleep, he examined her records. 20 years old, standing at 168 centimeters, slightly underweight, devoid of mental power, yet generally healthy. Compared to other females in the star realm, Lu Xiaozhao appeared almost juvenile, yet her beauty was undeniable. Unlike the alluring and haughty beauty of others, her charm was subtle, devoid of aggression, embodying a pure and noble elegance that evoked a sense of compassion and protectiveness. She was both beautiful and uniquely special, radiating an innocent fearlessness while remaining oblivious to her precarious situation. Despite her own peril, she expressed concern for Jaffer's punishment and cleverly knew how to persuade herself to save him. Unlike those females who only wept at the sight of death and issued commands with arrogance, Heinrich appreciated this difference, which ignited his desire to possess her as his own. Yet, it was clear that Lu Xiaozhao was wary of him. She was a captive, a product of wicked revelry, and he appeared to be the very architect of her misfortune. The young female would never accept him. Heinrich was self-aware, but he was a greedy serpent, one who sought to coil around his desires and drag them into his lair. How could he easily relinquish them? Certainly, he could transform her into a puppet like Lily and Ruth. Yet, the thought of that vibrant little face losing its expressions, that beautiful mouth never uttering bold words again, was unbearable to him. He needed her to willingly and wholly belong to him. Once this thought took root, it spiraled out of control, leading him to concoct the wretched idea of showcasing a warning to her. Let her see that refusal bore no favorable outcome. Of course, even if the young female truly resisted, he would devise another plan. Nevertheless, he believed she was intelligent, possessing a courage that was unwavering yet tinged with a pragmatic sincerity. This was not a misjudgment. Whether Lu Xiaozhao had true bravery was another matter, but she had always been exceptionally perceptive. I am certainly willing, Lu Xiaozhao ground out through clenched teeth, her entire demeanor exuding reluctant submission, yet not complete surrender. Heinrich, unfazed, was more than willing to take his time to wear her down. He smiled contentedly, beckoning the girl closer, saying, "Come here, darling." Lu Xiaozhao thought it sounded akin to calling a dog, her face a mask of suppressed frustration as she approached. The young man easily swept her into his embrace, and Lu Xiaozhao found herself awkwardly seated upon his lap, her body stiff as a log, a torrent of curses swirling in her mind. Heinrich observed her pained expression, secretly amused yet aware of the importance of moderation. He merely pinched her cheek lightly, refraining from any further transgressions. The soft flush that spread across her delicate cheeks could have been due to his touch or her indignation. Bearing the indignity of his playful gesture, Lu Xiaozhao retaliated with a pinch to his waist, but quickly feared his wrath. She fluttered her eyelashes, her gaze filled with feigned innocence, and pouted, "You pinched me too hard. Thus, it is only just that I retaliate." She presented a charmingly pitiful demeanor. Heinrich, unperturbed by the slight, found her delicate strength insufficient even to tickle him. Instead, it incited a peculiar warmth within him. His gaze darkened as it shifted from her expressive eyes to her vividly colored lips. Heinrich's breath grew heated, and Lu Xiaozhao, realizing the danger in his gaze, instinctively recoiled, squirming free from his grip. She took a half-step back, feigning innocence and confusion. "I'm hungry. Shall we return?" With the absence of the sweet, soft girl in his arms, Heinrich felt a twinge of regret, but quickly regained his composure, his expression turning gentle as he said, "My apologies, darling." While he uttered apologies, his eyes remained firmly locked on Lu Xiaozhao, lacking any real contrition, instead brimming with interest. Before Lu Xiaozhao could retreat from the unabashed gaze, Heinrich withdrew his stare. Rising slowly, he exuded an air of nobility and grace, brushing off his attire, his smile transforming into one of warm humility as he extended his hand toward her. "Let us go. The items I ordered should have arrived. This incident had been deftly navigated." Liu Xiaozhao sighed in relief, unconcerned about what Heinrich had ordered, placing her hand in his while casting a worried glance toward the stage. Lily had already been taken away, and Ruth was being led by a dark-skinned beast man, tethered by a chain around her neck. Following her gaze, Heinrich tightened his grip on her hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry." With that, he led Lu Xiaozhao away. She parted her lips, but ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns, knowing that her pleas would bear no fruit. The last time she persuaded Heinrich to save Jaffer was because he was a product, and a damaged product before it had realized its value was a loss for the seller. But now, Lily and Ruth were merely fulfilling their roles as commodities. What right did she have to intervene? She was acutely aware of her own worthlessness in this situation. Heinrich may have desired her as a partner, yet he hadn't even bothered to learn her name, revealing his lack of sincerity. Merely driven by lust, it was better to remain modest. She was no saint. Her lingering glances were merely a reflection of shared misfortune. Heinrich observed her every action without interruption, leading the young woman swiftly away from the arena. Once they had departed, the auction at the arena concluded flawlessly, with spectators gradually dispersing, some heading to casinos after losing their fortunes in the day's duel, while others either returned home dejected or lurked in dark corners, preparing to rob. Everyone had a bright future ahead. Meanwhile, backstage, the host was preening, applying hair gel while admiring himself in the mirror, exclaiming, magic mirror, am I handsome today?" He struck various poses, throwing flirtatious glances at his reflection. "Am I this handsome, or that handsome?" A simple line drawing of a large face appeared in the mirror, eagerly proclaiming, "Of course you are handsome, my master. You are stunning from every angle, so striking that it incites envy." Just then, a dark-skinned beast man entered, and upon seeing the host in such a state, his expression turned utterly bewildered. The reason was simple. The mirror he gazed into was called the magic mirror, but it bore no relation to the wicked stepmother of Snow White. It was merely a notorious, mediocre product in the star realm, comparable in uselessness to the devices of Wang Duyu. Originally, it was designed to please females, claiming to help foolish males express flattering compliments to win the affection of their female companions. However, upon its release, it was met with intense disdain from women. "You can't articulate compliments? That's fine. But what is the point of having a robot recite ridiculous, syrupy phrases? Do you wish to be cast aside?" Females, accustomed to adoration, were like stars in the sky, and had no need for such an embarrassingly unintelligent contraption. Yet, it was evident that the host was an exception. He reveled in his own vanity, believing himself to be beautiful, while facing rejection from females and disdain from males, feeling entirely out of place in this world. Thus, he found his way to DC 27, where being a host granted him a fleeting sense of power and recognition. Moreover, he was an A-class male with mental power, and his earlier words on stage were merely a means to foster connections, to sell goods, and to recruit naive subjects. The dark-skinned beast man stood by, observing the host wallow in self-admiration for a while before clearing his throat to remind him of his presence. But the vain host remained oblivious. If Lu Xiaozhao were present, she would recognize this dark-skinned beast man as the one who had taken Ruth away. "Did I say, Rufus? How long have I been here? Shouldn't you be using your eyes to see me? Can you not see this living person?" The host glanced sideways at the dark-skinned beast man. "Ike, is everything in order?" Yak nodded, noticing the genuine expression on his face as if he had just realized his presence. His fists clenched, yet he restrained himself and sat down on the nearby sofa, his face filled with questions. Why do you think Heinrich sent someone to photograph and take away the two females? He took a deep breath, his curiosity outweighing his dissatisfaction, scratching his head in confusion. When did he develop such a fondness for delicate beings? Rufus cast a sidelong glance at Yak, his disdain unmistakable, and casually remarked, "Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending?" Heinrich never exploits females. Today's auction was originally only for Glorious Evolution, scheduled a week earlier. Yet he unexpectedly insisted on releasing Lily and Ruth for bidding, only to have them taken away. Don't you find that peculiar? Yak's face displayed a clear naivety, as he thought it was a sudden realization on Heinrich's part. He paused, speechless. What was it? A pang of conscience? Rufus chuckled knowingly, finally leaving the mirror's side to command a robot to fetch a plate of fruit that it was a platter of fresh blueberries. Upon seeing the strawberries, Yak ceased to ponder the two females, his eyes widening in surprise. Where did those come from? The interstellar domain is abundant, with no notion of technological advancement over millennia and a regression in material conditions. However, that only applies to legitimate planets. DC-27 is an unspeakable wasteland. Many are aware of the black zones existing there. Yet for years, no one has dared to intervene, for the energy it harbors is formidable, almost becoming a whispered legend in the galaxy. Thus, legitimate supplies are non-existent on DC-27. This place lacks reputable traders. Everyone is a lawbreaker, living on the edge, and aside from the exceedingly wealthy, most beastmen are indifferent to their basic needs. Consequently, one can procure weapons, smuggled military spacecraft parts, military vessels, contraband, and even females here, but fruits are unattainable. Firstly, there is no market for them. Most are rough men who can subsist on nutrient liquids. Secondly, fruits from other planets are not shipped here. Everyone knows this is not a safe place, and who would dare conduct business with them? To acquire fruits, one must order from a legitimate planet, and then have them transported back. DC-27 lies on the border of the Empire and the Federation, surrounded by barren planets devoid of resources, essentially uninhabited. Compared to them, DC-27 is almost habitable, boasting a few oases. No, bringing back a batch of fruit requires both money and effort, with costs soaring to several times the fruit's actual worth. Yak had never seen Rufus so extravagant before. Rufus spent his money on his own appearance. Thus, he was utterly astounded when Rufus presented the blueberries. Rufus rolled his eyes, asking, "What do you think they came from?" "Didn't you hear about the incident in the cargo hold today? The Gayful riot triggered the alarm system. Being an S-class beastman, Heinrich had to intervene. After visiting, he brought back another item from there. A female." Rufus popped a blueberry into his mouth, recalling what Tom, the cargo keeper, said. She was a very beautiful female. At this point, Yak's eyes widened not only in disbelief, but his mouth gaped in astonishment. "You mean to say he did all this for that female? Otherwise, Heinrich only allowed me to take these blueberries because that female didn't fancy them." Rufus wore a look of disillusionment, insisting, "I am his good friend, after all." Yak was bewildered, even forgetting to refute Rufus's claim of being Heinrich's friend, as the filter he had for Heinrich shattered completely. Wasn't he, it said, he avoided females? Was he, it promised that they would be together, not chasing after females like dogs? Rufus paid no heed to Yak's dazed expression. He clapped his hands, instructing the robot to store the blueberries safely, then stood up to leave the lounge. Before departing, he casually remarked, "That big fellow is waking up tonight. I must go check on him. Thought he has set to make an appearance tomorrow night, so you should visit your brother and not mess things up." Chapter 22 Prelude. The aloof Heinrich was watching Lu Zhao eat pizza, his gaze ambiguous and inscrutable. Lu Zhao felt his indescribable stare and wished she could bury her face in the crust, rendering the once delectable pizza utterly tasteless. After chewing for what felt like an eternity, she finally swallowed. A piece of pizza took her 5 minutes to nibble on, making one wonder if she was consuming some sort of teething food. Heinrich noticed her odd behavior, calmly diverting his gaze back to the pizza, discreetly opening his terminal to inquire. Not to her surprise. "Is it not to your liking?" He began browsing the online pizza shop, preparing to leave a scathing review, complete with an elaborate commentary. Lu Zhao, feeling a lump in her throat, defiantly put down the pizza and, filled with indignation, declared, "It's not good." An hour prior, the two had exited the gladiatorial arena together, where Heinrich had asked Lu Zhao what she wished to eat. In a moment of avoidance, not wanting to be scrutinized by Heinrich, Lu Zhao impulsively mentioned fried chicken and pizza. After all, making dough would take a couple of hours, and fried chicken required constant attention. These were time-consuming tasks for Lu Zhao. Little did she know that Heinrich wouldn't play by the rules. Having chosen to cook for himself at noon, He now opted to order takeout, claiming it was the most renowned pizza shop in the galaxy, insisting he wanted Lu Zhao to have the best. The interstellar delivery system is notoriously unreliable. Lu Zhao ended up waiting over an hour for her order to arrive. There's no punctuality in the galaxy. However, during that time, Lu Zhao was not idle. Heinrich still took her for a checkup. The clinic was located in a 3-story building not far from the den of ice. Lu Zhao was certain she hadn't seen any signage indicating a hospital or clinic at the entrance, not even in Chinese, let alone English. It looked more like a black market clinic or research facility. Lu Zhao wanted to flee, but Heinrich held her hand tightly, leaving her no opportunity to refuse. Once inside, she realized that she had indeed boarded a pirate ship. The person who received them was a middle-aged beast man, unremarkable in appearance. Yet his voice was melodious and elegant, completely at odds with his looks. He was Harry, the head of the laboratory, and upon seeing Heinrich, he greeted him with overwhelming enthusiasm, as if he were gazing at a walking banknote. The subsequent examination procedures were similar to those on the starship, except for an additional mental power test. The machine coldly reported the fact that she was a waste with no mental power, which did not surprise Lu Zhao at all. Heinrich, however, raised an eyebrow in astonishment, murmuring something to Harry, who regarded Lu Zhao with a look of intense curiosity and excitement, as though he wished to dissect her. Lu Zhao trembled in fear, suspecting her identity might have been exposed. Fortunately, Heinrich shot Harry a warning glare, causing Harry to retract his gaze and feign seriousness, suggesting a blood draw for testing. Heinrich raised no objections. Lu Zhao immediately put on a show, crying and rolling on the floor. The scene turned quite lively, with Lu Zhao both wailing and refusing to have her blood drawn, while Harry brandished a syringe, appearing increasingly deranged, until Heinrich unleashed his mental power, sending Harry flying. "Have you had enough?" He scooped up the rolling and crying Lu Zhao, coldly regarding Harry. "Since she is unwilling, let it be." With that, he took Lu Zhao and left, upon returning home. The pizza had arrived at Lu Zhao still remembered the earlier checkup incident, prompting her to sulk about the pizza tasting bad. Little did Lu Zhao realize the extent to which this pizza had traversed to reach her hands. The nearest pizza shop to DC-27 was located on a planet that required a full day's travel via standard spacecraft or shuttle. Yet, thanks to advanced interstellar technology, space transportation is no longer a challenge, albeit limited to non-living entities. Fortunately for pizzas, it was just right. However, such transportation has distance limitations and requires a base station between the two locations, which is quite costly to establish, thus making the transportation fees a significant sum. The pizza before Lu Zhao had undergone 4 rounds of space transfers, arranged by Heinrich, from the point of purchase to the planet, and finally returned via a super lightspeed ship. Just the transportation costs alone meant that if Lu Zhao ate a pizza every day, she wouldn't finish them in 2 lifetimes. One could say the sunk cost of this pizza far exceeded its actual worth. Even so, when Lu Zhao declared it unappetizing, Heinrich did not flinch, readily closing the pizza box and stating, "If it's not to your liking, we'll discard it. Your preferences take precedence." Lu Zhao nodded, silently apologizing to the pizza in her heart. "So, what shall I eat?" She secretly hoped. "Please say you'll make something yourself." Heinrich clearly did not pick up on Lu Zhao's expectations. Glancing at his terminal, he asked, "Do you still want pizza? We could try other flavors." He tapped the small screen of the terminal, and the display reversed to face Lu Zhao. The screen showcased a menu from a pizzeria, and Heinrich's intention was clear. He wanted Lu Zhao to make her own choice. Her gaze skimmed over the menu, and to her surprise, both the Hawaiian and Italian flavors were still available, albeit with a note indicating an ancient method of preparation. She feigned indecision, mimicking Heinrich's manner by aimlessly sliding her hand across the screen, furrowing her brow as she browsed and inquired, "So, what flavors do you usually prefer?" As she scrolled, she stumbled upon an odd delicacy: roasted Dijiang wings, fried Dijiang wings, and even Dijiang legs. Had the interstellar chicken been renamed? Yet she distinctly recalled seeing chicken legs and wings. What exactly were these Dijiang wings and legs? Heinrich cast a skeptical glance at Lu Xiaozhao, but ultimately refrained from questioning her. Patiently explaining, Di Jiang is a native species discovered on the Hasses star, possessing 6 legs and 4 wings. That it was named after the mythical bird Di Jiang recorded in the ancient Chinese text, Shanhai Jing, due to its resemblance. Its meat is exquisite and free of any peculiar taste, surpassing chicken in flavor. However, since some individuals find it too bizarre to accept as food, establishments selling both chicken and Di Jiang typically make a clear distinction. Lu Xiaozhao was left dumbfounded. 4 wings and 6 legs. The dream of Colonel Sanders had finally come true. Chickens had indeed sprouted 6 legs and 4 wings. Was this Di Jiang a boon from the capitalists? Now, Di Jiang was commonly raised throughout the star system. Suddenly, Lu Xiaozhao felt an urge to inquire whether these farms were owned by someone with the surname K, but before she could voice her question, Heinrich shifted his gaze towards her, his eyes filled with curiosity, yet he merely smiled faintly, appearing unperturbed. Why, dear, you truly are unaware of such matters. Lu Xiaozhao replied, I've lost my memory. I can't recall many things. Maintaining a calm demeanor, she employed her well-practiced tactic, already foreseeing how often she would have to repeat this statement in the future. Upon hearing her words, Heinrich felt a flicker of doubt, but instinctively considered it reasonable. A fully cognizant female would not typically exhibit such a gentle and endearing disposition, nor would she concern herself with a male's plight when ensnared in her own predicament, to put it bluntly. Some females hardly care about their own males, let alone a mere acquaintance. They are indifferent to any debts of gratitude. To them, this is merely the duty of the male. Contemplating this, Heinrich felt a pang in his heart. He glanced at Lu Xiaozhao and softly inquired, Are you injured? Shall I take you for a checkup? Lu Xiaozhao detected a hint of melancholy beneath his words, looking at him in confusion before shaking her head vigorously. No, that's unnecessary. I've been checked before. I'm perfectly fine now. Heinrich sighed inwardly, regaining his gentle demeanor as his gaze shifted, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Very well then, let's order the pizza first. Oh, let's try the Di Jiang wings, Lu Xiaozhao suggested, relieved that he was not insisting on a checkup, but soon found herself once again grappling with indecision. Heinrich did not rush her. He merely smiled at the girl, his eyes reflecting affection and complexity that you'd best not recall your past, lest you become like those utterly useless females, my dear, in stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere between Lu Xiaozhao and Heinrich. A team dispatched from the Research Institute, armed and bearing the access pass signed by Heinrich, made their way to the underground warehouse. Half an hour later, they emerged, carrying 2 cages draped in black cloth. Chapter 23. Loud Conspiracy. Lu Xiaozhao inadvertently indulged in a luxurious experience, relishing the extravagance of space-transported pizza. As she absent-mindedly stuffed cherries in her mouth, her thoughts drifted to what lay ahead. Was she truly destined to remain as the wife of a madman? Their order coincided with the final batch of pizza being baked, causing a slight delay of a few minutes. Why then? Lu Xiaozhao had already satiated herself with cherries, stubbornly enduring the wait. The doorbell chimed, and the robotic butler, with a high-pitched voice, glided to the entrance, ready to retrieve the pizza in a seamless manner. However, to her surprise, a most unexpected visitor followed the delivery robot. A dark-skinned youth with spiky hair and honey-colored eyes. Heinrich's words hung in the air as Lu Xiaozhao's gaze met his. Abruptly halting their interaction, as he resembled a robot paused mid-function, simply staring at Lu Xiaozhao in bewilderment. Having grown accustomed to such reactions from brash youths during her time on Earth, she nonchalantly averted her eyes and signaled Heinrich with a glance. Is this your friend? Heinrich clicked his tongue, replying, One could say, I do not know him. His expression turned serious as he regarded the boy's dazed demeanor with disdain, rising to block his line of sight to Lu Xiaozhao. He abandoned even the pretense of gentleness, his voice cold as he asked, What do you want? With his vision obstructed, Yak finally regained his senses, recalling his true purpose, and exclaimed in astonishment, You're using a faster-than-light spacecraft to deliver pizza? Why not? Heinrich replied calmly, glancing back at Lu Xiaozhao as he leisurely wiped the cherry juice from the corner of her mouth with a napkin before turning his attention to Yak. Faster-than-light travel remains a pinnacle of technology in the current interstellar era, hardly feasible for mass production. There are no more than 100 entities across the galaxy qualified to possess such technology. While DC-27 could afford it, that did not imply Yak condoned Heinrich's actions. Given the crucial nature of the moment, why would he engage in such self-serving behavior now? That fellow harbored deep suspicions. UVE used faster-than-light travel 3 times in a single day. You claim you're transporting fruits, vegetables, clothing, furniture, and pizza, but does he believe you? Yak grew agitated. We all know he can't hold out much longer. Levi has been contesting with you for years. Your position is far from secured. You've already endured for 5 years. Don't jeopardize it now. Be cautious of his retaliation. 5 years? Retaliation? Lu Xiaozhao felt a jolt of surprise, sensing that they were about to divulge some significant gossip, and promptly stood up. Her movement was abrupt, causing her chair to scrape loudly against the floor, drawing the attention of both men by the door. I'm going to the restroom, Lu Xiaozhao declared, maintaining a composed facade that it was absurd. The two were undoubtedly plotting something substantial, and she feared that eavesdropping further might lead to dire consequences. Heinrich, perceiving Lu Xiaozhao's intention, chose not to confront her, but merely smiled and nodded, gently advising, "Go ahead, be careful not to fall." That Lu Xiaozhao felt as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders as she dashed into the bathroom, almost as if chased by an eager dog. Yak stared at Heinrich as though he had seen a ghost. Once Lu Xiaozhao's figure had completely vanished, he turned back to Heinrich, a complex expression crossing his face. "What is going on? You don't like her, do you? What's wrong with that?" Heinrich replied, his usual gentle humility replaced by a stubborn intensity in his gaze. Yak was momentarily at a loss for words. "But she is a female. Don't you dislike females?" "I simply do not fancy those types of females, Yak." Heinrich returned to the table, lifting the pizza lid with elegance, cutting the pizza with a leisurely grace, akin to crafting a piece of art. Yak found himself at a loss for words, observing Heinrich's meticulous plating of the pizza, akin to arranging a Michelin star meal, feeling as though he was beyond redemption. He wrinkled his nose, inhaling the aroma of fried meats that permeated the room, mingling with the scent of pizza and a faint, feminine fragrance. Yak contemplated altering his plans, deciding to linger for a meal instead. It had been ages since he had savored real food. Boldly entering the room, he feigned innocence as he looked at Heinrich. "I could try a piece, right?" Heinrich raised an eyebrow. "You still have tasks to attend to." Yak retorted, "I have reasonable doubts that you merely wish to dismiss me." Heinrich's lips curled into a nonchalant smile, both dangerous and graceful. "Tonight, we act." Yak's pupils constricted. The robotic butler promptly and dutifully ushered Yak out of the room. Lu Xiaozhao lingered in the bathroom for about 10 minutes until Heinrich knocked on the door. She pretended to wash her hands, opening the door with an air of calm. The dark-skinned youth had already departed, and Lu Xiaozhao let out a quiet sigh of relief that on the table, the classic Hawaiian-style pizza had been sliced, and the hormone-laden, not Dijiang wings she had excitedly ordered were arranged on a plate, glistening enticingly with a rich sheen that it smelled divine. Even though her stomach was nearly filled with fruit, Lu Xiaozhao couldn't help but feel her appetite stir. The Dijiang wings appeared remarkably similar to chicken wings, with a crispy exterior and tender, flavorful meat inside that would neither get stuck in her teeth nor become overly greasy. The oiliness and the richness of the succulent meat combined for a flavor that far surpassed that of chicken. Lu Xiaozhao swiftly finished a chicken wing, pondering that perhaps traversing realms wasn't entirely devoid of benefits. Reaching for a second piece, she optimistically mused that at least the ingredients in this new world were splendid. Meanwhile, Heinrich remained motionless, his elbows resting on the armrests of the chair, his head tilted slightly. With his long hair cascading in a gentle disarray, he watched Lu Xiaozhao eat, his eyes brimming with satisfaction, as if she were a picky child finally discovering the joys of a proper meal. Eventually, Lu Xiaozhao lifted her gaze from the delectable food, noticing Heinrich, who appeared to be observing her like a pet at mealtime. She glanced at her greasy hands and belatedly realized that her current state was rather unseemly. Affecting a shy demeanor, she lowered her head and said, "You're looking at me, and it makes me feel bashful. You should eat too." Her hands and mouth were slick with oil. How could he maintain such a pristine appearance while she looked disheveled in comparison? "Not in a hurry," Heinrich replied, shaking his head. "Wait until you're full." Having enjoyed the exquisite taste of the roasted wing, Lu Xiaozhao, who had not been particularly hungry to begin with, now found herself contemplating her image. What if Heinrich, having initially admired her beauty, decided he no longer liked her if she continued to appear so careless? What then would become of her fate at the auction? She wiped the grease from her lips and fingers, and began to eat the roasted wing with deliberate grace, striving to present herself as elegant and refined, a conscious effort to maintain the allure of a beautiful vase. However, elegantly consuming a wing proved to be quite a challenge. After a single bite, she discreetly set it down. "I'm full," she announced, rising from her seat. Only then did Heinrich straighten up, his gaze sweeping over the untouched, extravagant pizza and glancing at the half-eaten bucket of roasted chicken wings. Silently resolving to leave a lengthy critique in the pizzeria's review section, accompanied by a scathing rating, "Go wash up, brush your teeth, and get ready for bed," he instructed, remaining seated. Lu Xiaozhao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Earlier, while browsing the internet, she had stumbled upon forums discussing how to care for one's partner, even coming across competitions titled "Helping Females Brush Their Teeth" and "Serving Partners in the Bath," which made it seem as though these were essential lessons for every male beastman in a relationship. Were the females of the stars truly incapable of performing such basic tasks? The notion of needing assistance, even for brushing one's teeth, was absurd. The idea of bathing, however, exceeded Lu Xiaozhao's comfort zone entirely. She could vividly imagine herself shrinking in shame within the confines of a bathtub, even picturing the mortifying scenario of drowning in it. Just moments ago, when Heinrich had suggested she wash up, she had been genuinely fearful he might offer to assist her. Thankfully, he remained seated, and Lu Xiaozhao hurried off to freshen up, anxious that he might recall the duties expected of males from those forums. She took a quick and vigorous shower, swiftly dried herself, and wrapped herself in a towel. The robotic butler had prepared a nightgown for her. Fortunately, while the nightgown was less modest than her long-sleeve pajamas adorned with strawberry bears, it was not a spaghetti strap that featured a bow at the neck and a ruffled collar that was not overly revealing, with sleeve that reached her elbows and a skirt that fell to her knees, sufficiently safe. Especially considering her monthly cycle. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaozhao, this nightgown was from the children's section, as her height fell far short of that of an adult female. It had been hastily ordered by Heinrich after she had fallen asleep earlier that afternoon. Incurring exorbitant shipping fees. Once she had changed into the nightgown, Lu Xiaozhao took a moment to address her physiological needs before heading to the dryer to blow-dry her hair, transforming back into a fragrant, soft young lady. She then left the bathroom to prepare for sleep. Heinrich's home had no other room with a bed. The robotic butler guided her back to Heinrich's bedroom. Upon opening the door, Lu Xiaozhao was momentarily taken aback. The previously cold and indifferent black and white room had undergone a remarkable transformation in just a few hours, that a fluffy pink-blue carpet now covered the entire floor. The walls freshly painted in a soft, pale yellow. The original wardrobe had been removed, replaced with a vanity, while a swing chair and a round wooden table adorned with a cushion were positioned in a corner by the window, creating a perfect nook for leisure reading or browsing the internet. The formerly gray bed had been transformed into a four-poster bed draped with pink curtains, and the pillows and blankets appeared plush and inviting. Adorned in shades of soft pink and baby blue, a room brimming with girlish charm and stereotypes. Who says girls must invariably favor pink? There was not a trace of the room as former decor. As it seemed to have been entirely renovated, it appeared that the paints in this starry realm were completely safe and non-toxic, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Only a faint floral fragrance emanating from a bouquet of red roses placed on the small table. Lu Xiaozhao's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. It seemed Heinrich had seen through her entirely, knowing well she would never refuse such kindness, hence his early preparations. Just then, Heinrich silently approached from behind, his fingers gently resting on her shoulder as he leaned down to whisper in her ear. "Do you like it?" The warmth of his breath caressed her ear, and he watched with satisfaction as her ears gradually flushed pink, her entire face following suit. As "Oh, adorable," he thought. Chapter 24. Does he really resemble a beast? Overwhelmed by romantic sensitivities, Lu Xiaozhao found Heinrich to be utterly elusive. That she did not leap up in surprise was a testament to her heart's newfound resilience. Clenching her fists, she mentally urged herself to be courteous to her benefactor, managing to muster a somewhat strained smile that I like it. I adore it. That's good, Heinrich replied, his voice deep and filled with delight. He lifted her effortlessly into his arms, striding toward the bed, which to Lu Xiaozhao appeared to be enveloped in bubbles of pink, girlish fantasy. As movements caused her skirt to slip, Lu Xiaozhao felt a sudden chill and instinctively reached to cover herself, her face flushing with a mixture of panic and confusion. No. I'm in heat. This time, her face was genuinely flushed, though her irritation outweighed her embarrassment. Heinrich regarded the flustered young woman with a hint of exasperation. Did he truly resemble a beast? Yes, you do. Very much so, Lu Xiaozhao exclaimed. She was gently set down on the soft bed, blinking in distress and shame. This is truly inappropriate. With that, she twisted away, agile as an eel, diving beneath the covers and cocooning herself like a silkworm. Heinrich pinched the bridge of his nose. I merely intended to carry you to be... you, Xiaozhao exhaled in relief, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, and promptly closed her eyes, whispering good night. Heinrich chuckled softly at her visibly relieved expression. Joining her on the bed, he lay beside her, extending an arm to playfully lift the blanket she had wrapped around herself, pulling her waist into his embrace. Although Heinrich's body temperature was somewhat low, the smart home system had pre-warmed the bed, and the room maintained a comfortable temperature, so Lu Xiaozhao did not find it unbearable. Instead, the warmth of the blankets made her feel a bit too cozy, yet just right. However, sleep eluded her. After 20 years of being single and having only ever cuddled with a pillow, Lu Xiaozhao felt stiff all over. The last time she had shared a bed with a male was when she was 6, alongside her 5-year-old cousin, who certainly did not cuddle with her. Her cousin would merely tussle with her in the night over the blanket, leading to one of them being unceremoniously kicked off the bed by morning. Now, however, Heinrich's arm was cradling her head, warm and firm, and she could easily discern the strength of his muscles without even looking. Her head rested against his chest, and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in her ears, even through the layers of muscle and fabric separating them. Heinrich's other arm draped gently around her waist. And due to their height difference, Lu Xiaozhao found herself securely nestled in his protective embrace. She could hear her own heart racing, quick and seemingly out of control, that a tumult of emotions swirled within her. The unfamiliarity of close contact with a male was one aspect, while her reflections on the day spent with Heinrich added another layer of complexity. She realized that no matter how she recalled the events, aside from taking her to the auction and attempting to intimidate her into submission, Heinrich had not behaved in any overtly harmful manner. Despite knowing he was a villain, she felt her cheeks heat and her heart flutter when he held her. And his kindness made her heart race. That wasn't this a distortion of her values? Though Lu Xiaozhao had often expressed her opinions online, claiming that one's value should follow one's senses, such statements were merely idle chatter, akin to keyboard warriors boasting of their 6-figure incomes. When faced with the reality of being entangled with a truly nefarious yet handsome man who would dare to let their values be swayed by mere appearances, Lu Xiaozhao would be the first to call the authorities to apprehend him. Now, she found herself loathing her own indulgence in this tender cocoon. Be careful not to be sold off. Lu Xiaozhao, prioritize your mental health and beware of Stockholm Syndrome. Heinrich, sensing the tumultuous heartbeat and erratic breathing of the flustered girl in his arms, leaned down and softly asked, "Can't sleep, my dear?" Lu Xiaozhao froze, feigning slumber. "I'm asleep, already asleep." Receiving no response from the young female, Heinrich chuckled softly, bending to place a gentle kiss atop her head. "Good night, Lu Xiaozhao." Stifling her reaction and internally screaming like a groundhog, could only murmur to herself that these were mere sugar-coated shells meant to lull her into a stupor. Before long, she had indeed succumbed to slumber. Heinrich, noticing Lu Xiaozhao had fallen asleep, tucked her in snugly before rising to change his attire and exiting the room. This night was destined to be extraordinary. After a while, Heinrich departed the residence under the cloak of night, while his loyal subordinate, Yak, had just emerged from the cacophony of a bustling casino that he received a package from a cargo robot and proceeded to an inconspicuous, dilapidated shack on the outskirts of Central City. In a hidden corner of the rundown building, Yak manipulated the wall, revealing a concealed elevator. He pressed the button to open the elevator doors, which slid open after the central control system scanned his iris. The elevator descended vertically into a basement, a square, fortified chamber featuring only the elevator entrance and a secured alchemical door. Alchemy, a high-density and high-tensile metal, was impervious even to SS-class beastmen. A feline-faced beastman lounged on a sofa within the chamber, his legs draped over a coffee table, idly watching a television program. This feline-faced beastman was the very one responsible for abducting Lu Zhao and her companions. Yak waved a hand in greeting. "So, how is it?" The feline-faced beastman shrugged, still unconscious. "I may have administered too high a dosage." Yak nodded and retrieved a box of fried chicken and a pizza from the four-dimensional space of the terminal, precisely what Lu Zhao had ordered earlier. "Let us have a bite. The plan has been expedited." Heinrich said we are to act tonight. While Lu Zhao was occupied with her bath, Heinrich had tidied up the leftover pizza and chicken wings, dispatching a robot to deliver them to Yak. The feline beastman flared his nostrils, the aroma of food wafting enticingly into his senses, prompting him to shift his gaze toward Yak. Although the feline's expression was difficult to decipher, a glint of mockery shone in his eyes, struck gold. "Have you?" Yak shook his head. "No, brother. These are courtesy of Heinrich." He plopped down beside the feline-faced beastman, picking up a chicken wing, and spoke between bites. He has taken a liking to that little female. Heinrich spent a fortune on these treats to win her favor. He polished off a wing in mere moments, licking his fingers. "Why didn't you mention how beautiful she is?" Hermann, the feline-faced beastman, chuckled softly. "What? You fancy her too?" Yak reached for a slice of pizza, marveling at the advanced technology that kept it warm. It remained soft despite the elapsed time. "I find her quite adorable." Hermann shook his head. "But she's underage. Both you and Heinrich are perverts, aren't you?" Given Lu Zhao's height, which was far below the average for interstellar females, Hermann naturally assumed she was a minor, when the city lord still held sway. Age mattered little. Profit was the only concern. Yet now, as the city lord teetered on the brink of collapse, Hermann scoffed at Heinrich's sudden change in demeanor, as if he had adopted the duplicitous ways of those with human faces yet beastly hearts. Yak choked slightly, his face flushing crimson, though his honey-hued skin concealed it well. "No, she's of age." After swallowing his pizza, Yak thumped his chest. "She went into heat today, inciting a riot among the two male guards." Ghaffar had to use his psychic abilities to activate the collar's punishment mechanism. You know Gaffar's level, so Heinrich had to intervene personally. Yak sighed enviously. Who would have thought he'd de-scoop up such a prize? He added thoughtfully, "Besides, during her capture, we confirmed she's already 20 unaware of this detail." Hermann simply nodded. "Well then, what is her psychic ability? It can't be high, can it?" He took a slice of pizza, a smirk playing on his lips. If she had even reached an A level, the folks who verified her would have fawned over the Lord. Although, he noted, the current city lord was incapable of managing anything. Before he could finish, he bit into his pizza, but Yak fell into an odd silence, prompting Hermann to regard him with curiosity. "What is wrong? D-level." No, the boy's voice was muffled. "The test results show she possesses no psychic ability." Hermann also fell silent, stuffing pizza into his mouth, chuckling darkly. No psychic ability, in a sense that makes her even rarer than her identity as a female. But alas, even if she would perish in bed, she couldn't alleviate your genetic deterioration, let alone Heinrich's. Choosing her as a partner, was he seeking death or wishing to end up like me? Hermann's voice dripped with chilling disdain. "In this state, what kind of female would be attracted to you?" Yak stiffened. "I could inject a suppressant." Hermann replied, "If you were an ordinary beast man living on the central star of the Empire, I might have no objections to that. But in our line of work, genetic deterioration occurs at a rate akin to that of soldiers. How effective do you think a suppressant could be? Or how long would it remain effective?" Yak faltered. Rendered speechless, he set down his pizza, casting a sorrowful glance at his brother. Hermann, however, remained unfazed, shrugging nonchalantly. "Don't look at me like that. Those like me, who have not lost their sanity despite genetic deterioration, are exceedingly rare. You and Heinrich might not encounter such good fortune. Even if you did, would that female not be frightened into a scream? There are no interstellar females who would be attracted to beast forms, especially not Heinrich's peculiar kind." He wiped his hands, leaning back, but it's south not my place to concern myself with your affairs. After all, whether Heinrich would even consider sharing this female with you remains to be seen. Those words struck a nerve with Yak, who realized that given Heinrich's possessiveness, he might never even catch a glimpse of the little female, let alone consider her as a partner. Casting aside his unrealistic fantasies, he transformed his sorrow into appetite. Yak ravenously devoured his food, lamenting, "What a waste, such exorbitant shipping costs," and the little female devoured 2 wings all by herself. I seem to be unable to afford her. Hermann patted his shoulder. "It's good that you can think this way." Just as they indulged in their meal, an alarm sounded from the alchemical door, indicating something amiss within. Hermann grumbled, "It seems they don't wish for us to have a moment's respite." With that, he seized a potent anesthetic while Yak set down his chicken wing, casually wiping his hands. The two exchanged a glance, each on guard as they approached the alchemical door. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Chapter 25. The imposter equally restless was David, the owner of the pizza shop. Initially, it was an ordinary day filled with the routine bustle of crafting numerous pizzas for the delight of hungry beastmen, their faces radiant with joy. Customers relished the delectable pizzas and snacks. Affirming David's culinary prowess while he reaped the rewards of his labor, as the day wound down, David habitually opened the public star review platform to check on the latest reviews of his establishment. Seeking to bask in the praise of satisfied patrons before retiring for the night, this had become his unwavering nightly ritual, ensuring a pleasant mood for sleep. However, upon glancing at the top of the comments section, David was struck with a surge of blood pressure, feeling as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss. A chilling dread enveloped him, one that penetrated to the very core of his being. The comment was brief, yet devastating, trampling upon years of pride and perseverance. Anonymous user. Not tasted, my little female only had a piece of chicken wing. The pizza remained untouched, and I suspect that all the good reviews for this shop are fabricated. If this truly is the best pizza in the entire star system, why will my little female refuse to eat even a slice? The comment was accompanied by a photo of a complete pizza and a seemingly untouched box of chicken wings, alongside a wing that had merely been nibbled at. The individual who posted this comment seemed intent on ensuring David's fury reached its peak, adding a follow-up remark. Anonymous user. The chicken wings are nothing special either. My baby took a bite of one and set it down. Clearly, this was a case of false advertising. David felt as cold as a corpse, fueled by the insult to his honor as a pizza master. He was determined to unearth the identity of this disparaging reviewer and craft a pizza so exquisite that the critic and his female would be left utterly speechless. The following day, eager patrons and scalpers alike, queuing up early, were astonished to discover that David's Pizza Shop, which had been open every day of the year without fail since its inception, had hung a closed for business sign. Was the universe about to explode? Of course, the cosmos had no relation to the shop's closure. It was simply that the owner, David, had embarked on a quest to locate the impudent critic. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao was just rising from her slumber. Though she had felt uncomfortable being held throughout the night, the depths of her sleep had ultimately won out, and she had drifted off again to this moment. Heinrich was already absent from the room. The robotic butler, noticing Lu Zhao had awakened, approached with its soft, adorable voice. "Good morning, my master. You are awake." Lu Zhao observed that the robot butler had subtly transitioned from addressing her as Miss to Master. She found herself reminiscing about the times it had affectionately referred to her as the beautiful and esteemed Miss, as if it had seen through her thoughts. The robot butler then launched into a series of flattering remarks. "Oh, my lovely and adorable master, you look positively radiant today. So beautiful that I could simply kiss you." An animated expression of infatuation appeared on the electronic screen above, complete with a whimsical, wide-eyed cartoon face. "The external temperature remains quite high today, not exactly ideal for venturing outside. Your male master has prepared breakfast for you and has already left. Would you prefer to dine in the restaurant, or shall I bring it to your bedroom?" Lu Zhao found the robot butler's sweet, childlike voice particularly endearing when it showered her with compliments. Instinctively, she reached out and patted its head. "Let's go to the restaurant." As she rose, she caught sight of the robot butler blushing as it headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. How adorable! After completing her morning routine, Lu Zhao Zhao sat in the restaurant, eating while watching the robot butler. I ask your name really just robot butler? That seems rather hasty. Today's breakfast consisted of sandwiches and milk. The crusts were trimmed from the toast, which was then dipped in milk, coated with egg wash, and briefly fried before being combined with fillings of bacon, tomatoes, lettuce, and cucumbers, cut in half and placed in a warming box. It was a delightful sight. Taking a bite of the crispy exterior, she was met with a soft, tender egg and moist bread, coupled with the rich fillings. Each mouthful was a harmonious blend of textures, causing Lu Zhao Zhao to squint with pleasure. The robot butler set down the milk and finally responded to her question, projecting a disappointed expression on its screen. Your male master mentioned that naming me would be too troublesome. After all, I am merely a robot, indistinguishable from any other robot. Why bother with a name? But doesn't he find it cumbersome to call me robot butler every time? That seems rather unwieldy, Lu Zhao Zhao mused. Taking a sip of milk, the pitiable little trashman agreed with her sentiment and asked, then, Master, could you perhaps give me a name? How about Xiao, meaning little trash? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhao Zhao replied, because you resemble a small trash bin. The simple artificial intelligence, unaware of the intricacies of human emotions, jubilantly twirled around after receiving this name, releasing a cascade of colorful confetti from its mechanical arms. Hooray! I have a name now! Lu Zhao Zhao, bemused by its sudden celebration with party poppers, inquired, what is this? This is a confetti cannon equipped with every robot butler for celebratory occasions. Once we settle into our new home and receive our names, we can use it to celebrate. It's a humanitarian gesture, it explained the diligent robot butler. Xiao La busied itself with cleaning the bedroom, while Lu Zhao Zhao pondered her situation. For now, her life was secured, but her companions remained missing. Eldrick and Heller had been captured because of her, and then there was Jaffer, who had been a helpful bystander. It was time to focus on the well-being of those unaccounted for. Finishing her breakfast in haste, Lu Zhao Zhao placed the dishes in the dishwasher and stood at the doorway, observing Xiao La, now in true trash bin mode, vacuuming diligently. You mentioned Heinrich has left. Where did he go? The male master has gone to work. Are you certain that's what he calls it? Is it not rather a euphemism for something more nefarious? Can I go out too? Lu Zhao Zhao asked casually. The simple robot was startled by her seemingly casual remark, halting its work with eyes wide on the electronic screen. You wish to go out, master, but the people on this planet are quite unfriendly. It would be unwise for someone as esteemed as you to venture outside. Xiao La's response was anticipated by Lu Zhao Zhao. It seemed she would need to devise another strategy to locate Eldrick and the others. Noticing her silence, Xiao La quickly queried, are you missing your male master? I can assist you in contacting him. Lu Zhao Zhao shook her head that I don't wish to find him. With a frown, she returned to the living room. As a companion and domestic service robot, it was within Xiao La's duties to also ensure the mental well-being of its master. Thus, when it saw Lu Zhao Zhao looking distressed, it set aside its cleaning to follow her into the living room. Master, if something is troubling you, please confide in Xiao La. I will do my utmost to assist you. Lu Zhao Zhao shook her head. After all, it was Heinrich's robot butler, who was to say it would not report back to him. Is it because you wish to leave the house? Xiao La inquired. Observing Lu Zhao Zhao's melancholic expression, its circuits nearly overheating in concern. Given the unique status of females in the interstellar society, all artificial intelligences were programmed with a fundamental logic prioritizing females. Thus, although its true owner was Heinrich, who had purchased it and programmed it, Lu Zhao Zhao, now recognized as Heinrich's partner, had the highest priority in its directives. Even if Heinrich had instructed it not to allow Lu Zhao Zhao to leave, if she insisted, it could only obey her command. Despite its advanced computational capabilities and strong empathy, the simple artificial intelligence could not grasp the complexities of human emotions. Mistakenly believing Lu Zhao Zhao was unhappy simply because she could not go outside, Xiao La made a decision contrary to its master's commands that if you truly wish to go out, Xiao La can assist you. The electronic screen displayed a pitiful expression. Lu Zhao Zhao turned around, elated. That would be wonderful. How can you help? This planet has intense thermal radiation during the day. If you want to leave, there is a special thermal radiation isolation device in the male master's room that you can use. Xiaola guided Lu Zhao Zhao back to the master bedroom, explaining as they walked, "However, since you're a female, you must make others believe you are male in order to go out. There is a mimetic suit in the male master's wardrobe that you can use to alter your appearance." Upon finishing its explanation, Xiaola produced two devices, one resembling a wristband and the other akin to a brooch. It handed the brooch to Lu Zhao Zhao, stating, "The mimetic suit is akin to an optical illusion. It merely convinces others that you are someone else, without genuinely altering your appearance or attire. Therefore, you cannot wear your little dress." That Lu Zhao Zhao accepted the mimetic suit, holding it in her hands and pondering aloud. "Is the simulated appearance random? How does one operate it?" The small button on it is the switch. You can envision a particular appearance or leave it blank for the program to simulate randomly. That "I'll give it ATRY. Lu Zhao Zhao pressed the brooch's switch, affixing it to her chest. An envisioned Heinrich's face. A second later, a shorter version of Heinrich appeared before her. The robot butler produced a small mirror for Lu Zhao Zhao to see her new visage. Staring back at her was undeniably Heinrich's face. She pinched it, marveling as it morphed under her touch, her heart swelling with delight. "Impressive, impressive!" Xiaola beamed with joy. Half an hour later, Lu Zhao Zhao emerged from Heinrich's spacious apartment, now bearing the ordinary features of a dark-skinned youth. Clad in the modified attire designed by Xiaola, the robot had equipped her wristband with a rudimentary communication device, allowing contact solely between her and Xiaola, resembling a child's watch. Yet simpler still. Despite this, Xiaola remained apprehensive, accompanying Lu Zhao Zhao as she set out. "Master, please return early and refrain from speaking with unfamiliar males." "Understood," Lu Zhao Zhao responded, feeling an odd sensation akin to a child being sent off by their mother. Her voice had also been altered by the mimetic suit, now sounding deeper and more gravelly, reminiscent of a young boy going through puberty. While assuring Xiaola she would take care of herself, she encouraged it to return home in a secluded alley beside the hub of vice. Xiaola finally relented, agreeing to head back home. Primarily, it was because it was Heinrich's robot butler. Its identification number was in the database of the hub of vice, and if it were to go there, it would be reported to Heinrich. Thus, it could not continue accompanying her. Otherwise, it would have insisted on staying by her side. This aligned with the rationale Lu Zhao Zhao had provided for her outing, to surprise Heinrich. She patted her clothing, turned back, and signaled a reassuring gesture to the robot, before confidently striding toward the hub of vice. Chapter 26. The ambush at the entrance of the hub of vice stood two orc guards, clad in sunglasses, exuding an aura of menace. Lu Zhao Zhao passed by them with utmost caution, anxious that she might be stopped, and turned away with a simple "minors are not permitted inside." Yet, she had overestimated the situation. While there was indeed a law protecting underage orcs in the interstellar realm, this was the city of vice, regardless of her youthful appearance, even if she had been a child. The guards would only chuckle, deeming her a prodigy for engaging in mischief at such a tender age, successfully blending into the front hall, which resembled a hotel lobby with sofas for guests to rest and a reception desk. She felt a rush of adrenaline that on either side of the grand hall, there are two large doors that lead to a lengthy corridor, at the end of which lie a casino and an arena. In front of the reception desk, a few individuals are lined up. They are guests who intend to stay overnight. Beside the reception, a conspicuous announcement board displays a message. The auction scheduled for tomorrow evening has been canceled due to a significant event that transpired last night. At precisely 8 o'clock this evening, an important occurrence will take place in the arena. Yet the details of this event remain undisclosed. Lu Zhao Zhao felt a tinge of curiosity, but her intuition suggested that this so-called significant event might somehow be connected to her companions. She needed to devise a plan to gather intelligence that in various narratives, casinos, tea houses, and brothels serve as excellent venues for acquiring information, and Lu Zhao Zhao decisively opted to try her luck at the casino. Gambling in the interstellar realm is diverse. In addition to the familiar roulette, dice, and poker found on Earth, there exists the ancient and perilous Russian roulette, brazenly presented in this venue. However, this was not merely gambling. It resembled a circus performance. Two orcs stood atop the roulette table, while a host introduced the rules, loading bullets into a handgun at the same time. The interstellar era had long since moved beyond such antiquated firearms, making this one a relic. Beneath the table sat an orc, referred to as Mr. C, who had wagered 3 million units of interstellar currency to witness the game of Russian roulette. The two orcs, desperate and destitute, had risked their lives for this opportunity, and no one objected, nor was anyone astonished or outraged. The onlookers appeared numbed, eagerly anticipating the spectacle, with some expressing gratitude to Mr. C for orchestrating this show. Laughter resonated among the crowd, in stark contrast to the solemn expressions of the two orcs on stage, who seemed like mere performers preparing for a monkey show, while Mr. C played the role of the affluent patron financing their act. Mr. C, at first glance, appeared to be an unremarkable middle-aged orc, lacking any distinctive features, blending into the crowd effortlessly. His ordinariness led Lu Xiaozhao to speculate that he, like herself, might be employing a disguise, since entering this den of iniquity. She had encountered several orcs adorned in such camouflage. This reminded her of Heller's words. Many dignitaries from the Empire and the Federation frequented this place for leisure, naturally reluctant to reveal their true identities. Not wishing to gaze upon the two orcs any longer, Lu Xiaozhao turned to depart. As Mr. C entertained the crowd, a rather flamboyantly dressed orc swaggered in, immediately demanding chips worth 100,000. The staff approached him, albeit not very courteously, stating, "Otan, you currently owe 300,000 star coins at the casino. We cannot provide you with more chips." Otan's brow furrowed, and he slapped the staff member's shoulder, declaring, "Do you know who my uncle is? Levi Kasimoto. I am Otan Kasimoto, and I can demand as many chips as I desire." Lu Xiaozhao recognized the name Levi, recalling that Ike had mentioned it when he sought out Heinrich the previous night. It seemed Levi was Heinrich's rival. She pretended to focus on the gambling table while discreetly eavesdropping on their conversation. The staff member remained unconvinced by Otan's claims, responding, "Mr. Levi oversees the arena. This casino is under Mr. Heinrich's domain. Your uncle's name holds little sway here." Otan retorted arrogantly, "You know nothing. Heinrich and the city lord had a secret meeting last night, and both were assassinated. They are currently in medical stasis. This evening, the city lord will abdicate, and my uncle will become the new lord. At that point, this casino will be mine. Who cares about Heinrich?" The staff member's face betrayed skepticism. "Assassinated. I see you are confident. But what are the chances of someone being able to assassinate an S-class orc like Heinrich? Even that Jaffer is no match for him." That a smug expression crossed Otan's face as he proclaimed, "The Zerg, the Overlord." He deliberately lowered his voice, yet Lu Xiaozhao still caught his words. Upon hearing these names, the staff member's expression shifted to one of horror, and Lu Xiaozhao's heart sank as well. Was this so-called Overlord referring to Heller? How could Heller be connected to the assassination of Heinrich and the city lord? Hadn't he been captured alongside her by the feline-faced orcs? Could it be that he had not surrendered, but rather fled after she lost consciousness? Yet what was his motive for assassinating the city lord and Heinrich? Lu Xiaozhao was perplexed. She recalled that Xiaola had mentioned Heinrich left in the morning. How could he have been involved in an assassination later that night? Otan continued to boast, "The Overlord was captured by my uncle. What does Heinrich amount to?" Lu Xiaozhao could no longer listen. Feeling disoriented, she stood and exited the casino, seeking refuge in the restroom, which bore no gender designation. Pondering her thoughts, she hesitated at the entrance, realizing it was a unisex facility. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the row of urinals, where several orcs were attending to their physiological needs. Regaining her composure, Lu Xiaozhao swiftly slipped into a stall, discreetly contacting Xiaola. The restroom had excellent soundproofing. Once the door was shut, the sounds of orcs flushing and conversing faded away, allowing her to feel at ease in reaching out to Xiaola. "Lu Xiaozhao, clarify when Heinrich left." The simple artificial intelligence was unsure of the reason for her inquiry and hesitated. "Master, why do you ask?" Lu Xiaozhao, "Because someone informed me he was out all night at the Den of Iniquity." Xiaola, QQ, "Master, actually, the male protagonist left last night and has not returned since that." Lu Xiaozhao fell silent, musing whether he had indeed ventured out at midnight and met Heller, only to be assassinated. She recalled the breakfast in the kitchen and, clinging to a sliver of hope, inquired, "Who prepared the breakfast in the kitchen?" Xiaola, "It was made by the male protagonist before he left last night, along with lunch that he instructed that if you woke up." I should say it was all prepared in the morning that a wave of relief washed over Lu Xiaozhao. Heinrich had anticipated that he would not return for some time, suggesting that the alleged assassination was indeed suspicious. When Ike spoke with Heinrich last night, he mentioned he was nearing the end of his rope, alluding to 5 years of scheming that it was reasonable to suspect that he referred to the city lord. If the city lord was nearing death, and Heinrich was vying for power against Levi, then a reported assassination might be a ruse intended to lower Levi's guard, allowing him to openly contend for authority. Following the typical narrative arcs of novels and films, at the moment Levi fell triumphant, Heinrich would emerge with the city lord, exposing Levi's true nature, leading to Levi's banishment and Heinrich's ascension as the next city lord. What role, then, did Heller play in this scenario? Was he merely a pawn conveniently placed within reach? Lu Xiaozhao's instincts warned her that Heller's involvement was not so simple. After a prolonged silence, Xiaola grew anxious. "Master, why have you stopped speaking? Are you upset with Xiaola? If you must be angry, let be with the male protagonist. He is the one who directed Xiaola to lie to you, that Lu Xiaozhao. I never imagined you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, will be capable of treachery, Lu Xiaozhao. I am not angry, if Heinrich contact you looking for me. Just say I am well fed, sleepy, and have dozed off. Then contact me immediately. Do you understand? Xiaola. Xiaola understands, master." Cutting off communication, Lu Xiaozhao pressed the flush button and nonchalantly exited the restroom. She returned once more to the casino, eager to ascertain whether Levi's nephew was still present and if she could glean any further information from him. However, Orton was nowhere to be found. To her surprise, the game of Russian roulette continued unabated, though the participants before Mr. C had changed. 2 individuals stood on stage, attentively listening to the host reiterate the rules of the game. On the floor to the right of the stage lay a splatter of blood, indicating that the orc on the left had emerged victorious. Lu Xiaozhao found them utterly pitiable, yet this round's bounty had escalated to 5 million star coins. Mr. C requested that the bullets in the handgun be reduced to merely 3, seeking to heighten the thrill of the game. Lu Xiaozhao shook her head, preparing to leave, just as she turned away. The sudden crack of a gunshot rang out, plunging the previously boisterous crowd into silence. That it was only when someone shouted Mr. C that Lu Xiaozhao glanced back. The vintage handgun was firmly gripped in the hand of a monkey, who had just fired a bullet, striking Mr. C squarely between the eyes. A jolt of electricity coursed through Mr. C's body, causing him and his chair to topple to the ground. Astonishingly, he was a cyborg. This was Lu Xiaozhao's first encounter with one. Yet, the attention of the crowd had shifted away from Mr. C's identity, as the orc who had pulled the trigger revealed his true form. Not an orc at all, but a massive beetle surrounding them. Several gamblers also unveiled their true natures, transforming into various types of insects. A swarm of insectoids had infiltrated the casino, comprising a well-trained military unit. The majority of the patrons were disreputable orcs, completely incomparable to this formidable insect faction. They were bewildered as to why the insectoids, who had signed a peace treaty with the orcs, would instigate conflict here. All they knew was to flee. However, anyone who pondered this would realize that the treaty between the insectoids and the orcs had nothing to do with them. Mere rats in the gutter. Lu Xiaozhao, too, turned to escape. But as a human, she was no match for the male orcs, who, despite not being the strongest among their kind, were still far beyond her capabilities. A panicked orc suddenly barreled into her, knocking her aside, and her brooch collided with the edge of a table, causing cracks to appear in her camouflage device. Chapter 27. Bodyguard. The dark-skinned youth's face gradually returned to its natural state, the ebony hue receding to reveal skin as pristine as new snow. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Lu Xiaozhao quickly crouched to shield her face. In that critical moment, a figure darted forward, wrapping her in a coat and swiftly lifting her into his arms, making a hasty exit from the casino. Amidst the throngs of fleeing orcs, the one carrying Lu Xiaozhao went unnoticed, and they quickly merged into the flow of people on the street. When she was enshrouded in the coat, Lu Xiaozhao initially stiffened, but as the person held her and ran, she panicked and began struggle. It was only when he gently patted her backside and said, "It's me," that she ceased her resistance. The familiar voice belonged to Edric. However, recalling the slap he had given her, Lu Zhao felt a renewed sense of discomfort, remaining stiffly in Edric's embrace. After about 10 minutes of running, Edric finally halted, entering an abandoned building before setting Lu Zhao down. As the coat was removed, she blinked to adjust to the sudden light, confirming it was indeed Edric before her. His silvery gray hair glimmered like a soft sheen, but the once calm depths of his elongated eyes now bore a hint of warmth, laced with emotions Lu Zhao could not decipher. While his thin lips pursed slightly, as if feeling somewhat bashful, "I didn't mean to slap you. You were struggling too much at the time," Edric explained, having only intended to calm her. However, he had forgotten the intimacy of their position, which had inadvertently led to an awkward misunderstanding. Lu Zhao felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, shaking her head as she replied, "It's all right." She scratched her head shyly, a rebellious tuft of hair sticking up, which stirred a sense of playful longing in Edric. Unaware of Edric's carefully constructed persona, Lu Zhao observed him closely, relieved to see that he bore no injuries. "That I understand you," she began, but fell silent. Perhaps it was from exhaustion, or something else, as beads of sweat trickled down Edric's forehead, rolling down his chiseled jawline and landing on his work shirt, leaving faint marks on the white fabric. With a few droplets rolling down, the material clung tightly to his skin, revealing well-defined muscles. Lu Zhao instinctively swallowed hard, belatedly averting her gaze, feeling an unexpected warmth wash over her. Had her thermal radiation isolating bracelet malfunction? Fanning herself with her hand, she offered an awkward yet polite smile. "It's a bit warm." Edric nodded in agreement. "Where have you been? When I woke up, I didn't see you or Hellard," Lu Zhao took the initiative to ask. "Heller and I were isolated. Some events transpired, and I managed to escape. Heller is currently preoccupied," Edric replied, his expression grave. "Earlier at the casino, I heard that Heller assassinated the city lord and Heinrich. That can't possibly be true. Can it?" Lu Zhao speculated, noticing Edric's hesitance. After a moment of contemplation, Edric shook his head. "That's not the case. Heller did not assassinate them." "Then what is the situation?" Zhao, please refrain from further inquiries." Edric's demeanor darkened as he abruptly shifted the topic, regarding her with concern. "You weren't harmed, were you?" His gaze flickered with an emotion Lu Zhao found difficult to comprehend, feeling somewhat embarrassed about the topic. She realized that although they had all endured hardship, she had not truly suffered, which ignited a sense of guilt for betraying her friendship upon discerning Edric's evasive remarks. Conversely, Edric's blatant avoidance of the issue suggested that he was concealing something significant. Lu Zhao felt a pang of guilt. Had it not been for her, Edric and Heller likely would not have been captured. Contemplating this, her expression grew somewhat unnatural as she bowed her head, feeling a wave of remorse wash over her. Edric. This gesture conveyed an entirely different meaning. Today, while gathering intelligence at the casino, he had learned of a troubling matter point one of the city lord's right-hand men. Heinrich had taken a newly arrived female, originally intended for sale as a commodity, but due to her extraordinary beauty, even lacking psychic abilities, Heinrich had claimed her for himself. In the galaxy, a female lacking psychic abilities was an uncommon occurrence. But this rarity was not viewed positively. While it did not invite derision, it similarly failed to garner the attention of the orcs. Thus, theoretically, this beautiful female commodity would not fetch a high price. And the city lord had tacitly approved of such behavior, which was no different from embezzlement. Edric immediately deduced who this female was: beautiful and devoid of psychic abilities. Who else could it be but Lu Zhao? Coupling this with her current demeanor, he could almost envision a wicked scenario of a malevolent orc coercing an innocent and vulnerable female. The mere thought ignited a fervent desire within Edric to protect Lu Zhao. Even an overwhelming urge to inform her that he would ensure the demise of the offending orc, yearning to be the one who would care for her for a lifetime. As Edric reached out towards Lu Zhao's bowed head, he hesitated, ultimately refraining from touching her. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, all traces of tenderness and lingering affection vanished, leaving him once more the cold and aloof youngest general of the empire. Zhao, shortly, an insectoid will come to escort you away. Please do not be afraid. The insectoids have a treaty with the orcs, and will not harm you. Their ship is concealed at the edge of the desert. He will take you to another planet to meet Aemon. Despite his demeanor becoming indifferent, his voice remained impossibly gentle. If Aemon were present, he would surely be astounded at the warmth exhibited by this seemingly cold-faced commander. "Leave with me?" Lu Zhao asked in astonishment. "Where to? Aren't you coming? What about Heller?" Edric cast a lingering glance at the young female, his expression quickly returning to normal. "Heller and I have a few matters to attend to." The aloof general rarely revealed a hint of amusement. "Did I not mention I would strive to eradicate the evils of this planet? Now that the opportunity has presented itself, Hyler and I will join forces to achieve this goal. And I fear that you may be overlooked in the process." Liu Zhao could hardly believe it. "So, the extermination of that Mr. Churg at the casino was indeed a collaboration with you?" Edric nodded. However, Lu Zhao hesitated significantly, asking, "Do you have many people? This planet is rife with lawless orcs, and should a disturbance arise, countless adversaries would emerge, leaving us in a dire predicament where mere fists could hardly contend against overwhelming foes." Zhao, Edric reassured, "the majority of the orcs on this planet are merely petty criminals, far beneath the caliber of Hyler's elite guard. Moreover, as you witnessed earlier, these self-serving individuals only care for their own safety. When chaos ensues, they will scatter faster than anyone else," he continued. "Besides, they dared to kidnap a prince of a Zerg, and the Zerg's main forces are already en route. This nefarious planet shall soon meet its demise." His words instilled confidence in Lu Zhao, especially since she had just witnessed the patrons at the casino flee in terror. Coupled with the impending arrival of the Zerg army, it seemed plausible that the wickedness on this planet could indeed be eradicated. Relieved, Lu Zhao turned to Edric and remarked, "Yesterday, I saw two females at the auction, treated as mere commodities. They must have been as foolish and dazed as Hyler described, having had their frontal lobes excised." Edric displayed no surprise, for he was already aware of the situation. Lily and Ruth were the infamous faces of the depravity. He comforted Lu Zhao, saying, "I know, and we will rescue them." Liu Zhao nodded, suddenly reminded of Heinrich. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Heinrich had treated her well, yet that was merely due to her beauty catching his eye. It did not grant her the right to forgive him on behalf of other victims. At that moment, the door to the small room was abruptly pushed open, and a man with striking red hair strode in. He was tall, handsome, and radiated a sunny disposition, his fiery locks exuding an exuberant energy. Yet, inexplicably, Lu Zhao sensed a certain naivete about him. The red-haired youth glanced at Edric, then turned to Lu Zhao, momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by her exquisite features. Edric cleared his throat. The youth quickly regained his composure, taking a few steps towards Lu Zhao and reaching out to take her hand. Confused, she instinctively shrank closer to Edric. The youth's hand froze mid-air, and he awkwardly chuckled. Scratching his head, "Do orcs not appreciate hand-kissing? My apologies." Edric pressed his lips together. "You frightened her." The earnest red-haired youth then bent down to meet Lu Zhao's gaze, his expression full of remorse. "I apologize for my presumption." He straightened up and extended his hand. "Greetings, Miss Lum. My name is Ernest. I will escort you off this planet and ensure your safety until we successfully hand you over to the orcs and return you to the heart of the Empire." Lu Zhao took his hand, noting the warmth radiating from his palm, significantly warmer than that of an average person. Ernest gently grasped her delicate hand, momentarily taken aback by its daintiness, his ears turning slightly red as he beamed at her with a sunny disposition. Lu Zhao felt herself smiling in return, charmed by his infectious cheerfulness. Edric let out a sigh of relief. At last, Lu Zhao appeared to be untroubled by her concerns regarding Hyler. With the bodyguard and the protected now acquainted, Lu Zhao understood that there was no need for her to linger any longer. Edric escorted the two to a small spacecraft at the edge of the desert. Chapter 28. How will you choose? The Zerg spacecraft featured broad wings, with a somewhat cramped cabin, resembling a butterfly. Liu Zhao found the designs of these vessels quite characteristic of their regions. The orc ships were inspired by animals, while the Zerg crafts were based on insects. This was not an escape vessel. It was a small combat ship suitable for 1 or 2 occupants. Boasting high endurance and equipped with weaponry, Though the seating was less comfortable than that of a rescue craft, she could only sit in the co-pilot's seat, secured tightly by a safety belt. As the spacecraft ascended, it swiftly left a luminous trail in its wake, soaring into the cosmos. Ernest opened the panoramic skylight, transforming the ceiling into a transparent dome, allowing Lu Xiaozhao to witness their emergence from the atmosphere into the vast, deep blue of space. The sensation of being in the cosmos was entirely different from gazing up at the stars from the ground. The twinkling celestial bodies seemed tantalizingly close, yet remained frustratingly distant when reached for. One felt insignificantly small, yet within the boundless universe, there was a unique tranquility. However, Lu Xiaozhao felt an underlying unease. With time to reflect, she sensed something peculiar about Edric's demeanor. It appeared he was concealing something from her. The temperature control system on the spacecraft was operational, yet Lu Xiaozhao still felt an unusual warmth emanating from the front pilot seat. She glanced at Ernest, who was busy adjusting the control panel. He mentioned that his prototype was a fire beetle, which accounted for his elevated body temperature, and that being too close might cause discomfort, inviting her to speak up if she felt unwell. Just as she was about to respond, the electronic screen displaying their flight path abruptly flickered and then went black. The Zerg technology this unreliable. Lu Xiaozhao panicked and reached to unbuckle her safety belt. But Ernest gently pressed down on her shoulder, his expression grave. Someone has attacked the ship's communication device. It seems they have something to convey. Oh, not worry. Just stay put. They cannot see you. Indeed, seated in her chair, which barely reached her height, she needed only to curl slightly to be completely obscured by the seat in front of her. In that moment, she feared that Heinrich had discovered her flight and had intentionally infiltrated the ship to coerce her return. Nevertheless, she nodded, complying and shrinking into her seat. The instruments within the ship blinked momentarily before the dark screen illuminated once more. The background on the other side was bright and immaculate, accompanied by the rhythmic buzzing of the machinery. Lu Xiaozhao was unaware of who was on the other end, but Ernest gasped. Harry. Lu Xiaozhao was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Harry the head of Heinrich's laboratory? How could Ernest know him? Then Harry's voice came through, as melodiously enchanting as Lu Xiaozhao remembered. Long time no see. Ernest. Are you attempting to flee again? Ernest clenched his fists, his brow furrowing. It is none of your concern. I am merely executing my superior's orders. Harry's mocking laughter resonated through the superior's sound equipment. How could I have a nephew like you? Once again abandoning your lord to escape? Nephew, once again abandoning the lord. The weight of this revelation overwhelmed Lu Xiaozhao, urging her to peek out, but she restrained herself. Ernest retorted sharply. You speak nonsense. I left only on Hyler's command. His voice trailed off as he realized he had fallen for Harry's trick and promptly fell silent. Harry's smile faded. I know what your mission entails. It's that female, isn't it? But Ernest, have you truly seen Hyler? Who exactly assigned you this task? Harry's words rendered Ernest momentarily speechless. He had indeed not encountered Hyler, and the directive to protect Lu Xiaozhao's departure had been conveyed by the commander of Hyler's elite guard. Throughout the entire ordeal, Hyler had never shown his face. Seeing him silent, Harry's expression turned mocking. It's all for the sake of the throne that Hyler's relationships with his cousins, even his own brothers, are rather strained. But he has genuinely cared for you, his cousin, treating you with utmost concern. Now, with his impending demise, you choose to flee. What do you mean? Ernest's eyes widened with bloodshot fury as he processed Harry's implication that Hyler was to meet his end. Hyler did not escape. Those orcs have injected him with a massive dose of a serum designed to trigger his genetic collapse. Tonight, he is to be executed in the Carnival of Sin Arena as a means of avenging the city lord. Harry observed Ernest's expression with satisfaction, adding, and in the process, they intend to establish an independent nation on this planet. Hyler, as a prince of the Zerg, how could they dare to do such a thing? Harry regarded Ernest as though he were a simpleton. The Zerg signed a peace treaty with the orcs. Over the past 2 years, both parties have gradually engaged in normal trade relations. Who stands to lose the most from this affair? It must be noted that during the enmity between the two races, all transactions were conducted during the Carnival of Sin. Originally, that Imperial general was supposed to play a role. He was meant to portray the one who would slay the crazed Zerg prince, but Hyler fought valiantly to help him escape. However, tonight, Hyler will go berserk in the arena, breaking free from his restraints and wreaking havoc, and in his frenzied state, his power will nearly reach SS level. Even if the orcs recognize his identity, self-preservation will compel them to unite against him, ultimately leading to his demise. When a Zerg seeks accountability for the gray market on DC-27, it will not take long to uncover the high-ranking Imperial and Federal officials pulling the strings behind the scenes. The Empire and the Federation are utterly ineffectual, and their insinuated actions have stifled the most gifted and exceptional offspring of the Insect King and Queen. Do you believe that this peace can persist? The conflict between the orcs and the insect race shall never cease until one side is utterly annihilated, or, as Harry paused momentarily, revealing a meaningful smile, we will together bring about destruction. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao could no longer contain herself. She leaned forward, recalling the conversation she had eavesdropped on at the casino that afternoon, and inquired, perplexed, what benefits does Heinrich gain from orchestrating all this? With the death of Hyler, the insect race will inevitably face extinction at DC-27, leading to a relentless vendetta against him, and he stands to gain nothing. Establishing a nation? I find it hard to believe he would be so foolish as to consider such a notion feasible. This is hardly in keeping with Heinrich's character. It sounds far too naive, as if he were merely a pawn. The Harry on the screen laughed even louder, though his voice was the same as the one Lu Zhao had heard in the laboratory. His appearance was entirely different. The Harry before her appeared youthful and handsome, bearing a slight resemblance to Ernest, yet he possessed an androgynous quality, his visage and voice equally resplendent. The background was indeed that laboratory Heinrich had taken Lu Zhao to visit. Harry regarded the suddenly emerging Lu Zhao with a nod, his gaze expressing approval. You are astute. This is, of course, not beneficial to Heinrich, and thus he would not be the one behind it, for he is currently lying in a medical pod, his life hanging in the balance. With the Lord deceased and Heinrich gravely injured, the true perpetrator of their injuries has coincidentally fallen into Levi's hands. Within a single day, numerous coincidences have unfolded that you genuinely believe this is mere chance. Before Lu Zhao could respond, Harry continued, someone has informed Levi that by slaying the insect prince in revenge for the Lord, his standing among the Lord's confidants would be solidified with Hyler's demise. They merely need to unleash the higher-ups of the Empire and Federation from behind the scenes, claiming to have been instructed, and the wrath of the insect race will inevitably be directed first towards the Empire and Federation, which signed a peace treaty while acting deceitfully. They would then use the insect race's hand to eliminate that general of the Empire at that point. The focal point of conflict will not be his knife, but rather the one wielding it from the shadows. He could easily find respite amid the struggle between the insect race and the orcs, declaring himself king. For those orcs involved in the assassination of the insect prince would find themselves unable to escape and betray him, for they would have become, without exception, thorough scapegoats, his most steadfast accomplices. Lu Zhao interjected. This Levi sounds like a complete fool, believing such grandiose deceptions. And that someone, Lu Zhao could only think of one person, Heinrich. He feigned injury, providing Levi with false information, all to instigate a renewed conflict between the orcs and the insect race. Thus, Lu Zhao gazed at the electronic screen, contemplating whether all of this was indeed orchestrated by Heinrich, with the intent of prolonging the strife between the insect race and the orcs. What could he possibly gain from this? Harry shook his head. Who knows? Heinrich is a cunning character, having ascended from obscurity to become the Lord's right-hand man within 5 years. Both his cunning and strength are indispensable. This, indeed, was something Lu Zhao had come to understand. Just then, after a lengthy silence, Ernest suddenly spoke. Miss Lu, I fear I cannot accompany you to negotiate with the orcs. Hyler is my cousin. Aside from my parents, he is the one I hold most dear and care for deeply. Ernest lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. Please forgive me for breaching my promise, but I must return to fight alongside him. Even if he descends into madness, I shall protect him until my last breath. Lu Zhao found herself at a loss for words. She noticed the redness around Ernest's eyes, her own mind in disarray, and she finally comprehended why Adric had been acting so peculiarly. It turned out he, too, was prepared to face death, Liu Zhao felt a twinge of resentment towards Heinrich. If his motives were merely for power and profit, she might have understood. But if he purely sought chaos in the world, was that not a blatant manifestation of antisocial personality? Wouldn't a little peace in this world be preferable? She glanced once more at Ernest. Comforting words hovered on the tip of her tongue, yet she swallowed them down, simply nodding, her voice hoarse. All right. The atmosphere in the cabin seemed to grow heavier. Ernest ceased that morose demeanor. Harry's suddenly elevated voice shattered the somber mood between them. There is still a glimmer of hope. As long as Hyler awakens, and those orcs are no longer in mortal peril, once he reveals his identity, no one would dare to challenge him. Without a chaotic frenzy of orcs running amok, the true instigator would not dare strike against Hyler, and all crises would be deftly resolved. Harry glanced at Liu Zhao. The sole difficulty lies in how to rouse Hyler. Ernest eagerly turned to the electronic screen. Do you have a plan? Liu Zhao also lifted her head, but she sensed a veiled meaning in Harry's words. As if he were subtly pointing towards her, the foreboding feeling took root within her. Do not look at me like that, little female. Harry chuckled, his somewhat androgynous face taking on a more sinister aspect. After all, Hyler is my sister's son. Though I have distanced myself from the insect race, it does not mean I disregard the bonds of blood. He activated a mobile terminal, magnifying a page of data that revealed only a few words. Blood component analysis report. Liu Zhao's complexion paled completely. Miss Liu, your case is quite unique. Ordinarily, a blood sample would be required for examination. However, you refused my request previously, and Heinrich was unwilling to force you. Under the pressure of his authority, I had no choice but to let you leave. Nevertheless, when I admitted Jaffer, I managed to obtain a sample of your blood, subsequently analyzing your genetic composition. Liu Zhao's face turned ashen, recalling the excessive flow during her last menstrual cycle, which must have contaminated the bottom of the cage. That moment, she could not care less about Hyler, Adric, or Jaffer. Her mind was consumed with the neatly organized tissue samples of the individual named Liu Zhao. The bewildered Mongolian Ernest was left in utter confusion. Liu Zhao's heart felt as if it had turned to ash before the insect race and the orcs could fully engage in war. Her universe had already exploded. Harry smirked. I can help keep your secret, but you must return to assist me in saving Hyler. Only you can accomplish this, of course. You could choose to leave, and I would promptly board a spaceship and depart from here. But from that moment on, what happens to you would be beyond my knowledge. Perhaps other mad scientists would pursue you throughout the stars. Ernest looked at Liu Zhao, finally grasping Harry's meaning. Liu Zhao harbored a secret that could save Hyler, yet revealing this secret posed significant danger for her. The earnest and sincere red-haired youth knelt before Liu Zhao, taking her hand in his. Solemnly pledging, Miss Liu, I vow to protect you with all the life I have left. Please, save Hyler. If you would, in contrast to Ernest's sincerity, Harry was far more cunning, directly employing moral coercion, not merely saving Hyler. But this act could save countless lives that may perish in the impending conflict between the insect race and the orcs. Miss Liu, how do you choose? Chapter 29. To protect you with my life, choose. Choose. Choose what? Liu Zhao thought to herself. Did she even have a choice? To acquiesce might draw her into chaos, leading to an untimely demise from an unknown AoE, or perhaps death at the hands of frenzied Hyler. To refuse, however, given Harry's demeanor, was he not plainly indicating to Liu Zhao that should she dare disagree, she could expect the entire galaxy to learn of her humanity and be relentlessly hunted down? The potential for death versus the certainty of it. Liu Zhao was acutely aware of the distinction. She shot an indignant glare at Harry, then glanced at Ernest, who knelt before her like a foolish puppy. And with a determined heart, she closed her eyes, steeling herself, and said, Let us return. Ernest's eyes lit up with surprise, his gaze moistening as if he were on the verge of tears. Ever since Harry had uttered those morally coercive words, Ernest had released Liu Zhao's hand and bowed his head in shame, feeling despicable. Naturally, he felt his uncle was even more despicable. He had also resolved that, even if Liu Zhao declined, he would return to confront this uncle who held leverage over the little female, and then go to face death alongside Hyler. Who would have thought the little female would so readily agree? Ernest was instantly overjoyed. Amid his elation, however, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. His emotions were quite externalized, and his eyes reddened, tears beginning to tremble on the brink of spilling. "Miss Liu, thank you." Ernest maintained his half-kneeling posture, seemingly wishing to embrace Liu Zhao. Yet out of guilt, he hesitated, only managing to pat away the impending tears. Liu Zhao sighed inwardly. Ernest was tall, and even when kneeling, he was not much shorter than her. She reached out, gently stroking his vibrant red hair. And oh, need for thanks. Hyler was captured because of me. It is entirely reasonable for me to rescue him. The girl bent slightly, offering a comforting embrace to the young man before releasing him. Placing her hands on her hips and feigning annoyance, "You claim you will protect me. Yet when trouble arises, you weep. Do you not expect me to protect you then?" Ernest hastily wiped away his tears and stood up, exclaiming, "I apologize, Miss Liu. I shall never cry again." "Very well." Harry, unable to bear the scene any longer, remarked, "I have no interest in watching a domineering little female and a weeping male insect play their roles. Hurry to my laboratory." Liu Zhao did not respond, but instead rolled her eyes dramatically at him. Harry, far from being angered, merely smirked before abruptly cutting off the connection. Displeased by his behavior, Liu Zhao could not resist asking Ernest with curiosity, "Why did your uncle become a mad scientist in the territory of the Beastmen?" Ernest, who was busy setting the spacecraft's return program, flinched slightly as memories from a few years ago surged back. He shook his head and nonchalantly replied, "He conducted some dangerous experiments, ones that violate moral ethics." The mention of moral ethics made Liu Zhao understand. Whenever such experiments were involved, it was better not to inquire further, as asking would only lead to discomfort. In "Oh Wonder," Harry insisted on drawing her blood during her medical examination with Heinrich. He certainly appeared to be obsessed with his research. It turned out he was indeed a true fanatic. Choosing to end this uneasy topic, Liu Zhao sat in silence. Observing her quiet demeanor, Ernest mistakenly assumed she was concerned about the arduous task ahead. The young man with red hair knelt once more, earnestly taking Liu Zhao's hand, declaring, "Tonight, I shall give my all to protect you, ensuring that no one has the opportunity to harm you. I swear this on my life and honor." As he spoke, he bent down to kiss the back of the young girl's hand, his devotion akin to that of one who beseeches the divine, gazing upon the young man's steadfast and handsome visage. Liu Zhao felt her heart race and her face flush. In the past, her roommates and close friends had derisively labeled her as a steel straight woman, claiming she possessed no sense of romance, utterly devoid of charm. Whenever they watched idle dramas, and the dashing male lead uttered sweet nothings, her friends would blush and giggle. But Liu Zhao remained expressionless, her face a mask of bewilderment, coupled with her indifference. Any confessions directed at her were in vain, earning her the titles of love insulating material and steel straight woman. Yet now, Liu Zhao realized that it was not that she was incapable of understanding sweet words or lacked romantic sensibility. Rather, it was that the suitor was simply not handsome enough, leading her mind to automatically filter out such flattery. It was not that she was devoid of charm, but rather that she chose not to engage with it. This was akin to the sugary traps Heinrich had thrown her way. She had not been indifferent to the real world. Instead, she had merely been captivated by appearances. Blushing, she quietly retracted her hand and cleared her throat, attempting to adopt an air of noble aloofness as she declared, "I comprehend. Please return to your seat." Ernest, puzzled by the little female's peculiar self-reference, obediently returned to the pilot's seat. 10 minutes later, the spacecraft successfully landed at DC-27. As soon as they touched down, Liu Zhao received a communication request from Shalom Master. "Where have you been?" The communication device indicated you were offline. QQ, "I was worried you had been abducted by the insectoids and taken to another planet." "Calm down. I'm still gathering my composure. But you mentioned insectoids. Did you hear that there was a ruckus involving them at the casino today?" "Master, the male master just contacted me, saying that several insectoids caused a ruckus at the casino today. Although they have now gone silent, I must ensure your safety. When I thought you had also ventured to that den of iniquity, I rushed to contact you. but your communicator indicated you were offline. It frightened me to death. I thought you had been whisked away into the cosmos. Did Heinrich contact you? Did he mention what he was up to? The mail master said he was very busy, but instructed me to prepare your clothes and essentials, as he intends to leave here tonight. Indeed, although Xiao La's words almost corroborated Lu Xiaoxiao's earlier suspicions, she felt a turmoil within her. It seemed that everything had been orchestrated by Heinrich, who had long prepared an escape route for himself. But what was his ultimate goal? Did he simply wish for chaos? Lu Xiaoxiao was perplexed. After severing the connection with Xiaola, she cast aside her confounding thoughts and regained her composure, looking at Ernest. Shall we depart? Do you know where Harry's laboratory is? I may have visited before, but it was at night, and I am not familiar with the route. Noticing the shift in her expression after speaking with someone, Ernest felt a pang in his heart, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar emotion. Assurances of protection were now superfluous. He composed his expression, gazing intently into Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes, his gaze resolute and courageous as he said, "Do not worry. Everything will proceed smoothly tonight." He then raised his arm, casually waving his wrist terminal with a light-hearted smile. "My uncle has already sent me the address. Leave it to me. I shall not lead you astray. I possess a trace of army ant blood. You know, ants never lose their way without a trace." Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled, recognizing Ernest's attempt to lighten her mood. Although his joke was rather amusing, she felt somewhat relieved. She reached out to grasp Ernest's hand, declaring, "Then let us set off swiftly." Meanwhile, Harry had already been waiting at the entrance of the laboratory, sporting the face of the middle-aged man Lu Xiaoxiao had encountered during her examination. He appeared displeased at their late arrival. "Out for a stroll? If you tarry any longer, everyone might as well await the explosion of the universe." Harry glanced at the hands clasped together between the two and said with heightened irritation, "Just how much faster could you have come? We just disembarked from the spacecraft. How much speed do you expect?" "Your level of sarcasm perfectly matches my stereotype of a mad scientist," Lu Xiaoxiao retorted defiantly, rolling her eyes dramatically. Harry, undeterred by her rebuttal, merely smiled oddly, a hint of masochism wafting through the It was worth noting that while the temperature on DC-27 during the day could scorch an unprotected individual, this strange smile sent a chill down Lu Xiaoxiao's spine. "Stop smiling, you weirdo. Just tell me what to do." "Patience. I will explain everything once we are inside," Harry replied, pushing open the door to the research facility. Lu Xiaoxiao took hold of Ernest's hand as they entered. Harry led them into a laboratory filled with various instruments and a large experimental table. Lu Xiaoxiao swallowed nervously, instinctively inching closer to Ernest. "Uncle, you must not conduct any strange experiments on Miss Lu." Harry did not respond to Ernest's warning. Instead, he calmly took a seat beside the operating table, fixing his gaze on Lu Xiaoxiao. "Miss Lu, have you ever heard of parallel universes?" Lu Xiaoxiao felt a shiver run down her spine, her hair standing on end as she instinctively recoiled. "What do you mean? Does the mad scientist know that I originated from another world?" She suddenly felt exposed, as if she had lost all her disguises and was left bare on the streets. Harry, noticing her unusual reaction, made a mental note of it and continued with a smile. "Do you know where the ancestors of the Beastmen came from?" "Obviously, the origin place was once called Earth. Everyone in the galaxy is aware of this," Ernest retorted impatiently. "And the ancestors of the insectoids?" "Blue Star Earth? Blue Star?" Lu Xiaoxiao inquired, her confusion evident as she looked between the two. "What is the difference?" Harry, maintaining a composed demeanor, observed Lu Xiaoxiao's response keenly. For a long time, it has been believed that the insectoids originated from a distant galaxy, having left their home planet due to its uninhabitability, traversing countless light years to arrive at their current mother planet. The reason for the countless light years notion is that the insectoids can no longer find their way back to their original star from which they came. However, based on my research during my time with the Beastmen, I have discovered that the ancestors of the insectoids actually came from another parallel version of Earth. The reason they cannot find their way back to the past blue star is not due to the vast distance traveled, but rather because they have crossed dimensions and can no longer return to their original timeline, having existed in the cosmos for millennia, while the Beastmen only extracted Earth from the solar system 300 years ago. The time gap has been so extensive that the insectoids have long forgotten the original appearance of Blue Star. Harry rose and manipulated the display screen, projecting two models of Earth, one representing the Beastmen and the other, the insectoids. Upon careful reflection, it became evident that the Beastmen gained intelligence due to solar flares, evolving with the assistance of humans, leading to a high degree of genetic integration, resulting in the current Beastmen. The insectoids, altered by solar cycle rays, grew in size and acquired intelligence, while the indigenous population became weak, necessitating cooperation with the insectoids and genetic merging. The Beastmen have saints, and the insectoids have divine messengers, yet their roles are similar, aiding both Beastmen and insectoids in integrating with human genes, thus giving rise to a new generation of insectoids and Beastmen. Human genes represent the wholeness we pursue, transcending the forms of beasts and insects. Returning to the essence of our original being, the Zerg and the Orcs, do they not resemble another version of ourselves from a parallel dimension? The deterioration of mental faculties, the collapse of genetic integrity, and the declining birth rate of females year by year. Though the paths may differ, the destination remains the same. Harry chuckled derisively, as if the deity that shelters us intends to lead us towards our annihilation. Lu Zhao, indifferent to his lamentations reminiscent of a jilted lover, interjected, "So what am I supposed to do? Draw my blood for serum?" A smirk danced upon Harry's lips, laden with implication. Of course not. Ultimately, your method of soothing the males is no different from that of other females across the stars. Should you not mind copulating with him? Liu Zhao's mind momentarily blanked. Copulating? Her body stiffened as she turned to stare vacantly at Harry, finally regaining her voice after a prolonged silence. What does Heller look like now? In human form? In original form? Harry, reveling in her reaction, laughed even more heartily. Of course, it is in its original form. If you and he... Harry was on the verge of uttering something inappropriate when Lu Zhao hastily interrupted, advancing with quick steps to cover Harry's mouth, stifling the words that threatened to escape. Stop! Do not broach topics that cannot be discussed. Harry's provocative words were successfully quelled in their infancy, as she warned him with a fierce gaze, signaling for him to cease. Gradually, she released her grip, stating, "I choose." The delicate palm of the young girl rested against his lips, warm and soft, stirring a flicker of emotion within Harry, who then broadened his smile. Ernest once more found himself perplexed by his own sense of alienation. How was it that he understood nothing? Lu Zhao disdainfully wiped her hands on Harry's lab coat. You must have a plan B, right? Clever indeed. Harry regarded Lu Zhao with sincere admiration in his gaze. Speak quickly. This will require some development of your mental faculties. He replied. Wait a moment. Ernest interjected, finally seizing upon a topic he could contribute to. Isn't mental capacity innate? I've never heard of it being developed postnatally. As he spoke, a look of distaste and hostility crossed his face, and he quickly shielded Lu Zhao behind him, glaring at Harry. What grotesque experiment have you conducted? Do not even think about harming Miss Lu. Unfazed by Ernest's contempt, Harry maintained his bemused demeanor, casting a sympathetic glance at his good nephew. This is not an experiment. Miss Lu is unique. Her genetic sequence is more primitive and, consequently, more perfect. Ernest remained bewildered, and Lu Zhao found herself unable to clarify, thus feigning ignorance as she gently tugged at Ernest's sleeve, whispering to reassure him. Do not worry. Ernest continued to furrow his brow, warily observing his eccentric uncle. Harry, however, paid no heed to Ernest's animosity. Producing a syringe, I have been investigating ways to enhance the mental faculties of the orcs. Liu Zhao expressed her surprise. So, the so-called glorious evolution that was auctioned off previously was your doing? Indeed, Harry affirmed with a N-O-D. Liu Zhao's expression darkened. Then, what is the cost? Harry paused momentarily, his smile widening. What you should be asking is not what the cost is, but what happens if it fails. Lu Zhao readily followed suit. Then what if it fails? Will one become a fool due to mental collapse? Lu Zhao mused. What appear to be two options were, in fact, all fraught with peril. Ernest's eyelids twitched, and his brow furrowed as he prepared to deliver a punch to Harry, whose demeanor remained nonchalant. Liu Zhao grasped his arm. turning her gaze toward Harry. "What do you believe the probability of success is? If this thing were truly effective, surely it would not require so many guinea pigs." She regarded Harry coolly, referring to the fortunate few from the auction. Indeed, Harry acknowledged his admiration for Lu Xiaozhao evident. "Thus far, it cannot be deemed a success. Yet you differ from them. This is custom-tailored to your genetic makeup, not merely to grant you mental faculties, but to awaken the ones you possess. You went in a heat and caused 2 D-level orc guards to lose control, did you not? This indicates that it is not a lack of mental capacity, but rather that your body and mind have yet to acknowledge its existence." "So," Lu Xiaozhao inquired, "you require a small stimulus. And the side effects? Perhaps a mild headache." Lu Zhao regarded him with skepticism, scrutinizing Harry's expression for any signs of deceit, but found none. The mad scientist's demeanor was resolutely earnest. Nodding, she gritted her teeth. "Very well. Where shall I be injected?" With that, she began to roll up her sleeve. However, Harry did not take action. Instead, he approached the experiment table and lay down. Lu Zhao, perplexed but compliant, followed suit. Yet, as she reclined upon the table, Harry pressed a button on the control panel, and soon soft yet resilient restraints ensnared her limbs and waist, securing her firmly to the table. Lu Xiao's expression turned ashen. "Have I been deceived? What are you doing?" Her good nephew, Ernest, immediately reacted, rushing over to deliver a punch to Harry, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ernest turned to attempt a straightforward and forceful removal of the bindings that restrained Lu Xiao. Yet the seemingly frail scientist, Harry, merely covered his nose, assuring her, "Do not be alarmed. I did this to prevent you from injuring yourself." Lu Xiao's brow furrowed in discontent. "What do you mean by that?" Before she could voice her inquiry, Harry, lacking any sense of decorum, swiftly pressed another button, and a vial of liquid was injected into her vein. The sudden prick at her neck startled Lu Xiao, who instinctively attempted to evade it, but her restraints rendered her incapable of escape. A cold liquid surged through her bloodstream. About a minute later, Lu Xiao exclaimed, "Oh, nothing has happened." The young girl furrowed her brow, casting a suspicious glance at Harry. "I have cooperated with you. If I still lack mental capacity, then you cannot." Suddenly, Lu Xiao's words halted as if she had been paused, her body momentarily frozen. But soon, her entire visage turned a ghostly white. Despite being bound to the operating table, she could not suppress her convulsions. Her fingers began to claw at her restraints involuntarily. Her teeth chattered, and her jaws clacked incessantly. It felt as though a swarm of bees had invaded her mind. Her ears were filled with a cacophony of discordant sounds that drove her to the brink of tearing her eardrums. The pain in her head was excruciating, akin to the bees buzzing in unison while simultaneously pricking her with needles. "My head hurts. It's so loud." Lu Xiao writhed upon the experiment table, her body convulsing violently, her nails scraping against the surface with such force that several broke, almost tearing away from their beds. The agony of her nails, nearly coming off, paled in comparison to the tempest of suffering raging within her mind. Ernest, overwhelmed with guilt, quickly grasped the small female's hand. Lu Xiao's hand was ice-cold and tiny in his grip. Yet even as he held her palm, she seemed to derive no comfort. Continuing to tremble violently, her fingers shifting to claw at Ernest's hand with a grip so strong it nearly sank into his flesh. In that moment, both their hands became bloodied. Ernest, clutching Lu Xiao's hand, repeated softly, "I'm sorry, Dad, I'm sorry." The young female's struggles persisted for 2 or 3 minutes, just as her body convulsed with increasing intensity, threatening to break free from her restraints, seemingly beyond even Ernest's ability to hold her hand. Lu Xiao's eyes suddenly snapped open. Her gaze was vacant, her pupils dilated as though she were on the brink of death. Ernest felt a jolt of fear in his heart, his voice trembling as he called out, "Miss Lu?" As his words faded, the bindings on Lu Xiao's body suddenly shattered inch by inch. Harry and Ernest were hurled against the wall by the overwhelming force. Lu Xiao gradually regained her composure. Lying quietly on the experimental table, the entire occurrence transpired so abruptly that the two were caught completely off guard. Typically, a female psychic power does not manifest such overtly aggressive forms of attack. They are only capable of intimidating other females or males of a lower rank within the mental realm, merely inducing headaches or fear in their opponents. However, Lu Xiao's psychic energy radiated a fierce outward aggression, propelling both men away with great force. Harry quickly collected himself and hurried towards the experimental table, where Lu Xiao had now become entirely tranquil, her complexion pale and tears of physiology glistening at the corners of her eyes as she instinctively curled up on the table. Ernest, regaining his senses, rushed to the side of the young female. Lu Xiao's breathing was steady, her eyelashes fluttering lightly, as if she were lost in a dream. Ernest exhaled a sigh of relief, hoping fervently that it would indeed be a pleasant dream. Chapter 31. Do not reward him. Lu Xiao had indeed dreamt, but it was far from a delightful reverie. She preferred to term it as a kaleidoscope of her life. In a pitch-black abyss, it felt as though she were submerged in a frigid pool of water. The water was shallow, barely covering her outstretched palms, yet its chill rendered her immobile, her mind flooded with the trajectories of her past life. From her childhood to the present, significant, unforgettable, and deeply etched memories replayed in her mind. From the moment she scratched a little friend's face in kindergarten, which led to an awkward meeting of both sets of parents, to the reunion with high school classmates over a meal, where she mischievously pinched the same child's rear, knowing full well no one would come to his defense this time. The adults laughed and teased, saying, "Let Xiao have her way. One day, she will be your bride." The little boy, unwilling, wept, declaring Lu Xiao to be as fierce as a little witch. Memories flooded back from losing her first baby tooth, to her first failing grade, and her first perfect score, culminating in the heart-wrenching farewell to a loved one, the high school entrance examination, and the college entrance examination. Upon viewing this montage of her life, Lu Xiao felt that her existence had been rather mundane. Lacking any noteworthy achievements, it seemed as though she had not had the opportunity to engage in anything interesting or meaningful before her life was abruptly halted. Having traversed a realm, yet accomplishing nothing grand, she merely observed countless striking individuals, akin to characters from an anime, parading about her. Yet, she had only managed to hold a child's hand. What a waste it was to have crossed into a world of beasts. Lu Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Lying in that dark world, the icy water began to rise gradually, inching up her forearms, and then to her chin. A dull, piercing pain spread across her chest, reminiscent of a sting. Yet, she remained immobile, even as the water threatened to engulf her mouth and nose. The coldness was lulling her into a stupor, her joints feeling as if they had frozen and rusted. However, at that moment, a glimmer of light appeared before her, flickering like a star winking at her. The rusty joints within Lu Xiao seemed to be rejuvenated, and she instinctively rose from the water, drawn towards the shimmering light. Initially, her skirt absorbed the water, weighing her down and making each step arduous. Yet, as the darkness lightened and the glimmers multiplied, she felt increasingly unburdened. Last, at the end of the darkness, Lu Xiao beheld an infinite expanse of stars, walking through a celestial cascade, as if traversing the Milky Way itself. Among these stars, one shone particularly bright, flickering as if beckoning her closer. Lu Xiao recognized it as the star that had guided her here. She chased after this twinkling star until it fell in her palm. What did a star feel like? Lu Xiao could not articulate it, for it felt as soft as cotton candy in her grasp, the warmth of her palm causing it to dissolve almost instantaneously. The cotton candy melted away, leaving no trace behind. Her palm grew warm, and soon this warmth enveloped her entire being, wrapping her in a cocoon of comfort. Meanwhile, Ernest had already delivered several punishing blows to Harry. Shortly after Lu Xiao had succumbed to slumber, the heart monitor alarm blared, drawing a straight line across the screen that Harry's previously confident demeanor shattered, his expression morphing into one of disbelief as he gazed at the monitor. Ernest landed another punch on him. The two men frantically attempted to revive her, but the young female remained unresponsive. Ernest's heart sank, and in a fit of rage, he began to brawl with Harry. Harry, seemingly overwhelmed by the situation, was slow to react, taking several punches before finally retaliating. When Lu Xiao awoke, The first sound that reached her ears was the cacophony of instruments crashing to the ground. Turning her head, she saw Ernest and Harry embroiled in a fierce fight. Now feeling refreshed, Lu Xiaozhao was delighted to witness Ernest delivering fierce punches to Harry, her heart swelling with joy. Harry deserved a good beating. The onlookers were unaware that Ernest believed Lu Xiaozhao was dead and was seeking vengeance. Just as she was about to shift positions to enjoy the spectacle, she suddenly felt a chill at her chest. Looking down, she gasped in horror. "Hey, you pervert! I'm coming for you!" Lu Xiaozhao shrieked as she hurriedly dressed. Her high-pitched cries finally drew the attention of the two men grappling on the floor. Ernest was the first to abandon his fight, rushing to Lu Xiaozhao's side. "You're awake. That's wonderful." Yet before his smile could fully form, Lu Xiaozhao slapped him, scattering his grin. Harry, regaining his composure, wisely chose to keep his distance. Only Ernest stood there, bewildered, looking up at Lu Xiaozhao with a sense of grievance. What's wrong? Though the slap did not hurt, the emotional toll was undeniable. Ernest felt wronged. "Who tore my clothes off?" Lu Xiaozhao was seething with rage. Her attire comprised of Heinrich's shirt, which had been altered to fit her. Unbeknownst to her, someone had brutally ripped a button off, leaving her with no choice but to clutch her garment tightly. Feeling both embarrassed and furious, I'm about to explode. She had initially thought him to be adorably naive, like a lovable fool, but now realized he was a pervert. After enduring a barrage of accusations from Lu Xiaozhao, Ernest finally understood the cause of her ire. He felt utterly wronged. During the emergency, he hadn't thought much of it. Now, reflecting on it, he blushed and stammered. "No, it's not like that, Miss Lu. Your heartbeat had stopped, and we had to perform CPR, which required removing your clothing." He spoke the last few words, his voice trailed off, and his face grew increasingly. Lu Xiaozhao's expression softened slightly, and oh wonder her chest had hurt earlier. It turned out she had been shocked, seeing Lu Xiaozhao calm down and her color returning. Harry finally felt at ease approaching. With a smirk, he said, "Yes, we were merely administering first aid. Please don't overthink it." As he spoke, he bent down to come closer. Harry's facade had just been wrecked by earnest blows, revealing a devilishly alluring and delicate face, exuding an air that begged for a beating. Before her mind could catch up, Lu Xiaozhao swiftly delivered a slap that sent Harry's face askew. Ernest gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Do not reward him." Harry, having witnessed the slap, struggled to conceal the smirk that threatened to break through. After receiving a slap, Harry looked at Lu Xiaozhao with an expression of feigned hurt, as if she had betrayed him. If slapping Ernest had been a result of misunderstanding, Lu Xiaozhao felt entirely justified in striking Harry. One hand clutched her shirt, while the other pointed accusingly at Harry. "This is what you deserve, you pervert." "Do you know, Miss Lu?" Harry replied, unfazed by the accusation, instead smiling mischievously, exuding a vibe that was both alluring and unsettling. Lu Xiaozhao was momentarily taken aback, while Ernest sensed that Harry was about to utter something scandalous and quickly covered Harry's mouth. "Miss Lu, you are entirely correct. He is indeed a pervert." This made Lu Xiaozhao feel somewhat appeased. "So now, has my psychic power been unleashed?" Good-hearted Ernest landed a firm kick on Harry, signaling him to refrain from making inappropriate comments before releasing his grip on Harry's mouth. Harry, having settled down, adjusted his tattered lab coat and nodded. "Of course, although we haven't tested it yet, your psychic power is conservatively assessed at SS." "Why?" Lu Xiaozhao inquired, her interest piqued. Upon mentioning psychic power, Harry's excitement surged. "Because the explosive force of your psychic energy through both Ernest and me, both S-class insectoids, across the room, that I'm that powerful." Lu Xiaozhao felt a surge of joy, momentarily casting aside the earlier unpleasantness. "Yes, indeed." Ernest nodded in agreement. "That I never anticipated that Miss Lu's psychic power could manifest as a tangible form of attack. It truly is a rarity." Lu Xiaozhao smiled unabashedly, then posed another question. "So how does one utilize psychic power?" Harry and Ernest exchanged glances. "You don't know?" In unison, the two exclaimed in surprise, leaving Lu Xiaozhao utterly bewildered, pondering what was so astonishing about this. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose, saying, "That is indeed a pertinent question. From the moment we awakened our psychic powers, we all understood how to wield them. Yet when you suddenly inquire about their usage, I find myself at a loss for an immediate response. Lu Xiaozhao glanced at Ernest, who appeared even more perplexed than she. Darn it, this is utterly pointless, she thought, feeling an urge to leap up and deliver a couple of punches to Harry. Well, some younglings are capable of utilizing psychic powers even in their infancy. Harry mused after a prolonged silence. In situations fraught with danger or immense psychic shock, certain younglings instinctively employ their abilities, though we could certainly give it a try. What else do you intend to do? Lu Xiaozhao found Harry to be rather unreliable and instinctively shrank back, attempting to shield herself. Ernest, however, stood protectively in front of her. Harry chuckled lightly. What I mean is, it's almost 8 o'clock. We should head to the venue. Already? Lu Xiaozhao glanced at the clock nearby, which read 7 o'clock. Indeed, they were short on time. Very well. Harry procured an outfit for Lu Xiaozhao and helped her don a new disguise, and the three made their way toward the sinful revelry. As dusk settled, the sight of 3 suns descending into the lake from the perspective of the sinful revelry was breathtakingly magnificent, yet none had the leisure to appreciate the entrance of the sinful revelry. Security had escalated from 2 guards to over 20, effectively sealing off the exit. Fortunately, having spent several years in this area, Harry produced his identification and claimed he needed to report matters regarding the psychic evolution serum to Levi, which granted the trio entry. Upon entering the foyer, Lu Xiaozhao sensed an unusual atmosphere. Although the staff at the reception desk remained present, their demeanor was notably solemn. A closer look revealed that a laser gun was tucked away in the pocket of his suit. The usual throngs of patrons frequenting the casino were conspicuously absent. Everyone had congregated at the gladiatorial arena, ostensibly to witness an event. The trio hastened towards the arena, with Lu Xiaozhao's heart racing as she imagined the cheers of the spectators within. The orcs watching the matches had no inkling of the impending events, eagerly anticipating the evening's so-called spectacle. Chapter 32. Deception. Harry had been in DC 27 for several years, despite being a mad scientist seemingly immersed in research. He possessed an intimate knowledge of the sinful revelry. Beneath the arena lay the dormitory area, where the slaves affiliated with the arena resided, a place entirely enclosed, akin to a prison, typically accommodating multiple individuals in a single room. With only a select few distinguished fighters qualifying for single-room accommodations, it was highly probable that Hyler was confined there. Harry's plan was to act preemptively, before Levi's men released the berserk Hyler. He intended to infiltrate the underground area and rescue Hyler, allowing them to depart discreetly. However, to access the underground area, they needed to use the elevator located in the backstage lounge, given that guards were perpetually stationed in the lounge. Any rash attempt to enter would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, Harry opted to blend in with the audience alongside Lu Xiaozhao and Ernest, biding their time for the right moment. The gladiatorial matches for the day had concluded. This particular contest felt rather lackluster compared to previous ones, with the final victor being a challenger who emerged only as evening approached, effortlessly defeating the reigning champion who had fought throughout the day. Consequently, when the challenger raised his arm in triumph as the last standing victor, the audience responded with a chorus of jeers rather than applause. Unfazed, the victor remained on the platform, though genuine joy was scarce among the spectators, save for his master who had orchestrated his participation in the arena. Amidst the cacophony of boos, the victor was escorted off the stage by a robot, while his master quietly exited the venue to await his return alongside the prize money. As was customary, the subsequent proceedings would continue on stage, necessitating a changeover from the gladiatorial arena to the elevated platform. However, this evening was different. In the midst of the blood-soaked arena, Rufus, dressed in his flamboyant suit, ascended to the center on a flying disc. His face bore no traces of the usual joviality. Instead, he appeared profoundly sorrowful as he surveyed the audience before speaking in a somber tone. Esteemed guests, I have just received devastating news. Our city lord has tragically passed away due to severe injuries. The audience fell into a stunned silence. While many harbored their own thoughts, a few displayed genuine concern. If one were to randomly ask any orc present for their opinion of the city lord, it would be unlikely to yield any favorable descriptors: a greedy opportunist, a corrupt merchant, a powerful tyrant. Though these orcs held little affection for him, they nonetheless shrank back in trepidation. The reason for their hesitation was simple. With the city lord's demise, his right-hand men, Levi and Heinrich, would undoubtedly vie for the position of the next city lord. The majority of orcs present were mere pawns, with no direct stake in the factional struggle. However, when the city gates are aflame, the fish in the moat suffer. When the mountain torrents surge, only the powerless ants are swept away. After a brief period of indecision, some could no longer remain seated. Many orcs began to rise, preparing to depart quietly. Meanwhile, a number of seasoned individuals entrenched in the web of interests remained composed, sitting calmly in their seats. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Observing individuals attempting to leave, Rufus quickly interjected, "Esteemed guests, please remain calm. Tonight was originally intended as a night of vengeance, and your presence was requested to witness the retribution against the city lord and Heinrich. However, now, in addition to avenging the two, we shall also witness the ascension of our new city lord. After all, with the sudden passing of the city lord and Heinrich incapacitated, Central City required a leader to guide its citizens." Upon hearing Rufus's mention of vengeance for Heinrich and the city lord, the audience began to grasp the implications. Heinrich was likely either deceased or incapacitated, unable to contend with Levi. It became clear that tonight was not the commencement of factional strife. Rather, it marked the conclusion of such conflict. They had merely been invited to participate in Levi's victory celebration. Those who had contemplated fleeing returned to their seats, although they preferred not to wade through murky waters. They were more than willing to observe the unfolding drama. Rufus succinctly recounted the events of the previous night, explaining that while Heinrich and the city lord were discussing matters, they had unfortunately been ambushed, resulting in severe injuries to both. The perpetrator had been captured by Levi, and both men had been taken for medical attention. However, the news of the city lord's unfortunate demise had just been received. While Rufus did not elaborate on Heinrich's condition, the audience could deduce that the originally intended night of vengeance had transformed into a mere fade for the new city lord's coronation. It was likely that Heinrich would soon join the city lord. There were even whispers that the city lord's untimely demise might have been shrouded in mystery. Yet, who truly cared? The audience had come merely to witness the spectacle. And upon understanding the current situation, they felt at ease, eagerly awaiting the evening's main event. That Levi's entrance as the new city lord was decidedly ostentatious. His silhouette was projected onto a massive screen in the arena. Contrary to Lu Xiaoxiao's expectations, Levi's nephew appeared to be in his 30s, while Levi himself seemed to share a similar age, bearing a striking resemblance to his nephew. Levi uttered a few platitudes before stepping from behind the scenes to center stage. Whether he genuinely believed he was about to ascend to power was uncertain. Yet Levi chose to present himself seated upon a throne, exuding an air of theatricality. The throne towered over the audience's seats, and his voice resonated with authority, delivered in a measured cadence that suggested he was entirely unperturbed, exuding both composure and confidence. It was difficult to fathom that such a poised individual could be deceived by such foolishness. Lu Xiaoxiao cast a glance, and Harry tugged at her sleeve. Harry's otherwise unremarkable visage had morphed into an inconspicuous face, youthful yet distinctly pedestrian, suggestive of a rising star in the criminal underworld. Tugging at Lu Xiaoxiao's sleeve, Harry feigned innocence. "Brother, accompany me to the restroom." His tone was overly saccharine, prompting nearby spectators to glance back at the two with puzzled expressions before instinctively retreating from their proximity. Lu Xiaoxiao remarked, "It feels as though he has concocted something rather unsavory in his mind." Harry smiled innocently, while Ernest delivered a swift kick to Harry's shin, effectively breaking his smug grin, with no reservations. He returned the favor with a playful punch to his nephew, prompting Harry to lower his voice. "It's time. They have drawn Levi's attention. This is our opportunity." Lu Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance with Ernest and nodded slightly. The three of them stealthily navigated along the edge of the audience seats, ducking as they slipped through the aisle behind the chairs, swiftly making their way towards the lounge. Harry was the head of the only research institute aboard the DC-27. Although the institute was originally established for the purposes of the Sinful Carnival, Harry's privileges were surprisingly extensive, allowing him convenient access to experimental subjects. Upon accessing the lounge through the terminal, the trio quickly entered. The room they stepped into was a security chamber, where a brown-haired orc with his somewhat portly physique was engrossed in Levi's live broadcast. Harry's mimicry suit had already transformed him into the guise of a researcher in an instant. Before the orc in the security room could inquire about their business, Harry preemptively demanded, "Where is that insectoid?" The brown-haired orc appeared taken aback. "Insect? Insectoid? We haven't reached the point of announcing that the culprit behind the Lord's demise is an insectoid yet." He hadn't heard that Harry, the head of the Institute, was involved in this matter, so he feigned ignorance, his mouth agape in an exaggerated expression of surprise. However, Harry coldly pierced through the charade. "Stop pretending. The mere fact that I am here signifies that I have aligned myself with your master. You need not worry. Besides, your astonishment lasted only a moment, yet your mouth has been hanging open for 10 seconds. Far too contrived." While attempting to instruct others on the art of deception through scientific principles, Harry produced a syringe from the four-dimensional space of the terminal. "I am here to ensure everything goes smoothly. All you need to do is escort us to the floor where the insectoid is located." The cautious brown-haired orc glanced warily at Harry and his companions, then apologetically stated, "Let me consult with my boss." He turned to activate the terminal on his wrist in an attempt to contact Levi. Making a call while the boss was delivering a speech was a display of poor judgment. Ernest would assist him in entirely shedding the burden of his boss's disdain. Harry exchanged a significant glance with Ernest, who promptly rolled up his sleeves, his form flickering like a ghost as he appeared behind the brown-haired orc. The orc turned at the sound, and in that instant, Ernest seized his neck with one hand. The orc's vision blurred, and he felt a sharp pain radiating from his neck. Noticing his reaction, Ernest chuckled softly. Using his free hand to grasp the orc's wrist and yank at the terminal, causing it to spark violently until it was completely destroyed, the remains discarded on the ground, starkly informing its owner that a new one was required. Harry smirked. "I dislike wasting time. I can enter on my own." Ernest complied, tightening his grip around the orc's neck. Feeling the pressure increase, the brown-haired orc quickly relented. "I'll take you there." Ernest shot a questioning look at Harry, who shook his head, then turned to the orc. "Let us go. No tricks." The orc, now under Ernest's guidance, was led to the elevator. He selected a small panel and scanned his face and iris, obediently ushering Lu Zhao Zhao and the others inside. As the elevator descended, it soon reached the second basement level. The exit opened into a large room, dimly lit and reminiscent of the warehouse where Lu Zhao Zhao had previously stayed. The brown-haired orc declared, "This is the level where the insectoid is imprisoned. Lead the way." The orc nodded and proceeded down the narrow corridor, feeling no fear of escape as Ernest released his grip on the orc's neck. The orc walked ahead, with Lu Zhao Zhao in the middle. As they turned a corner, the orc deliberately brushed against the wall, seemingly inadvertently activating an inconspicuous button, causing the corridor to suddenly fill with smoke. Lu Zhao Zhao was momentarily disoriented by the unexpected haze. Frozen in place, a hand suddenly grasped her own, and she was pulled along in a frantic dash. The temperature of the hand felt normal. Excluding Ernest, perhaps it was Harry. She received no answer and began to panic, wanting to pull her hand back but finding it firmly held. Once they escaped the smoke, Lu Zhao Zhao was utterly stunned to discover that it was the brown-haired orc who had seized her hand. He had transformed from his previous cowardice, glaring menacingly at her. "If you wish to find that insectoid, then go ahead." With that, he shoved her into a nearby room and swiftly closed the door behind her. Lu Zhao Zhao stumbled forward, nearly falling, and was about to shout at him when her gaze fell upon a shadow lurking in the dimness of the room, causing her to abruptly silence. The corridor's lighting was already dim, and the faint light barely penetrated the internal shadows where a massive form Lu Zhao Zhao's heart raced, pounding so loudly she felt it might leap from her chest. In the darkness, she discerned a pair of sapphire-like eyes, cold and devoid of warmth. She covered her mouth, forcing herself to swallow the scream, threatening to escape her lips. Chapter 33. The cruel performance as the smoke spread through the corridor. Neither Harry nor Ernest reacted immediately. Harry was not involved in the internal management of the sinful carnival. He was merely a researcher, singularly focused on his studies, and had not delved into the mechanisms of the Institute's inner workings. This maneuver by the brown-haired orc had truly taken them by surprise. The smoke not only obscured their vision, but also distorted sound, making the sound of the orc dragging Lu Zhao away seem to emanate from all directions, as if a multitude of individuals were fleeing in every direction. Fortunately, this corridor had no branching paths, allowing them to pursue straight ahead based on memory. They soon burst forth from the smoke into a junction. The confusion caused by the haze had yet to dissipate. Harry and Ernest were engulfed in the thick, acrid scent of the smoke, and the trace of the brown-haired orc leading the female away was completely overwhelmed by the heavy odor, rendering it untraceable. Harry glanced at Ernest, raising an eyebrow. Split up? Ernest nodded and headed down the right corridor, while Harry took the left. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Zhao had already successfully reunited with Hale. She was currently pressed against the door of the hidden chamber, covering her mouth and cautiously observing the creature lying half-hidden in the faint light on the opposite side. Earlier, she had been too tense to notice any anomalies. But now, after some time, she realized that the massive creature had not moved a muscle. Gathering her courage, she began to examine it closely, with a cobalt-blue exoskeleton and forelimbs that resembled two gleaming scythes. Even a fool could deduce its identity. Yet Hale now appeared significantly larger than before, nearly the size of a tiger. Previously, the orchid mantis had been the size of a tennis racket, its entire body shimmering with a luster of gemstones. Lu Zhao could have complemented its beauty. However, facing a mantis larger than a tiger, regardless of how stunning its colors were, all that remained for Lu Zhao was fear. Hale, the young girl mustered her courage, nervously speaking. However, Hale offered no response, remaining in his position with his head facing outwards, utterly still. It seemed he was asleep, indifferent to Lu Zhao's presence. Upon noticing those enormous sapphire-like eyes, Lu Zhao belatedly realized that most insects do not possess eyelids. Thus, they cannot close their eyes even when asleep. With a complex mix of emotions, Lu Zhao sighed in relief and slowly approached Hale out on the journey to the sinful carnival. Harry had provided her with numerous tips regarding mental strength. Yet, Lu Zhao had found them rather implausible. Standing beside Hale, she stared intently at him. Since she had awakened her mental strength, according to the knowledge she had gleaned from countless novels, these unstable mental factors should be visible to her human eyes. Having traversed dimensions, how could she not be considered a protagonist? Thus, Lu Zhao focused her gaze on Hale, attempting to discern any signs of chaos, black or red factors indicative of disruption. Half a minute later, Lu Zhao blinked her dry eyes and rubbed them, utterly convinced that she had seen nothing. That it seemed that collapse was not something observable with the naked eye. She needed to think of another approach. Could it be that despite her traversal, she was merely an inconsequential passerby, lacking the protagonist's halo that rendered her significant? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lu Zhao glanced toward the door, noticing that the wall beside the door of Hale's confinement was a large pane of one-way glass. She could not see outside, but those outside could see in. Staring at the opaque glass wall, Lu Zhao sighed deeply. She wondered where Harry and the others had gone and wished they would arrive soon. Lu Zhao, in her distress, scratched her head anxiously as she sighed. A sudden cacophony of clattering gears echoed within the room. Instantly, dozens of columns rose from the floor surrounding Hailey, flowing like liquid to converge at the top, forming a covered in no time. A grand cage was constructed, ensnaring Hailey within. Subsequently, the ceiling above began to unfold layer by layer, revealing the dazzling lights of the arena and a portion of the luminous screen suspended in the sky. Lu Zhao heard the deafening roar of the crowd, resonating from the open ceiling. The ground beneath the cage containing Hailey began to ascend slowly. Lu Zhao's mind went blank. She was still in shock from the magical, high-tech cage, staring vacantly as Hailey was lifted. The sound from the arena were lively yet distant, yet she felt an overwhelming chill, trapped between indecision and despair. She had failed. What would happen next? Would she be captured by Harry and sliced apart? Would the galaxy erupt into the fiercest war ever recorded, leading to annihilation? As Hailey was raised, the ceiling gradually closed again. Lu Zhao stepped back, feeling utterly powerless, just an ordinary human unable to alter her fate. Why was she being threatened and coerced in such a predicament? All she had achieved was failure. Frustrated, she crouched down, cradling her head. It was her fault. Why should such a monumental burden be placed upon her? Did she desire to traverse into this chaos? Overwhelmed by dread and confusion about the future, Lu Xiaozhao succumbed to an uncontrollable melancholy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the arena was electric. The audience watched with excitement and curiosity as a bug-like creature was brought forth in a cage, discussing its prowess. After all, Heinrich was an S-class beastman, not easily wounded. This bug creature's rank could not be low either. Levi sat upon his throne, his expression calm and commanding, though his fingers unconsciously drummed against the armrest. His gaze fell upon the immobile Hailey in the cage, then subtly scanned the audience. Soon, a message arrived on his terminal from the brown-haired beastman, reporting that 3 individuals had breached the premises, attempting to rescue the bug creature. Among them was a female disguised with camouflage. The brown-haired beastman, resembling a pig, possessed an olfactory sensitivity surpassing even that of canines. He immediately discerned that Lu Xiaozhao was a female masquerading as a male. In the haze, he seized Lu Xiaozhao effortlessly, leaving her with no resistance, which further confirmed his deduction. Now connected to a new terminal, he quickly relayed this information to Levi. The female was detained in Hailey's cell. After a moment's contemplation, Levi smirked slightly, signaling for silence among the crowd. Dear guests, it appears we're to deal not only with this bug creature that killed the former city lord, but also with some petty accomplices. He pressed a button, and the ground of the arena opened once more. Soon, a mechanical arm emerged, depositing a diminutive figure onto the floor. Lu Xiaozhao. The audience beheld a dark-skinned, short, juvenile beastman being thrown onto the ground. Momentarily disappointed by the anticlimactic scene, a glimmer of insight flashed in Levi's eyes. She too was a bug, allied with the one who attempted to assassinate the Lord, infiltrating the underground to rescue this bug creature, only to be caught by me. Tonight, we shall execute them both, he chuckled, adding, however, a mere execution lacks flair. I wish to present something spectacular. As he spoke, his gaze swiftly swept over the audience, noticing several individuals acting oddly, eliciting a cold smirk from him, and he regained his composure. I cordially invite all esteemed guests to witness the spectacle of bugs turning against one another. As Levi's words faded, the cage encasing Hailey dissolved like water, and a mechanical arm administered a dose of serum to him. Observe how these inferior beings are utterly incomprehensible. Levi smiled while rapidly opening his terminal, sending images of those peculiar individuals in the audience to his subordinates. Capture them! Lu Xiaozhao was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, her head colliding sharply, leaving her dazed for a moment. Yes, she regained her senses. She heard Levi proclaim his intentions to amuse himself at her expense. She looked up to find Hailey also regaining consciousness. Upon seeing him, her heart plummeted. Hailey had just awakened from the effects of a potent sedative, his bodily functions still not fully restored. He swayed unsteadily as he stood. His wings had returned to their former glory, shimmering like polished sapphires under the arena's lights. They were exquisite and ethereal, while his forearms were sharp as blades, emanating an aura of lethal power. He bizarrely fused beauty with savagery, rendering him far from grotesque. Yet his gaze was wild and unfocused, filled with madness and chaos, resembling a frenzied beast driven solely by its primal instincts, yearning to shred all living beings and drench the world in blood. Hale's reality was a cacophony of discordant screams, senseless murmurings, and a chaotic melody devoid of rhythm. These sounds pounded his head, driving him to the brink of insanity. The distant clamor of the audience faded away. The nearest living being was the small creature prostrate on the ground. Hailey raised his forearm, its side-like edge glinting with a chilling brilliance. Lu Xiaozhao bolted upright and ran. She had never reacted so swiftly in her life, narrowly evading Hale's strike. This was not due to Hailey's lack of skill. Rather, his mind was akin to that of a lunatic, filled with delirium and chaos, rendering him imprecise. Furthermore, having just awakened from a heavy sedative, his coordination was compromised. Standing was one thing, but once he began to run, he was as unsteady as a drunkard. In a surprising turn, Lu Zhao found herself dashing around the arena. Levi was somewhat astonished by this outcome. The female was proving to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. Decidedly uncharacteristic of her gender, he noticed that several individuals in the audience could no longer contain themselves, with some rushing towards the arena. Levi gently caressed a button on the armrest. He was now in too deep, with no turning back, that, "Oh, dear little female, please do not harbor hatred towards me. Allow yourself to be but a stepping stone in my grand ambitions." With that, he pressed the button. A mechanical arm rose from the ground, stealthily grasping Lu Zhao's ankle and pulling her down. Lu Zhao fell in disbelief, her gaze meeting the glistening, dark blade-like arm before her. Chapter 34. Come to your senses simultaneously. Adric, disguised among the audience, sprang into action. He had arranged for the bugs to escort Lu Zhao away. By the timeline, she should have been far from this location. Yet, even with a foreign visage, Adric recognized that the one being pursued by Hailey was indeed Lu Zhao. Uncertain of how she ended up here, he disregarded any prior plans and acted instinctively, leaping from his seat towards Lu Zhao. Meanwhile, Ernest and Harry had just exited the lounge. They had not located Lu Zhao, but had captured the brown-haired beastman who had taken her. From him, they learned of Lu Zhao's capture and hurried towards the arena. They arrived just in time to witness Lu Zhao being seized by the mechanical arm, violently thrown to the ground. Most of the beastmen in the arena possessed exceptional eyesight, witnessing the mechanical arm's grasp on Lu Zhao, and were unimpressed, expressing disdain for the lackluster chase with jeers of "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Adric reached the barrier encircling the arena. To prevent combatants inside from harming the audience outside, the arena was protected by an invisible electromagnetic barrier, brimming with high-frequency energy, blocking mental attacks, while also preventing participants from exiting. Naturally, it also barred entry to those outside. The beastmen in the front rows were stunned. Inside, a bug was killing its own kind, while outside, a madman desperately attempted to breach the barrier. And a madman was one thing. But now two more were attempting to rush into the arena. These three appeared unremarkable, recklessly charging towards the barrier. They could smell the scent of scorched flesh. What treasures lay within? Yet they dared not dwell on such thoughts. Even if there were treasures, they had no desire to compete for them. The trio charging at the electronic barrier showed no signs of being incinerated, indicating that all three possessed at least S-class strength. Could they be accomplices of the two bugs within? The orcs in the front row silently cleared the arena, instinctively maintaining a distance from Edric and the other two. Levi's subordinates rushed in. But before they could approach the trio, they were intercepted by the lurking Heil's royal guard, leading to a chaotic melee. Lu Zhao, exhibiting remarkable resilience, rolled away, unsure whether her agility had been heightened by a surge of adrenaline or she had somehow transformed into a sporting prodigy during her journey, managing to narrowly evade one of Heil's strikes. Though her garments bore several tears, it was undeniable that she had evaded the blow. The dark blade of his arm crashed into the floor, embedding itself deeply, leaving Heil momentarily unable to withdraw. Lu Zhao hastily began to pry off the mechanical arm, gripping her ankle, simultaneously attempting to reach out to Heil. "Heil, it's me, Lu Zhao. Come to your senses. Do you remember? You said you wanted to take me and Edric away from this wretched planet. I know you've always envied me for hugging Edric. Once you regain your composure, I promise I'll embrace you too. Don't lose your mind. Someone wants you dead. If you perish, a war will erupt in the galaxy, resulting in countless casualties. Wake up and let us leave together, all right?" The magnificent yet lethal insectoid remained unmoved. He finally managed to extricate his forearm, shaking it off before turning to face Lu Zhao, still devoid of emotion, his eyes glinting with madness and chaos. Lu Zhao's heart sank as the mechanical arm that had been gripping her ankle suddenly released its hold. Retreating back into the depths of the floor, Levi had anticipated Lu Zhao's demise, planning to feign ignorance and expose her as an orc female, thus intensifying the conflict and inciting the other orcs present to join the assault against Heil. However, someone had attacked the system, altering commands to release Lu Zhao. Levi's expression soured. Lu Zhao scrambled to her feet and continued her flight, spotting Harry and Ernest attempting to break into the arena. She hurried toward them. Hal pursued closely behind, the effects of the tranquilizer wearing off. Allowing him to move with increased speed, he lunged at Lu Xiaoxiao, pinning her to the ground, his blade arm piercing through her clothing and pinning her firmly to the floor. The girl let out a scream, a sharp pain flaring in her side. Instinctively pushing against Hal, that a fragrance permeated the air. It was Hal who first detected it. He had initially raised his other forearm, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the erratic, squealing creature beneath him. But the lifted arm abruptly halted mid-air. A semblance of clarity began to seep into his muddled mind, and the stark black and white world around him slowly began to shimmer with color. Hal lowered his gaze, confronted by a completely unfamiliar face and an equally unfamiliar voice. Yet, he recognized the scent that enveloped him. Who was it? The prince with a fractured mind struggled to recollect. Seeing Hal suddenly cease his movements, Lu Xiaoxiao regained her composure from her panic and tentatively called out, "Hal!" His antennae twitched at her words, and a flicker of struggle and confusion appeared in his eyes. Lu Xiaoxiao, noticing his antennae, gently tapped his forearm that had pierced her clothing. "Please, let me go." Hal exhibited no immediate response. He seemed like an outdated system incapable of processing vast amounts of information. Gradually lowering his head closer to Lu Xiaoxiao. "Who are you?" The words seemed to squeeze out from his throat, each syllable tangible and burning upon his lips. Yet Lu Xiaoxiao felt as if she were listening to celestial music, her eyes welling with tears that in a flurry. She removed the camouflage device from her chest, offering a gentle smile that radiated warmth, almost wishing to adorn herself with additional lights to embody a saintly figure. "It's me, Lu Xiaoxiao." The girl's smile was tender and sweet that Hal's gaze began to focus on her, and his blade arm fell entirely. Though Lu Xiaoxiao remained pinned beneath him, the keen-scented orcs had already sensed something amiss when she was injured and bleeding. As she removed the camouflage to reveal her true self, several orcs with advantageous angles caught sight of her features. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wait, that small one isn't an insectoid at all. She's an orc female." Insectoid females possess wing-like structures on their ears, evoking an elfin essence. Yet the female before them had rounded, snow-white ears, unmistakably marking her as an orc female. In the galaxy, females are indeed esteemed and rare. Yet this was a lawless territory, and in the midst of this depraved revelry, the abuse of females was not uncommon. These orcs had never cared for the lives of females, nor had they felt the need to pay them any heed. However, the small female being subdued by the insectoid was peculiar. She was beautiful, radiating an innocent and pure charm, her entire being exuding a non-threatening softness, akin to a pitiable little white rabbit, adorably vulnerable and entirely unlike any other female. Moreover, she exuded an enticing fragrance, her blood seemingly carrying some signal or suggestion, inducing an involuntary urge to approach and protect her. Levi is truly a beast for placing that small female in the arena to be tormented by the insectoid. Someone shouted. Though it bore the tone of black crows mocking pigs, it nonetheless stirred the blood of other orcs. Captivated by Lu Xiaoxiao's beauty and scent, we cannot allow the insectoid to kill the small female. "Charge!" From the audience, someone bellowed, spurring a wave of orcs to surge behind Edric, attempting to breach the electromagnetic barrier. An increasing number of individuals began to try and shatter the barrier. Levi observed this unfolding chaos from above, his gaze fixating on Lu Xiaoxiao's face, his initial astonishment quickly morphing into avarice. Though the means to achieve his ends differed, his goals remained intact. He cast a dark glance at Hal. All that mattered was his demise. Once he was dead, everything would proceed according to plan. As long as he died, that was sufficient. The tumult outside contrasted sharply with the arena's interior, which still bore the stains of blood that had yet to be washed away, creating an illusory sense of tranquility. Hal had completely lost all desire to attack. Lu Xiaoxiao blinked, gazing at him. "Oh, you remember me." Hal hesitated, looking at the girl pinned beneath him. The chaotic lines in his mind suddenly found clarity. He was able to organize his thoughts. The reason was simple. Throughout those days of tumultuous and painful dreams, the girl had always represented his last flicker of hope. She repeatedly entered his dreams, offering him companionship and solace during his suffering, that he was a struggling ant, and she was merely a flickering firefly. Even the faintest glow was his greatest comfort. In the moment, he was injected with the serum that would utterly annihilate his genetic chain, condemning him to complete madness. He had thought he would never see Lu Xiaozhao again. Yet here she was before him, as if he had awakened from a nightmare, one that was painful and indistinct. However, Hal still remembered that it was his little firefly guiding him out of that realm of torment. And now, the ant had crawled from the mire, and the firefly had descended, adorned with shimmering stars, into his embrace. Hal embraced Lu Xiaozhao tightly. She was not merely a flicker of light. She was the star illuminating his path. Hal clasped the girl firmly in his arms. The scene had shifted too rapidly for Lu Xiaozhao to fully comprehend. Just moments ago, the frenzied mantis had transformed into a bare-chested youth. Before she could even take in the details of his visage, Hal had enveloped her in a tight embrace. Lu Xiaozhao pressed her cheek against his chest, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. He was smooth and warm to the touch. She quickly withdrew her hands, her thoughts wandering to the inappropriate notion that he was perhaps more than just bare-skinned. Her face flushed slightly, though Hal, the shameless naked man, holding Lu Xiaozhao tightly, was quite a sight. Edric breathed a sigh of relief. He could hardly bear the thought of Lu Xiaozhao being slain by the rampaging Hal. Simultaneously, Harry and Ernest felt reassured. The fact that Hal could revert to his human form indicated that his genetic collapse value had returned to normal levels. The orcs attempting to rush in and rescue the small female also began to piece together the situation. A bug-like creature that had descended into madness could return to normal after merely ordinary contact with a beautiful small female. What incredible mental fortitude she must possess! The galaxy was not devoid of high-ranking females. But to alleviate another's collapse value through mere physical contact suggested that her rank must be at least 2 levels higher than that of the male she had calmed, given that this insectoid had severely injured Heinrich. It was undoubtedly of S rank or higher, meaning that this small female was likely a once-in-a-millennium SSS class. The gazes of the orcs present turned avaricious, and the unexpected turn of events nearly caused Levi to vomit blood. An informant he had placed within Heinrich's ranks had informed him that the lord of the city had been ambushed and grievously wounded, and that Heinrich was currently leading a pursuit for the xenomorph. Levi hastened to the scene and successfully intercepted the S-class xenomorph, which had already begun to lose its sanity. As Levi perused the intelligence sent by the informant, he realized Heinrich was closing in rapidly, prompting him to make a bold decision that a few days prior, one of Levi's subordinates had delivered a batch of potions capable of enhancing strength, albeit at the cost of significantly increasing genetic instability. Initially intended for experimentation on an A-class slave, he fortuitously had one vial on hand. Without hesitation, he administered it to Hyler. Levi injected the potion into Hyler and silently departed. Soon after, the informant relayed that Heinrich had sustained severe injuries. However, another piece of dire news emerged. The xenomorph that had been driven to madness by Levi's machinations was none other than the firstborn of the xenomorph king. Even if he were to usurp the lordship, he would be unable to withstand the wrath of the xenomorphs that ate tea that moment. Someone suggested a cunning countermeasure: to present Hyler as an ordinary xenomorph and execute him, thereby diverting the xenomorph's inquiries towards the hidden power of the DC-27 and the Empire and Federation, redirecting the blame. This would afford DC-27 a moment of respite amidst the chaos of war with the xenomorphs. Though this notion was hardly brilliant and reeked of being ensnared in a plot, Levi found himself with no alternative. He had already committed a grave error and could only mask it with a greater conspiracy, shifting the focus to the Empire and Federation. From the moment he attempted to intercept the so-called assassin of the city lord, he had already fallen into the trap laid by his enemies. His negligence in the wake of the lord's death had left him vulnerable, but he could not afford to lose. Levi rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You must die here today." He pressed a button on the terminal's display, which presented 2 options, a diminutive red button and a large blue one. That after a prolonged moment of contemplation on the red button, he ultimately pressed the blue one. Immediately, A concentrated enhancement serum was ejected, striking Heinrich's shoulder. Simultaneously, in a secure and concealed monitoring room, an individual who had been calmly observing the unfolding drama suddenly stood up. He accessed the surveillance footage from the arena, magnifying it, and upon witnessing the small female figure on screen, his brow furrowed that he promptly activated his terminal, sending a message to the person on the other end. But receiving no response, he strode purposefully towards the exit. Chapter 35. Do not be afraid. Lu Xiaozhao felt a flush of heat as Hyler's embrace tightened, gradually becoming uncomfortable, gently pushing against Hyler. Lu Xiaozhao shyly spoke. Hyler, you're holding me too tightly. It's a bit uncomfortable. The only response was silence. Hyler appeared entirely oblivious to her words, his arms constricting around her like iron bands, showing no intention of loosening his grip. She felt the warmth radiating from his chest, but suddenly, the one holding her began to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Xiaozhao sensed something was amiss. She raised her head to find Hyler's face contorted in pain, as if he were enduring immense torment. His lips quivered, muttering something incomprehensible. The sound was too faint for Lu Xiaozhao to discern. Not far away, Edric bore witness to the syringe plunging into Hyler's shoulder. Hyler, enduring the onslaught of electromagnetic barriers, felt the electromagnetic pulse ravaging his body. Gripping through the agony, Hyler shouted towards Lu Xiaozhao. Xiaozhao, get away. Hyler is about to lose control. Levi had catalyzed his breakdown. Hearing a familiar voice call her name, Lu Xiaozhao froze, gazing at the unfamiliar orc who had suddenly shouted her name. Though his visage was strange, the voice belonged to Edric, who seemed to be suffering immensely. Unable to resist, Lu Xiaozhao struggled. But Hyler held her tighter. This was no longer a normal situation. Hyler had only just regained consciousness from a perilous encounter, and now someone had increased the dosage, as the youth holding her trembled more violently. Lu Xiaozhao dared not delay. She continued to struggle desperately in his embrace, attempting to break free. Despite her efforts, Hyler merely tightened his hold, his murmurs transforming into incessant ramblings. However, this time, Lu Xiaozhao could comprehend his words. He repeatedly called her name, Xiaozhao, 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 clinging to her with a desperation that seemed to manifest as dark veins creeping across his arms. He showed no intention of releasing her, as if she were his only lifeline. Yet, as he lost control over his arms, they began to oscillate between normal and blade-like appendages. The onlookers among the orcs trembled in fear, knowing how sharp those blade arms could be, endangering the small female. However, Hyler seemed to hear their unspoken thoughts. He suddenly relinquished his grip, momentarily regaining his sanity. Sweat poured from him, and his sapphire eyes, bloodshot, fixated on Lu Xiaozhao as he whispered her name. Xiaozhao, rumbled out as he spoke. The youth staggered backward. Lu Xiaozhao felt a pang in her heart, inexplicably softening. Fearing for her safety, Hyler chose to release her. Lu Xiaozhao let out a sigh, surrendering her struggle. The girl took a step forward, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her cheek against his heated chest. In a gentle voice, she reassured him. I'm right here. Do not be afraid. Hyler's arms trembled violently, the dark veins appearing and disappearing, shifting between normal and blade-like forms, yet never touching Lu Xiaozhao. His arms hung at his sides, constrained and tormented as he clenched his fists tightly. The pain seemed to intensify, and even uttering the names of the stars twisted his tongue. Yet he stubbornly and brokenly called out for Lu Xiaozhao. Xiaozhao, I'm here. The gentle echoes of her voice filled the air. Never forget who you are, Hyler. Do not succumb in this place. What did you say before? You have never known defeat. If you concede now, you will lose to Edric. Do not give in. I am here watching over you. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. What a novel phrase in Hyler's life. Fear, an emblem of weakness, seemed forever detached from his existence. The world had consistently described him as the firstborn, an exemplary heir, a remarkably gifted young general. Such accolades are what the world should bestow upon Hyler. To tell him not to fear? In the past, anyone who dared utter such words would likely face severe repercussions. Yet in this moment, amidst this scene and with this person, everything was an exception to Lu Xiaozhao's simple plea. Do not be afraid, shattered the barriers within Hyler. Blood streamed from his clenched fists as he gazed at Lu Xiaozhao with blood-red eyes, revealing a fleeting vulnerability. Lu Xiaozhao, startled, tightened her embrace, softly murmuring, "I am here with you." Do not be afraid. Hyler's hands gently encircled the girl's waist. When he realized he was on the brink of complete genetic collapse, transforming into a mindless beast, he had experienced fear. He still harbored grand ambitions yet to be fulfilled, responsibilities weighing upon him, and a beloved, one destined to be out of reach, yet still capturing his heart, illogically adored and endlessly cherished. The blood coursing through his veins felt like magma, causing him to tremble in agony. In a final act of clarity, he released the tightly held embrace of his beloved, distancing himself from her, yet this very act seemed to heighten the tumult within his blood. Hyler sensed his last fragment of reason slipping away. "Run, quickly run, Zhao Zhao," he rasped, urging his little star to escape from him. Before he completely lost control, his little star must forge ahead, not perish in this place. Hyler lowered his head, unable to bear the sight of his star departing. Yet, what met his gaze was not the silhouette of the girl fading away, but her delicate arms and her steadfast gaze. Though slender, her embrace was resolute, holding him tightly. Hyler felt the lava coursing through his veins begin to cool, his heart filling with tranquility and warmth. Whether she was a firefly or a star, she would not abandon him, for the stars had spoken. "Do not be afraid." Hyler smiled inwardly. He had never been afraid in the past, and he would not succumb to fear now. The young man's strong arms once again encircled the girl's waist. How could I possibly lose to Edric? Lu Xiaozhao lifted her gaze, and the youth flashed her a smile. "How beautiful the stars are!" Lu Xiaozhao wanted to shout this sentence out loud. Heller's hair shimmered with a blue-tinted, inky hue, exuding a sense of flamboyance and freedom. His features were sharp, akin to blades and chisels, radiating sheer aggression. When he smiled, it was in stark contrast to the aloof demeanor maintained by Edric. His lips curled upwards, and his striking blue eyes sparkled with intensity, conveying a gaze as piercing as a torch. Brimming with a confidence that suggested he possessed and commanded everything, that if Lu Xiaozhao were to describe him, it would be that he was steeped in sexual tension. Confident individuals, regardless of gender, exude an undeniable charm. Lu Xiaozhao felt a warmth creeping to her cheeks, instinctively lowering her gaze. Before her lay a chest adorned with skin the color of rich honey, muscular and robust. She had just experienced its proximity, and her face flushed with a pleasant sensation. Suddenly, her thoughts faltered. Was this person truly unclothed? To be so brazenly confident in the presence of others was a display of shamelessness that was simply beyond the ordinary. Releasing her grip around his waist, Lu Xiaozhao became flustered, her eyes darting around as she instinctively covered her face with her hands. "What should I do?" Heller smirked. "What is there to worry about? Yuri naked, is that really acceptable? What does it matter?" Heller replied. Noticing the girl's embarrassment with a sense of amusement, he tightened his embrace around Lu Xiaozhao's waist, nonchalantly stating, "Only a golden needle mushroom would feel shame. Why should I? They should feel inferior instead." Upon hearing Heller's words, Lu Xiaozhao felt her vision darken momentarily, thinking to herself, "As expected of you," while simultaneously feeling a twinge of curiosity. "Are you perhaps a king oyster mushroom?" Of course, such thoughts remained unvoiced, not out of shyness, but rather a recognition that such topics were hardly taboo in the interstellar realm. Her apprehension stemmed from a fear that Heller might speak too freely, plunging their conversation into uncharted territories. "Then let me go. I'm feeling shy," Lu Xiaozhao murmured, still shielding her face. This display of bashfulness only intrigued and delighted Heller further. He deliberately pulled her closer, keeping her firmly in front of him, unwilling to let go. "I suddenly feel a bit shy myself. Xiaozhao, I can only shield myself by holding you close." "We cannot let them see us," Lu Xiaozhao retorted. "I can't see your shyness. It feels as if you were secretly reveling in this." Though she hesitated to struggle vehemently, the onlookers around them began to express their discontent. Edric interjected, "Enough, Heller. Let Xiaozhao go and help us breach the electronic barrier from within." Meanwhile, Harry darkly patted Heller, secretly deciding to transmit the image of him embracing the young female in his naked state back to the Zerg's local network, accompanying it with the caption, "Shameless Prince stripped bare." Fooling around with a female. Only Ernest remained, having experienced a tumultuous roller coaster of emotions that left his heart racing. One moment, he mourned for Heller. The next, he wished he could strike himself for the perilous situation in which the young female found herself. Now, seeing that both Heller and Lu Xiaozhao were unharmed, he wiped away a tear of frustration, exclaiming, "What a relief!" The agitated orcs, upon realizing the beautiful young female was safe, gradually calmed down. Yet one individual was on the brink of madness, Levi. His plan to reignite the conflict between the orcs and the Zerg had failed, and the attempt to induce a frenzy in the Zerg prince would soon be exposed. Levi's expression darkened, resentment flickering in his eyes as he cast a glance at Heller, his heart filled with despair and hatred. His once handsome face contorted with rage, revealing no trace of composure as he angrily pressed a small red button. Let us bring about destruction together. Chapter 36. Just a little longer until healing at this moment, Ike and Herman were in Levi's expansive study. Levi's nephew, Orton, was bound and gagged nearby. Sporting a bruised visage and whimpering, still shouting about his uncle's ambitions to become the lord of the city, warning them to tread carefully. Ike delivered a kick to him. "I've heard you're actually your uncle's son? He's got too many enemies, so he claims you're his nephew while feigning indifference to protect you." Herman's sharp claws hovered over Orton's neck, his feline features twisting into a sinister grin. Orton puffed out his chest, summoning courage, and glared defiantly at Herman. "If you know this, you should understand that Levi is my father. He won't let this go unpunished." "Enough with the nonsense." I kicked him in the stomach. "What secrets does Levi hold? His old subordinates claim he is hiding some secret weapon. What is it? Do you know?" To ensure Orton grasped the gravity of a situation, Ike delivered a solid kick, causing Orton to curl up like a shrimp, his stomach roiling, his face turning pale. I don't know." Ike raised an eyebrow, chuckling, then turned to Herman, jesting, "This guy won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin." Herman nodded, moving closer to Orton, gently scratching his neck, leaving a long, crimson line. Herman's feline visage appeared somewhat menacing. "Since you know nothing, you're of no use and must be eliminated." With that, Herman's claws pierced Orton's skin. Orton screamed in desperation, I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Only then did Herman leisurely withdraw his hand. He had no intention of taking Orton's life, so he hadn't applied excessive force. Yet when he retracted his hand, for bloody puncture wounds adorned Orton's neck. Though not life-threatening, they were sufficiently painful to terrify him. Orton's complexion turned ashen, his gaze towards Herman filled with dread and retreat. "Speak." Ike raised his hand, feigning another slap towards Orton. Orton, thoroughly intimidated, curled into a ball. In the desk, there's a circular plate, it's a key. Turn the outer ring counterclockwise 3 times, the inner ring clockwise once. Then counterclockwise 5 times. Aim the projected beam at the painting of the sunrise, and the safe will unlock. This secret had been discovered by Orton during a theft. Ike and Herman exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Ike released Orton from his binds. "Help me unlock it." Fortunately, Orton was a simple-minded individual without the cunning to betray them, as doing so would only jeopardize himself. Following the procedure, the wall behind the sunrise painting dissipated, revealing an independent 4-dimensional space. Ike kicked Orton to ensure he was unharmed, and only then did they both enter together. Inside the hidden chamber, there were no treasures or weapons, merely walls lined with surveillance videos that a small portion depicted the entrance to the gladiatorial arena's lounge, the elevator's entry and exit points, and the elevator exits for the underground levels 1, 2, and 3. The vast majority was shrouded in darkness. If not for the timestamp in the upper right corner, Ike would have thought the cameras were malfunctioning. Having found no evidence of the rumored secret weapon, Ike began to suspect that the tale of Levi possessing such a weapon was a deliberate fabrication, meant to instill caution in those vying against him. Knocking Orton unconscious with a swift chop, Ike activated his terminal, preparing to report to Heinrich, only to discover several missed calls from him. Ike quickly returned the call as Ike conversed with Heinrich, Herman casually discarded Orton into a corner. Raising his head, he inadvertently glanced at the surveillance footage and noticed a long, green beam of light. Herman leaned closer. The thin ray gradually thickened as Heinrich's voice echoed from Ike's terminal. The gladiatorial arena has collapsed. Herman's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the so-called beam of light on the screen, which turned out to be the half-closed eye of a colossal beast. Now fully opened, its pupils a horizontal slit amidst a mesmerizing emerald orb. A profound shock coursed through Herman, for the surveillance footage revealed the floor of the underground sector beginning to collapse from the third basement level. Something monumental was about to emerge from within. Ike also witnessed this unsettling scene. He activated the video feed and reversed the display for Heinrich to witness the unfolding horror. Heinrich, Ike's voice brimmed with incredulity. This Levi had truly lost his mind. For there was indeed a monstrous entity lurking below. Before he could finish, Heinrich abruptly terminated the call and rushed towards the arena. Within the arena, as Levi's deranged utterance echoed, the entire debauched revelry was shaken to its core. The earth quaked violently, fissures rapidly forming across the ground, revealing an abyss that seemed endless. The land beneath their feet began to crumble and collapse, with entire sections of the audience seating suddenly plunging into the depths. Fortunately, the nearby beastmen reacted swiftly, merely allowing their seats to plummet into the ground. The collapse severed the energy supply to the electromagnetic barriers, rendering them inoperative at last. Edric and his companions successfully entered the arena, joined by a few of Heller's subordinates. Those beastmen who had initially assisted in rescuing the female were now scattering in all directions, eager to flee this impending doom. Only Levi remained, as if he had instantaneously lost all vitality. Ha ha! The drones projecting his frenzied and desperate visage continued their relentless work, casting his madness upon the screen, and no one can escape. You shall all perish here with me, Levi roared, activating the protective shield of the central city. Remain here and accompany me in my burial. Ha! His laughter reverberated ominously over the chaos. Edric furrowed his brow, and we must leave at once. Ernest provided Heller with a military uniform. My lord, please don this quickly. Harry took the opportunity to extricate Lu Zhao from Heller's embrace, smoothly lifting her garment's hem and casually remarking, Zhao Zhao, you're injured. We must tend to it promptly. A gash marred the fabric at Lu Zhao's waist. And even if she bore an actual wound, it was unnecessary to lift her hem. The injury was visible through the tear. Clearly, Harry was behaving inappropriately. Observing his brazen demeanor, Lu Zhao rolled her eyes and swatted his hand away. Yes, I'm injured. If we linger any longer, it will heal on its own. As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught sight of Heller, who was donning his attire. Ugh, he looks rather dashing. Lu Zhao instinctively swallowed hard. The tremors beneath them intensified suddenly, prompting her to cast aside such untimely thoughts and glance instinctively at the local scoundrel. Harry, what is happening? An earthquake generator. Harry shook his head. How could such a thing exist? And even if it did, what harm could a mere earthquake cause? He produced a canister of wound ointment. I smell blood. If you're embarrassed, tend to it yourself. Upon reflection, Lu Zhao realized he had a point. She observed for a while. The surrounding beastmen were indeed fleeing, but none had fallen into the chasms or been struck by collapsing structures. Given the physical prowess of interstellar beastmen, it seemed improbable for them to perish in an earthquake. Realizing that even an earthquake posed little threat, Lu Zhao exhaled in relief, accepting the ointment from Harry and turning her back to the others. Her waist merely itched, and she wished to deny Harry the chance to lift her hem. A faint pinkish wound adorned her side, a mere scratch that had just breached the skin, with a hint of blood intertwined. And oh wonder it was itchy. It would surely heal soon. Nevertheless, Lu Zhao applied a touch of ointment. Meanwhile, Heller had completed dressing. His deep blue military attire, fitting his stature, exuded the aura of a warlord amidst chaos, imposing and regal. Heller gently ruffled Lu Zhao's hair. Do not worry, Zhao Zhao. I will protect you. As if echoing his sentiment, the earnest and straightforward Ernest added, Indeed, Miss Zhao Zhao, we shall all safeguard you, ensuring you come to no harm. The stoic and intense general also regarded Lu Zhao with resolve. I will protect you until my last breath. Even Heller's subordinates, who had never met Lu Zhao, expressed their desire to protect her. Liu Zhao felt deeply moved, now able to confront such a somewhat Mary Sue-esque scenario with candor. Thank you all, but please do ensure your own survival. This is not the end of the world. The anxious atmosphere was palpable as Harry, the only one not voicing loyalty, appeared decidedly out of place in Ernest's eyes. Ernest's gaze fell upon Harry. Harry, sensing the scrutiny, remarked, "All right, I'll help protect you too." His grin was mischievous as he directed it at Lu Zhao. Liu Zhao shivered at his overly familiar demeanor, her expression souring as she quickly sought refuge behind Edric. Harry shrugged at Ernest, while Heller cast a conflicted glance at Harry, ultimately choosing silence. The group hastily departed the arena, encountering no resistance as even the security personnel seemed intent on fleeing. Levi remained seated upon his aerial throne. Indifferent to their escape, the sense of foreboding gripped Lu Zhao. True to her instincts, mere moments after they fled the debauched revelry, a violent tremor struck. This quake was far more powerful than the previous, cleaving the arena in two and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Amidst the chaos, a colossal shadow emerged from the dust. Liu Zhao's heart raced. This entrance felt hauntingly familiar. She glanced at Edric, then at Heller. Are there many monsters in the galaxy? It's a shame Ultraman doesn't come to this universe for business. Ernest quickly clarified, these are aberrations that we had never encountered such a species before. They have only emerged in recent years. But why are they here? Typically, they slumber deep within resource planets. Harry had something to add. This planet is not devoid of resources. Deep underground lies a unique energy mineral that absorbs thermal energy and can release it under specific conditions. The planet's special insulation was crafted from this mineral, enabling it to absorb and emit heat that a flicker of surprise crossed Edric's eyes. Regardless, we must prioritize Zhao Zhao's safety. Let us depart. They sprinted toward the outskirts of the city, where Heller's subordinates awaited them with their starship. As they neared the city's edge, Harry finally comprehended Levi's ominous declaration of wanting everyone to die together. He activated the city's defense system. No entry, no exit. The control center lay within the old lord's residence. It seemed they would need to make a visit. Harry grinned, glancing toward the imposing lord's manor that loomed atop the hill, an opulent castle standing tall against the horizon. Chapter 37. Stars among Heller's personal guard was a subordinate well-versed in quantum physics and mechanical engineering. To ensure their trip to the Lord's Manor was not in vain. This individual would remain behind with a few others, attempting to gather usable materials to construct an energy disruptor as a contingency plan should they be unable to disable the energy shield. With their roles assigned, Lu Zhao and her companions turned towards the Lord's estate. Meanwhile, in the distant stars, Edric's subordinate Eamon and others were en route as well. Having arrived at the designated time, they found no sign of Lu Zhao at the planet where they were supposed to meet her, prompting them to set off for DC 27. Since the female had not arrived, it was only reasonable for them to take the initiative to retrieve her. It is certainly not my intention to defy the command of the general. The Lord's mansion is perched atop a small hill, with one side steep as if carved by a knife, while the other side is enveloped by a dense, intricate primeval forest. The buildings surrounding the hill are nestled closely together, arranged in a radiating pattern that harmoniously embraces the mountain. Dominating the center, the Lord's mansion stands both majestically elevated and akin to a celestial body encircled by stars, overseeing the entire city and reigning supreme over all. At the foot of the hill lies an elevator that leads directly to the main hall of the Lord's mansion, usually guarded by orcs. However, due to the chaos unleashed by the sinful carnival's collapse, ferocious beasts have begun rampaging through the city, plunging it into disarray. The guards, in a panic, have fled, leaving no trace behind. Harry initially had the privilege to use this elevator, but following the assassination attempt on the Lord, the entire estate has been placed under lockdown, rendering Harry's access insufficient. Even though the orcs possess remarkable physical capabilities and their party is predominantly composed of soldiers with exceptional physical attributes, it would still take approximately 10 minutes to ascend to the summit at their utmost speed. Presently, although the colossal beast is merely wreaking havoc aimlessly, No one can ascertain whether it might flatten the hilltop within those 10 minutes. In such dire circumstances, any delay equates to a forfeiture of life. Liu Zhaozhao recalled Heinrich, specifically the artificial intelligence, Xiaola, before departing from Heinrich's residence. Due to her melancholic state, the naive AI had reassured her that it possessed full access rights granted by Heinrich. Having occasionally assisted in delivering items to the Lord's mansion and the sinful carnival, Heinrich had allocated it high-level permissions for ease of entry. Xiaola had mentioned that if she desired anything, it could procure it from anywhere in the city for her. With a glimmer of hope, Liu Zhaozhao reached out to Xiaola. The AI answered almost immediately. Upon connection, Xiaola's sweet yet anxious voice resonated. "Master, where have you gone? Xiaola is so worried about you. The master said he was coming to find you, but strange beasts have appeared in Central City. Where are you? Xiaola is coming to look for you. We must quickly find the master and leave this place together. I am at the foot of the Lord's mansion," Liu Zhaozhao replied, her voice heavy. "I need you to assist me with a task." "Xiaola, please state your request." "Master, Xiaola will surely oblige." Xiaola responded without a moment's hesitation. "Can you activate the elevator at the foot of the hill leading to the Lord's mansion?" Liu Zhaozhao recalled Xiaola mentioning that. As an AI, it lacked irises or facial features for scanning, requiring only to scan permission information. Without even inquiring about the reason, Xiaola prioritized the wishes of its master, especially those of a female master, above all else. Even the lives of others. "Master, touch the elevator sensor with your wristband." Liu Zhaozhao complied, bringing her wristband close to the sensor. After a few moments, the indicator light turned green and the elevator doors opened. Casting a glance at the rampaging beast in the distance, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Xiaola, if you wish to accompany me, wait for me here at the elevator at the foot of the Lord's mansion." After concluding the call, Liu Zhaozhao stepped into the elevator, followed closely by the others. The atmosphere inside the elevator felt peculiar, descending into silence. Outside, the cacophony of destruction wrought by the beasts echoed loudly. Liu Zhaozhao's conversation with Xiaola had been broadcasted openly, and upon hearing her words, everyone harbored their thoughts. First was Harry, who was somewhat taken aback by Liu Zhaozhao's ability to command Heinrich's robotic steward. Male orcs would share everything with their female counterparts, but only if they were partners. Partners? As this thought crossed his mind, Harry's expression darkened instantly. If he recalled correctly, the young female was still in heat. Wasn't she? Heinrich was utterly beastly. Harry's fingers cracked as he silently mocked Heinrich in his mind. It was fitting for an orc to be beastly by nature. On the other hand, Ernest was more straightforward, simply perceiving Liu Zhaozhao as a particularly special young female, whose AI had shown her considerable care. Kind and endearing, the topic of artificial intelligence had always been a hot discussion in the interstellar realm, with frequent debates surrounding the rights of sentient machines. Yet, the majority regarded them merely as possessions, which made Ernest find Liu Zhaozhao's kindness all the more refreshing. Hele and Edric exchanged glances, after being captured by Hermann. The two had been confined in a secret underground cell. Hermann had subjected them neither to torture nor interrogation. Instead, he had injected them with a serum. Once their genetic collapse had been alleviated, enabling them to revert to human form, they were administered a powerful sedative and imprisoned in an alchemically forged cell, in a state of semi-consciousness. Both heard Hermann mention Heinrich's name. Edric was acutely aware of what Heinrich had done to Liu Zhaozhao, an egregious misunderstanding, filling him with both anger and guilt. Seeing Liu Zhaozhao enter the elevator, Edric huddled in a corner, convinced that the young female was saddened by memories of Heinrich's actions toward her. His heart ached for her. His gaze filled with compassion. "I will ensure he pays for his transgressions," Edric vowed to Liu Zhaozhao. "Ah, who?" she inquired. Liu Zhaozhao remained utterly oblivious to Edric's thoughts. As soon as she entered the elevator, she retreated to a corner, solely due to their towering stature. She graciously yielded her space. This brief interlude soon faded away, for just as Liu Zhaozhao was about to question Edric's nonsensical remarks, the elevator arrived at the Lord's residence. Harry stepped out first, being more familiar with the surroundings, thus leading the way for the others. Ernest followed closely behind, while Liu Zhaozhao remained shielded in the middle, with Hyler and Edric bringing up the rear. The Lord's mansion exuded an atmosphere of opulence. Gold had long ceased to be the most coveted precious metal in the interstellar age, supplanted by an alternative known as diamond gold. This material resembled gold in hue, but boasted a hardness that rendered it resistant to tarnishing, unlike gold, which could be worn down over time. Furthermore, its properties were remarkably stable, resisting chemical reactions with other elements, ensuring that it would retain its luster and color regardless of usage duration. Like gold, it was also a rare metal, found only in a handful of known planets, thus making it a flawless substitute. The mansion was constructed extensively with diamond gold. Unaware of diamond gold, Lu Zhao felt her eyes nearly blinded by the gleam of the golden floor as she stepped onto it. The wealth was staggering. Whether on Earth or in the cosmos, capitalists exhibited an unfeeling extravagance. The golden floor, golden portico, and massive golden columns all suggested an unimaginable wealth belonging to the Lord. It was no wonder that people often claimed that illegal activities yielded swift fortunes and substantial gains. The truth was evident. Lu Zhao surveyed the resplendent abode with the wide-eyed wonder of a country bumpkin. Even in the interstellar era, mansions still aspired to luxury and flamboyance. The snow-white, jade-like sofas were adorned with golden floral carvings. While the cushions and pillows were plush and soft, their embroidery exquisite and lifelike, albeit perhaps a touch firm. Lost in thought, Lu Zhao discreetly touched the back of the sofa, only to find it surprisingly warm. This prompted her to recall the warm jade described in certain novels. Unable to resist, she touched it again, then withdrew her hand, feigning an air of sophistication as she followed Harry onward. The girl's actions did not escape the notice of Edric and Harry, who observed her with keen interest. The Lord's residence was vast, evoking the sensation of a Mary Sue novel colliding with reality. As Harry forged ahead, Lu Zhao explored her surroundings, her curiosity piqued. The Management Center's city defense system was located underground, equipped with 2 switches, one that should have been in the Lord's possession but was now utilized by Levi to activate the shield, and a central control system in the basement. Descending the stairs, they first encountered a long corridor resembling a labyrinth, filled with numerous corners and rooms. The exit of the elevator opened into a room brimming with surveillance screens, displaying crucial locations throughout the city. The feed from the Colosseum was notably magnified, despite the destruction that had transpired there. Other drone feeds indicated that the beasts were slowly approaching. Harry hurried to check the adjacent rooms, while Lu Zhao volunteered to seek out the control room. The group scattered, and Lu Zhao pushed open a door not far from the surveillance room. Upon entering, she was once again dazzled by the sight before her. It resembled a treasure chamber, lined with numerous boxes and glass cases, showcasing sparkling jeweled ornaments, exquisite porcelain vases, and various beautiful paintings and sculptures. One small box drew Lu Zhao's attention. Crafted from an unusual black wood, it was adorned with delicate golden threads that shimmered under the light. When viewed from different angles, the threads appeared to flow as if alive. Although she found this peculiar, her feet seemed to move of their own accord towards it. Lu Zhao reached out and opened the box, revealing a bed of red velvet within, upon which lay a star, a true twinkling star, identical to the one from her dreams, though the scene of dreams materializing into reality was indeed strange. She could not resist extending her hand. The moment her fingers made contact with the star, it burst forth with dazzling brilliance, only to swiftly fade into darkness. Looking down, she found the velvet-lined box empty, while her palm radiated an intense heat. Chapter 38. Endless. Lu Zhao quickly withdrew her hand, anxiously inspecting her palm, which appeared pristine with no abnormalities, and the warmth dissipated as if it had merely been a figment of her imagination. However, the small box remained ajar, the red velvet still bearing the impression of a weight that had just been lifted. The thought that the so-called star might have vanished into her palm, just as it did in her dream, sent a wave of panic through her. Hastily closing the box, she exited the room, her mind racing with concerns. As she examined another room, her attention waned, and she inadvertently crossed paths with Levi, who had entered through a different entrance. Lu Zhao instinctively opened her mouth to cry for help, but Levi swiftly drew a laser gun from his pocket, pressing it against her forehead, and spoke in a menacing tone. "Go ahead, scream. Before they hear you and find me, I will have sufficient time to blow your head open. Liu Zhao quickly stifled her impending cry, shaking her head vigorously to signal her silence. Seeing her compliance, Levi nodded slightly and, with a menacing gesture of his gun, instructed, "You move ahead to the room next to the surveillance chamber and make no noise." She dared not object, slowly nodding in acquiescence. In turn to follow Levi's directive, he coerced Liu Zhao into the room to the left of the surveillance chamber, the very treasure room she had just explored. It seemed Levi intended to make off with some valuables before fleeing. Liu Zhao exhaled quietly in relief. Since Levi had opted for financial gain, he would not resort to extreme measures, as long as she remained docile and did not cause trouble. Levi would likely treat her as a hostage to facilitate his escape from the basement. Once he boarded the ship leaving DC-27, he would probably release her. With this thought, Liu Zhao made a conscious effort to appear submissive, standing quietly to the side, eyes averted. However, Levi had other intentions. He nudged the barrel of his gun against her forehead and commanded, "Bring me that black box." The tremor coursed through Liu Zhao at his words. Surely, he was not searching for what lay inside the box. Hesitation gripped her. Levi noticed her reluctance but did not dwell on it. He prodded her forehead with the gun, coldly insisting, "Hurry up." With the dark, unyielding muzzle pressed against her head, Liu Zhao found herself with little choice. She walked over, retrieved the box, and handed it to Levi. Just as she was about to pass it to him, he did not accept it. Instead, his gun remained trained on her, his voice unyielding, "Open it." Liu Zhao froze, glancing between the box in her hands and Levi's unwavering gaze, her heart sinking that if Levi discovered the box contained nothing, the consequences would be dire. Remembering the savage, twisted expression he had worn in the Colosseum, her heart plummeted. Levi pressed the gun against her head once more. With no alternatives left, Liu Zhao reluctantly set the box down and reached for the latch. That moment, footsteps echoed nearby, causing her to tremble and glance at Levi. Yet, he had no time for further contemplation. He swiftly stowed the black box into the Terminal S spatial compartment, his gaze shifting back to Liu Zhao. Eyes filled with warning, he stealthily retreated behind the door, still aiming his weapon at her, conveying a clear message. "Don't give yourself away." Liu Zhao nodded, her gaze directed towards the door. The passerby was Edric. Due to the multitude of rooms in the basement and their intricate layout, they had agreed to leave the doors ajar in the rooms they had already checked to prevent redundant visits that wasted time. Upon hearing strange noises from the room Liu Zhao had explored earlier, he had come to investigate. Upon entering, he found Liu Zhao standing inside, desperately blinking at him. Edric cast a swift glance at Liu Zhao and then surveyed the room's contents. Quickly grasping the situation, most females were enamored with shiny jewels and extravagant attire. The sparkling adornments in the room likely captivated her attention. However, strictly speaking, these items were contraband, destined to be surrendered as evidence to the highest court. With potential restitution to those harmed by the planet's plunder, Edric's expression turned slightly serious. Yet his tone remained gentle and coaxing. Zhao, these items are stolen goods. They will be submitted as evidence in court. And afterward, we may compensate those affected by this planet's exploitation that we cannot take them. Once we return to the Central Star, you may have anything you desire. There was a hint of coaxing a young cub in the air as Liu Zhao, attempting to convey her message through exaggerated expressions, exclaimed, "What? Who wants the contraband? If I desired it, I would have discreetly stashed it away in my bag long ago." Her expression was one of utter distress, and she furtively glanced at Levi, who was menacingly pointing at her, before composing herself and stating, "I do not seek these items. I merely dropped something while inspecting this room." "What did you drop? Have you found it? Do you need assistance?" Edric inquired, his brow furrowed with curiosity, making a move to enter the room that Levi's finger pressed against the trigger, causing Liu Zhao to nearly jump out of her skin as she repeatedly waved her hands in protest. I found it. Since you have found it, then come out," Edric said gently, extending a hand. Liu Zhao stole a glance at Levi, whose fierce gaze was unyielding as he shook his head at her. I still wish to examine these paintings," Liu Zhao stammered, shaking her head vigorously while gesturing toward the oil paintings behind her with a semblance of a gun. The tension in the small female's demeanor was palpable, and Edric, having harbored his suspicions, intentionally asked if she required assistance, which only solidified his conjecture upon witnessing her gestures. Edric suddenly made a shushing motion, his tone remaining serene and composed. "Very well. Do not wander off. Just remain here until we locate the central control system and return for you." Understanding his intent, Lu Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over her, eagerly nodding in agreement, as the footsteps faded into the distance. Levi, wearing a smug expression, emerged from behind the door and instructed Lu Xiao, "Now, follow me outside. Once we leave the basement, I shall release you." Lu Xiao nodded, feeling less anxious now that Edric had signaled his plan. "All right, you go ahead." Levi tilted his head, indicating that she should exit first, threatening, "Do not attempt any tricks, or I shall end you." "I won tea. I did nothing while Edric was here. What tricks could I possibly pull?" Lu Xiao assured him, her gaze earnest as she stepped toward the door. Levi followed suit, but as he stepped out, he was met with a sweeping kick, and before he could fall, a large hand seized his wrist. Disarming him of the laser gun he held, a foot pressed down on his chest with excruciating force. Edric's stern visage loomed over Levi. "Levi, your crimes are beyond redemption. You dare threaten a female?" With Edric pressing Levi down, the disparity in strength rendered Levi devoid of any will to resist, and he ceased struggling altogether. "Beyond redemption. Since you have me at your mercy, I suppose there is no alternative. We shall die together." Edric furrowed his brow and replied, "If you deactivate the barrier, we shall leave, and you shall be the only one facing death after your trial." To his surprise, Levi erupted in laughter, his bravado making it seem as if he were the one in power, not Edric. "Let us see if that is true." Lu Xiao felt a pang of anxiety at his audacity and approached Edric. Whispering, he wouldn't have set any traps, would he? Edric frowned thoughtfully as both contemplated the situation. Only Levi lay on the ground, seemingly unperturbed. Soon, Harry appeared around the corner, pausing at the sight of Levi sprawled on the ground before swiftly approaching and delivering a vicious kick to Levi, knocking the breath out of him. "You've locked the central control system. Aside from your mobile switch, there is no other way to deactivate the barrier. You truly plan to trap everyone here." "Don't you?" Harry pressed his foot against Levi's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. Lu Xiao gasped in sympathy. Phantom pain, Edric noted, his expression shifting as he regarded Levi. With gritted teeth, Levi spat. "I told you, if you don't let me live, none of you shall either. I have nothing left to lose." His twisted smile revealed a heart devoid of hope. Harry, enraged, prepared to make Levi suffer further, only to be interrupted by a sudden, violent tremor. The once sturdy ceiling of the basement began to crumble, dust cascading down. Lu Xiao nearly lost her footing, but Edric quickly steadied her. Harry yanked Levi up by his collar, while Ernest and Heller emerged from other rooms, hastening toward the exit. The group shared a brief exchange of information before swiftly evacuating the basement. Upon exiting the elevator, Lu Xiao was struck with disbelief at the sight before her. The opulent mansion had been reduced to rubble. The basement had miraculously withstood the chaos, its construction remarkably solid. Yet, not far away, a monstrous creature roared in fury, having wreaked havoc on the house without noticing any surviving beings. Just as it was about to depart, Lu Xiao and her companions emerged from the basement, causing the creature to turn and approach them once more. "Edric, you and I shall divert its attention," Heller decisively stated. Edric agreed without hesitation. "Your Highness," Ernest interjected, somewhat bewildered. Levi was merely an A-class male, and leaving Harry to handle him while protecting Lu Xiao should suffice. Heller silenced Ernest with a glance. His eyes filled with caution as he instructed, "You ensure Xiao's safety." Noting Heller's gaze, Ernest shivered, understanding the implication, and promptly nodded. "Understood. Leave it to me." Lu Xiao observed their interaction, instinctively distancing herself from Harry. Even his own nephew regarded him warily. He must have committed unspeakable deeds. Harry remained unfazed by Heller's subtle gestures, yet he frowned at Lu Xiao's attempt to create distance. The elevator and the house were uprooted together. forcing them to descend on foot. Liu Zhao Zhao lagged behind, prompting Ernest to carry her while Harry dragged Levi along the ground. The four of them made their way down the mountain. Edric and Heller remained at the summit, tasked with diverting the creature's attention before seeking an opportunity to retreat. Each step of the colossal beast sent tremors through the ground as the four of them hurried through the forest toward the base of the mountain. Ernest moved swiftly, maintaining stability on the rugged terrain. Liu Zhao Zhao clung to his neck, glancing back toward the summit. Through the gaps between the leaves, she saw the creature drawing closer, instinctively retracting her neck. Returning her gaze forward, she noticed Levi being dragged along the ground like a rag doll. His face bore numerous cuts from the stones and branches beneath him. "Serves you right," Liu Zhao Zhao silently extended her middle finger toward him. Harry chuckled at her small gesture and proposed to Ernest that they directly join Heller's guards, intending to force Levi to use his mobile switch to deactivate the barrier. Ernest nodded in agreement, tightening his hold on Liu Zhao Zhao and quickening his pace, with Harry trailing closely behind. Levi, meanwhile, was tossed back and forth over the uneven path, his plight utterly pitiful. The four soon reached the base of the mountain, where a battered Levi lay on the ground, his clothes tattered and dirty, his face nearly unrecognizable. Suddenly, he rallied, shouting, "I've obtained what you asked for. You promised to protect me." At this proclamation, Liu Zhao Zhao and the others were taken aback. Did Levi have an accomplice? Chapter 39. Oh, Caterpillar, isolate you. Not long after Levi's words, an unremarkable orc appeared before the four, with black hair and eyes. His face was so ordinary that it bore no memorable features, making it easy to forget. The black-haired orc obstructed Harry's path. "Please hand Levi over to me. I will ensure he deactivates the barrier." With a demeanor of humility and kind eyes, the orc exuded an air of politeness, seemingly far removed from the malevolent company of Levi. However, Harry remained unimpressed, pressing his foot against Levi's chest with a dismissive tone. "You're in cahoots with him?" Levi cried out in agony, urging, "What are you wasting time for? I have what you asked for. Quickly rescue me." The black-haired orc ignored Levi, his gaze sweeping over him with a flash of disdain before settling calmly on Harry. "I am not his ally. We are merely conducting a transaction." Harry, intrigued by Levi's so-called item, was about to respond when a sudden gunshot rang out, striking the black-haired orc squarely in the forehead, sending sparks flying as he collapsed to the ground. He was also a bioengineered human that Liu Zhao Zhao inexplicably thought of Mr. C. Ernest quickly set Liu Zhao Zhao down, positioning himself protectively in front of her, while Harry ground his foot into Levi's chest, grinning maliciously. "So he was a bioengineered human. It seems you found a cowardly trading partner." Levi seethed with barely contained rage. Though Harry mocked him, his gaze discreetly scanned the surroundings. Like Ernest, he was searching for the shooter. As Harry surveyed the area, he swiftly approached Liu Zhao Zhao, positioning themselves protectively around her, alert to any disturbances. Yet, the vicinity betrayed no signs of irregularity, as if the gunshot had emanated from the void itself. Liu Zhao Zhao, shielded by the two, craned her neck to peer around, seemingly oblivious. "It appears there's no one here. Perhaps we should leave," she suggested. That moment, the aberrant beast had been lured away by Heller and Edric. But Liu Zhao Zhao's heart remained heavy with unease. If the barrier could not be deactivated, a fierce confrontation with the colossal creature awaited them. Considering its immense size, she preferred to avoid such a battle. The memory of the previous self-detonation lingered vividly in her mind. Unbeknownst to Liu Zhao Zhao, the crux of the issue lay here. The aberrant beast was not invincible. However, due to the precedent set by the Chiming X7, Heller and the others were reluctant to act rashly. Should the beast detonate within the energy shield, the resultant explosion would reverberate chaotically, leading to utter devastation. Ernest understood Liu Zhao Zhao's apprehension, yet his expression remained tense as he continued to scan the surroundings. Harry, however, seemed less perturbed. He nodded in agreement with Liu Zhao Zhao's suggestion, just as Levi, discarded and forgotten, abruptly sprang to his feet and fled. His body bore numerous superficial wounds, yet none compromised his mobility. He sprinted away with surprising agility. Harry frowned, his expression darkening with impatience as he felt a surge of irritation. With a subtle gesture, he unleashed his formidable mental power, which swiftly pinned Levi to the ground. Levi, as if animated by a cartoonish force, sank into the earth, leaving a large imprint upon extraction. Liu Zhao watched enviously. Hadn't Harry claimed her mental prowess could also manifest as a tangible force? Yet, she felt naught but emptiness in her own abilities. After this encounter, Levi lay on the ground, his body physically shattered with multiple fractures, blood oozing from his orifices, unconscious and on the brink of death. Harry clicked his tongue in apparent frustration, as if lamenting the severity of his actions. He approached Levi, grasped one of his legs, and dragged him over, addressing Liu Zhao. This worthless fool is less competent than I, a scientist. What audacity he possesses to attempt an escape beneath my very nose. Ernest froze, incredulous. How dare he refer to himself as a scientist, thus tarnishing the title? He ought to be labeled a deluded researcher at best. Liu Zhao cast a disdainful glance at the bloodied figure of Levi and distanced herself slightly. Let's go, she urged. The trio soon reunited with Heller's subordinates, who were halfway through constructing their interference device. Harry lifted Levi's limp wrist, declaring, I shall attempt to decrypt his terminal. The others had no objections. Harry settled down. Proceeding with his methodical operations, Liu Zhao observed for a while, utterly perplexed, and eventually sat beside him in a daze. The Titan had been lured far from their location until this moment. The moon shone brightly, and the creature had inexplicably calmed, ceasing to induce seismic tremors. The vibrations had significantly diminished. Liu Zhao gazed at the colossal beast, pondering the fates of Edric and Heller, uncertain of their circumstances. Meanwhile, Ernest had been dispatched by Harry to procure spare parts. As the barriers still remained closed and Plan B had to proceed, Liu Zhao watched Harry intently as he focused on the terminal, yawning as fatigue washed over her. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the silence, dispelling her drowsiness. Even the insectoid technician, who was tightening screws, flinched, dropping one in surprise. Only Harry retained his composure. Everyone looked up, and at that moment, the beast silhouetted against the full moon let out a thunderous howl, its massive jaws agape as it expelled a shimmering pearl from its mouth. The orb was red, twinkling like a radiant star. A sharp pain pierced Liu Zhao's palm, prompting her to glance down, where a star-like pattern had manifested on her skin, radiating a fervent warmth. Panic surged within her as she quickly clenched her fist, attempting to feign calmness and conceal her abnormality. Fortunately, the beast's spectacle captivated everyone's attention, rendering her subtle actions unnoticed. The creature's act of pearl-spitting bore an uncanny resemblance to a mythical being engaging in cultivation beneath the moonlight. The members of Heller's elite guard, seasoned in battling aberrant beasts, were witnessing such phenomena for the first time, whether it be self-detonation or pearl expulsion. Their astonishment was palpable. Yet Harry, lost in thought, fixated on the creature. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if it were not a perilous monster, but rather an experimental subject lying upon his laboratory table. Liu Zhao mused. What a nuisance. He wishes to study everything that is the essence of the scientific madman. Minutes later, the beast swallowed the glimmering pearl, closing its mouth and gradually lowering its head, becoming utterly still. Soon, thunderous snores reverberated throughout the central city, revealing that it had indeed fallen asleep. Who would have guessed it was a creature of leisure? Liu Zhao glanced at her wristband. It was already 11 o'clock. Perhaps it was time for slumber. The beast's snores, akin to thunder, were disruptive, yet she found them oddly soothing, lulling her into a state of drowsiness. The young girl yawned, tears of fatigue welling in her eyes, giving her an adorably dazed appearance. Without lifting his gaze, Harry remarked, "Feeling tired?" Liu Zhao nodded. Yes. Suddenly, Harry turned to her with a smile, eliciting goosebumps across her skin. The strikingly handsome youth blinked, his enchanting smile radiating charm, his captivating eyes glimmering with a hint of hidden interest. "You may rest your head on my lap for a brief moment," he offered. Liu Zhao, startled, immediately sprang to her feet, retreating several steps, her face a canvas of rejection. "No, thank you, I'm not tired." Harry regarded her with an amused expression, causing her to feel increasingly uneasy, prompting her to distance herself further. She soon realized that even Heller's elite guards, Harry's insectoid kin, kept their distance from him at that moment. Ernest returned, carrying a battered signal transmitter. Observing Lu Xiaoxiao's defensive posture as she distanced herself from Harry, he recalled Harry's notorious antics. His expression darkening, he discarded the components in hand and positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Xiaoxiao, eyeing Harry warily. "What have you done?" Harry, having retracted his earlier unsettling grin, shrugged innocently. "I merely inquired if Xiao Xiao wished to rest for a while," but he gestured toward the beast, noting that this was indeed a rare opportunity for rest. "But he inappropriately invited me to rest my head on his lap. That is utterly bizarre. Who would suggest such a thing to someone they barely know? It is harassment," Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, clutching at Ernest's sleeve in distress, her face betraying her disgust. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's accusations, Ernest's face darkened, yet he refrained from confronting Harry, recognizing the necessity of cooperation for their mission. Instead, he turned to comfort Lu Xiaoxiao. "Do not fear Xiao Xiao. He wouldn't dare. Simply ignore him." Harry, however, remained unfazed, retorting, "My legs are quite soft." "It is for your own good, Xiao Xiao. Sleeping on a hard floor will lead to neck pain." Lu Xiao Xiao glared at him, pointing an accusatory finger. "That you're a creep." The accused merely smiled, unperturbed. "It's a characteristic of my kind." "Xiao Xiao, please try to understand." Lu Xiao Xiao responded with confusion. "What do you mean?" Harry, maintaining his serious demeanor, explained, "All butterflies undergo metamorphosis. Xiao Xiao, are you not aware? Harry's true form was that of a magnificent black gold king butterfly, its wings adorned with glistening scales, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility. Naturally, as a butterfly, he had undergone metamorphosis. What was wrong with harboring a few eccentricities?" Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. "Who asked you?" "That is a blatant fallacy." She scrutinized Harry's delicate features and melodious voice, realizing they aligned with society's conventional notions of beauty associated with butterflies. Yet his personality bore no resemblance to such ideals. Quickly, Lu Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to retort, crossing her arms with a look of disdain. "So, you were a caterpillar once?" With that, a bright smile blossomed on her face, her eyes sparkling playfully. "EW, a caterpillar," she feigned distress. Tugging at Ernest's sleeve, "Oh dear, Ernest, there's a caterpillar on your clothes. Quick, brush it off. Be careful. It might be a creep." Harry's smile faltered, his original form exuding an air of noble grandeur, a quality he had always taken pride in. Yet today, Lu Xiaoxiao had the audacity to bring up his infantile form, rendering him momentarily speechless. Accustomed to the lavish praise he received for his resplendent butterfly appearance, he had long since forgotten the rather unremarkable months he spent in his larval state. In retrospect, it did seem rather unappealing that Harry's expression darkened as Lu Xiaoxiao doubled over in laughter. Ernest, aware that Lu Xiaoxiao was merely teasing Harry, found it amusing to witness his shameless uncle in such a predicament. And he too couldn't help but chuckle. Even the insectoid, who pretended to be busy with a device, struggled to suppress a smile. Despite his professional training and efforts to maintain composure, it was a challenge. How many could truly bring Harry to such a state? It would have been delightful to capture this moment on camera and share it online for all to enjoy. Chapter 40. Lasers and Secrets with Harry Flustered. Lu Xiaoxiao's spirits soared, feeling as though she had reclaimed her dignity. Harry's expression was stormy. Yet upon seeing Lu Xiaoxiao's radiant smile, he inexplicably felt his irritation dissipate. He pursed his lips, cast a fleeting glance at Lu Xiaoxiao, and returned to his tasks in silence. That single glance caused Lu Xiaoxiao's heart to skip a beat. His sudden quietness was uncharacteristic, making her feel somewhat timid. The eerie silence suggested trouble was brewing. As she nearly stumbled, preparing to flee, she grasped Ernest's arm and earnestly suggested, "Let us go. I'll help gather materials." Noticing Lu Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm, Ernest couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Xiao Xiao, aren't you tired?" he inquired. Females were generally delicate, much like his own little sister. They couldn't endure hardship or exert themselves, often taking on a fragile demeanor that if she were here, she'd likely be yawning incessantly and demanding sleep, even complaining about the lack of a soft bed. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao merely cast a profound glance at Ernest, playfully enigmatic. Oh, you know what it means when I say the moon doesn't sleep. So neither do I. I'm a little bald treasure. After all, the moment those words escaped her lips, the insectoid, feigning to be busy, burst into laughter, dropping the screwdriver in his hand. Harry shot him a discreet glare, causing him to shrink back like a quail. Ernest, however, was alarmed. Zhao Zhao, are you really bald? His gaze fell upon the girl's thick, lustrous black hair, filled with astonishment. Such abundance. And it's a wig? You're the bald one. You're the one in disguise. Lu Xiaoxiao's expression froze, annoyance flaring as she released her grip and tugged at her still thick hair. In her attempt to prove it wasn't a wig, she pulled too hard and ended up yanking out 2 strands. Staring at the hair in her hand, her face flushed crimson with anger, and she turned to leave. Ernest was baffled. Seeing her so furious, he hurried after her, calling, Zhao Zhao. Where are you going? Harry watched his naive nephew chase after the little female with an expression of exasperation. Once the focus of attention departed, the insectoid could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into a fit of mirth. Even a single insect, like him, knew better than to claim a female was bald, let alone suggest she wore a wig. Ernest was in deep trouble. Though Lu Xiaoxiao was indeed upset, her ire wasn't directed solely at Harry. This place was hardly safe, and her display of irritation was merely a ruse to escape the awkwardness of the moment. She didn't dare wander too far. Slowing her pace and discreetly listening for signs of Ernest's pursuit, she relaxed slightly once she confirmed he was following. Ernest soon caught up. Zhao Zhao, are you angry? The red-haired youth, possessing a purity that contrasted sharply with his appearance, wanted to reach out to Lu Xiaoxiao, but feared exacerbating her anger. He walked alongside her, cautiously observing her demeanor with a hint of concern. Noticing Ernest had kept pace, Lu Xiaoxiao quickened her steps, humming lightly and turning her beautiful face away with a mix of pride and reproach. Do you not understand that one must never say a female is bald? Ernest looked utterly bewildered, scratching his head, genuinely concerned. But Zhao Zhao, you said it yourself. Yes, he spoke. His expression grew more anxious. If her hair truly was falling out that badly, it could indicate a serious illness. Zhao Zhao, you must get checked immediately. I'm not sick. How long are you going to harp on about my supposed baldness? I told you, I'm furious. As she reached the entrance of a narrow alley, she halted, impatiently turning her head. However, her words faltered as her gaze met Ernest's eyes. Ernest's hands floundered, unsure of where to place them, embodying both restraint and timidity. Yet his eyes brimmed with deep affection and concern, the corners glistening with a hint of melancholy, as he regarded Lu Xiaoxiao like a precious treasure. Lu Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words. Although Ernest struggled with his speech, his sincerity was evident in every word. Filled with genuine worry, with a slight shake of her head, Lu Xiaoxiao finally admitted, I was joking. I'm not bald at all. You can feel for yourself. Upon hearing this, Ernest cautiously extended his hand, gently brushing against Lu Xiaoxiao's hair. She barely felt his touch, as if he were a devoted follower granted the privilege to touch divinity. Meeting his gaze, Lu Xiaoxiao's heart softened, and she broke into a smile, her eyes sparkling. Well, what do you think? I sent it luscious. Ernest exhaled in relief, grinning foolishly at Lu Xiaoxiao. Amidst their joy, a voice emerged from the shadows, dripping with sarcasm and resentment that, my dear, we had an agreement to be partners. Why are you entangled with these insects? The voice was smooth and low, and although it addressed her affectionately, Lu Xiaoxiao could discern the underlying bitterness and anger. Ernest immediately assumed a defensive posture. From the shadows stepped Heinrich, who appeared unscathed. Lu Xiaoxiao took a step back and cautiously asked, was all of this your design? Pretending to be injured to make Levi feel secure in his position. Creating such chaos? Heinrich paused, his expression momentarily blank before a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. Now filled with interest, my dear, you are quite astute. Lu Xiaoxiao retorted, astute indeed. What nonsense! Why would you orchestrate such a scheme? If it were for the position of Lord, I could understand, but this serves you no purpose. Don't even attempt to spin a tale about how you were merely reacting to the situation by capturing Heller. I heard that feline-faced beast man refer to Heller as Little Prince. You are after him. Heinrich's admiration deepened. and he nodded. Indeed, this was my scheme. Heller and Edric were recognized by us long ago, and it was I who sent people to capture them. Care to guess my true objective? Lu Xiaozhao rolled her eyes. Who knows with you? You must be some sort of sociopathic deviant. Rather than take offense, Heinrich's smile widened, his tone remaining gentle. Oh, my dear, this is not sociopathy. It is merely reclaiming what this world owes me. The Empire and the Federation allow such places to exist. Is it wrong for me to destroy them? As he spoke, a tempest brewed in his eyes, his demeanor transforming into that of a sharp blade, radiating an intense murderous intent. Liu Xiaozhao flinched at his gaze, taking a half-step back, instinctively reaching for Ernest's sleeve. The red-haired youth immediately grasped Lu Xiaozhao's hand, resolutely positioning himself in front of her. And no matter what, you should not involve the female in this. You wish to reignite the war between the insectoid and beastman races. You are utterly deranged. These two races have battled for centuries, and now that they've finally established peace and begun collaborating, you wish to revert to the chaos of the past. Your heart is wicked, yet you feign concern for the destruction of DC 27. It is utterly absurd, Liu Xiaozhao chimed in. Exactly. How shameless. Heinrich's gaze darkened as he observed their intertwined hands. Suddenly, he covered half his face, tilting his head back in laughter, his emerald eyes narrowing to slits. Filled with cold indifference. Absurd? Peace is hard-won. Ha! How laughable. Ernest. Heinrich ceased his laughter, precisely addressing him, his cold gaze fixed on the youth. The supposed cooperation between the insectoids and beastmen is not a recent development. It has existed for decades on this planet. Just how many truly absurd things have occurred here? His voice bore a restrained sorrow as he regarded Lu Xiaozhao, whose heart tightened at his insinuations that it seemed the malevolence on this planet extended far beyond mere depravity. But what did he mean by the cooperation between insectoids and beastmen having persisted for so long? Was it because their two races had conspired in some way? Upon contemplating novels and cinematic works, Lu Xiaozhao could only conjure thoughts of illicit experiments. Just as she was about to inquire further, she encountered Edric and Hailey approaching her. The two emerged at the far end of the alley, creating a triangular standoff with Lu Xiaozhao, Ernest, and Heinrich. Hailey, having endured the most torment at Heinrich's hands, felt his countenance darken the moment he laid eyes on Heinrich. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of composure, fixating on Heinrich with a readiness to strike. Edric, striving for steadiness, remained vigilant of Heinrich's movements. Heinrich met their gaze without a trace of trepidation, his eyes gliding over them as he remarked with an emotionless tone. Truly, you're the finest commanders of the Empire and the insectoid race. Not even a colossal beast could best you. Edric placed a reassuring hand on Hailey's shoulder, signaling him to restrain himself, and spoke in a low voice. Your strategies are indeed meticulous. However, I wonder if your prowess matches your cunning. Heinrich scoffed, suggesting that rather than waste time, they should contemplate their escape. Hailey, unrestrained, retorted, We shall certainly depart. But your life will be forfeited here. That's so? Heinrich snapped his fingers, and a small red materialized on Lu Xiaozhao's forehead. Turning his gaze back to Heinrich, he wore a triumphant smile, his demeanor calm as his eyes swept over Hailey and the others, inquiring, Now, may I take my leave? Edric and his companions found themselves immobilized, acutely aware that even the slightest hint of defiance could result in Lu Xiaozhao's demise. Stagnant, they stood rooted to the spot, while Lu Xiaozhao, taken aback, gazed in astonishment at the red light, clearly emanating from a distant source. It was evident that subduing the sniper before he fired was a nearly impossible feat. Heinrich threatened Edric and his companions with her life, leaving Lu Xiaozhao feeling uneasy. Recalling Heinrich's prior kindness towards her, she felt a pang of discomfort but quickly reassured herself. After all, it was mere lust. Devoid of sincerity, Liu Xiaozhao's face flickered with shock and disappointment, which Heinrich observed without missing a beat. He strolled with an elegance akin to walking a red carpet, halting beside Lu Xiaozhao. Leaning down, he whispered conspiratorially into her ear. The other males present clenched their fists, their gazes fixed on him. The glint of darkness flashed in Heinrich's eyes. yet his expression remained that of a victorious general. As he brushed past the young female's earlobe and murmured, "Darling, do not ever consider becoming a saintess," Edric's pupils dilated as he abruptly turned to Hailey, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao wore a look of bewilderment, having never encountered such a profession before. Heinrich soon straightened and turned away, his figure gradually vanishing into the shadows, leaving behind his final words. "The sinful revelry, the secrets of the lake should pique your curiosity. What truly heinous acts have transpired here?" With that, the red disappeared from Lu Xiaoxiao's forehead, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. Chapter 41. The grace of the saintess and the noble consort. The expressions of the group were grave. Especially Edric S., who furrowed his brow as he gazed toward the direction Heinrich had vanished. The phrase "do not choose a saintess" echoing in his mind. Saintess, he silently repeated the word, a sense of suspicion rising within him. As soon as Heinrich departed, Hailey approached Lu Xiaoxiao, his gaze drawn to the delicate, rosy lobe of her ear, harboring resentment for Heinrich's audacity in taking advantage of a young female. He contemplated brushing her earlobe to erase Heinrich's irritating scent, but hesitated, fearing she might view his actions as intrusive. Instead, he lowered his gaze to Lu Xiaoxiao, intending to seek her opinion. However, he realized that her attention was fixed elsewhere, on Edric, who, even after Heinrich's departure, remained lost in thought, staring vacantly into the distance. That Lu Xiaoxiao, puzzled, finally spoke up. "General Edric, what troubles you?" Edric, roused from his reverie, pursed his lips, a complex expression crossing his face as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Hailey scoffed. "What else could it be? It's all about the saintess, of course." This. Lu Xiaoxiao turned to face Hailey, her eyes wide with innocence, nodding eagerly. "I would love to hear more as an outsider." Hailey had limited knowledge, but he recounted a tradition among the beastmen. Thousands of years ago, a female scientist who facilitated the gene fusion between humans and beastmen became a legendary figure, celebrated for her beauty and intellect. Though she was but a mortal who soon passed away. Decades later, as Earth faced imminent destruction, another woman emerged, guiding the beastmen and the surviving humans toward a plan to leave the planet for outer space. The remnants of Earth's populace revered her, dubbing her the prophet. A century later, the original inhabitants of Earth encountered a cataclysm, their bodies weakened by cosmic radiation, though the beastmen lived well over a century. The prolonged exposure took its toll. Just as the inhabitants were on the brink of extinction, a young girl arose among the humans, leading them to a habitable planet abundant with flora that enhanced physical vitality. Once more, humanity was spared from annihilation. The remaining populace began to believe that these three women were divine messengers, collectively referred to as saintesses. Henceforth, whenever the beastmen faced peril, a saintess would appear to guide them to safety, restoring order in dire times. The temple emerged from the beastmen's veneration of the saintesses, enjoying high prestige, independent of the Federation, Empire, and aquatic race. Every decade, the temple selects a group of exceptional females to serve as surrogate saintesses, receiving adoration as symbols of good fortune. These surrogate saintesses are changed every 10 years, and this year, the incumbent is Edric's aunt, Cillian Santos, who was chosen a decade ago. The duty of surrogate saintess entails daily prayers in the temple, beseeching blessings for beastman society. They live in seclusion, seldom appearing before the public. Edric had not seen his aunt in nearly a decade. Lu Xiaoxiao displayed sympathy, sensing Edric's concern for his aunt, especially after Heinrich's insinuation that being a saintess was no blessing. However, Hailey chuckled, a hint of mockery in his tone. This year is different, as the beasts are increasingly active on various resource planets. The temple believes the time has come for the beastmen to face calamity once more, and thus they will select a true saintess this year. At this point, Hailey's expression morphed into one of schadenfreude as he looked at Edric, saying, "I've heard that the temple will also select the husbands of the saints as an esteemed noble of the Empire and the youngest general of your caliber. Edric, I say your chances are quite high. With a stroke of bad luck, if the unfortunate saintess favors you, how could he possibly compete for the young female?" Lu Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. It was nothing more than superstitious nonsense, an archaic ritual of selecting saintesses and consorts. Given that the saintesses were born amidst calamity, how could they be discerned through mere selection? It was as if they were auditioning for some interstellar reality show. Lu Xiaozhao harbored deep skepticism towards the concept of the saints says that in this era of advanced technology, clinging to feudal superstitions seemed ludicrous. Was this not a testament to the notion that the pinnacle of science leads to theology? A staunch materialist, Lu Xiaozhao resolutely rejected the idea of any deities or saintesses. However, she noticed Edric's continued silence, which softened her heart. General, do not worry. Heinrich is deranged. His words are hardly worth believing. They are nothing but idle chatter. Seeing that the young female had spoken, highly, not lacking in emotional intelligence, offered a casual reassurance. Heinrich harbors feelings for Zhao Zhao. Should she become a saintess, she would be confined to the temple, and with Zhao Zhao as considerable mental fortitude. He likely fears that if she were to be selected, he would lose any chance with her, hence his nonsensical ramblings. There is no need to take it to heart. Ernest, ever loyal to Hailey, echoed the sentiment. Indeed, I've heard that the temple often aids society. They must be good people. Edric finally managed to smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. His gaze passed over the three of them before settling on Lu Xiaozhao. His tone gentle as he said, I appreciate your kindness. Though the words were spoken among a group, his gaze remained fixed upon Lu Xiaozhao, unblinking. The atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious among the trio of humans and their accompanying beast. The four companions returned to their makeshift camp, where Harry was still grappling with Levi's terminal. Heller, Edric, and Ernest simply sat down to discuss plans for the following day, including whether to investigate the lake that Heinrich had mentioned. Lu Xiaozhao listened intently. Yet after the recent ordeal, fatigue had truly set in. Her once irregular sleep schedule had become surprisingly consistent since arriving in the stars, and at this hour, she had reached her limit. Despite the isolation bracelet on her arm, she rubbed her arms and discreetly inched closer to Ernest. She could not help it. She felt both sleepy and cold. Edric and Heller were not worth mentioning. They had endured the local atmosphere's trials upon landing, and it was a stroke of luck that they had emerged unscathed, albeit stripped of their gear. They were left bare and vulnerable. The members of Heller's Guard had not anticipated camping on this planet and were ill-prepared, carrying primarily weapons and electronic devices, with no sleeping bags in sight. In contrast, as a fire beetle, warmth radiated from his body. Just sitting beside him provided a comforting heat. Lu Xiaozhao's eyelids began to droop, and the figures before her blurred. Regardless of what was occurring with Harry, Heller's subordinate, had mentioned that the barrier could be activated by morning at the latest. Heller had intended to discuss how to deal with the giant beast. But as his gaze fell upon Lu Xiaozhao, his words faltered. Heller's eyes involuntarily wandered to the petite female. Edric, who had been attentively listening to Heller, followed his gaze. The little female was on the verge of sleep. Her eyes half closed and her head nodding slightly. Clearly exhausted, yet she still managed to mumble vague responses to Heller's words, her pale pink cheeks puffing adorably. Meanwhile, Ernest, seated beside Lu Xiaozhao, was growing increasingly restless. He found himself distracted in the presence of his esteemed cousin, the remarkable prince, unable to recall what Heller had said. His arms seemed to sprout eyes, fixated on Lu Xiaozhao, fearing she might slump over and fall to the ground. The three engaged in the meeting were inattentive, while the bystander drifted in and out of consciousness. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing a tickle at Lu Xiaozhao's nose, prompting her to sneeze loudly. Startling her awake, rubbing her nose, she noticed everyone staring at her, leaving her puzzled, her expression clear and bewildered. Why are you all looking at me? Heller cleared his throat, awkwardly averting his gaze, and instructed Ernest. Ernest, take Zhao Zhao to the nearby, abandoned building to keep her warm. We cannot let her catch a cold. It was most fitting for Ernest to serve as a human heater, and although Heller felt a twinge of jealousy, he would not joke about Lu Xiaozhao's well-being. Edric also diverted his gaze, having no objections to this suggestion. After all, this was a peculiar time, while he could transform into his beast form to keep the little female warm. The chaotic situation in the city, compounded by Heinrich's ulterior motives regarding her, necessitated caution. Should he shift to his beast form, he would risk becoming vulnerable during an emergency. The males of the interstellar realm were thus. Though envious, they never hesitated when it came to important matters. Liu Zhao Zhao remained blissfully unaware of their thoughts. Had she known, she would have simply raised a question mark in her mind. Following Ernest to the small adjacent building felt like a reprieve. Ernest, with pure intentions, focused solely on fulfilling Heller's request, relieved by his own higher body temperature, which might prove useful. The abandoned building next to the temporary camp was small, devoid of furniture save for a bare bed frame, yet the doors and windows were intact enough to shield them from the wind. The previous occupant had likely moved out not long ago. As the bed frame bore no dust, Ernest merely brushed off the surface, laid his coat over it, and invited Liu Zhao Zhao to sit. She did not hesitate, for although she wore an isolation device that absorbed heat during the day and released it at night, her human physiology could not quite compare to that of the interstellar inhabitants. Even with the continuous warmth emanating from the bracelet, she still felt cold. Thus, when Ernest, blushing, offered to sit beside her as a human heater, she immediately nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. Why oppose nature? Her impression of Ernest was favorable enough. As long as she didn't drool on his shoulder while sleeping, that would suffice. Chapter 42. Do not underestimate the small winds. Liu Zhao Zhao could not endure the fatigue and soon leaned her head against Ernest's arm. Drifting into slumber, it was quite amusing. Her height was insufficient to rest her head on anyone's shoulder. The interstellar age was indeed abundant in giants. The red-haired youth remained rigid, allowing the girl to rest upon his arm. Fearing he might awaken her, he refrained from moving, quickly succumbing to numbness. Yet his heart swelled with joy, and the discomfort in his arm did not dampen his delight. Cautiously, he extended his other hand to support the girl's head. Terrified she might topple over in the latter half of the night, perhaps due to discomfort or insufficient warmth, Liu Zhao Zhao unconsciously shifted her position in her sleep. She fell into Ernest's embrace. Prompting him to wrap his arms around her, Liu Zhao Zhao instinctively adjusted, leaving the cold bed frame behind and snuggling into the warmth. Thus, she found herself cradled in Ernest's arms, seated on his lap. Her neck encircled by his arm, her head nestled against his chest, enveloped in his gentle embrace that Ernest's heart raced. The warmth of the soft girl in his arms left him flustered and disoriented. Unbeknownst to Liu Zhao Zhao, the unwitting instigator of the situation, she simply nuzzled against the young man's chest and continued to sleep soundly, feeling utterly content. Now, she was entirely enveloped in warmth, which felt delightful. Albeit slightly firm, Liu Zhao Zhao squirmed, and with her movement, Ernest's breath grew heavy. He took a deep breath, cautiously placing his empty hand on her slender waist, hoping she might remain still. However, this action did not settle Liu Zhao Zhao. Rather, it exacerbated his own discomfort. Fearing he might inadvertently hurt her, Ernest's hand merely hovered over her waist, lacking the firmness to bring her tranquility. This only made the little female feel a ticklish sensation, causing her to wriggle in his embrace, oblivious to the turmoil she was causing him. The fragrant and soft presence in his arms squirmed, leaving Ernest on the edge of exasperation. What did it mean to lift a stone only to have it fall upon one's own foot? This was precisely it. Ernest's body stiffened, heat rushing to his face, turning it crimson with helplessness. Liu Zhao Zhao continued to fidget against him, and Ernest felt a mix of pain and delight. He bit his lip, convincing himself to muster the courage to tighten his hold on her waist. Now, Liu Zhao Zhao was firmly held against him, free from the tickling sensation at her waist. She ceased her wriggling and gradually calmed down, soon falling back into a deep sleep. Ernest let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the little female did not awaken. Liu Zhao Zhao enjoyed a restful slumber. The comfort was undeniable, and the sense of security and warmth was overwhelming, to the point that she had no recollection of when she had shifted into Ernest's embrace. As dawn broke, 3 suns rose from the distant desert horizon, yet Liu Zhao Zhao remained peacefully nestled in Ernest's arms. Ernest had not closed his eyes all night, but now he felt no fatigue. Energized by the sight of Liu Zhao Zhao throughout the night, but a mysterious smile graced his lips. Liu Zhao Zhao shifted positions several times during her sleep, now lying fully in Ernest's embrace, cradled in his arms, blissfully dreaming. The side of her face that had been pressed against the young man's chest bore a hint of pink, reminiscent of a mochi stained with peach blossom juice, soft, white, and tender, appearing quite tempting, perhaps even worthy of a bite. Ernest felt a dryness in his throat, his mind consumed by thoughts of Lu Xiaozhao. Being a male, he was naturally more restless in the early morning. He averted his gaze from the little female, struggling to turn his face away, racking his brain to recall thoughts that would chill him to the bone, as the three suns finally broke free from the horizon. The giant beast stirred, more dedicated than the early risers. While the early risers might ponder the cold and whether to skip class, the beast showed no signs of sluggishness upon awakening, like a rooster crowing. The giant beast let out a mighty roar that reverberated throughout the city. Liu Xiao was jolted awake by the roar, rubbing her eyes. Upon lifting her gaze, she was met with Ernest's strikingly handsome face. His ears flushed with embarrassment as he shyly greeted her with a morning salutation. The young woman opened her mouth, suddenly realizing she had been resting in his embrace, hastily sitting up with a flustered expression, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. Truly, I'm so sorry. I had no idea my sleeping posture was so unrestrained. It's truly not her playing the rogue. Trust her. Ernest shook his head. His complexion had returned to normal, yet the reddened tips of his ears betrayed his currently unsettled emotions. Stealthily moving his numb arm, Ernest waved his hand. Xiao, as long as you don't mind. How did you sleep? Lu Xiao nodded, her gaze sweeping over the young man's arm that had remained almost rigid throughout the night, could hardly be restored to its original state with just a few twists. Ernest's right arm was stiff, and even Lu Xiao could discern the signs. Numb? Shall I help you massage it? As the instigator, Lu Xiao was quite self-aware. Saying this, she had already reached out to knead Ernest's arm. Ernest initially intended to decline, but the young female had decisively placed her hand upon his arm. Though her grip was gentle, her fingers were fair and delicate, and each press felt as though it were pressing against his heart. Ernest's entire being stiffened, feeling as if he were enduring a sweet torment. Perhaps it would be better if she didn't team massage him at all. The young man sat with an air of restraint. Lu Xiao, unaware of his inner turmoil, diligently continued her task, pressing firmly into his rigid arm. Yet soon, she began to feel perplexed. Why did it seem that the more she massaged, the stiffer he became? Just as the girl was about to speak, the door to the small room swung open, a figure stepped in, silhouetted against the light. Although the morning's DC-27 thermal radiation had yet to unleash its full intensity, the temperature was already quite considerable. The figure, clad in a sharply tailored black uniform, was one Lu Xiao recognized all too well, impeccably buttoned at the collar. His silver-gray hair, illuminated by the brilliant morning light, exuded an ethereal elegance, reminiscent of frost and snow, and coupled with his strikingly handsome features, he was as breathtaking as when Lu Xiao first encountered him in the forest. However, this time, the cool detachment that had once cloaked Adric was absent from his eyes. His gaze was warm, and his expression softened, shedding the icy aura that had enveloped him, leaving only a gentle demeanor. Yet, this gentleness vanished upon witnessing Ernest comfortably relishing the young female's massage. Adric's expression turned frosty. His lips pressed into a thin line, curving into a rather displeased arc that Liu Xiao stood frozen, captivated by how alluring his cold demeanor appeared. It was not that Adric's looks surpassed those of Heller or others by much. Lu Xiao had encountered several striking individuals. However, Adric's aura, particularly his aloof and icy demeanor when he did not smile, was something she greatly admired. Moreover, being a white-haired individual, he was undoubtedly dancing on the stage of Lu Xiao's preferences. The allure of white-haired characters is universal. Characters like Yukong, Kars, Jin Yin, and Shen Hui were all her beloved figures from the two-dimensional world. Adric instinctively wore a cold face, and upon realizing it, felt a twinge of regret. Females did not appreciate males who readily displayed displeasure, nor did they favor jealous males. Although he directed a frosty expression at Ernest, it undeniably fell within the realm of jealousy, casting a somewhat apprehensive glance at Lu Xiao. Adric was taken aback to find her staring at him in a daze, momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, Memories of his father's words flooded his mind. Adrik's father was a serious man in public, yet quite relaxed in front of his mother. Outwardly, he donned adult attire, seemingly afflicted with a form of obsessive cleanliness, always concealing his hands within gloves. However, at home, Adrik often saw him in deep V-neck tees or shirts with buttons that seemed to reach his navel, or even in a size smaller, tightly hugging his muscles. His mother would often gaze at him in disbelief, her heart filled with joy. What had that ostentatious father of his once said? Females never fail to admire handsome faces and fit physiques. If she stares at your face in a daze, it indicates that you have struck a chord with her aesthetic sensibilities. Now, as Lu Xiaozhao gazed at him in trance, was it because she found him attractive? Adrik pondered uncertainly. Meanwhile, Ernest's heart ached. The young female had just been massaging him, yet now she stood entranced by the imperial general. Had it been true that beastmen females favored beastmen males more? Lu Xiaozhao. I'm not familiar with him. I'm not close with anyone. Ernest voiced his feelings of grievance softly. Lu Xiaozhao snapped back to reality, shifting her gaze from Adrik to the red-haired youth, who appeared as though he had been abandoned, prompting her to let out an awkward chuckle. Are you feeling better? Much improved. Seeing Lu Xiaozhao looking at him once more, Ernest felt significantly more at ease. After all, he was the first to enjoy the young female's massage service. Not to mention he had spent the entire night holding her. He felt utterly victorious. Lu Xiaozhao, unaware of his inner thoughts, turned to Adrik. General, is there something you need? Ernest felt triumphant once more, for females addressed him by name, never needing to use honorifics. Was this not a form of intimacy? Adrik gazed gently at Lu Xiaozhao. The barrier has been breached. Eamon and the others have also arrived. Xiaozhao, would you like to meet Eamon first? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaozhao's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded. Of course I want to meet him. During their days aboard the starship, Eamon had prepared delicious food for her, provided her with a tablet, and even taught her how to surf the internet. Was he not the dearest friend in her interstellar journey? How could she not want to see him? After expressing her thoughts, the girl hastily trotted over to Adrik's side, looking up at him with eager anticipation. Let us go. Let us go. We must meet Eamon. Adrik's lips curved into a subtle smile as his gaze briefly flicked over to the still-standing Ernest before gently resting his hand on Lu Xiaozhao's shoulder. Xiaozhao, don't rush. Take your time. I know. Ernest watched as the young female hurried toward Adrik without a glance back, exclaiming that she wanted to meet Eamon, and his heart shattered into pieces. He felt akin to a forsaken woman. Helpless and disheartened, just as the heartbreaker stepped out the door, he poked his head back in, uttering a single phrase that made Ernest's heart soar. Ernest, why are you just standing there? Come on. Let me tell you, Eamon's cooking is absolutely delicious. He must be baking cookies to come pick me up. Let us go together. Ernest felt triumphant beyond measure. Chapter 43. Lotus pastry and scheming insects, just as Lu Xiaozhao had anticipated. Eamon indeed prepared some snacks, but they were not cookies. Rather, it was a box of lotus pastries. The moment the box was opened, Lu Xiaozhao's eyes widened in sheer delight. The interstellar era had not plunged into a culinary desert. The delicacies of the past had been meticulously preserved. Gazing at the pastries within the box, Lu Xiaozhao could not help but feel as if she had never left Earth. This box of lotus pastries stirred numerous memories within her. For a period, flaky pastries had taken the food blogger community by storm. Puppy pastries, lion pastries, dragon head pastries, and even a certain influencer had made a version called AO by pastries that IT seemed that to be a food blogger. One had to craft intricate creations. During her free time, Lu Xiaozhao had joined her mother in making the simpler lotus pastries instead of those intricate works, kneading the dough, adjusting the colors, preparing the lard, shaping the petals, all while her father, with his rough hands, manned the frying pan that a platter of freshly made lotus pastries was born, although they lacked the visual appeal of those seen in videos. The joy of doing it together as a family was irreplaceable. Lu Xiaozhao had a happy family and loving parents. This box of lotus pastries evoked thoughts she desperately wished to avoid: home. Perhaps she could never return home again. She picked up a beautifully crafted floral pastry, its pink and white petals layered exquisitely, far surpassing the one she had made with her parents. Lu Xiaozhao took a bite. The outer crust was crisp, the filling rich and sweet without being cloying, far more delicious than the overly sweetened version from her past. Yet, Lu Xiaoxiao yearned for the lotus pastries she had made previously. Tears welled up in her eyes, spilling over in an instant. The onlookers, though puzzled, felt a wave of compassion, especially Eamon, who stood frozen in shock, immediately drowning in guilt, frantically looking at Lu Xiaoxiao. "Miss Lu, why are you crying? Was it too terrible?" Eamon was on the verge of being overwhelmed by guilt. Based on Lu Xiaoxiao's name, he suspected she was once a female of the Federation who had somehow ended up in the interstellar realm. Before coming to pick her up, he had specifically prepared a traditional delicacy from the Federation, hoping to bring her joy, yet it had instead brought her to tears. To tea that moment, he wished he could slap himself. Just as Eamon was floundering in his guilt, Heller pushed past him, having been the closest to Lu Xiaoxiao when delivering the pastries. One hand gently patted Lu Xiaoxiao's back while the other extended palm up toward her mouth. "Don't cry, Xiaoxiao. If it's not to your liking, just toss it away. And no need to force yourself. It's all right." Hele spoke with a gentle demeanor, and the nearby members of the guard, who were busy moving equipment, fled as if confronted by a specter. Aldrich, with an air of nonchalance, reached for the half-piece of lotus pastry remaining in Lu Xiaoxiao's hand, intending to dispose of it. Unable to push through, Ernest removed the box containing the pastries, preparing to later deal with both the source of the tears, the pastry, and the instigator, Eamon. Everyone surrounded Lu Xiaoxiao, offering her soft words of comfort. Yet her sobs only grew louder. She longed for home and understood deep down that she might never return. The series of events from recent days had left her feeling both fearful and aggrieved. She had merely held on by sheer willpower until now. The emotional trigger of the lotus pastry, combined with the group's attempts to soothe her, caused her pent-up feelings to overflow, and her cries intensified. Eamon wore an expression of guilt, as if he were ready to atone for his misdeeds, while Ernest looked on with sympathy. Hele and Aldrich, standing close, gently patted her back, after a lengthy bout of weeping. Lu Xiaoxiao finally managed to quell her tears. She sniffed, shook her head, and resolutely refused to let Aldrich take away the half-piece of lotus pastry, even though it had nearly crumbled in her grasp. The young girl wiped her tears, a faint blush blooming at the corners of her eyes, the glistening tears casting a dreamy haze, while the delicate tip of her nose took on a subtle rosy hue, an enchanting sight. "It's delicious. This is the best lotus pastry I have ever tasted," Lu Xiaoxiao declared, drying her tears and offering a grateful smile to the remorseful Eamon that I was just feeling homesick, which is why I cried. With that, she lifted her gaze, scanning the faces around her, her lips curving into a radiant smile. "Thank you all for your concern. I won't cry anymore. Thank you." Feeling much better, she looked at the group. Her heart softened immensely. Even though she was far from her parents, adrift in the starry expanse, she no longer felt afraid. The others were momentarily taken aback. The girl, already beautiful, appeared even more enchanting after her tears. Her lashes glistening, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with emotion. When she smiled, it was as if raindrops were falling on a lotus flower, ethereal and dreamlike. I could see that moment. Harry happened to pass by and noticed Lu Xiaoxiao's reddened eyes and damp lashes. Clearly having been crying, seeing the gentle actions of Hele and the others, he frowned in disdain and remarked, "Are you all stealing food from the female? Did you make her cry?" He then opened the box Ernest was holding, pinched a piece of lotus pastry, and disdainfully added, "It's pathetic to be competing with a little female for this." Afterward, he took another piece, as the first guardian of the lotus pastries. Ernest was the first to react. He placed the box in Eamon's arms and, raising his fist, swung it towards the well-intentioned uncle. "Harry, you rascal! Who told you to eat Xiaoxiao's snacks?" Harry nimbly dodged Ernest's punch and replied nonchalantly, "You all started it. Didn't you? What's wrong with me having one or two pieces?" Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. If the earlier atmosphere had been akin to a melodrama, then Harry was the unwitting comic relief. Although the sentimental ambience dissipated entirely, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a surge of joy within her. Ernest chased after Harry, while Hele and Aldrich withdrew their hands. "Xiaoxiao, you should head back to the starship first. Eamon has prepared your new room," Aldrich said, lowering his head to Lu Xiaoxiao, his eyes filled with warmth. Without needing any prompting from her, Hele interjected to explain Aldrich's words. The barrier had been successfully closed, so there was no need to worry about the energy from a beast's self-detonation reflecting within it. He looked at Lu Xiaozhao, beaming brightly, his eyes sparkling. We will clear it out before we leave. In response to Lu Xiaozhao's worried gaze, Aldrich nodded reassuringly. Don't worry. We will return safely. We will also uncover the plot behind Heinrich. With the conversation reaching this point, what more could Lu Xiaozhao say? She could only glance anxiously at the two and nod. Be careful. This time, it was Hele who escorted Lu Xiaozhao to the starship. In his own words, the camp needs a commander to oversee things. Aldrich has already escorted Lu Xiaozhao once, so it's only fitting that it's my turn this time. Hele was not one to lag behind, especially when it came to the little female he favored. Compared to Aldrich's restraint, Heinrich's feigned aloofness, and Ernest's innocent enthusiasm, Hele was far more proactive. He extended his hand, smiling confidently. Be careful of the sand getting into your shoes in the desert. Shall I carry you? Eamon interjected. We have a transport vehicle. Thank you, Your Highness. Lu Xiaozhao hesitated. The last time Aldrich had escorted her in earnest, she had indeed ended up with sand in her shoes, feeling as though her foot had sunk into a dune with every step, shaking out mud and sand each time she lifted her foot. Noticing the little female's wavering resolve, Hele swiftly scooped Lu Xiaozhao up before Eamon could utter any discouraging remarks. The girl gasped in surprise. Instinctively wrapping her arms around Hele's neck, he chuckled softly, his deep blue-black hair shimmering like sapphires in the sunlight, as Lu Xiaozhao nestled against him, burying her face in the crook of his neck. She could hear the joyful laughter resonating from his chest, causing her cheeks to flush. Hele's voice rang in her ears. Xiaozhao, hold on tight. I don't have a thermal ring, and the temperature here is too high. Eerie cooler. Lu Xiaozhao nodded obediently, pressing closely against him, attempting to absorb some of the heat radiating from his body. Hele was indeed a bit warm. Didn't Harry give you one? Though she complied with Hele's request, she couldn't help but recall the inconsistencies. She had witnessed Harry distributing rings to Eamon and the others that very morning. Harry said, I should get some exercise, while I may not agree with some of his actions. He is my uncle after all. I can't just take it from him, Hele said with a straight face, spinning a tail to Lu Xiaozhao, inadvertently convinced, nodded repeatedly. Harry is so stingy. He must be doing it on purpose. He is utterly unreliable. Indeed, he can be quite troublesome, Hele replied, cradling Lu Xiaozhao and grinning. But you Xiaozhao are the best little female. Flushed from his blatant compliment, Lu Xiaozhao shyly protested. Stop it. The girl, her ears reddening, insisted, I'm not that great. In my eyes, you are the finest. While Lu Xiaozhao blushed and fluttered from Hele's words, Harry, who had been toiling away all night, suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he muttered about Ernest showing no regard for their familial bond and being excessively harsh, all while recording data on the gigantic beasts. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaozhao, Harry had indeed offered a thermal ring to Hele, but the latter had declined it, claiming he wanted to hone his abilities. How could he get close to the little female otherwise? Thus, Lu Xiaozhao was carried by Hele, as the two of them, along with Eamon, set off towards the starship. Hele strode confidently ahead, carrying Lu Xiaozhao as if the ground itself were beneath him, while Eamon trailed behind, dejected. Just as he was about to voice that a vehicle had been prepared and they need not walk, he caught a glance from Hele that felt as though it could pierce through him. How could he dare to contradict? Since the little female had chosen to accompany the prince of the insect race, how could he shamefully ride in a vehicle? He resigned himself to following along. The disparity between their situations weighed heavily on Eamon's heart. One was enduring hardships for the sake of warmth and softness, while the other was reluctantly bearing the burdens of necessity. Upon reaching the hovering starship, Hele did not escort Lu Xiaozhao aboard. Due to the urgency of the situation, everyone was preoccupied with dealing with the monstrous beasts, and thus there were no flower-strewn paths or welcoming male models this time. Hele gently set Lu Xiaozhao down before the boarding entrance, brushing off the sand that clung to her clothing, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a low, tender voice. Go on up. It was then that Eamon had the chance to follow closely behind. There was no choice. If he walked too fast, Hele would use his mental prowess to restrain him. Now, however, he was permitted to guide the little female up the ship. Having finally earned the right to approach her, Liu Xiaoto nodded, her cheeks still slightly flushed as she awkwardly waved at Hele, "Be careful not to get hurt." With that, she tugged at Eamon, signaling him to hurry. And she ascended the starship, almost as if in flight. Eamon, with a complex expression, nodded at Hele before hastily following her. Hele, ignoring Eamon's gesture, kept his azure gaze fixed on Lu Xiaozhao until her figure vanished from sight, at which point he turned and departed. The previous starship had met its demise, leaving Lu Xiaozhao's original room non-existent. However, the new starship, having been prepared in advance, boasted a room that was even more comfortable and beautiful than before. Though it still adhered to the standard dormitory layout of a starship, the specifications were vastly superior. The room was carpeted in a soft, light gray blue, and walking barefoot upon it was an exquisite pleasure. While the bed itself remained fixed and unchangeable, the bedding had all been replaced with fresh linens, adorned with delicate powder pink lace. The fluffy, butter-yellow duvet beckons a restful slumber, complemented by matching plush pillows that promise comfort at first glance. The previously modest wooden stump table has now transformed into an exquisite solid wood round table, accompanied by chairs of the same material, each adorned with soft cushions. The table is already laden with an array of fruits. Lu Xiaozhao has also acquired a spacious, solid wood wardrobe in a matching hue, undoubtedly filled to the brim with her belongings. Beside it stands a vanity of the same series, its surface occupied by a mini fridge filled with various bottles and jars. In the corner of the room, a row of plant stands displays an array of vibrant, delicate flowers and charming succulents. Among them is a particularly striking bloom resembling an oversized trumpet flower, which stands out distinctly as it is indeed a true trumpet flower. Its bud quivers gently, releasing soothing melodies. Liu Xiaozhao finds herself both astonished and intrigued. The once ubiquitous lazy sofa, intended for reading or browsing the internet, has not been discarded. It now serves as a swing chair, positioned securely beside the plant stand, allowing for both reading and music enjoyment. And on the opposite side is an impressive device resembling a pink medical pod, which Eamon introduces with great solemnity. It is a medical entertainment pod. Resting within it for an hour provides the equivalent rest of 2 hours of sleep outside, a favorite among certain workaholics. However, this feature is of little consequence to him, as the young female does not require such extensive rest. Most notably, this medical pod boasts beauty and shaping functions, enabling individuals to indulge in entertainment while receiving treatment for ailments or injuries. Holographic technology means one can exercise while lying down, simultaneously engaging in gaming or watching movies, all while attending to beauty, shaping, and healing. As Eamon elaborates on the pod's capabilities, he discreetly observes Lu Xiaozhao's reactions. Noting the spark in her eyes upon hearing about the dual benefits of entertainment and beauty, confirming that he made the right purchase. This extravagant piece is certainly not inexpensive, and indeed, nothing in this room is. Nonetheless, since a report was submitted regarding the need to accommodate a female, these expenses are deemed essential for her comfort. Thus, the renovation costs are covered by the female union. However, General Adric has shared his personal account details with Eamon, expressing his intention to personally fund the room's decor. Eamon did not refuse, gladly spending Adric's money, while the funds from the female union were also deposited into his account, which he had no reason to return. Once they return to the Central Star and the young female obtains her identification, he plans to transfer all the funds to her. Although females are not required to work, relying solely on the state support, the female union does provide a substantial monthly stipend. However, this amount is finite and cannot support extravagant spending. More importantly, the amount allocated varies based on the mental strength levels of different females, as those with higher mental capabilities can mitigate genetic collapse through non-intimate contact. The S, A, and even B-grade females regularly partake in purification activities organized by the female union, justifying their larger stipends since they genuinely contribute. Eamon is aware that Lu Xiaozhao has no mental strength based on previous tests and thinks that a little extra money would be beneficial. After all, jewelry and exquisite clothing, common indulgences among females, can be quite costly as Lu Xiaozhao lacks a partner and her information is absent from the Empire's citizen database, indicating she has no family. Her monthly income solely relies on the female union's allocation. Unbeknownst to her, Eamon has pondered these matters extensively, but she is currently captivated by the new additions to her room, although her immediate priority is to take a bath, despite the isolation ring shielding her from heat and ultraviolet rays. The desert's wind and sand have still managed to infiltrate her clothing. Although Heller assisted in brushing her off earlier, he did not address the particles lodged between her skin and fabric, leaving Lu Xiaoxiao eager to cleanse herself. Standing on the carpet, she can already feel the fine grains of sand falling and embedding themselves into the fibers, the thought of sand sticking to the plush surface of the carpet, making it difficult to clean, sends an uncomfortable shiver down her spine. She shifts her stance, forcing a smile as she hastily bids farewell. All right, I understand that I would like to take a bath first. Eamon, perceiving her urgency, says nothing further, visibly relieved, and nods repeatedly. Very well. Miss Lu, go ahead and bathe. I shall prepare something delicious for you. Liu Xiaoxiao quickly retreats to the bathroom. After her refreshing bath, she opens the wardrobe, only to be met with an overwhelming sight. It is evident that in the interstellar realm, wearing skirts is indeed a requirement. Otherwise, why would all the clothes Eamon prepare be skirts? The topmost shelf, the largest in size, is filled entirely with skirts of various styles and colors. The drawers below contain neatly arranged undergarments, all still in their original packaging, likely to spare Lu Xiaoxiao any embarrassment. This thoughtful gesture significantly alleviates her discomfort, as she finds it hard to envision Eamon folding her underwear. The adjacent side cabinet is filled with an array of shoes, catering to every conceivable occasion: daily outings, formal events, sports, and hiking necessities. This time, Lu Xiaoxiao finally discovers a stack of unopened pajamas in the topmost cabinet, a strawberry bear pattern set. Eamon had purchased them in consideration of her preferences, and having familiar items in this new environment brings her a sense of comfort, especially since General Adric mentioned she had encountered some unfortunate events. Touched, Lu Xiaoxiao reunites with a friendly strawberry bear, having already paraded around in her pajamas in front of Eamon for several days. The notion of maintaining a glamorous image, non-existent. It is only the label on the pajama set that briefly shatters her confidence. Reading children's apparel. After changing into her new outfit, Eamon knocks on the door and enters, bringing her a delightful spread of food. His newly learned oil-braised shrimp and sweet and sour ribs, accompanied by a dish of stir-fried vegetables. Eamon's Chinese cuisine is remarkably authentic, his skills rivaling those of Heinrich. As Lu Xiaoxiao enjoys her meal, Eamon sits beside her, attending to messages on his terminal and busy with logistical arrangements. A large fleet of starships is en route to DC-27, expected to arrive in 20 minutes. At that point, all evils on this planet will be eradicated, as the incident at DC-27 is far too grave for any protective forces to continue sheltering. Someone has uploaded footage of Lu Xiaoxiao being thrown into the gladiatorial arena to the Star Network, inciting public outrage. The intent to assassinate the bug prince and incite conflict between the orcs and the insects by subjecting a female to the merciless insects has sparked collective fury. These two charges have stirred public indignation. One threatens world peace, while the other attempts to murder a precious societal gem. It is utterly unforgivable, especially when that gem is a remarkably beautiful and resilient young female. The public is merely waiting to take action against the criminals, as the interstellar code of ethics is strong, and no one wishes to allow such malevolence to persist. Moreover, DC-27 will no longer serve as a haven for criminals. The public sentiment is clear, and the Empire must demonstrate its stance, ensuring that everything here is dealt with decisively. With General Adric present, the Emperor has made a swift decision, granting him full authority over the matter. Meanwhile, as Adric and Sack are occupied with the beasts, Eamon tends to Lu Xiaoxiao while managing fleet arrangements. First, he dispatches personnel to encircle the central city, followed by securing the docking points to prevent anyone from escaping the planet. Finally, they will activate the barriers, allowing the pre-deployed military forces to apprehend fleeing residents. Once the populace is under control, they can confront the boss. After defeating the boss, they will need to compile evidence and confiscate contraband, a considerable undertaking. Eamon is busy coordinating these tasks. After finishing her meal, Lu Xiaoxiao notices Eamon engrossed in the screen, his head bent low, and can't help but inquire, "Aren't you worried?" "Worried about what?" Eamon lifts his head. Confusion etched across his features. Meeting Lu Xiao's gaze for a moment, he suddenly realizes she is referring to the general and the others. After sending off his last command, he exhales, smiling. The beast have only appeared for 2 years. And the general has taken down no fewer than 30. What is there to worry about? He has never faced defeat. Eamon pauses at the sudden thought crossing his mind, and he adds somewhat disinterestedly, "Oh, the Bug Prince is formidable. But he probably has just 1 or 2 fewer victories than General Adrike." Liu Xiaoxiao detects the disparity in his tone and can't help but chuckle at Eamon's mixed feelings about Heller. Her eyes sparkle as her lips curl into a smile. "Eamon, could you perhaps refrain from calling me Miss Lu?" Eamon is almost blinded by her radiant smile, his cheeks flushing as he momentarily stumbles over his words. Nodding dazedly. "All right, then what should I call you?" "Call me Zhe." Liu Xiaoxiao's smile is sweet, her voice soft. "Then may I call you Eamon?" Eamon gazed upon the young girl's delicate visage, a stir of emotion welling within him. How could one remain indifferent? Lu Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly, beseeching, I have a friend who aided me when I was ensnared as merchandise during the Carnival of Sin. He is not a villain, but a pitiable soul captured to become a gladiator. If you could locate him, might you refrain from imprisoning him and allow me to see him?" This was a trivial matter, and Eamon, possessing the authority to decide, readily acquiesced without a second thought. "No problem, Zhao. What is his name? What does he look like?" Chapter 45, A handsome beast man in swimming fitness awaits. His name is Jaffer. He possesses long, deep blue hair, slightly curled, with eyes of a gilded hue. He is quite striking. Lu Xiaoxiao paused, contemplating, very beautiful. Indeed, Jaffer's beauty was of a refined and noble kind, starkly contrasting with Harry's somewhat effeminate yet perilous allure. Jaffer's elegance exuded a subtle sense of detachment, reminiscent of Lantis. Speaking of Lantis, Lu Xiaoxiao stroked her chin, suddenly recalling that she had felt an uncanny familiarity with Jaffer's countenance upon their first meeting. Upon reflection, it struck her, did he not bear a striking resemblance to Lantis? Yet, at that moment, due to the differing circumstances in Jaffer's disheveled appearance, she had failed to register this connection. The young girl blinked and queried, "Do you remember Lantis? The merman boy who helped me find you?" Jaffer looks quite similar to him. Similar to Lantis? Eamon's expression shifted to one of surprise as he recalled certain rumors regarding the merman royal lineage, although he quickly suppressed the thoughts. Indeed, hence my assertion of his beauty. However, I am unsure of his beast form. Eamon recalled Lantis's resplendent tail and muttered quietly, "Perhaps he is a merman." Lu Xiaoxiao did not catch this and turned to him with a puzzled expression. "Never mind, Lu Xiaoxiao. I will have the staff keep an eye out for you." "Thank you so much," Lu Xiaoxiao replied with a radiant smile. "That you're welcome. Xiaoxiao, he assisted you, which is a commendable deed and certainly deserving of recognition." "Recognition?" Lu Xiaoxiao's brow furrowed in confusion. "Yes," Eamon nodded, recalling Lu Xiaoxiao's amnesia. He kindly elaborated. "He saved a female, which is a significant contribution to society and thus warrants acknowledgement." Eamon's countenance bore a hint of yearning. Contemplating the possibility of receiving a medal directly from the Emperor, with Jaffer's image and deeds showcased prominently on the Female Union's website and the Empire's news homepage for an entire week. Lu Xiaoxiao felt the importance placed on females. She engaged in conversation with Eamon for a while longer until he ultimately had to attend to his duties. Before departing, he left her a mobile terminal and instructions on using the entertainment medical pod, generously assuring her that it was permissible to indulge in any virtual items or to reward streamers without concern, as the expenses would be deducted from the Female Union's budget, effectively charging Edric's account. To pursue a female, one must be willing to spend money. Eamon gazed at Lu Xiaoxiao's lovely face, a mix of pride and bittersweetness swelling within him. "General, this is where my assistance concludes. When had he ever witnessed Edric treat a female with such kindness and liberality? If he could not discern such sentiments, he ought not to serve as a subordinate." Liu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She was oblivious to Eamon's thoughts, yet the prospect of indulging with the Female Union footing the bill brought her immense joy. She feigned modesty, promising, I will not spend recklessly. Iming nodded, thinking that even extravagant spending would be inconsequential. Before collecting the utensils and departing, that Liu Xiaoxiao promptly reclined within the integrated pod. The online gaming addict had arrived. The pod logged into Iming's account, already verified, allowing Liu Xiaoxiao to alter her identity information if she wished. As times progressed, people's concern for privacy intensified, leading some to prefer concealing their identities. Liu Xiaoxiao casually input an ID. Lost pure passerby. Before two interfaces appeared, traditional mode and deep experience mode. Traditional mode resembled conventional internet browsing, while deep experience mode projected one's consciousness into the virtual realm, allowing for immersive enjoyment of the digital world. Since she was already nestled within the VR pod, she unhesitatingly selected deep experience mode. After a countdown of 3 seconds, she logged onto the Star Network. Liu Xiaoxiao found herself in a futuristic sci-fi city known as Vantis, a virtual metropolis and the embodiment of the network. The streets were lined with automated tracks, enabling movement to any desired location. That if the distance was considerable, one could utilize phone booth-like teleporters for instant relocation, as this realm was fundamentally virtual, unlike reality where live beings could not be teleported. In this city, news websites had amalgamated with reading sites, forming a vast library. Gigantic electronic screens displayed the latest news, and to explore more articles and books, one had to venture into the reading areas. The books here were categorized into 3 reading modalities. The first was conventional reading, filled solely with text. The second involved audio narration, with AI distinguishing character traits and assigning distinct voices, akin to a radio drama, complete with background sounds of rain and thunder. And the third was live interpretation, where AI generated visuals to present the story to the reader. Online shopping had transformed into a supermarket, where all food could be sampled before purchase. Should one choose to buy, a rapid delivery service would ensure the items arrived at home in no time. This city also boasted an abundance of gaming halls, featuring a diverse array of interstellar games. MOBA games allowed players to truly embody their chosen characters, with physical capabilities adjusted to match the character statistics. Thus, purchasing skins for characters also applied to oneself. The rationale for acquiring skins had just expanded. FPS games offered real-life CS experiences, with the option to experience pain upon injury. Puzzle games feature dynamic scene transitions, drastically lowering the cost of escape room experiences. Of course, one could also embark on virtual travels, with meticulously replicated interstellar hotspots, allowing one to explore distant lands from the comfort of home, an ideal relaxation option for those lacking both time and funds. Moreover, one could choose between solitary enjoyment of the scenery or enabling interaction features, allowing encounters with other users who had activated the same feature in scenic areas. Who's to say an unexpected meeting could not occur? This catered perfectly to Liu Xiaoxiao's introverted nature, as it was not that she was unwilling to venture outside, but rather that she feared the crowds. There was also a live streaming section in the interstellar realm. Live streaming remained popular, yet the inhabitants had seen all, making it challenging for ordinary streams to capture attention. Being devoid of substance was simply unacceptable, as one of the main trends revolved around virtual idols. With females being scarce, virtual singers and idols had surged in popularity among AI entities. After all, the few females available drew attention merely by stepping outside, satisfying their vanity sufficiently. Unless they were among the high-demand types, ordinary attention was insufficient. Only those seeking overwhelming attention would consider streaming to become internet celebrities or stars. However, overall, this was a rare occurrence, as virtual idols continued to thrive as a lucrative industry. The majority of females were not inclined to flaunt their beauty online, yet they relished witnessing others exude their charms. Male streamers existed primarily for the enjoyment of these females. It was not that their partners at home looked down upon them, but rather that the unattainable held greater allure. Viewing online was an option, and some streamers with more daring content even offered virtual touches, but it remained a mere illusion. What truly mattered was unattainable. Why settle for a familiar face at home? The allure of the unattainable always stirred desire. As for those who thrived in the world of attractive streamers, they possessed a genuine spark. After all, who did not possess both talent and emotional intelligence, captivating females and prompting a flurry of gifts? As gifts poured in, streamers expressed gratitude, and competition brewed. Who could bear to be merely second in line before a streamer who ignited their desire? Moreover, the female circle was small. One could easily find oneself competing against acquaintances. And losing was not an option. Liu Xiaoxiao gradually familiarized herself with the city's layout, her heart brimming with excitement as she headed to the puzzle game hall. After all, she had watched over 1,000 episodes of Conan. Even if she was not a master of murder techniques, solving cases and unraveling mysteries should be a breeze, right? With confidence, she thought, how hard could it be? 20 minutes later, she returned in disappointment. The average interstellar citizen was a mathematical genius, leaving her in awe. Upon entering, she encountered a small puzzle, only to find a complex calculus problem awaiting her as the solution. What does this mean? Liu Xiaoxiao thought, intending to search for a strategy online. But as soon as she opened the web page, the AI promptly intervened, sternly informing her that the game she had selected was a mental duel, prohibiting any form of cheating. All right then, Liu Xiaoxiao conceded and switched to another game, only to feel a wave of numbness wash over her. The space rescue type game presented her with a simple maze to solve, only to inform her that hostages were trapped within a small meteor cluster. Requesting her to navigate a spaceship to launch missiles to destroy the meteor cluster without harming the hostages. The prompt read, please use Qian Shuesen's ballistic trajectory to launch your missiles. A control panel appeared before her, demanding she set parameters to simulate the rocket's launch. Liu Xiaoxiao thought, I know about Qian Shuesen's trajectory, but how on earth am I supposed to launch it? When she arrived, although China was on the verge of cracking the code, no nation had truly unraveled this dilemma. Even if it were solved, it would remain a state secret. Speechless, Liu Xiaoxiao left the scene in tears. As she stepped outside, she noticed a line of small print beneath the decryption game hall, obscured by the garish and flickering signs nearby. Mathematics, Physics, and Technological Research Experience Hall. What relevance did this have to someone like her? Who studied languages at university? Why conduct academic research in a place meant for leisure and entertainment? Are interstellar beings truly this competitive? How infuriating. After her dream of becoming a survival master crumbled, Liu Xiaoxiao's aspiration to decode the secrets also shattered. Wandering aimlessly down the street, Liu Xiaoxiao was abruptly pulled by a doorman as she passed a dazzling sign that a youth, whose smile radiated warmth, was charmingly handsome. Miss, you are truly beautiful. Would you care to experience our sun-kissed beach extravaganza package? Liu Xiaoxiao paused in silence. Her appearance bore no connection to the description of beauty. When creating a character, one could choose to replicate their true form or customize their features. She opted for thick brows and a beauty mark, resulting in an utterly unremarkable face. While not grotesquely ugly, it certainly lacked any association with true beauty. It was indeed a struggle to earn a living, and for the sake of money, people would say anything. Her gaze drifted to the sign. Spicy and hot? Fitness? Or perhaps working out on the beach? It certainly sounded enticing. Absolutely. You will love it. The doorman nodded vigorously, flashing a bright smile as he ushered Liu Xiaoxiao inside. Chapter 46. Is your coach even serious? Before she could utter a word of refusal, Liu Xiaoxiao was swept into the establishment. Upon entering, the decor resembled that of a bar rather than a gym, with booths and sofas. The first thing that caught her eye was several life-size cutouts of impeccably dressed, handsome men, creating a visually stunning tableau. The doorman gently tapped one of the cutouts, and the figure named Aston immediately began an introduction. Liu Xiaoxiao found this even more perplexing. While stating one's name, age, and hobbies was understandable, announcing one's measurements seemed absurd. Can one truly achieve such a physique? Could the virtual world facilitate such transformations? This reclining slim medical pod was astonishing. As she listened, confusion clouded her brow, and she felt increasingly bewildered. Were these all trainers? After a moment's hesitation, the girl asked, is this really necessary? Why would a fitness coach need to take formal photos in a suit? Is it for publicity? Winking at the camera, is your coach serious? Noticing Liu Xiaoxiao's growing skepticism, the doorman quickly flashed a reassuring smile. Please do not worry. He waved his hand over Aston's cutout, which flipped to reveal the coach's swimwear photo. Sunlight, beach, crashing waves, and a handsome youth in swim trunks displaying an impressive six-pack. Everything seemed perfectly fitting. The beads of sweat glistening on him screamed fitness. Liu Zhao's brow unknotted slightly. This made more sense. It aligned with the theme of working out on the beach and sweating profusely. Just as she thought this, she instinctively nodded, only to realize, wait, why was she seeking a fitness coach? She had been unwittingly pushed into this situation. She had no intention of working out at all. Taking a step back, she frowned. I think there's been a misunderstanding that I'm not here for. Before she could finish, a figure rushed in, colliding with her and nearly knocking her to the ground. Stumbling slightly, she was fortunate that the doorman caught her just in time. The newcomer was a petite girl in a frilly pink dress, her appearance adorably pure and charming. The interstellar world rarely saw such delightful femininity. The girl, having rushed in too quickly, found herself apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. I was just rushing." Liu Zhao quietly thanked the doorman who had steadied her and reassured the girl. "It's fine. This was a virtual world. Even a fall wouldn't hurt," so she felt no real concern. However, the girl before her seemed quite distressed. "I truly apologize. As compensation, let me treat you today." The charming girl extended her hand. "I am Aaliyah. You look like you're here for the first time." Still somewhat confused by the offer, Liu Zhao shook her hand. "Hello, Aaliyah. I'm Liu Zhao. It is indeed my first visit." Aaliyah's hand was soft and warm, feeling surprisingly real despite the virtual nature of their surroundings. Aaliyah, not letting go of Liu Zhao's hand, playfully squeezed it. "Your skin is so smooth." It was a stretch to call Liu Zhao's face beautiful. But Aaliyah found an alternative compliment that Liu Zhao, embracing the moment, replied, "Oh, you're quite adorable yourself." Indeed, with her pure beauty and lively spirit, coupled with a similar height that often led to being looked down upon in the interstellar realm. Aaliyah was undeniably charming that Aaliyah's smile broadened, and she held onto Liu Zhao's hand. Turning to the doorman, "We'll take the sun-kissed beach extravaganza package, plus 4 more people." She then listed several names. Liu Zhao was bewildered. "Wait, do you really need so many people for a fitness coach? Are they going to demonstrate beach volleyball?" She attempted to pull her hand free, softly stating, "Actually, Aaliyah," with a bright smile, suddenly asked, "Do you have a partner?" Although the abruptness of the topic change caught Liu Zhao off guard, she honestly shook her head. "No, then what's there to worry about? Let us go." Aaliyah cheerfully patted Liu Zhao's shoulder, declaring, "Even if you had a partner, it wouldn't matter. We big females can decide what we want to see and what we want to do." Thus, Liu Zhao found herself inexplicably following Aaliyah into a room. Sunlight, beach, azure waves, the sound of the sea, and a hint of fries greeted her. The tropical ambience was startlingly warm, and while the space was set up, there were no visible fitness equipment that, of course, if playing beach volleyball could be considered exercise, then that was one option available. Aaliyah tapped her golden wristband, and her attire transformed into a swimsuit. Liu Zhao recalled that a robot had advertised this wristband upon her entry to Fantas, costing 500,000 star coins. It allowed for clothing changes in any non-role-playing game scenario. However, she had opted not to purchase it, primarily due to its exorbitant price. She had noted that interstellar prices were not excessively inflated. For example, 10 star coins could buy a pack of 75g of freshly cut fries, only slightly higher than Earth prices. Why that purchasing power, 500,000, was equivalent to over 400,000 on Earth. Having only received a little over 10,000 in her lifetime, Liu Zhao felt intimidated by such wealth. Little did she know, Aaliyah, unfazed, purchased it without a second thought. Aaliyah glanced at Liu Zhao, stroked her chin, and pointed the wristband at her, transforming her outfit into a swimsuit as well. Liu Zhao was taken aback. "You activated a 1 million value upgrade service to change outfits for others? Wealthy people or something else?" Fortunately, Aaliyah's swimsuit was modest. A 2-piece in soft pink and blue with frills, not overly revealing, and the skirt had 3 layers, exuding a cute, ethereal vibe. Liu Zhao looked down at her swimsuit, a large question mark arising in her mind. Was this truly just about swimming and fitness? But did one really need so many coaches for a simple swim? As she pondered, 8 stunning young trainers suddenly appeared, each possessing unique charms, yet all strikingly handsome. With well-defined abs and athletic builds, they were far from the grotesque, muscle-bound figures often seen in fitness circles, making Lu Xiao's head spin. Blinking in astonishment, she thought, are interstellar fitness industries really this competitive? No wonder wealthy individuals are drawn to fitness. It seems less about exercising and more about the trainers. Seeing Lu Xiao still standing at the entrance in a daze, Aaliyah waved her over with a bright smile. Come on, Xiao. Let us introduce you. Lu Xiao nodded and quickened her pace towards the charming figure clad only in a swimsuit. What was there to be shy about? This was the internet. A veritable veil for socially anxious souls, where anonymity reigned supreme, and no one knew her here. So what harm was there in swimming alongside a handsome coach? With a heart full of joy, Lu Xiao joined Aaliyah's swimming team. The sea breeze carried a hint of salt, and waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, occasionally brushing against her feet, offering a refreshing coolness. Lu Xiao was thoroughly enjoying herself. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be swimming? Gradually, she realized they had somehow transitioned to a game of beach volleyball. With Aaliyah leading the charge, they divided into two teams, each guided by 4 coaches, embarking on a friendly match that a glance at the opposing Aaliyah only deepened Lu Xiao's confusion. For instance, just moments ago, Aaliyah had stepped back to receive a ball, only to slip and nearly fall, saved by the embrace of a silver-haired young man who steadied her. Aaliyah erupted into a melodious laughter. Swaying into his arms with a flourish, Lu Xiao mused that Aaliyah seemed to be intentionally feigning her stumble. Then there was the instance when Aaliyah tripped while retrieving a ball, prompting the 4 coaches beside her to rush over with excessive concern. Lu Xiao could have sworn she saw one of them poised to cradle her ankle and blow on it, sweetly cooing that the pain would fly away. Was Aaliyah really just pretending? Lu Xiao found herself utterly baffled by Aaliyah's antics, which seemed less about fitness and more suggestive of flirtation. Considering the coaches surrounding Aaliyah, each one appearing eager to draw closer to her. A shiver ran down Lu Xiao's spine. Was she about to witness something scandalous? Lost in thought, she was suddenly struck by a volleyball to the face, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, the eager coaches behind her seized the opportunity to catch her. Preventing her fall, the orc who had inadvertently hit her rushed over, visibly flustered and apologetic. Lu Xiao waved him off, reassuring him it was no trouble. After all, it hadn't hurt. Aaliyah approached, her expression one of surprise. Xiao, aren't you angry? Emerging from the embrace of the orc, Lu Xiao brushed off the sand and replied, puzzled, why would I be angry? She touched her forehead, feeling no pain, and continued, it doesn't hurt. And he didn't mean to. Not a moment of silence enveloped the group, Aaliyah included, while the orc gazed at Lu Xiao with gratitude, repeatedly thanking her. Seizing the moment, Lu Xiao thought it wise to excuse herself, but Aaliyah preempted her. Xiao, you truly are a kind-hearted soul. Aaliyah's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable warmth, almost maternal. Come, let us stop playing and have something to drink. And as her words hung in the air, the volleyball net vanished, replaced by a sunshade, 2 beach chairs, and a small table nestled between them. Aaliyah led Lu Xiao to the chairs, gently urging her into one. The attentive coaches, their eyes alight with enthusiasm, eagerly inquired what she would like to drink. Lu Xiao thought, this is getting increasingly peculiar. Settling in her chair, she listened as Aaliyah rattled off a list of beverages and snacks, her heart a mix of intrigue and confusion. Was there truly a need for refreshments in a virtual realm? Although she felt a slight thirst, it struck her as odd. After all, her body hadn't engaged in any strenuous activity. Was this a ploy to coax her into spending money on drinks, deliberately inducing feelings of hunger and thirst in the virtual world? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Capitalists are truly cunning. Just moments after Aaliyah placed her order, a group of adorable robots clad in smart suits and bow ties arrived, balancing trays laden with bottles of wine, fruit platters, and snacks. With a glance, Lu Xiao realized how foolishly naive she had been. What kind of imbecile would think that a gym would place life-size cutouts of coaches at the entrance as promotional figures? Clearly, that was the hallmark of an establishment of ill repute. Blinking in realization, she observed Aaliyah, whose radiant smile illuminated her face. Without needing Aaliyah to say a word, the coaches, no, the male attendants, efficiently uncorked the wine and poured it for everyone. Aliyah raised her glass with a flourish, exuding a spirit of camaraderie. T o zhao zhao. The male attendants echoed her sentiment. Liu Zhao Zhao lifted her glass, inhaling the aroma, and found herself transported to a lush orchard, where fragrant grapes thrived beside plump peaches and ripe blueberries nestled beneath the vines, bursting with juice. A sprinkle of freshly grated lemon zest perfumed the air, filling her nostrils with a delightful bouquet of fruits. Taking a sip, Liu Zhao Zhao was met with a tartness that startled her. The orchard iced tea ready for harvest. Withdraw. The young woman grimaced as she swallowed the champagne, only to find Aliyah gazing at her curiously. Is this your first time drinking? Liu Zhao Zhao nodded, recalling her experiences with cheap, sparkling wines that dance between sweetness and acidity, akin to soda. That you'll get used to it, Aliyah replied, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips as she took a delicate sip. Meanwhile, one of the male attendants leaned in, offering a piece of fruit to Aliyah, who gracefully accepted it. She bit into it, savoring the sweetness, then turned her gaze to Liu Zhao Zhao, her expression revealing a mature allure that contrasted with her youthful appearance. Liu Zhao Zhao found herself spellbound. Aliyah chuckled lightly, and noticing Liu Zhao Zhao's rapt attention, one of the male attendants leaned closer, offering a strawberry, his voice low and inviting. Little princess, why not have a taste? The term little princess jolted Liu Zhao Zhao back to reality. She turned to the attendant, the strawberry brushing against her lips, leaving a vivid red hue on her mouth. Caught in his gaze, she opened her mouth to refuse, but found herself tongue-tied, unable to utter a word under the weight of his gentle, affectionate expression. A rare blush crept onto her cheeks as she awkwardly fiddled with her Disney trinket, desperate to mask her embarrassment. To deflect her discomfort, she took another sip of wine, but the attendant persisted, lowering his voice further. You not like strawberries, little princess? He then took a bite of the strawberry, the juice glistening on his lips like a seductive hue. Liu Zhao Zhao felt her entire being freeze. This was no ordinary man. He was captivating. The attendant then presented a piece of honeydew. Little princess, would you like to try some honeydew? In a daze, she nodded, and he fed her a juicy, sweet morsel. It was easy to see why local women would go to such lengths for these attendants. How could anyone resist? As she swallowed the honeydew, Liu Zhao Zhao felt herself floating, overwhelmed by the day's experiences. Aliyah, noticing her dazed expression, chuckled softly. Zhao Zhao, how old are you? 20. For reasons unknown, Liu Zhao Zhao sensed Aliyah's eyes brighten upon hearing her answer. Suddenly, Aliyah leaned in closer, her tone inquisitive. You have a partner, or are you seeking one? Partner selection? The unfamiliar term left Liu Zhao Zhao momentarily bewildered, but she quickly deduced it meant something akin to a boyfriend. Not yet, she replied. Aliyah's smile widened in satisfaction. 20 years old, and no partner selections at all? Liu Zhao Zhao nodded, still uncertain about the concept, but understanding it related to relationships. That's quite rare, Aliyah remarked, her gaze intense with eagerness. Zhao Zhao, do you have plans to find a partner soon? Aliyah's words and fervent expression gave Liu Zhao Zhao an odd impression, akin to a village ant eager to set her up with someone. That a moment of shock passed through Liu Zhao Zhao as several faces flashed in her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Her identity was a landmine. How could she dare seek a partner? She'd be grateful if she could maintain her cover without drawing the attention of the authorities. With that thought, Liu Zhao Zhao shook her head, her voice tinged with loneliness. Aliyah appeared momentarily crestfallen, as if about to inquire further, but then she abruptly froze, as if someone had pressed pause on her. Her expression dulled, caught in a moment of disappointment. Her lips parted, ready to speak, yet trapped in silence. Liu Zhao Zhao waved her hand in front of Aliyah's face, bewildered. Aliyah, could it be that even in the stars, the internet experienced lag? What had truly progressed in these millennia? Just as Liu Zhao Zhao's skepticism regarding interstellar connectivity morphed into concern for Aliyah's well-being, Aliyah sprang back to life, her expression stiff and formal. Liu Zhao Zhao, I apologize for the abrupt interruption. My master has had to log off due to an urgent matter. She has sent a request to be your friend and hopes to continue your interaction next time. All right, no problem. Liu Zhao Zhao let out a sigh of relief, glad that there were no unexpected incidents. She accessed her personal panel and indeed received a friend request from Ilea. After clicking confirm, she informed the intelligent assistant, and Ilea subsequently disappeared from the virtual space. Standing up, Lu Xiaozhao seized the opportunity to prepare her own departure. Thank you, everyone. I shall take my leave now. After bidding farewell to several charming male attendants, she joyfully returned to the main hall. However, before she could exit, the doorman greeted her with a smile. Madam, your total expenditure amounts to 137,850 star coins. Allow me to waive the cents, and you will need to settle 137,000. The doorman beamed as if he had encountered a fortune. That Lu Xiaozhao replied, Isn't Ilea covering it? The doorman maintained his cheerful demeanor. But that guest left first. A frown creased Lu Xiaozhao's brow as she began to suspect she had fallen victim to a scam, someone feigning generosity only to lead her into extravagant spending, then abruptly departing, leaving her to foot the bill. She felt a pang of regret, her mind racing with thoughts of how she could have avoided this predicament. She wondered how the funding from the female alliance could possibly be so substantial. The doorman's smile deepened. Miss Lu Xiaozhao, on the verge of tears, responded, Please proceed. The doorman, upon hearing this, cheerfully scanned her wristband with his terminal, glanced at the receipt, and nodded. All set. Mississippi wishing you a pleasant life, and do visit us again for a 10 discount. Relief washed over Lu Xiaozhao as she hastily nodded and left the premises. Once outside, she quickly logged off. Emerging from the medical pod, her heart raced. She had nearly experienced her first attempt at dining and dashing, leaving her in a state of anxious tension. Given her physical prowess compared to the orcs, it was unlikely she could have escaped unscathed. Fortunately, her finances were sufficient. After gulping down a generous glass of water, Lu Xiaozhao settled into a swing chair, picking up her mobile terminal to look up some unfamiliar terms she had encountered earlier. Meanwhile, the battle had reached its conclusion, under the assault of several S-class combatants. The alien beast could not withstand for long. IT emitted a mournful cry as its massive form collapsed. Harry eagerly anticipated handling its remains, his curiosity about the orb mounting to an unbearable level after an entire night of waiting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exerted himself so. Meanwhile, Edric led Sack to coordinate with the Imperial fleet. He paid close attention to Heinrich's words and planned to visit the lake later. For now, he entrusted the subsequent organizational command entirely to Sack and Eamon. Just as he approached the fleet's leader, his newly acquired terminal emitted a notification. Edric had been out of contact for several days, accumulating numerous files. Upon retrieving his terminal, he had either been battling or handling official duties. So he naturally assumed this was yet another official matter and opened it without hesitation. Sack, following closely behind, caught sight of Edric's terminal display. Your account spent 137,000 star coins at Hot Spicy, Vanna's virtual shop, at 1547. Current balance. Wishing you a pleasant life. Edric stood frozen, his brow furrowing deeply as he stared at the screen, his lips pressed tightly together, an air of low pressure emanating from him. Hot Spicy was a renowned establishment in the interstellar realm, with both physical and virtual locations. That IT was famous enough that even someone as disciplined as Edric was aware of it, largely due to an S-class female of the Empire who insisted she had fallen for a male attendant, only to be spurned by him for preferring males. This incident sparked both envy and scorn among the populace, but it inadvertently propelled Hot Spicy into the limelight. Sack, having seen the bill, exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness, Eamon truly is something else. He hands over his account to help that little female purchase items, yet he takes her to a brothel and spends over 100,000 in one go. Sack pondered, perplexed. I didn't see any signs of Eamon being interested in males. Could it be that the little female requested to go? Recalling Lu Xiaozhao's adorable and obedient smile, Sack quickly shook his head. How could such a charming and well-behaved little female possibly venture to such a place? It must be Eamon, who, enamored with males, is merely using the little female as an excuse to visit the brothel and engage with male attendants. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Suddenly, Edric pivoted and strode away purposefully. Sack glanced after him, heading toward the starship. He smirked. Eamon is in for it now. Chapter 48. Unspoken words at this moment. Lu Xiaozhao was online with her mobile terminal, Researching what partner preselection entailed, in simple terms, it was akin to the cooling-off period for divorce on Earth, while in the interstellar realm, it represented a marriage cooling-off period, with partner preselection being its byproduct. Although Lu Xiaozhao felt it should be referred to as having a boyfriend, the official term remained partner preselection. If a female took an interest in a particular male, and he was amenable, he could apply to become her partner preselection. Upon registering their relationship at the Female Alliance Registry, they would enter a romantic relationship. During the 6-month period of this relationship, the male would cohabit with the female, and the Female Alliance would periodically conduct visits to ensure their well-being, confirming that the male adequately cared for the female and that she had not suffered any grievances. Although females were precious and rare, rendering many somewhat spoiled in nature, there have been instances in the Empire's history of extreme romantic obsession. These extreme romantics would even resort to digging up wild vegetables. Back then, the male-to-female ratio had not yet reached 1:5,000, but the disparity in numbers was still significant that a few unreasonably obsessed females had inexplicably hanged themselves over a male, enduring abuse in silence. Later, as the female population increased, these incidents gradually came to light, shocking the Empire to discover that there were individuals who did not cherish females. Hence, to protect every female, such seemingly intrusive regulations on marital life were established. Of course, this 6-month transition period also served as a form of protection for males. Boys venturing into the world needed to safeguard themselves, as females, being held in high regard, might attract some extremists. There was little concern that they would suffer abuse or grievances at home, as they were often the ones inflicting harm. This 6-month cooling-off period provided ample time for males to reflect, allowing them to experience a taste of future married life and decide whether to continue the relationship. Should the couple ultimately part ways, if the male was deemed at fault, he could face penalties ranging from imprisonment to public condemnation by the Female Alliance. Conversely, if the female was at fault, it was often swept under the rug unless her actions were truly unforgivable. Due to the gender composition, it was indeed impossible to claim absolute equality. However, the legal framework had made efforts to mitigate the excesses of inequality. A rare few would emerge from their cooling-off period with amicable separations, leading the Female Alliance to archive their relationship records without impacting the male's prospects for remarriage. During the cooling-off period, intimate relationships involving physical proximity were strictly prohibited. Of course, many violated this rule. As long as the female did not raise a fuss, the Female Alliance would turn a blind eye. After all, the majority of violations stemmed from the female's requests, with males merely complying. Before formally applying to become a female's partner preselection, the male would undergo an assessment encompassing various life skills, from piloting a spaceship to exterminating cockroaches. If he failed the assessment, his application to become a partner preselection would be denied. In the interstellar realm, numerous bachelors existed. What right did an unskilled individual have to a partner? After more than 2 months in a romantic relationship, the female could apply to terminate the cooling-off period early, and both parties would be registered as true partners. After reading the explanation regarding partner preselection, Lu Xiaozhao fell silent. Back on Earth, the state encouraged marriage and childbirth while discouraging divorce. Hence the cooling-off period. In the interstellar realm, although the Empire similarly hoped for females to have multiple partners, it also desired that both parties consider their decisions carefully to avoid impulsive actions that could harm themselves. In the interstellar realm, no one truly divorced. Accurately, females could initiate divorce, while males were seen as having been abandoned. Although Lu Xiaozhao felt the cooling-off period held little significance, 6 months seemed insufficient. It would be quite easy for someone to feign good behavior for half a year before revealing their true nature. In any case, such occurrences are quite common on Earth. Before marriage, there are numerous restrictions placed on women. Certain tasks are deemed unsuitable for them, while others are deemed unnecessary. Yet, once wed, the fa crumbles, revealing an individual who merely languishes on the sofa like a puddle of mud. Pondering this perplexity, Lu Xiaozhao set aside her mobile device, succumbing to temptation as she indulged in some fruit and prepared for a brief respite. However, the sensor near the cabin door suddenly alerted her to an incoming visitor, Aldrich. Aldrich stood at the entrance, his emotions a tempest within him. He was bewildered as to why he had so abruptly abandoned the matters at hand. disregarding everything to return to the starship. An uncomfortable ache filled his heart, overshadowed by an urgent desire to see Lu Xiaozhao and convey his feelings to her. Through the projection on the screen, Lu Xiaozhao recognized the figure outside the door and hastily leaped from her chair, trotting over to open it. As the cabin door slowly creaked open, it revealed the young girl, her face uplifted, adorned with a bright and radiant smile. "General," her voice rang out, melodious and cleared. Aldrich's heart softened at the sight. The earlier pangs of discomfort dissipated in her presence, transforming into a flutter of longing. Lu Xiaozhao gazed up at Aldrich, inquiring, "Is it over already?" She studied the silver-haired youth, noting his slightly disheveled hair and the faint signs of torn clothing. Yet he bore no visible injuries and appeared to breathe steadily, likely unscathed. The girl's eyes crinkled with a smile as she asked, "General, you're not injured, are you? Did you manage to eliminate the beast so swiftly?" "That's impressive." Aldrich fell into a contemplative silence, eventually responding with a soft, affirmative sound. Lu Xiaozhao found his demeanor peculiar. Aldrich had been more approachable and conversational in their recent interactions, so why was he reverting to his earlier aloofness today? With this thought, she subtly lifted her gaze to scrutinize Aldrich's expression. She observed his furrowed brows and tightly pressed lips, which conveyed a sense of fatigue and discontent. She then stepped aside, invitingly asking, "Would you like to come in and rest for a while? You seem a bit wearied." Aldrich's gaze fell upon Lu Xiaozhao's face, where genuine concern filled her beautiful apricot-colored eyes, fixed intently upon him. Under such focused scrutiny, the remaining bitterness in Aldrich's heart began to wane significantly. He suddenly realized that his actions mirrored those of jealous, intolerant husbands, even if a female were to visit a brothel or engage in revelry with male companions. Should she bring a male home, the husbands ought to graciously extend a welcome and anticipate a peaceful coexistence. Moreover, he was nothing more than an acquaintance. What right did he have to return so recklessly? Aldrich hesitated, failing to step into the room. Noticing his lack of response and his reluctance to enter, Lu Xiaozhao felt a twinge of awkwardness, having rushed to the door barefoot across the carpet. Her toes curled self-consciously against the ground. She wished to retreat into the safety of the Great Wall. Her concern deepened as she reached out to touch Aldrich's arm gently and cautiously asked, "What is wrong, General?" Aldrich looked down at her outstretched hand, delicate and pale, reminiscent of soft jade. After a fleeting touch against his arm, she quickly withdrew, her fingers now nervously twisting together. "It's nothing," Aldrich replied in a low voice, sensing the girl's unease, which only deepened his own melancholy. She feared him. Indeed, Aldrich's reputation for being unapproachable had preceded him, as he had often shown little regard for females, leading to numerous reflections on his past behavior.